down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya.
Karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka. Ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka. Ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya.
down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the very first MPLI 2023 that is going to be finally an offline event. We've had 4 MPLIs in the past and finally get to see all the players join in as one. And, you know, here, my name is Eterna. Alongside with me is...
Mirko. Also together, we're going to be accompanying you guys all the way from day number 1 for all the first 7 matches of the day. We have crazy group stages, honestly, after the whole fan voting session for the group stages, placements of the teams. And right now, we're definitely going to see some epic matches. Starting with our first match of the day, AP Bren taking on TOB. Already, with the first match of the day, we're basically getting a taste of what's to come in MPLI. Literally from the LAN event, from the offline event here, first time in MPLI history, we're getting to see a North American representative going face-to-face up against the Philippines' best.
And that's what I love about MPLI this year, right? I think we've really grown accustomed to all these Southeast Asian regions. We've seen representatives from Singapore, Malaysia, Singapore. I said Singapore twice. That's how much I love them. But anyway, we're finally getting to see really just new regions coming through. We've got a representative coming in from China. We have a representative coming in from North America, even MENA. So I'm quite excited to see. This is going to be a really good taste, not just for MPLI, but what we can expect coming into M5.
Most definitely, right? We're definitely going to see so many more teams, even from regions that we are kind of, you know, we don't really have a lot of information on, like specifically China.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see what Nova Esports brings to the table as well. We're definitely going to be able to see a glimpse of that later for our second match of the day, Eterna.
Definitely. And of course, if you guys want to just access more things, you know, have more access in live, don't forget to check Omni. Because Mirko will tell you why.
Well, if you guys want to learn what it takes to play MLBB at the pro level and inspire communities through gaming content, try to get inspired right now by Pro/CES, the mini documentary series available only on Omni by FWD, where the struggles and uplifting journeys of pro players and, like, perhaps Bigetron Alpha's Vin, the captain, or EVOS brand ambassador Una, and more are going to be revealed later in the future.
And remember that these contents, they're only exclusive on Omni by FWD. So don't forget to download it on Google Play or your Apple App Store. Check it out, guys.
Just scan the QR code below, Eterna, if you guys do not want to, you know, search
Vin.
for it. It's all there. I told you, it's Bigetron
What's he
Alpha's
doing
captain.
there?
There's a brand ambassador. There's a mini documentary series. Where
That's pretty cool.
I actually watched a little bit of it last night. And yeah, the whole story of it is pretty interesting, right? It really inspires me and motivated me for today.
Oh, that's good. Because I'm motivated by something different.
What are you motivated by?
I'm motivated by something right in front of us right now. It's Hello Panda, right? Rise above the hunger and unlock the full flavor of MPLI with Hello Panda. From creamy chocolate, we got the cookies and cream, we got the strawberry, we got the double choco. You know, all these flavors come together to give you an AOE of excitement on your taste buds with no mess to keep your victories clean.
I really like how you put that, the AOE of flavor. It's absolutely beautiful, man. It is AOE, right? It literally just explodes with chocolatey flavors in your mouth. And honestly, that was also what motivated me last night when I was watching those documentaries on Omni TV. Because now, we're going to get some more goodness for all you guys who are waiting back at home.
Oh.
It's the first match of the day.
There we go. And I think we've got to remind everyone at home that we are going to be seeing 12 matches today. There's going to be first from Group A, the next 3 from Group B, Group C, followed by Group D, where they are all going to be a best of 1. So we're going to get a little bit of a sneak peek into each groups, and I find that very interesting. A lot of people have actually mentioned which groups they think are going to be the most competitive, but we are going to start with Group A, here from match number 1 to match number 3. Like you mentioned, we're going to start off with the champions from MPLPH, AP Bren, going head-to-head against the TheOhioBrothers, coming in from North America.
We also have Nova Esports from China, who are going to be taking on Dewa United Esports, a team as well, pretty new into MPL Indonesia, but have secured a playoff spot and an MPLI 2023, followed then by Dewa taking on the champions of the Philippines.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough one. But after that, we are going to finally see Blacklist once again with their new lineup going against Falcons from the MENA region. And just all of this, most of these matchups, I don't know what to expect, honestly. And now we're coming into Group B. Geek Fam, second place here at MPL ID, going against Homebois from Malaysia.
We also have Blacklist International, who are going to be taking on the Malaysian champions. So the Malaysian champions will have to fend off against both the first runner-up of MPL Indonesia and then MPL Philippines.
That's gonna be a long series for them, and they gotta reset real quick because remember, it's a best of one, so all stakes are up there. It's gonna be followed in by match 7 here with Echo Philippines going against your team actually here, Mirko. Bigetron Alpha from Indonesia, and then we're gonna have a little bit of some civil rivalry with EVOS Legends and Rebellion Zion, both representatives from Indonesia.
With match 7 and match 8, you can already definitely feel the tension of Group C. A lot of people claim it to be the group of death. I have to agree myself, because in match number 9, we do have to see Echo take on another Indonesian team, the only Filipino team in Group C, with Rebellion, EVOS, and Bigetron Alpha.
It's him against the world, basically. But man, that's going to be a really tough match, honestly, for Rebellion Zion, in my opinion. Because, you know, after what we saw from Echo, they definitely want to make some improvements. We're going to see the next 3 matches ahead as well, coming in from Group D. And these are the matches that we are going to be expecting. Do all the teams play today?
Almost all the teams,
so
I believe.
The rest will be continued tomorrow with another 12 matches.
Basically, we're going to get the deciding games tomorrow. So whoever makes it past the group stage, and by the way, yes, this is the first time ever that MPLI has a group stage. Usually, we have the captain's draft and teams get knocked out on day number 1. This definitely gives a lot of the other teams some more chances to come back, especially considering it's best of 1. There's going to be a lot of cheese picks that I'm looking forward to.
Ooh, I'm
see.
excited. I'm excited for that. I'm also excited for actually this.
What is this?
The app. The One Esports app, right? So if you guys don't want to, you know, fall behind the latest information, the latest memes, and the trends coming through in the MLBB world and community, don't forget to get this app and sign up as soon as possible. You guys can download it on Google Play as well as App Store to get, you know, just exclusive news. I love, we mentioned it yesterday, the ticket ad for MPLI. That was pristine.
That was for the social media of One Esports, right? While you're already downloading the app, you guys can also check out the social media for One Esports, because yes, the memes, the news, they quote me a lot on those, on the news as well, from the clips, and you guys can follow everything related to not just MLBB, but esports in general in One Esports, on the stories and everything. And also, go ahead and check out that app again, because really, if you want to dive deep into the meta, if you want to dive deep into esports, One Esports is where it's at.
Definitely. Well, you know, we are actually going to just dive in straight into the first match of the day. And I'm actually quite curious as to what AP Bren has in store for us, first of all. So we are, in a moment, going to take a look at their official team lineup. I wonder if it's going to be the same as when they were playing at MPL PH as well as SPS. So with that, let's see.
Stranger to the international stage.
AP Bren, the champions of MPL PH, they were able to get so far in the last tournament that was international at SPS. But at the end of the day, they weren't able to topple Onyx. But this time, Onyx is not going to be available in the tournament, so let's see if they can fly high and rise above all the other regions, being the tournament favorites.
They're definitely favorites coming into this tournament as champions in the Philippines, and with super stellar performances in every international tournament.
So let's see the opponents of them today. Let's welcome the official team lineup from the Ohio Brothers.
The NACT champions looking to pave the way for North America. It's the Ohio Brothers making their first international performance, this time with a different name.
Oh, that's the question that I was wondering. I've seen their names, I've seen their faces. They're all quite familiar, but finally, they're all going to be placed in the same teams. The representative coming in from the Ohio Brothers from North America. You can say that they are kind of the underdogs in this matchup going against the tournament favorites, AP Bren.
For sure. They're up against the champions of Philippines. We all know that the Philippines has been the #1, maybe, region in the world for the longest time for MLBB Esports. And for a team like TOB to face off against AP Bren in their first match, to be placed in the same group, is definitely going to be a lot of pressure that they'll have to deal with. But with that being said, this is a team now with a lot of experience under their belt already. Last time when we saw them at MSC, maybe we could say experience was still something that they needed to gain. But now, I feel like they're ready, especially considering the fact that they have been boot camping in Indonesia for the last 2 weeks before the event even started. I know that because they were literally in the same apartment as me.
In the same room?
Not the same room, just the same apartment, yeah.
Oh, the same, you mean building?
Same building.
Okay, so they have been here for quite some time. And I honestly do agree with you. I'm wondering what changes are we going to be expecting today. And it's Coach Assassin Dave.
Hey, that's not Assassin Dave. It's just Dave now. He goes by Dave. That's a different guy. That's not the guy we know. That was his twin. Assassin Dave, this is just Dave.
I didn't know that he was a twin.
Me neither, man. But, yesterday I had to, a few discussions. I spoke to their manager. And yeah, that's just Dave, bro.
That's just Dave. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you into the first opening match of the day of MPL Invitational 2023. We are going to start off in the drafting phase against AP Bren and the Ohio Brothers. It does appear that AP Bren does have first pick. And I'm wondering as to what kind of styles we are going to be expecting, because obviously one of the underlying things that I do find similar between both of these teams is the jungler styles.
Yeah.
Right? Best player 1, and we also have Kyle TZ on the other side. A lot of people have said that perhaps this upcoming patch is leaning towards more assassin for the jungle. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, both of these players really like to go for these assassins. Very aggressive picks in the jungle. I will have to say, though, that Kyle TZ has been a bit more multidimensional in that jungle, playing the utility junglers really, really well. Definitely transitioned and matured over the course of a few international tournaments like the SEA Games and obviously IESF. But now, with the Edith and the Bruno ban coming in for the side of AP Bren, we're definitely seeing the impact here of the patch just recently hitting. There's a lot of different heroes that we usually see in the first phase for AP Bren that are now completely being left out. Don't know if they're actually trying to experiment, or maybe they know what TOB has been playing the past 2 weeks in the boot camp, just scrimming and training their minds off.
Ooh, that's actually quite interesting.
Time to drop the
Baxia ban coming in from AP Bren here in the first phase of the drafts, and a Joy. So despite the nerfs, I would consider it a nerf. Despite the nerfs coming on to Joy here, the Ohio Brothers still deem Joy as an asset that AP Bren can pick up in the first phase of the drafts. But that means that this leaves a lot of other heroes open. And one of those, I'm thinking...
What are you thinking?
I don't know, there's a lot. You can even go for... just a lot. Novaria?
Yeah.
Valentina? I think Valentina is still an option despite the nerfs coming into her IMU, her ultimate.
Definitely, right? I mean, you get so much flexibility with that Valentina here. And for AP Bren, that first pick will definitely determine how they'll take this draft. But the Nolan has been completely left open. The Nolan nerf, by the way, in the new patch is kind of deceiving, right? You would expect it to be, okay, a nerf. But I think Lofel likes to say this a lot when heroes get nerfed, but not that much. It's actually a hidden buff. Because with that slight nerf just being the cooldown duration being a bit, it being increased, you're going to see a lot more Nolan play in the game. And with Nolan getting left open so much, you're going to see how broken this hero really is with that damage, as long as AP Bren secure some lockdown, some CC.
But a lot of people have actually argued that I was going to talk about Nolan again, but we gotta talk about this, right? Guinevere and Novaria. Am I smelling a Novaria? No, a Guinevere in the jungle.
You're definitely smelling the Guinevere in the jungle. You can see it as well. I think at this point, it's no longer a flex pick. Definitely could be utilized as a flex pick here, but I'm thinking instantly to the jungle. The Guinevere changes in the patch as well. The fact that now you can jump in and get a knock-up without having to rely on your passive is super setup. It's usually already a counter to a lot of the utility junglers that you have in the game. Now that you do not have to get that passive in, you can just jump in and get that massive chain CC on. There's so much you can do, especially up against someone as mobile who relies on that mobility as the Nolan.
And in addition to that point, right, this is a Guinevere and a Novaria combo. So the thing is about the Novaria, her ultimate can actually increase the hitbox range that will facilitate the Guinevere to get in those picks. So already a very dangerous combo. I wasn't expecting to see it in the first day, but here we are, the TheOhioBrothers just giving up all their cards right now in the first match of the day. It's going to be followed in with a Faramis and a Claude.
You got to get that second HP bar when you're up against composition. You need some more dive, some more utility to help your team get to that place and to gap close a lot against the TOB lineup. With the Novaria, with the Guinevere, they have two different styles that they can rely on now. They can start to build on now. Either it's a full front to back with the Novaria being with the Novaria in the back and the Guinevere being that main frontliner with maybe possibly another frontliner, or they go full dive with a Phoveus, a big counter that was used by AP Bren actually against Blacklist International, the Phoveus against the Nolan. And we're gonna see it here again. Me and Arashi, and even with Marky, Beloy, and Wolf, we've been talking a lot about how broken the Phoveus is going up against the Nolan. The Nolan really needs to use those dashes to go in and out, and this Phoveus punishes him hard.
But the question is where the Phoveus is going in terms of laning.
Should be XP with the Guinevere locked in and the Novaria. I don't think it's going to be flex into the mid or the jungle.
It could
Should
still be a
XP.
Novaria roam. Or is that not their style?
I don't think so, man. Super Shark, he likes the initiator, tanky roamers. Doesn't really like the utility or, Novaria.
The utility or the Novaria. I understand, which is why we've seen a lot of variations of certain heroes, especially throughout the different regions, which is why it was a question for me, right? Is this the style of the TheOhioBrothers? Is this something that North America has actually picked up in their meta? But here from AP Bren, we do see a Fanny and a Fredrin being taken out. I want to talk about this a little. Is a jungle tank still viable in this meta? Because of the buff towards Lord, it seems a little bit more tricky than it was before.
Definitely is a bit more tricky, but I would say the most efficient junglers are still going to be the utility / fighter junglers, right? You have so much HP to play with. You have that early game as well, good clear. And honestly, what makes them so strong is in the early game, so much lockdown with the CC, especially someone like the Fredrin. But we have seen teams already start to transition to the damage-dealing assassins back again in the jungle. And that's what we're seeing from AP Bren with the Nolan pick already, very early on. TOB, first pick in the second phase, and they decide to take the Beatrix away from Super Marco.
All right. So what are we looking for here? Is this going to be a Faramis in the mid lane? Or is it going to be a Faramis for Ogwin? I mean, understanding Ogwin, I think he likes more initiator type heroes. I think this will be flexed into the mid. So what are we looking for here in the roam position? That's going to be Kufra. That's going to be a lot of cover and a lot of initiation potential for Ogwin himself.
Most definitely a playmaker, Ogwin. One of the biggest factors as to how they were able to completely destroy Blacklist International in the final game of the Grand Finals. It was Ogwin and Flapteezy, two playmaking heroes, and this time they're actually going to put Flapteezy on a hero that's not as playmaking, right? More of a distraction, more of just a solid front line in the front. So trying to distract to open up for the Kufra initiations.
Do you think that in this situation right now, we already see the overall situation coming in from AP Bren, the overall idea that they're going for? Will Phoveus be able to stop Nolan, especially now that the TheOhioBrothers also pick up an additional hero in the Kaja to help control the jungle?
It's a bit tough to say right now, man, for both AP Bren and TOB. I feel like the Nolan here, it's already really, really tough to go up against the Phoveus, right? That's something that they really need to deal with from the get-go. It's either they go straight on to the XP lane, try to shut down the Phoveus at the start, or the Phoveus just scales and becomes a big, big hurdle for AP Bren to jump over.
It looks like AP Bren has a different hurdle as well. Looking at your talent prediction, Mirko, the Ohio brothers. Is it going to be a mere curse or a mere bless today?
I don't know, man. You're just gonna have to see. You know, I don't really claim any mere curses or mere blesses. We'll just see. I'm just gonna say, Ducky told me yesterday at the lobby, don't predict us. So, yeah.
All right, how convenient. But ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the opening match of MPLI 2023. From the Philippines, we have AP Bren, and all the way from North America, we have the Ohio brothers. So let's get straight into the land of Dawn.
Here it is at the start of the game. We're expecting a bit more of a closer game, but honestly, I want to take a look at this matchup, right? The Kaja pick into the Kufra, not something that you would usually see, knowing that the Kufra actually has a better time usually against the Kaja, but it just shows you when a team goes for the Kaja after a Kufra comes in, that the Kaja is a really, really experienced player and is very confident in the skill that he can actually display in the land of Dawn, maybe going in for the initiations before the Kufra or maybe even the Uranus can set up and open. We're already seeing some aggression here from TOB early on, getting that Lethal Wanderer. A small win, but it's a win that is quite expected for a Guinevere in the jungle. Super fast clear on top of the crazy changes in the patch to that knock-up, now instant.
Now, we were talking about Phobias being a really good issue or a good point for the Ohio brothers to utilize against AP Bren. In the laning phase, a Uranus and a Phobias. What is that going to look like? But wait a minute, best player one.
There's some damage, best player one just getting deleted in the first minute of the game. You need lockdown. Once you get that, Nolan is free.
And that's Nolan for you. Early game pressure, really good ganking potential, and that damage. Even despite the nerfs coming through, I do feel like this early game is still something to be afraid of. And for the moment, we aren't actually seeing the Phobias being a big issue just yet, especially in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Not at all, man. We need to see level 4. That's the power spike for this, for both actually the Guinevere and the Phobias, but mainly the Phobias, right? For Guinevere as well, you'd expect some sorts of more survivability. There's a bouncing ball in the mid lane just to stop Super Shark, and that's more mid-prio for AP Bren. Setting up for the turtle, but best player one is already holding it down, resetting it, and not letting AP Bren get their hands on it.
Let's see what goes on here right now. AP Bren still holding the economy lead. In terms of level, Kyle TZ does have a little bit of an advantage over the Guinevere, over best player one. So it doesn't look like the Ohio brothers actually want to commit onto the turtle just yet. But neither do AP Bren. They're looking for some pressure in the mid side before they start setting up.
We haven't seen a lot of competitive, tournaments right after the patch. It's probably the first one, the first actual real international tournament after the patch. And this is why we're already seeing it delayed. Oh, Gwen, Tyrant's Revenge and the Tyrant's Rage connecting on the Super Shark, who's now forced to flicker out. Caltizi burns the Fracture. And AP Bren get a big W here against the Roamer. Best player one rotating down as well. Mielo has the damage, and that's going to be the Violent Requiem locking down one, but the NetherRealm saves Ogwen for a bit. There's some dive as well from Baptizi. Mielo's taken super, super low, unable to use the Demonic Force, and under the turret now locked down with Divine Judgment. Baptizi looking for that kill, and he actually does get it with the help of Ogwen. It's 1-for-1, but AP Bren secured a neutral objective.
Looks like they're looking for more here. I don't think they should at the moment.
Whoa!
But it's going to be Super Marco taken out 1v1. What happened?
That is something that we don't see a lot. Super Marco getting solo killed up top by Zia.
How? I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to wrap my head around what exactly happened, because in theory, I would say that Super Marco would have a little bit of an edge, especially now that he's level 6. He has the Blazing Duet to jump in and jump out of situations, but I wish we could see a replay of that particular lane.
Looking at how it happened, up top in the map, it looked like Super Marco just went for a very, very deep dive and had to pay the price for it.
So overconfidence?
Overcommitment, definitely. Fracture now from Super. Oh my god! Just deleted off the land of Dawn once again. That Fracture, disgusting.
That's Super Shark of all of the players as well. That's their roamer that gets instantly taken out by AP Bren, and this is it. The Ohio brothers, they need to think about their game plan. What were they going for with this particular strategy, right? With Novaria, with the Phobias, do you think that they should play a little bit more passively in the early stage, play for that late game, and buy some time, especially realizing that up until this point, Caltizi, there hasn't been any counter towards him?
on paper, that's definitely what they're trying to do, right? They're looking for that mid-game power spike that's bound to hit at this point, because even though AP Bren have been able to win a lot of the early skirmishes, especially around the neutral objective, TOB have been trading really well with Zia, getting a solo kill up top, and now TOB putting the pressure on, giving Zia so much more room, so much more space. He got a few good hits on that turret plating, and now clears out the wave as well.
Let's see. It's only been 5 minutes. Can you imagine? Zaya already actually munching out on that turret in the top side. Phew. He's trying to defend it for his life, but he can't. They gotta let it go. So in this exchange, AP Bren, they lose that gold lane, but in the middle,
has to burn Flicker, and that's going to be the jump again with the Requiem comboed in. Netherrealm still ready, but it's going to be used up in the last second. Oquim gets popped and pulled out of the Netherrealm, and that's another kill going to TOB for free.
they're putting out a really good show right now. The Ohio Brothers, I mean, I think everyone watching, the audience as well, they were expecting this to be a landslide for AP Bren. I mean, this is the tournament favorites, the champions of MPL PH. And the Ohio Brothers, you can call them a dark horse, and yet this is the performance that we're seeing from them. AP Bren, it looks like they need to find more things elsewhere.
They need to look for a trade here, or they just need to take it even slower. But if they do that, take it slower, even slower, they're going to risk a lot of the mid-game power spike, a lot of the mid-game pressure going to the hands on TOB. They're going to actually have to sacrifice that maybe, and you can already see the lane swap here done by the side of TOB to give Zia even more space down below to bully Flap Teasy. Ogwen just gets a Tyrant's Revenge, goes in for Tyrant's Rage as well. It's a good lockdown as well. Best player one running away, Spatial Migration, and the clone gets him out to safety.
And AP Bren, at the moment, still holding that gold lead. You were talking about Zaya earlier on with the lane swap, but Zaya already has that BOD, so essentially the damage is already there just in case he does want to participate into the team fights. And that's the story we wrote. Super Marco, how far is he? I'm wondering, I'm curious as to see the items building in for both of these teams, and especially the gold lane.
It's a fun fact, actually. Just now, we are seeing a lot of Claudes go for Corrosion Scythe first item instead of the DHS first item that we usually normally see. And that's, I feel, what Super Marco is also going for. He went for the Corrosion Scythe first, and now, only now that he's building towards the DHS and then the Golden Staff to get more hits on that Blazing Duet, on the on-hit effects there to slow the opponents down and to provide maybe a bit more utility in these fights. We can see Calteezy with a Fracture again onto who, but now gets caught in the Spatial Migration. The Requiem locks him down, and it's best player one who secures a kill onto Kyle Teasy. Meanwhile, Flap just jumping forward, trying to zone TOB away, trying to get some more space for the rest of the team to follow it back up onto the turtle here that spawn back in. It's BP1 with a free turtle. He just needs to hit on this Retribution. The Mirror's Passion gets locked into the Blazing Duet in the back line with the help of the Corrosion Side. Slows Zia down enough, but he flickers around the wall, but it's Ogwen with a Timer's Rage Flicker combo, locking him down, picking up a double kill as Mielo now is looking for a re-engage with the help of best player one. They decide to move back. They get the turtle, and that's it.
That's going to be a 2-for-1 trade, but the Ohio Brothers take the turtle. So essentially, in that particular situation, would you go for a death for a turtle? Is that a good trade for the Ohio Brothers?
I think looking at it, it should have been a good trade, but AP Bren got 2 kills. That was a 4v5. AP Bren actually had no right winning that team fight, but they did anyways.
But remember, the kill's onto Ogwen. Ogwen's 3-1-2.
It's about the pressure you get with the kills, right? Sure, the gold acquisition could definitely be better. It could definitely be on better hands like Marco or even Few. But the fact that they were able to take down 2 members there gives AP Bren so much more room and space around the map. You can see turrets start to fall, and you can see Super Marco is given that space to farm up, to get a level lead over Zia now.
I mean, despite that, I do agree with you. AP Bren still look like they're holding control over the map as well. They have a little bit more turrets under their nose. They're utilizing that advantage really well. And it looks like the Ohio Brothers are kind of stuck in their own base. They've been asphyxiated. But we now see the potential of the composition that the Ohio Brothers brought in with the combination coming in from Best Player 1 as well as Novaria. The combination that we were talking in from the drafting phase is something that AP Bren, they need to look out for. They need to watch out for. They can't get overconfident because eventually when these things... I understand you think that AP Bren might have a little bit more of a advantage in that particular situation, but imagine that keeps on happening over the course of this game and over the course of the next neutral objectives. Kyle Teasy needs to stay alive. He can't be taken out. I think that's imperative.
Definitely. I think Super Marco as well, with the help of Kyle Teasy, these two carries basically need to stay alive as much as they can, because there's a lot of kill pressure, there's a lot of pick pressure as well for the side of TOB. They can look for it, and this is exactly it, the Flicker Divine Judgment, but it's only onto Flap Teasy, who has a lot of help with the Consecration and another realm already, but that's two big resources burned out. AB Bren baited out the Demonic Force, and Kyle Teasy's already on the Lord. That's a big resource burnt out as well. Few jumps in with the Shadow Stampede, brings Super Shark back, but it's a free Lord over to AP Bren, who are playing this game perfectly from the mid-game onwards.
Wow, 5,000 gold lead for AP Bren as well. So despite all the little wins that the TheOhioBrothers have actually been able to amount to, they have still not been able to gain control of the game here 10 minutes in. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home watching, don't forget to name this hero. Who is this? Because if you guess it correctly, you guys get a chance to win 4,000 diamonds. I can't answer that.
You can't answer that?
I can't. I'll give you a
can't because
clue.
you don't want to reveal it, or you can't because you just don't know.
I know, we were talking about this yesterday. Because I said Zilong, and it turns out it wasn't Zilong.
Or maybe
Someone
it is.
else.
Someone can guess Zilong now. Maybe that might be like a bait, right?
Well, that's a clue.
That is a clue. It's not Zilong, or maybe it is. You never know when it's Eterna sometimes, and honestly, this game as well, you never know when it's AP Bren, right? Early on, it was TOB who held it down, but AP Bren have come back from it, and the way they come back is they get a massive gold lead to play with a big Lord marching down in the bottom lane. TOB still has a lot of good wave clear, though. They have Zia on that Bennett, and it's Hoon on the Navaria. Very, very good wave clear to play with, and they'll be able to clear out the waves very easily with the first Lord Siege.
Got a lot of range as well in their composition, so I don't believe that this is the time for AP Bren to go in for the end. And you were talking about the items coming in from Super Marco on the Claude with the Corrosion Scythe. Do you think it's because of the nerf towards the emblem?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, again,
Like a decrease in slow, right?
A little bit more adaptation for the items as well. I feel like even without the nerf, the Corrosion Scythe first could be just a little bit of an adaptation with the Claude nerfs in the patch before this one. Remember the one where you can't really clear waves as fast anymore? Now you use that Blazing Duet more to poke, to join team fights, and with that Corrosion Scythe, it basically acts like the physical damage version of an Ice Queen wand, just giving you utility to play with.
And you guys can play with a little bit more diamonds as well. If you guys at home win 4,000 diamonds, and all you need to do is register for updates to One Esports. That's it.
So you can guess the hero
diamonds.
for 4,000. You can register for updates for 4,000. That is equal to 8,000. Quick maths.
Essentially
Eterna.
8K, yeah. And that's a 1K gold difference between the gold laners here right now.
Ouch.
What do you think about this disparity?
I mean, it's crazy. It's a 1.6k gold lead in the 12th minute of the game on a Claude. He's been free farming so much, despite that solo kill earlier on that a lot of people would expect to be one of the determining factors as to how a gold lead actually forms. No, Super Marco has been given so much space, he's actually a level ahead as well. And with that Windtalker, now all he needs is a Wind of Nature that he's already building towards. And heck, he might even go for a Sea Halberd instead of that Wind of Nature.
With that being said, is there no possibility, no scenario that best player one can be the one to take him down?
There's a chance. Ogun with the conceal looking for the play in the bottom lane. The whole team is rotating down with the conceal. Oh! Ogun misses the Timer's Revenge Flicker combo. Zia dashes out now. The team is there to help him out, but he already used the Flicker earlier. That's the Astral Echo coming down. Super Shark flickering forward just to buy a little more space as Zia is still kiting back. But look at that Nolan jumping to the black. That's a fracture to take Zia down. But the Demonic Force follows through as well. That's a double kill from the Nolan. With the help of the Netherrealm, he stays intact, and it's only Mielo left to defend. 1v5. Mielo gets taken down by Super Marco, and it's a wipeout for AP Bren.
Wiped out straight into the first match of MPL 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what makes champions. This is what gave them the championship back at MPL PH, and they're looking for the end.
14 minutes. A convincing win from AP Bren despite a lot of small mistakes. They come out on top with pure discipline.
Wow. Kyle Teasy and Nolan.
What a flank.
That was beautiful. That was a wonderful play coming from him in the final second. A beautiful flank to end that team fight. and just make it a non-factor for the Ohio brothers who, up until that point, I would say still had a chance in the late game.
It was a stomp from the mid-game onwards, like we said earlier. The early game was a bit closer. Zio was able to get a solo kill in lane. Despite the loss, TOB looked okay. They looked decent. They looked like they were able to hold it down for a bit. But you can definitely see the difference in playstyle, the difference in class for right now. AP Bren on a different level.
So let's get some answers to our questions as to how exactly they were able to do that. Let's ring our analyst. Ring, ring, ring. Arashi, what happened?
What's up, Eterna? Welcome back to the analyst segment where we are going to break down that game. The Ohio brothers, despite the lower expectations by everyone around the world, they were putting up a great fight against AP Bren, but in the end, the experience really shows. Even though they have such a good pick-off composition, AP Bren did a great job just surviving in the early game, making some small mistakes perhaps, but in the end still, finding ways to just drag out the game to the late game where it's their time. Right? They have a better teamfight composition. They have tanks that can really absorb all the damage in the front line. In comparison, the Ohio brothers, they're all about going for those pickoffs, and when they don't get it, they get run down. They can't really go for a team fight, and when the Lord is in the picture, then the urgency really pressures them to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. AP Bren then capitalizes with the superior mobility. Both teams, like Mirko mentioned, have some slows built in. The Corrosion side, as well as the Ice Queen's one in the hands of the Phovius. But overall, when you're talking about staying power, fighting 5v5, not backing down, AP Bren has an advantage. So in a sense, they aren't really bothered by the slows as much as the Ohio brothers. So we're going to take a look at some other factors right here. But in the early game, you must highlight the jungle matchup, man. The Nolan, you're seeing why it's so respected, so dangerous, and always banned away. Against the Guinevere, yes, it's now a bit more reliable, the Guinevere, to go for those combos, for those setups, but in the end, the farming difference is very apparent as well. We saw that Nolan was kind of shut down, but he was still able to secure almost a 2 to almost 3 level advantage despite all the setbacks. That is going to be Kyle Teasy on that Nolan as the MVP right here. Building full damage, but still ever so slippery and adapting very well to the fact that he is up against a Phovius, a very hard counter that me and Mirko were talking about. We said it's almost like a hard counter. It almost nullifies the hero completely. But with the team adapting to find a solution, they're able to burn away the demonic force before a critical fight, and when the Nolan isn't really controlled, isn't really deterred by a lot of different spells, that is where you can see the flanks come in, the dives, and man, you say it's an assassin, but in a way, Nolan does so much AoE damage that some of these team fights, I think one of the higher damage output characters in the fight is gonna be this Nolan. So the passive definitely cannot be understated, and like we said earlier, the fact that the passive and the skills are so spammable lends it to such a high clear speed. And let's take a look at some of the highlights here to see just how exciting this game was. Because in the early game, it's all out fight, and the Ohio brothers were able to actually find actually get picked off even though they're on the Guinevere. So pick-up potential is still very much available, but there are moments like this where I guess AP Bren were a bit overzealous, trying to go for a kill, and that is where the Ohio brothers can still punish. Even though people say that they have less experience, like Mirko mentioned, they have been boot camping in the Indonesian region, and it definitely shows, man. They're not really lost when they're behind, and they're still able to find chances to punish. But the Netherrealm in the hands of few, man, that is what made it so difficult. The pickoffs were always denied again and again, and soon here, I think we're gonna see a pickup attempt onto Flatteasy, and it's denied by the Netherrealm. And when you can't really go for reliable pickups, the whole composition of the Ohio brothers doesn't really lend itself to a good team fight. It's more of a chase composition, and on the back foot, it's just not the same story. Kyle Teasy right here just comes in, gets the easy deletion, and look at that. Despite everyone trying to focus him down, he's just able to find ways to maneuver around. And overall, with the gold advantage already secured so consistently by AP Bren, it's just not the same story. Looking now at the post-game stats, The turrets definitely favor AP Bren, and with their style, their pressure, their control, that is definitely a big factor. The goal difference as well, 10k is usually the amount where most casters, most talents would say that, okay, it's a done deal. They have to make a really big mistake if they want to actually throw the game that hard. And looking at the emblems, it's a lot of lethal ignitions, but overall, they're still doing a great amount of damage. And I think the goal difference, we were talking again earlier about Caltisi on the Nolan, but Super Marco on the Claude, despite getting solo killed in the early game, was able to just catch up very, very consistently. And if you look at the items, the fact that now the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon are no longer required to be comboed together, you can see a bit more of a spike in the mid lane burst damage. So I think now, more aggressive mid laners can really come into the picture a lot quicker than previous times. Man, that's it from me from the analyst segment. Back to Mirko and Eterna, take it away.
Thank you so much, Arashi, for that in-depth analysis of that game. And it did answer quite a few questions that we were wondering. And wow, that was a performance coming from AP Bren. And I was really impressed by Caltisi in particular. I know he won the MVP or the player of the game. And that farming pattern, that is so efficient. How?
I would say
How
the
did he get so
entire
good?
team. I'd say the entire team's pathing was on point, right? Because even Super Marco, who was solo killed very early on in the game, was able to come back in a way where he had a 2,000 gold lead in the final fight. Nolan as well against the Phobius. This is a matchup that's incredibly hard, and AP Bren should know that themselves because they were the ones who picked up the Phobius against the Nolan first in the MPL PH playoffs. And then I'm glad to see that they didn't just make the counter, but they know how to face off against the counter. It's all about how you execute your game plan, not just about the draft you pick. And I think in that game, you saw the difference in execution, right? Once AP Bren fell in the early game, what they did was they had plan B. They had a plan C all the way to maybe even plan E, how to get back in the game, and they only needed plan B in that game.
They needed plan B, they needed plan A, they got plan C, but I wonder if they got updates.
On what?
On One Esports.
They probably don't.
They probably don't. And you guys want it. You guys don't want to be like them. So don't forget to follow One Esports. Stay updated with all things MLBB. You guys can find memes. You guys can find roster updates and all other information to keep you updated. We have Discord. I'm guessing the icons right now.
That's
Discord,
Discord.
TikTok, Instagram. I think that's Twitter.
That is
that Twitter?
X. It's X.
It's X. Great. Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch.
You got it, man. Nailed it. And all you guys can go and try to guess the logos too, or you could just visit the description down below right now and just look at it written down with the links, everything on all the social media for One Esports. Like we mentioned, we actually are big fans of the social media team for One Esports. W to whoever made the, our graphic designer is on vacation.
yeah.
So we had to sell tickets anyways, and they just drew it on MS Paint. That was W.
I loved it.
I saw a lot of people already guess the hero in the comment section.
Were they right?
90% got it wrong, Eterna.
Ooh.
But 90% gets it wrong. When I say that, it means the opposite, because of the whole curse. So 90% got it right. Yeah. It's confusing, but for you guys, it's definitely not confusing as long as you try to name that hero. How do you name that hero, Eterna?
You name it. You don't know how to name it?
You just have to identify it in the comment section
Exactly.
right now. These heroes, there's going to be a lot of heroes, by the way, not just the one you see here. I wanted to say the name. Do you want to try to guess it, Eterna?
No,
you said
no,
Zilong.
no.
I think this one's very easy, to be honest.
I think they know.
They all know.
Did they really?
Yeah,
First guess?
Everyone.
Because I thought it was Zila, honestly.
She's
no
just
joke.
bad at the game, right? That's why she doesn't have 4,000 diamonds. Because she doesn't need 4,000 diamonds. Eterna is rich, and if you guys want to get free diamonds or free gifts, you can always just DM Eterna and ask her for free, or whatever skin you want,
I mean...
That's what I do usually, no? I just be like, yo, Eterna, I need the Ducati skin.
Anyway, guys, don't forget that actually ends on the 19th. So do that ASAP to get your hands on those diamonds. And, if you're kind of dull like me, you guys can't guess the proper, heroes, right? You don't know who in the world is that, right? You guys still do have a chance to win that 4K of diamonds. All you need to do is sign up and register for updates on One Esports. And that's all you need to do. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
I just need to register for free
That's
updates, for exclusive interviews, breaking news, and in-game guides
That's
for
it.
free to
For
get
free.
4,000 diamonds.
You get all that information and knowledge for free, plus you get rewarded with diamonds.
That's a big W in my books, and you guys should do it too. I've already done it. I've registered for updates all the way from MPLI 2022 when I started, 2021 actually, when I started casting. And at this point, we've seen the tournament favorites going up against the tournament underdogs, or the tournament, dark horse.
Underdogs, dark horse, yeah.
And so far,
Potato.
it's pretty clear that there has been a different level entirely.
True, but we do see a development coming in from the region, which is something that I'm really excited for. And that's why, coming into this next match, I'm even more hyped.
Same.
Right? Because we finally get to see a Chinese team representative in Nova Esports come through into the Land of Dawn against one of our very own, actually, a representative from Indonesia, Dewa United, a team that just debuted in MPL ID and made it all the way to the playoffs and is now standing on the international scene. I'm wondering how these two teams will actually perform, but of course we gotta head onto a little break, so we'll see you soon. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka
down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
everyone, and thank you so much for staying tuned here at MPLI 2023. We're back with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, where we are going to head into the second match of the day. And like we mentioned before the break, this is going to be a representative coming in from Indonesia, and finally, a big question mark, a region that we have yet to see, China, Nova Esports. We literally don't know anything about this team.
I mean, there's little to know about them, right? We know that China has always been a titan when it comes to MOBA games of other esport titles, but here in MLBB making their debut, I'm really curious to see how they're going to perform, right? Are these players veterans from other MOBAs who can transition over to Mobile Legends very quick, or are they going to ultimately get taken out here by Dewa United, a team in Indonesia who managed to make it to the grand finals of MDL, and in their first ever season of MPL Indonesia, make it to the playoffs and qualify for MPL I 2023.
That's the question. That's the question. And honestly, I bet all these big regions are sweating at this moment. Curious to see how they are going to perform. But on the flip side, that could be a little bit of pressure. And, you know, when we're talking about pressure, I think Vin from Bigetron is no...
Stranger to it.
No stranger to the pressure. And we can actually see a little bit more into his life and into his just journey in the MLBB scene from the exclusive content that, of course, this has, right?
Omni.
Exclusive only on Omni by FWD. You guys can actually check it out. It's free to download on the Google Play Store and the Apple Store as well. I really want to get my hands on it. I really want to watch that.
I already watched it actually, right? Because I'm a big fan of Vin. Just Vin, not the org.
Do you respect him more as a player?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can definitely see the struggle of pro players, and that's why I have so much respect for every single one of these pro players who are so determined, so hungry to compete, and honestly, the discipline that they have just to be a pro player, playing every single day, trying to learn with all the pressure from not just fans, but the org itself, from a lot of the different angles as well. It's crazy competing in the highest level, and that's why I'm really curious to see what Nova can bring with no pressure. No one's really expecting that much from... What are you doing?
How do I open
You were doing a
this?
show, Eterna.
Oh, sorry.
Yo,
I
know you like
distracted.
Meiji. I know
I'm
it's
sorry,
delicious.
I'm sorry. I mean, this is the double choco one, so like I'm into it.
All right, that one I can't blame you, right? That one, okay, that one's a bit too good. All right, you know, give me that. I'm gonna keep
Are we
this
allowed
for
to
myself.
open it?
No, I'm gonna just keep it for myself.
All right.
But you can tell them why you're like, no, that.
There's another one. Why is there two if not for me?
I'm very sorry, guys. It's just that
Sorry.
Meiji and Hello Panda actually legit the best snack here in Indonesia for sure. In the world, maybe, right? I need to bring this outside as well, and you guys can rise above the pang of hunger and unlock the full flavor of MPLI with Hello Panda. I went for the double chocolate. She also went for the double chocolate. Arashi, he likes a strawberry.
He likes all of them.
He likes all of them.
He likes it. He likes the variety of the tastes.
Look at that puzzle.
I'm taking that home.
I already brought like a
yes.
full box home.
I saw it actually in your bag.
That's how good it is. Like, that's legit, right? Where you know when we keep taking things here, you know it's legit. It's not just an ad lib.
It's not.
You know what's not an ad lib as well?
What's not
Eterna?
an ad lib?
The match here, because it's definitely not an ad lib. Nova, no expectations. Earlier,
I have expectations.
What are your expectations?
I want them to be good.
I mean,
I want them to be a
good.
big competitive region.
For
Make
sure.
things new.
But in the first 3 months of playing the game, of just getting the game, do you think they can actually, you know, get to the level of other competitive teams, especially teams like Dewa United, who've been in MPL Indonesia?
I mean, they just set foot in
Exactly.
MPL Indonesia. I mean, they were a big and strong contender back in MDL, but now this is the first time that they're ever going to make an appearance on the international scene as well. So that's also saying that their experience is not there yet, maybe. I mean, it's a wild card for both of these teams. We're not sure what to expect. What we know is information about Dewa United. We know the playstyle that they like to go for. We know that Shaco is a big anchor towards the team. These are things that we know, and that can actually be utilized to the advantage of Nova, actually. Because like we mentioned earlier on, we don't know much about Nova. We don't know the heroes that they like to utilize. We don't know the metas that they like to utilize. But you know, if we want to dive deeper into the meta, the plays, the builds, and the rivalries of MPLI with the One Esports app, you guys can actually do that because it's a one-stop destination for breaking news. So, you know, don't fall behind. Check it out on the app as soon as possible. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is exclusive only to Samsung.
Download now, all right? Go ahead and go check out the Samsung Galaxy Store right now to download One Esports app. Yes, it's only exclusive there because you can see it's only on Google Play and Samsung Galaxy Store. So if you aren't doing it right now, what are you doing? Catch up on all the news, on all the MLBB goodness, and all the One Esports goodness with MPL 2023 in full swing. We're definitely going to see some more free or crazy exclusive content down there.
Yeah, we'll actually see somebody do something to someone.
Yes.
Remember the content that was
exactly.
recorded?
Wolf.
Is it out yet?
I don't think it's out yet, but that's maybe we can tease it, right? Wolf will be risen up every single one with Hello Panda pickup lines.
It was great. I enjoyed it.
I mean,
I loved it.
The line he used for me was L Riz.
W Riz.
The one on you? Okay, so we have different, experiences.
This got weird.
I mean, Wolf's lines were weird, man. But you know what else was weird?
What's
the
weird?
draft after the patch. Right, we've been seeing so many
Yeah.
experimental things come out. The Phobias earlier on, and a lot of crazy things. I wonder if Nova wants to bring it out as well.
See, I don't know if that's just a region exclusive draft or that's something that we are going to be expecting throughout MPL 2023 with Novaria. I think Guinevere still is a potential in the jungle, but in that situation, it didn't work out. And the question is why? Why didn't the Guinevere jungle work?
Well, not too sure that. I feel like just the execution for both of these teams was very, very different. But we're already getting ready for our next match.
All right, without further ado, let's take a look at the official team lineup for the first team. Let's go.
All the way from China, making their debut in their first ever MPLI 2023. It's Nova Esports.
All the way from China, a region that has been a titan in the MOBA scene. We are going to take a look at Sad Boy, September, Ziri, Guo, as well as May. So many questions about this team, and I'm completely just excited to see the performance today.
Excited is a bit of an understatement, right? We've literally been in the hype train of Chinese teams being in MLBB for the longest time. So honestly, just cannot wait what they can show here up against their opponents.
Up against their opponents here, let's welcome the representatives from Indonesia and their official team lineup.
Dewa United Esports looking to make a name for themselves here as they prove the haters wrong once again in MPLI 2023. This time up against the debut of Nova Esports.
Their debut as well here at MPLI, an international scene. We're finally gonna put them to the test of mentality, of strategy, and effort and determination to see what this team truly is made of. Remember, this is kind of our own very local Cinderella story. I know they didn't make it to top 3 back at MPL ID Season 12, but looking at how far they've come, this is the first time in history of MPL ID that a team coming in, debuting at MPL ID, actually made it to the playoffs.
It's definitely a crazy feat to have, right? Knowing that even teams like Geek Fam, the first runner-up of MPL Indonesia, it took them, 7 seasons to make it to the playoffs. And then in their 8th season as a franchise team in MPL Indonesia, finally making it to an international event shows you the future possibilities, the future potential of this squad with 4 very young prodigies and 1 veteran. An MPL champion, an MPL MVP. What? In the gold lane.
What? What?
What?
What?
What? That's his
What?
name.
That's an ongoing joke we have in our region. But yeah,
What?
I mean, his plays. Question. Make us question what?
Yeah.
What was he doing? What is he doing? How was he able to do that?
Both could be positive or negative, right? Sometimes he makes those weird plays and you're like, what? But sometimes he makes those crazy plays and you're also like,
What?
What? That was crazy.
So what we know from Dewa United is, I would say they have two anchors.
Two
I would
anchors.
say Shako
Yeah.
is a huge just impact
Uh-huh.
as to their success so far, being a rookie and so forth. But so is Watt.
I think so. But I would actually say it's mainly the two anchors would be K's
Oh, you would say Case.
and Watts, right?
So
Because
mid lane.
playmakers, I would say, yeah, definitely Shako makes the play happen with Lanaya. But whoever carries, I think, is the main anchor for this team because they really like to go for that later stage when they trade, when they don't commit to full objectives, and the two anchors become Kaze and Watt. If Kaze can get a long-ranged, high-ground hero to just play zoning and just to play from the back in the front-to-back composition, Kaze becomes the main carry. Watt's is there as a distraction. Watt's is there as actually kind of more of a utility. As strange as it sounds, right? He makes the plays happen, but the damage will come from Kaze when that composition is what they're going for.
That's interesting. So we can expect high ground heroes, maybe Novaria once again
Yes.
popping up for
His
Dewa
comfort.
United. His comfort hero. I wonder, is Yves still a hero that can be utilized in the mid?
It's very hard. Like, technically, Yves has just been buffed or adjusted back to a point where there is going to be more slows, there is going to be more utilities to be used up in the early to mid stage. You don't have to rely completely on the Ice Queen wand to get it, but knowing that there are changes on Rapid Boots, there are changes on that Rafaela, these slows can be completely neutralized, and that's what we'll have to see. Are we going to see a Rafaela from Nova, or if not, maybe, sure, Case can just pick it up. It is a comfort pick. It is still a power pick for him.
Again, just more questions.
More questions
More
to the,
questions
to the
for
question you
Nova.
asked. Yes. That's always what it is, right? When a new patch comes out, especially when you're seeing a new team from a new region for the first time ever, there's bound to just be questions over questions. We're overloaded with questions.
So many questions.
So many. That's why Dewa has a player named Watt. Even he is a question.
That's true, actually. Ironically so. We do see Coach Paddington there behind the players, thinking up, cooking something up here. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a best of one. So, you know, there's no room for ironing out kinks. It's
Yeah.
literally just like 15 to 20 minutes where you guys got to get all out. There's no second chance. And of course, you guys want to get as many points as possible because, you know, bottom two, you're eliminated from the tournament. Second place, that's lower bracket.
Yeah.
You want that upper bracket slot heavily.
Even if you qualify, right, for the knockout stages, second place lower brackets means you're going to be knocked out. But there's a chance of you getting knocked out on the first day of the knockout stage. So yeah, definitely first place is what both these teams are eyeing for in their group. Nova, in their debut, though, it's a double-edged sword. There's not a lot of data on them that makes their draft look... They can make their draft really look good, right? With a lot of crazy picks. Maybe Dewa aren't really used to playing against these cheese picks. These picks that maybe are meta on the Chinese server, that's not meta here. And on top of that, I think for Dewa as well, with Paddington in, usually we see a mix. We see maybe a collision between the two coaches, the two minds of Dewa, the movie stars. It was Jack Lee and Paddington and MPL ID. Now it's just Paddington. I'm expecting some more
Wait,
straightforward drafts from Paddington, just like he did in MDL.
where's Jack Lee? I mean, he's still with the team, right?
He is a movie star.
That's true. He could be busy shooting
be.
some films. But anyway, talking about Dewa United, I think it was really interesting that you mentioned their strategies, and because I always thought that Dewa United were a very pick-off centric team, which is why I said that Shako was the anchor to the team.
Their playmaking. They like to make a lot of team fights work, mainly neutral objective control in the first phase, right? And with the patch that has to change naturally, the roamer doesn't get level 4 anymore as fast as they did before the patch, and that's why it will rely on the big playmaking potential of Dixon in the XP lane role. Dixon has always been a playmaker in that XP lane. Now, looking at a lot of the crazy picks that you can utilize in the XP lane, I'm really going to be putting my eyes onto Dixon as well. Dixon gets them through the early to mid, and then into the mid to late, then Kaze and Watt takes over.
I I would say that, but I hope that he's explored a little bit more heroes.
Yes.
Because sure, I've seen Dixon pull out some crazy things and do some crazy things in the game, but that's mostly on his power heroes, and I'm eyeing at Terizla here for that EXP. And I'm wondering whether or not he can have that same impact if he's forced on different heroes, which should be something that Nova Esports know about them.
Yeah. I think they have to have had to do some research, right? In the past few days or weeks preparing for MPLI 2023, they knew which group they were placed in up against which teams, and Dewa United, unfortunately, one of their weaknesses is their drafts are quite readable, right? You know exactly what picks Dixon is going to go for, Watt as well. If you are able to deny these picks over the playmaking potential of that Terizla, the Lapu Lapu, these comfort picks, Dixon really struggles in lane, just like in the first phase or first leg of MPL Indonesia.
I agree with that. But remember, you know what? Sure, he's predictable. I mean, that's what we've seen so far
His
at
hero
MPL
pool
ID.
is.
But, I mean, he plays mages in the gold lane. Do you think
Used
that could,
to, yeah.
could that pop up again? I mean, is the meta able to bring it to that point again?
I mean, there's a chance maybe of mages coming back, right? We've a lot of crazy changes just recently, but I think it might still be a bit too risky, knowing it's a best of one. But then knowing it's Watt and it's Dewa.
It's Watt, remember?
It's Watt. He's a coin flipper. He likes to just take these risky plays and make it work somehow, some way. So, hey, I won't count him out for crazy picks like that.
Do you think
Well,
something...
Bane again, Farsa again,
No,
like
I was
in Season
thinking
7?
something crazier.
What?
Do you think we might see fighters in the gold lane?
Ooh, I think that might be a bit too much to ask for, right?
hope.
mean, I can understand why you would think the fighters can come back into the to gold lane, considering now it's more jungle centric, and the fact that the gold in the gold lane has actually been decreased. Yeah, maybe picking up a fighter that can actually help and roam around the map earlier on to get the jungle more space could work, just like in the back in Season 7, back in Season 8.
Bring us Argus.
Okay, now you're taking it a bit too far. I don't know about
I mean,
Argus,
a girl
right?
can dream, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can dream. You definitely can
I mean,
dream.
the buffs to Argus.
There's been so many buffs to Argus in like the last year of patches, but there's been zero playtime for Argus, right? So I feel like the hero just needs a big revamp.
Okay,
at this
fine.
point.
Alucard then.
No, I mean,
Miracle's so not for this fighter.
No, you know that Alucard is like a. I have a bad experience with Alucard.
Oh, what happened? Are you okay?
You don't remember?
Alucard?
MPL Indonesia Season 12, man. I mean, a random red team, you know, their jungler wanted to pick Alucard against Onyx.
I mean, that was before the buff.
True, but I don't think it has helped much. I think Alucard... Well, maybe, maybe, right?
I mean, we don't know. Like, hybrid lifesteal now. I think he can be a little bit more sustainable. I guess he's still weak to CC.
Definitely not Lanaya, though. If it does come out, Lanaya is not the time to go for the Alucard. You know what he's the time to go for?
What?
Thamuz. He loves Thamuz.
Oh, yeah. Thamuz got a buff.
And he won against Geek Fam in one of those games in the grand final, or in the playoffs with Thamuz.
So we might possibly see a Thamuz in the jungle.
There's a chance. There's always a chance when it comes down to Dewa. But I'm looking forward to just seeing Nova, right? If they are here and if they aren't as good, say micro and macro wise, they should just go for random cheese picks here that can get them the edge in the early game, and then they can transition into the mid game with full team fights. Maybe better.
And I think that's brilliant because it's the best of one.
Exactly,
You'll
right?
never see it coming. There's no time to adjust. And I don't believe Dewa United are a team that is known for really good adjustments in game, no?
I mean, Dewa used to be that team, right? In MDL, that was what made them such a contender. They were always able to adapt to the circumstances. When they lose out on the first neutral objective, they will trade into the bottom lane. They will trade into the opposite side. But in MPL, we saw a lot of different styles. Styles where they just commit to every single neutral objective. Styles where they just fight. And then towards the end, we did see that glimpse with this roster. So if they have been able to refine their strategy and go back to their MDL playstyle where it's very adaptive, I think they can make it work. They can adapt to a lot of the crazy picks that Nova might be going for.
Mirko, are you hungry?
I mean,
Would you like some Hello Panda?
I've been snacking on Hello Panda.
Here, I'll
Eternal.
give you a box. What flavor? Sorry.
I want the double chocolate.
Wait.
The double chocolate, please.
That's mine.
Well, there's two. We can share.
Oh, fine, but I get the cookies and cream, right?
Sure. You can take it. Double chocolate, though. Number 1.
All
I
right.
think looking at it, the double chocolate for me has got to be the best flavor. But it's
What?
very close.
You don't like the normal chocolate one?
The cookies and cream one is really, really
But there's
good
a
too.
normal chocolate one. The biscuit with filled chocolate cream. There you go. This is it. The,
You know-
the red box.
I'm more of a fan of the blue box. What's the blue box, man?
The blue box?
Yeah.
Let's ask Arashi. Arashi, which flavor? Oh, you like vanilla.
Wait, you can speak to Arashi? Where is he?
He's right in front of you.
That's you. Are you Arashi? What?
Plot twist.
What?
This whole time, I am both Arashi and Eterna.
You're-
Go RQ.
you are- yeah, I gotta give you props though, Eterna. You are fluent in Japanese.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting for the drafts right now for both of these teams. And I like this, the suspense that Nova is currently building.
whoa.
I just
Some
can't
kung fu from
contain
K's.
it any longer. I want to know how they play. I want to know the heroes that they like. I want to know more about Ziri and September and May.
I thought you were talking about the months, man. Honestly, you said Ziri. I was like, all right. And then September,
And then I said May.
and then you said May too. September and May. Very interesting IGNs here from the Chinese team. I'm actually really excited to see what they have got, right? I mean, the micro
Okay.
plays as well. I actually did see the qualifier game. I'm pretty sure you saw it as well. It's clipped everywhere on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
Didn't really look too impressive, but that was 2 months or maybe a month ago.
Maybe they've learned.
They definitely learned.
Okay. Do you think they're going to be... do you think they're going to play for the early or the late game?
Knowing new teams, they usually just go for the early game. They
Early
control
game.
neutral objectives, and
So
if they
if you're
don't, they
wrong,
fall.
you have to do 10 push-ups.
She's just making things up now. I mean, sure, but
Because you
if
said
I'm,
early game.
but if they
I'll
don't, if
hold
they
late
okay,
game then.
they play for late game.
I'll hold late game.
Yeah,
You'll
if they
hold
play
early
for
game.
late game.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Then you'll have to do 10 push-ups.
I'll do it on your stream.
Okay, I'll do it on my stream too.
Okay, what else can we do?
For
Okay.
K's, he was doing the bow thing, right? He was trying to shoot like a bow.
But it's K's. Do you
That
think
is
it's...
K's.
Oh! How do you feel about Irithel now? Do you think
Oh.
Irithel is still like a double S tier gold laner?
No.
No.
No, not really. No, the Irithel's really fallen off. That's why we've been seeing the Irithel just completely ignored as well in the drafts. Bruno has actually come back because the Irithel is not too good anymore. Bruno, the guy who usually gets bullied by the Irithel, now is all right. I mean, you can scale so much better against most of the heroes that are meta in the gold lane. The Wanwan, though. Really interested to see the Wanwan back in action. We haven't seen the Wanwan so far in MPLI 2023, but with Watts coming back here, playing in the gold lane, I'm maybe expecting something like a Wanwan to come through.
Was there not a nerf to weakness finder though?
There has been a few nerfs to a lot of
Do you
different
think that would affect Wanwan's gameplay?
Sure, yeah, but with the dash speed coming back, it's already given her so much more room to play. And with that, by the way, just want to tell everybody who's watching right now to...
Even me?
Even you, because
Okay,
you're
cool.
watching as well.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be patient with us. We're still waiting for the game to start right now. Definitely maybe a technical issue happening now, and we do not want to start with a technical issue there. Fair play is our #1 priority for both these teams, and we'll give them enough time to troubleshoot their problems. So for everybody watching back at home, chill and watch and listen to the commentary of the MPLI podcast.
I was about to say, welcome to the podcast.
Welcome to the podcast. You know, it would be great to have Naisu here.
It would be great to have Arashi chime in right now.
It would really be great.
I wonder if we can get Arashi to chime in right now.
I mean, if Arashi wants to join the MPLI podcast, you can just start talking Eterna because you're also Arashi.
That's true.
I don't know how that works.
Weirdly enough. But you know, we were talking about the gold laners, right?
Mhm.
We mentioned Wanwan, we mentioned Claude. And with Claude coming back up, do you think we'll see a Leslie come back again?
Oh, that's an
Right?
interesting one because the crit builds have been buffed around 2 patches ago, so
And her first skill, cooldown reduced.
exactly.
So she can spam it a lot more.
If there is a Claude that is open and picked up early on, maybe we might get the Leslie, but you need to be really careful when you pick up a Leslie, right? If you're up against Yuzong or a lot of the dive heroes,
Oh, and Yuzong.
you're gonna struggle, yeah. The XP lane, I'm expecting more Khaleeds, I'm expecting more Yuzongs. In the first game, we saw a Phobius, that's why we saw the Uranus as well. They just tried to bully the Phobius in the early game, but in a lot of the skirmish-heavy, playmaking-style teams like Dewa United, I'm expecting the Khalid, the Yuzong to come over into the land of Dawn instead of like the Terizla and the Lapu.
That does make sense.
You make sense.
Thanks. What, Arashi? What? No, RQ's not playing, sorry.
RQ will be facing off against RSG Philippines tomorrow, though.
Ooh.
Or no, actually today. Tonight.
Tonight.
And both teams have actually shifted their rosters quite a bit. RSG PH with Demon Kite coming back in.
Really?
For playing in RSG Malaysia, yeah.
Demon Kite's back?
For RQ, wait. For RQ,
Uh-huh.
Toys. Their gold lane from MDL. And also Ian's, their jungler from MDL.
So who's playing in RQ? Just Clay?
Clay and Banana. And Gyron.
Oh. That's very interesting. I'm wondering how well they will do. What happened to Skylar? Does he know?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know what happened to Skylar.
Oh.
You're Arashi, you should know.
Oh, that's true. Arashi, what happened to Skylar? Oh.
What did Arashi say?
He said, I think Skylar thinks I'm too cute. I mean, as Arashi, I'm
Oh,
Arashi.
okay.
As Arashi, I'm saying Skylar thinks I'm too cute and he doesn't want to play because I'm too cute.
That is sounds accurate, right? You're really fluent in Japanese, Etern. I gotta give it to you, man.
Thank you.
Did you take Japanese as your, degree?
Yeah, I learned it on Omni.
I thought you learned it from LaFell. He's the best at Japanese.
I miss LaFell. Hi, LaFell.
He's probably watching right now. Hi, LaFell.
How are you doing?
You know who else is fluent in the Japanese?
Who?
Trex. He's been Japanesing all around in his stream right now. Watch along for MPLI. Shout out to Trex watching.
Shout out, Trex.
Because TOB just lost, so we gotta shout him out, right? So it's like negative positive, no?
Oh, so
Yeah.
he should feel better in a way?
Should, yeah. I mean, he should. He should
it's
feel
just
better.
the first
Exactly,
match.
right? First match,
It's fine.
it's fine. They can come back. There's still 3 more matches, or 2 more actually.
So round robin, each
Best of 1.
group has
1
4
tie.
teams.
Yep. So they'll meet. They'll have 3 matches total per team.
And every win you get 1 point,
Yes.
and every loss you get 0 points.
Yes.
So if you win all, you get 3 points.
Yeah.
That's
and
how
there's-
math works.
You know what's crazy? There's a chance for a 3-way tie.
Luckily, we're not second shift. So we
I-
get to watch it in all its glory. Oh,
I
you
am
are. Well, I get to watch it in all its
Well,
glory.
technically, if there are gonna be like tiebreakers, it will happen tomorrow, not today. Today is not the decider.
Yeah, tomorrow's
And
second
tomorrow
shift.
I am not second shift.
Exactly.
That's why we gotta give it to our colleagues, Arashi, Ulf, Uncle Ulf,
Sheffin
Sheffin as well.
and Gani.
Brilliant.
Wait, why is Arashi second shift?
Arashi's always with us. He's our batch.
Oh, he's our badge. You said Arashi.
But it
wow.
seems like we are just
Moments
away. One technically away. One player away.
1 player away to getting into the drafting phase. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we still have so many questions about both of these teams. We do have a little bit of a hint as to what Dewa United are probably going for based on their history at MPL ID and MDL. But for Nova, still a big question, a huge wild card for all of us casters and even the audience, even you guys that are watching. Do you guys have an idea as to what we're going to be expecting here from Nova Esports?
I don't think they know either, right? The only thing I can say to the viewers right now is all you guys can vote in the comment section by spamming hashtag Nova win or hashtag Dewa win to support your team. Is it going to be Dewa United or Nova Esports for match number 2 of day number 1 of group stages for MPLI 2023?
They took away my Meiji.
They didn't take away all of it. We still have 3 boxes in front of us.
Yeah, but that's
Hello,
5
Panda.
less.
Hello, Panda. If you guys watched the VT earlier, that was the song.
It's intoxicating. In a good way.
As long as it's not... I didn't know what... I wanted to say something about toxic.
It's a song.
It's a song of a snack that is great to eat in the back. Now it's Nova. You know, they're really having fun with the hand warmers. I love
want
that
one.
too, yeah. Whenever I'm on the stage, like when they're doing rehearsals and stuff, I like to just play on the stage there and try to the tournament room and stuff. The hand warmers are amazing. It is not warm. It's hot.
Yeah.
So in a cold room like that, it's perfect.
Oh, it looks like they're picking up their phones.
Are we ready for
Are
the
they
draft?
ready? Are
Seems
we
we're
going in?
Moments away. We said it earlier. One player away.
Man, I like this. I love this.
What do you
They're
love?
building the tension.
A lot of
right?
tension.
I mean, like in movies, when they prolong the tension, when you get to that conclusion, it feels even better.
Well, do you want to see the conclusion of the votes that I said earlier?
Uh-huh.
Who's spamming a bit more compared to the win?
Uh-huh.
For the win? Is
Uh-huh.
it Dewa win or Nova win?
Who's it?
It's actually Nova win. Who's winning in the English stream?
Really?
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of Nova wins, but I'm also seeing a lot of Dewa wins. There's so many Nova wins, actually.
Do you want to know a fun fact? Yeah? You do? Okay, cool. I actually predicted Nova to win this match.
Same.
Really?
I also predicted Nova.
Oh, you picked Nova too?
Yeah, but you know, when I predict things,
Oh.
it's usually a non-prediction. It's a curse.
Are you cursing Nova? What did they do to you, man? They look
not-
like nice people.
They do, but they turn out, that's the name of the game. One team has to win, one team has to lose.
Why can't they both win?
In an ideal world, we can all win.
Technically, you can, right? Like if you hit the... No, I'm kidding. I'm
Excuse
kidding, guys.
me?
Oh, we're going in. Ladies and gentlemen. That was beautiful chemistry, Miracle. I love it. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into the drafting phase for the second match. Nova Esports from China and Dewa United Esports from Indonesia. And we finally
Always
get to
on the
see
way.
it.
Your team is
Yippee-ki-yay! Dewa on the blue side with first pick now with the Fredrin and the Baxia ban. Oh, some meta bans coming in from Nova with Coach Conan. So it's Coach Paddington and Coach Conan.
They're going to be the ones controlling this drafting phase. And for the moment, we do see a Fredrin and a Baxia being taken out. So similar bans to the first match that we saw, despite it being from a different team. Do you think that it warrants? Is Baxia and Fredrin that strong?
I mean, considering now on the fighters, you need someone who clears fast or someone who can actually rotate around very, very fast. On the Baxia, it's a big hero that can be picked up in the first phase. But even the Wanwan here is banned out. Something we actually mentioned Watts can try to play has been banned out by Dewa United, respecting Nova. The question is now, have they both been scrimming each other? Do they know that maybe Wanwan is a power pick for Nova? It's going to be a Valentina ban for the side of Nova, trying to respect K's and his playmaking potential, but the first pick will be the Joy. Even after the nerfs, first pick, Pryo.
Wow, a Joy. I mean, we were discussing about this, I think, yesterday during rehearsals. Joy. The fact that now, when she goes in for her skills, the fact that she can be interrupted not only just by suppress heroes, I think it's a weak hero at this point. I hope that they can prove me wrong. And I'm wondering if this is going to fall to the EXP lane or it's going to fall to the jungle.
the best stories.
There you go. The Pryo on the Guinevere. After the patch, it's been amazing, but we haven't seen the Guinevere find a lot of success so far in MPL 2023 with just one match under our belt. It was the Guinevere earlier on by TOB on the same side as Nova this time, but it's a fair miss pickup as well. And for Dewa, it's some playmaking and lane oppress for Dixon. And also that Bruno that was banned out by AP Bren in game number 1, match number 1.
Did we not mention this?
Mention what?
Terizla for Dixon?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we'll see. What's a good laner against Terizla? Is Xborg still the answer?
Usually we do see the Xborg become the answer here, but the answer for Nova is a lockdown hero to mainly think about the Joy first over the Terizla, right? The Terizla is going to be online once he gets level 4, but all the way in the early game, Nova wants to try to just screen where the Joy can go, where the Joy can rotate with the Kaja, and then later proceed to use that Divine Judgment to lock her down.
And that's going to be a very difficult journey here for Joy if it does go into the jungle. I mean, a lot of people have said that Joy is shifting more towards damage. Do you think that perhaps it could even be... Oh, it can't because Terizla pick up. But we'll see. Arlet gets banned out, trying to secure a safer lane for Dixon on the Terizla. Maybe a Khalid could also be a viable choice that Nova can pick up for that EXP lane.
It'll be an okay pick, but it's a bit too risky to go up against a Terizla. It'll be literally a 50-50 skill matchup there. Maybe they want to just go for that, right? I mean, they're going for a lot of aggression, a lot of dive earlier on here. In the first phase, with the Guinevere, the Faramis, and the Kaja. So far, Nova has a very, very good draft. Already surprised by Nova.
Stars brought us here.
But they banned the Nova!
They banned Nova.
Nova takes out the Nova! That's
Nova
pretty sad. I was
bans
expecting Nova to play Nova.
But they don't. They ban it out. They know Keys. They know that he likes his high ground heroes. They know that Novaria is a power pick for Keys, so they will deny it away. Question is, Dewa United with the Arlet being taken out, what is their next choice here for the bans?
Another XP ban would be good here, but maybe some respect to the gold lane would be pretty solid as well. They already have a Bruno here.
Sand
What is
rises
it?
when
No,
I give
Khalid,
the word.
just the XP. They take away the Arlet and the Khalid, two XP laners who've recently just risen in popularity as well in that XP lane. Two heroes that can also contest against the Terizla in lane. Now, with the changes in those heroes, the Novaria will pick up the Yu Song in the XP lane. A good response to the Terizla. The skill matchup up top for Nova.
And it's gonna pressure Bruno in the back line as well.
Some
From
dive.
the side of Dewa United, really good dive. This is a very aggressive composition by Nova, right? Guinevere dives in, Faramis as well. Arguably Kaja does too, and the Yuzong to dive in with his Black Dragon form. Dewa United, they need a little bit more CC. They need to be able to, you know, like hold up to Nova.
Definitely. But Dewa United this time, they'll pick up a Cho, a signature pick for Shaco. Trying to engage first or maybe find these pickoffs before the Kaja can. And the last pick for Dewa United will be their
Your team
mid laner. It's going to be Lilia for K's, no longer just reliant on the Novaria, the Valentina, and heroes like the Yves Farsa. He's going to go for a safer pick, but with this composition, Dewa does lack a bit of range here. They're going to be looking for team fights and pickoffs for the most part.
And I don't know how strong that plan is against how aggressive Novaria is. Oh!
And then Aerithel, despite it being
Aerithel.
nerfed, it's still a hero that can work.
We talked about we
It's not double
literally
S
just
tier,
talked about it.
but it's still good. It
Even
takes
in
a
the early
while.
game?
In the early game, as long as you trade properly, use your skill 1, use your skill 2, keep your distance against the Bruno, and don't go for all-ins, you should be all right. Here, town prediction organized by One Esports. It's Nova 2 and Dewa United 1.
What do you think about this, Arashi? Just kidding. He can't talk right now.
That's
Sorry.
so mean.
I'm a troll. I can be trolly sometimes. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. So many questions that we want answered. And right now, we do have a little bit of an idea about this Chinese region, this Chinese team in Nova Esports. They're looking for aggression. They're looking to suppress Dewa United and win it at their own game. And with that, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for match number 2, game number 1, between the Indonesian representative and China.
Dewa is the Indonesian 6th seed up against Nova. This is going to be interesting. Mei and Ziri in the mid lane. Victor and Lanaya just going for opposite routes here. They're going to be able to meet up in towards the bottom side of the map. Lanaya having a better time on this Joy, clearing earlier on. And for the emblems, looking at it, still pretty normal. The only thing that I want to point out is Lanaya, this time with the changes to the Joy, we're actually seeing more lethal ignition compared to the Impure Rage that was already very, very popular earlier in MPL Indonesia and even MPL Philippines.
I mean, technically, there was a nerf towards Impure Rage, like a slight nerf, right? So maybe that does warrant the change, but we can see that they are looking for a little bit more damage. Let's see, despite the nerfs coming in from the Joy, if she's actually still a viable choice in the jungle.
That's a jump. Able to find a good knockup onto Lanaya, but Lanaya still is able to secure the jungle creep. Now jumps in with the rhythm, and the electrifying beat should be able to take Ziri down in the mid lane. First blood by Lanaya.
So now we know that there definitely is damage towards the Joy, but remember, Nova has yet to reach that level 4 power spike. And I'm talking more about Mei in particular. Kaja, Divine Judgment at level 4, should be able to hinder Lanaya a little bit in terms of this rotation. But the question is, can Lanaya continue this trend and continue to snowball to a point where even that level 4 power spike won't mean too much to them?
We'll have to see right now, because when it comes down to both these teams, that level 4 power spike should be good actually for Dewa United coming into the first turtle, right? Joy's already hit it a bit earlier, but when it comes to just securing the neutral objective, it should be the Violet Requiem that has a little bit of an advantage, unless Lanaya just jumps in with electrifying beats to stun or to zone Victor away. The stun was this, the pause.
I'm stunned. We're all stunned. But ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to a technical pause. Please stay patient with us, because of course, you know, fair play is our utmost priority. We want to make sure that all the players, all the coaches, even you guys at home, you guys get the best experience as possible. And so we do have a little bit more time to talk about what we're seeing so far for the first few minutes of the game. What do you think?
Early on, it's already a very great start for Dewa United, for Joy especially, a hero that needs to get a snowball going for him early in the early game. The fact that he was able to get a solo, a first blood early was already a good move. But for Nova, you can definitely see the rustiness, right? You can definitely see that they are rookies in the international stage. Maybe the pressure is getting to them, but the fact that they overstepped against a Joy who already hit level 4 was an interesting maneuver. They saw that level 4 and they still decided to walk up to it, maybe thinking they wanted to collapse. I don't know if it was miscommunication or just purely a micro mistake from walking up there.
So what can we expect in the next few minutes, especially around the turtle?
Well, I'm thinking of Terizla. I'm thinking of the Cho as well. Once they get that level 4, it's going to be extremely hard for the Guinevere, despite having the spatial migration and the Violet Requiem, to get in there, because the poke is going to be a big hurdle to deal with for Team Nova. And even in the mid lane, right? The Kaja has to wait for that level 4, but is not as dynamic as the Cho. The Cho, even level 1 to 3, can put some pressure down with that Jeet Kune Do, and with the Shunpu, can get out with the anti-CC.
I pictured this a lot differently. Maybe, are we waiting for a mid power spike coming in from Nova? Maybe that's when they have a little bit more say in these team fights? Because I think they're strong, right? They have Faramis as well. A little bit more to say.
Second turtle onwards, honestly, it should be Nova who has a bit of an advantage coming into these neutral objective contests. Again, because of the Guinevere, because of that Nether Realm as well. And on top of that, the Yu Zhong. But early on, the Terizla should be able to get lane dominance, and even in that mid lane, the Lilia is a very good clearer. And on top of that, the Joy, who got first blood. And now we're getting to witness that. Let's see if the first turtle, yes, goes exactly as expected. It's Dewa who find a lot of kills, and even a turtle on top of that. Second minute of the game is a 4-0 start for Dewa.
What in the world happened? 3 minutes in, already 4-0. Nova has yet to find a pick off a kill of their own. Dewa United with a 2k gold lead, and it looks like they're controlling better.
Much better.
You guys, like you mentioned earlier on.
It's all about getting to that level 4, and unfortunately, Dewa should be able to hit that level 4 a bit earlier because of these matchups, right? The Terizla into the Yu Zhong, pre-level 4, the Terizla should have a big advantage in the way he can clear and in the way he can actually just zone the Yu Zhong away, and that's probably what happened once we got into the game, and a big fight just happened as well. Lanaya already a level ahead of Mei, or Victor, who's on a utility jungler Eternal.
This is definitely not the outcome that I was expecting. Joy's still a very viable choice in the jungle as well, still holding the ground. And sitting at a 1-0-1 KDA for that fact, as Victor here looks for something, but he gets instantly taken out again.
It's a lockdown way the Dragon. Victor gets deleted from the land of Dawn, and even the electrifying beats used up in the gold lane under the turret. Does enough to zone Guoguo and Mei away. You can see some glooms being placed down, and Dewa United do not want to give up on this dive. You can still see Watt just pressuring Guoguo. Mei and Ziri completely zoned away, and Guoguo is isolated. Lanaya is getting the stacks down with the rhythm. Meanwhile, Yu Zhong rotating from the XP lane, now going to be locked down with the Jeet Kune Do, but has that Black Dragon form to play it a bit safer to disengage.
Ooh, what an engage coming in from Dewa United. They have their eyes on the target, their eyes on their prize, but luckily, Guoguo was still able to clear and not be taken out. But at this point, with all that pressure coming through from Dewa United, it looks like they are going to be able to convert that pressure over to the next neutral objective, where it doesn't look like Nova. What's going on here? No!
Not even the purple buff is safe
Not
from
even.
Dewa United's early game aggression. They'll pick up the turtle for free again. This time, Guoguo will have a little bit of a better time getting that turret plating, but Shaco's already rotating as well. Guoguo has a Purify. Shaco, Way the Dragon, just bringing Mei back onto Keys, the Glooms, and one shot from Watt gives Kaze that unstoppable, and Victor even now gonna be zoned away from his own jungle, and it's a steal from Kaze.
Not even given a chance whatsoever there for Mei to look for an opening as Dewa United look for more aggression here in the top side. What can Ziri, what can Guoguo do? They're forced to retreat. They can't back it up. They can't save their top tower turret.
Even in the bottom lane, Victor jumps in with the Requiem, but Dixon's still able to survive for a long time, and the outplay happens. Lanaya just takes Sad Boy and Victor down like it's nothing without the electrifying beats, and now Ziri is caught in the mid lane. They'll just focus the turret down, and that's tier 1 in the mid lane falling down.
And that's an 8-0 point start here for Dewa United in the first 6 minutes of the game, propelling them to a 6,000 gold lead, with Dixon already munching down in that bottom side. I was like munching, and then I saw Hello Panda, and I got distracted.
You definitely
But that's okay.
I mean, it's okay, because for you guys at home as well, you're probably thinking, man, I need my Hello Panda, some Hello Panda in my life. Go ahead and buy it right now. Meiji there, Flicker Divine Judgment. Black Shoe still available. Cage just pops it in like it's nothing. 5-man engage, fails. Requiem coming in, but Cage is still able to escape right now with the Black Dragon form into the back line. Will surely be able to get one kill for Nova on the board. Guoguo running for the hills. Dixon trying to chase him down, and Dewa United are still going at it. Shaco has the flicker, and perhaps is thinking of going for a big play, but will choose to play it a bit more passive.
That's how strong the Purify is, right? Like, even despite you getting picked up in by Victor on the Guinevere, that Purify just really denies that damage and that pressure coming through. And we saw that happen. Without the presence of Sad Boy to dive into the back line, that was supposed to be an outplay coming in from Keys as Dixon, he's going in!
It's a penalty zone just to zone Guoguo away. Ziri's actually walking up forward. Shadow Stampede used up. Now he's going to be chained. He has the Purify. He pops it in time. By the way, the Dragon's second proc locks him down for a bit for the Turtle down below to be taken with a tier 2 in that XP lane.
What's going on?
It's a stomp that's going on, Eterna. 7,000 gold lead about to be built up by Dewa in the 7th minute of the game. And even Sad Boy on a Yuzong can't do much. He's getting zoned away by Kaze, poked down, and Lanaya is only now just entering the fight. Electrifying beats, just 2 beats take Sad Boy down.
That is still so much damage coming in from the Joy. And this is what I mentioned earlier on, right? The transition from Joy to go in full damage has actually treated him quite well. Lanaya 403 so far, not even a single death. And just all the kills are being placed on the right people, right? 403 on Lanaya, 102 Watt, Keys at 513. You said it yourself, an anchor in Keys, and we're actually seeing that right now.
We are, through mid-control. It just seems like Dewa are playing it very textbook, right? They're not really making any crazy plays, but they don't have to. Nova are playing it very safe at this point of the game. 7.3k gold lead built up for Dewa. 10-1 in the 8th minute of the game.
It's an 8k gold lead.
They're trying to beat the clock.
Mei?
Flicker Divine Judgment, but it's only onto the Cho. Even if this happens, penalty zone onto 4 by Dixon. The playmaker as Kaze walks up, dealing the damage. Electrifying beast from Lanaya, and Victor will fall as well to give Dixon his triple kill.
That's the first triple kill we are going to be seeing, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful re-engage coming in from Dixon. Would you call that a mistake? I mean, at this point, Nova, they're looking for any opportunity they can, right? They saw that Shaco was isolated. They went for it, but that re-engage coming from Dixon was just pure class.
There's not much they can do right now. They go in for the roamer, for the Cho, like we saw earlier. This is a Cho we're talking about, right? It's not even the main initiator at this point. It's the main pickoff, yes, but Dixon is the guy who can make these team fights happen. And when you clump up like that to kill the roamer, you can see the result.
The result is this. A free Lord given to Dewa United here in the 9th minute of the game. And it's looking tough. I mean, is there a certain power spike that we should be looking out for? Does Guoguo still have a chance to come back in this game? Or is it just Dewa United winning this.
I mean, at this point, I feel like even for Nova, yes, obviously there's going to be a power spike that they're waiting for here, probably the Irithel, and well, technically everybody's yet to hit their power spike because of how behind they are so far in the game. But at this point, they won't even be able to rely on their power spike. They're going to have to rely on Dewa to make a mistake, to make a blunder, maybe diving a bit too much into the base and giving Nova a few shutdowns for them to get to those item power spikes, or just defend. Both seem very, very hard to do right now with Dewa's dive composition with good wave clear. And with the Bruno able to siege down these turrets quite well, Nova will have to pray for a miracle.
That's what they're looking for here. They're defending all 3 lanes from pushing in. The Lord is still marching down in the bottom side. Shaco already pressuring, looking for that opportunity to strike as that bottom lane falls.
That's a penalty zone. Locking Guo down as a Purify going to be used up in the Nether Realm right now from Ziri. Grants them a second HP bar as Shaco moves forward. Conceal, given down for Decider. Dewa, Sandboy jumps in with the Petrify, but now gets melted down to the way of the Dragon from Shaco. Locks Guo down. It's a double kill for Dewa United for what? And in the base of Nova, it's almost a wipeout. Just one member left standing. A fast game, a dominant game. A one-sided stomp from Dewa United.
The Indonesian representatives fly high in the second match of MPL Invitational 2023. And that was definitely not the outcome that I expected. We did say that Nova was a wild card, a big question mark. And those questions have been answered, but not in the way that I was expecting.
On the other side, I actually expected that kind of performance for Nova. It felt like, again, that 3 months, not enough just yet. Meanwhile, Dewa, a new team in the international stage, but now a dominant force in MPL. Rashi definitely has more to say about Dewa versus Nova, and we'll throw it over to him.
Man, the difference in experience between Nova and Dewa United is absolutely apparent, man. They're both quote-unquote new teams, but Dewa United has had more experience. They've had to face adversity and come out on top. They had their share of experimenting, and I think the same cannot be said for Nova. They went for a very template textbook play. They want to go for aggression. They want to get control. They go for a pick-off composition. But look at what happens, man. They were unable to actually get those pickoffs, and in the end, even there, they were forced to use everything they got only for a chance to pick off the roamer from Dewa United, and that is not ideal at all. I think it all comes down to initially the drafting. Coach Paddington definitely knows what he's doing, and if you look at the draft, right, there's not a single hero on the side of Dewa United that makes a very easy or reliable target for Nova Esports to try and target. So even the Cho, a bit tanky, can escape afterwards. Purify is available on the main carries, and even if you go for the EXP laner, it's a Terizla with the damage reduction. So at every single point, they can try and get something, but the question is at what cost? So I think with that in mind, Dewa United, they just keep going for the template. They keep farming, they keep going for the right rotations, and they keep going for the neutral objectives. They don't really have to force anything to happen, because all they have to do is make sure that no one gets picked off too spectacularly on their side, and afterwards they can just re-engage. You can tell that Nova Esports, they know, right? It's not like they are clueless. They felt that that is going to be the case, but in the end, what choice did they have? Dewa United just pushed them into a corner, and they're forced to make the gamble, even though it's just not exactly ideal for the team. The MVP though for this game is going to be Dixon on the Terizla. 0 deaths, a lot of damage taken, and a lot of impact. I think our fellow casters Eterna and Mirko also mentioned the control, and if you look at their composition, the wave clear, not only from the main laners, but even from the roamer. That Cho was also assisting in the wave clear department, and as a result, everyone was moving around and around, and Dixon being the quote-unquote main engage tool, the main AoE tool that Dewa United can use, it just was so much pressure for Nova Esports. And they do have Purifies on their end of the side, but even then, with everyone so aggressive, with so many options available to Dewa United, they can engage with Dixon on the Terizla, they can go for a pickoff with the Cho, and they can also let that Joy just go out of control. Let's take a look at the highlights though for this game. I think it all begins at the beginning with the first blood. That's going to be Lanayas going in with the level 4 power spike, showing again the understanding of the EXP. And afterwards, despite having a Yuzong, despite technically having that strategy, zoning everyone away with the Black Dragon form and then securing the neutral objectives, Dewa United says, we can play that game too. But now our EXP laner is even tankier. Does more AoE damage and not only just zones the backline, but also the whole team. And afterwards, it's just a back and forth aggression battle. But having an assassin, having someone with so much more mobility, means that even when the fight goes even, there's a chance that Dewa United can come in later and finish the job, with the goal difference increasing again and again. And all the kills collected in the hands of the mid laner and the gold laner, so as the jungler, is just all ideal, and this is that last-ditch effort. They get the roamer, but look at the punishment dished out by Dewa United as a result. The penalty zone, along with Lanaya, just going with the electrifying beats. Everyone's talking about how the Joy is just no longer a prio pick, but in the right circumstances, with limited crowd control available on your opposing team, it was just devastating. And with that, that's just the strategy that Dewa has gone for, and Nova will have to be forced to accept the defeat and try and learn from this experience. Looking at the item builds though, let's take a look, man. Dixon going all for full defensive items. He knows that his job isn't exactly to cause damage, to deal damage, and the base damage of Teresa alone is enough to just nuke the backline. That's why this hero is just so deadly, so dangerous in the Land of Dawn. On top of that, having no towers, looking at the stats here, every single turtle and lord secured by Dewa United means that Nova has nothing to play around with. They have Pickoff in the hands of Mei on the Kaja, but what can they do? He's way too squishy and he has no space to hide or maneuver around to find the value Pickoff. And even if he does, the Purifies come into play right here. And looking at keys, he goes for the Ice Queen's wand, and usually we see other ones built in. But knowing that he is ahead, he goes for the Lightning Truncheon. Without the requirement to go for the Clock of Destiny, it's now such a good item for him as well. And with the kit being very kite heavy in the Lilia, the extra movement speed given by the Lightning Truncheon in the middle of a teamfight with every Resonance proc means that it's just that much harder for Nova to catch up. And you can see that is evident with the fact that Sad Boy on the Yuzong, having the Black Dragon form, he was struggling to actually keep up with the members of Dewa and chase them down to really secure any real meaningful kills. So I think it's a great drafting being done by Coach Paddington. And I think for Nova Esports, it's back to the drawing board. They have to try and augment their game plan, then and they are drafting as well. But enough for me, back to Mirko and Eterna.
Thank you so much, Arashi, for that analysis of game number 2, where Nova Esports, the representative from China, was forced to swallow a defeat from the Indonesian rep in Dewa United. What a display from Dewa United, and congratulations, and hopefully both of these teams can repair moving forward, especially they do still have 2 more matches ahead of them.
18-2 though, that was a one-sided stomp, Eterna. A stomp that maybe not a lot of people expected, but me personally, looking at the experience that they have, this is their first ever international tournament, and obviously with that loss, they're going to be able to really absorb a lot of the knowledge that they got in that game from everything that Dewa did. But all you guys can absorb the information, not just from the stream right now for MPLI 2023, but from the social media with very talented social media teams for One Esports.
Definitely. So don't forget to follow us on Discord, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch. Yes, I got it right.
That's how you guess
Finally.
the logos, right? Now it's time for you to guess the hero. No, not yet. Later.
Now?
Not now. Not now. We'll definitely have
It's
a guess
Leslie.
the hero again. Guess that hero, right? We've been guessing that hero. Name that hero now. Is your eyesight as good as Leslie? You mentioned Leslie, but is your eyesight as good as Leslie? You guys can prove it by identifying these heroes and stand a chance to win 4,000 diamonds. The contest ends when?
November 19th.
19th of November.
So it's just a few more days. What date is it today? 13,
It's the
14,
15th.
15?
15th.
So 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 5 more days.
Yeah.
You guys still have 5
the final
more
day
days.
of MPLI, 19th.
Oh, so I thought they were going to change it.
Change what?
Like the hero.
They are. They're going to be changing a lot of different heroes.
really?
There's going to be a lot of heroes for them to guess.
Oh, so I still have a chance.
For 4,000 diamonds, yes, you do, Eterna. 4,000 diamonds. Say you're bad at naming the hero. Miracle, I want an easier way. How do I do it?
Super simple. All you guys need to do is register for updates at One Esports to win and stand a chance for 4,000 diamonds. So if you guys are already intelligent enough and have good eyesight like Leslie, you guys can get 4,000. And then if you guys register, you guys get another 4,000. And that's 9,000 diamonds free for you guys.
Quick maths.
Quick maths.
Eterna here is 100% good at maths. I won't even question
100 IQ.
that. Okay, 100 IQ. Eterna, you do know that's average, right?
Huh? All I do know is the upcoming match from the Filipino representatives, AP Bren, once again going to give us a star performance against the Indo representative in Dewa United. So we've seen their performance today from match number 1 and match number 2, and now they are going to have to go head-to-head with one another. Let's hope Dewa United has enough time to reset, go back to the drawing board, don't get overconfident, because this is the 6th seed, like you mentioned, of Indonesia going against number 1 of the Philippines.
Let's see if they can do it, right? AP Bren, definitely the favorites coming into this tournament up against another underdog. Every team they face will be an underdog
That's
for AP
true.
Bren.
For sure. And with that being said, let's give them a little bit of time to, recuperate.
Even the viewers.
And the viewers as well to recuperate from that performance in game number 2. So we'll see you after the break. Don't go anywhere. Me and Eterna, we'll see you after.
Yes, me and Eterna.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Eterna and Eterna, close enough. Close enough, right? I mean, right now, both these two teams, like you mentioned, Eterna, are at a 1-0 position in the group stage. So right now, they're actually tied for first place in Group A. For this to happen very early on already, I'm already very excited to see how AP Bren do and then how Dewa do, right? In this matchup, because honestly, coming into it on paper, it should be a very AP Bren-centric matchup. But Dewa United just did get a very big momentum, I would say, after winning earlier 1-0, 10 minutes against Nova. Bringing in momentum from a previous series into a new one is definitely going to be a very, very good advantage to bring in. But then again, they're also up against AP Bren, who just did get a very good win as well. True. For sure. I mean, we've definitely seen from MPL Philippines as well, this is the champions up against the 6th seed from Indonesia. Dewa United obviously also getting knocked out in the first round of the playoffs against Geek Fam, and that's why they're here to prove that they are better than what they seemed in the playoffs. Their first ever run in the playoffs already, their first ever run in the season for MPL Indonesia. They've made it to the playoffs. They're already turning a lot of heads around, making a lot of people who are maybe not a big fan of Dewa transitioning them into becoming a fan of Dewa with their solid performances and their crazy players, because they have an X factor in their team. It's not just objectives, it's not just disciplined gameplay, but it is also the performance for the side of Watt. And with that, Eterna, honestly, I'm not just looking forward to see the two teams match up. Me personally, I'm looking forward more to play for or to watch the two players in the lane, Watt and Super Marco. Super Marco and Watt both very, very good at two different things here. For Super Marco, it's mainly playing it disciplined until he gets that item power spike. Meanwhile, for the side of Watt, he's more of a crazy X-Factor type of player where he doesn't do too well in lane, but outside of the lane, when it comes to these team fights, that's where he performs.
I agree. And I think that both of these players, they do have a set of experience that can kind of differentiate them among the rest. And I'm excited to see that particular matchup, especially we've seen it, I think earlier on, we saw that Watt had a little bit more say. I think there was a big difference in experience, but going against Super Marco, I do think that's going to be a different story. And talking about stories, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are interested and curious as to the stories of several iconic people, iconic players in the MLBB scene, talking about Finn from Bigetron Alpha or even the EVOS brand ambassador Una, you guys can actually check out their exclusive content by FWD on Omni.
Go and check it out right now. Exclusive content already uploaded here and there. All you need to do is scan the QR code down below if you're too lazy to go on Google Play Store to download the app. But honestly, just do it. Eterna personally doesn't like it the easy way, especially when she's eating Hello Panda. She likes going for it instantly, opening it up like usual, and you can see here we already have a stash, Eterna. So we don't even...
Oh my lord.
We literally have a stash. This is how Meiji treats us. W Meiji, W Hello Panda. How does the song go again?
Hello Panda. That's the song. And
give me one.
Yeah, okay.
You know what? I'll take the runs.
I have more. Haha.
Meiji, you're right. That's unfair. Don't worry. We'll make it even later. But Meiji, which one's your favorite?
All of them, especially when I'm watching,
This one's mine.
Omni content. So watching Omni content by FWD, snacking on Meiji, Hello Panda. I love it.
Especially when you're watching MPLI 2023, the best snack to have has got to be Hello Panda. And while you're watching, while you're snacking,
while I'm snacking,
on your Samsung device.
All right.
You can also download the One Esports app on your Samsung device right now. Download now on Samsung Galaxy Store to catch what exactly, Eterna?
Exclusive content. There's interviews, there's knowledge, there's a lot of the hero guides. Like, if you guys are confused, like, what's going on with the new COD lightning thing? Like, what's going on there? You guys can actually get those answers on the app.
It's very simple. All you need to do is look for it right now, One Esports, and you should be able to find it instantly with no hassle whatsoever. Download it, get a glimpse of all the MLBB goodness, and follow on Esports while you're at it, right? Let's say you already have the app, you want to be browsing social media, and you should be able to get a lot of the feeds or the stories from One Esports. Why? Because it's super creative, and they quote me a lot as well.
Cool.
So it's a W for One
I love
Esports.
it when Mia's quote Mirko.
Yeah, especially my hot takes.
The hot takes, the curses. And luckily, they have so many different platforms that you guys can actually follow. So whatever you're most active on, don't worry, One Esports is there. And of course, if you guys need a little bit more diamonds,
4K?
to up your riz in the game, right? It's no fun without skins. You guys can actually get a chance to win 4,000 dimes for free. All you need to do is name that hero. Guess that hero right down below us right now. And you guys can get 4,000 diamonds.
Bruno!
Easy peasy.
Brody!
I think it's Angela now.
Carrie!
Could be Angela.
Rafaela!
I don't think that's Rafaela.
No? Alright. It's
Lilia?
unfortunate, but...
Who has
you
long
see,
hair?
That's why we
In a
miss
pony.
out.
Hanabi.
That's probably the most accurate one there.
Is it Hanabi?
It should be Yuzong. He has long hair. And it was just picked earlier.
Not in
so
a
it makes sense.
ponytail.
Zilong has a ponytail.
That's why I thought it was Zilong. But anyway,
It's so hard.
if you guys think it's too difficult, no Eterna, no Mirko, no Arashi, no Shepin, no Gunny, no Wolf. I don't know who that hero is. That's fine. We got you, right? An easier way to do it is to register for updates, where you guys can also get the same amount of diamonds, 4,000.
4,000? For just registering for updates right now?
That's it. That's all you need to do.
Exclusive interviews. I can get breaking news,
Yep.
in-game guides,
Yep.
and 4,000 diamonds.
Exactly. It's a win-win solution.
It's a...
Killing two birds with one stone.
Why would you kill birds?
It's a saying, Mirko. Or were you not born yet?
I guess not. I guess I wasn't born yet, but you know who were born?
Who were born?
The great players that we're gonna see play in match number 3.
Ooh, so let's take a look at their official team lineup.
The Filipino champions, once again, it's AP Bren who are now taking on the 6th seed of Indonesia, looking as confident as ever.
Here it is, with their first victory in match number 1. They're looking to get yet another point in Group A to make it to first place and all the way to the upper brackets during playoffs.
And for AP Bren, as the favorites coming into this tournament, how do you think they're handling the pressure, right? Because I think for me, personally, looking at AP Bren, they're fine with it.
I think they're used to it at this point.
SEA
Are
Games
they not?
favorite, ISF favorite, SBS favorite, and now MPLI 2023 favorite.
They've got a lot of experience behind them. Very different to this next team that they are going to be going head-to-head with. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Indonesian representative, Dewa United.
Dewa United Esports in MPLI 2023, their first win against Nova, the debutante, but now against the tournament favorites. Will they be able to come out on top again?
More questions, questions and questions and questions. For Dewa United, that is the main just inquiry, I would say, right? Do they have the mentality? Do they have the preparation? Do they have the experience to be able to go against a team as big as AP Bren? It's going to put them to the ultimate test. It's going to challenge them in more ways than one. And if they can come out on top, they will be stronger than ever.
It's Jack Lee and Paddington. That's the duo. The movie star duo. It seems like earlier it was just Paddington, but Jack Lee has finally arrived in the building. JITB. Jack Lee is in the building. For AP Bren, it seems like it is still just going to be Coach Bren solo, coaching and maybe helping here as the analyst for the team for the drafts.
We'll see, what do they have in store for us today? Are they going to bring out peculiar picks like we saw in match number 1 and match number 2? Because, ladies and gentlemen, Guinevere is still standing at a 0% win rate so far, despite all the hype centering around Gwyn Jungle. It hasn't worked out yet.
Not really, right? Unfortunately, though, it was Team Nova who actually had to lose it on the Guinevere again. Seems like the Guinevere pick has just been on the receiving end of a lot of losses recently, but now I'm really excited to see if AP Bren can pick it up for themselves. Knowing Calteezy, though, they'll probably choose and opt to go for a little bit more damage in the jungle compared for utility in the current meta. But here it is, the draft for game number 3, match number 3 of the group stages for first place for Group A. AP Bren on the red side and Dewa United on the blue.
The last match coming in from Group A. We'll see Dewa United with first pick, AP Bren with the second pick. With the Fanny already banned out by Coach Jack Lee. From the side of AP Bren, they have decided to actually respect Dixon here with a Terizla banned out first in the first phase.
Still very safe, I would say, but
Time to drop the
for both these teams, they have data already of how both likes to play. Earlier, Dewa were able to utilize that Terizla to heavily dictate the matchup, the neutral objective control as well, from Team Nova to a 10-minute victory. Meanwhile, for AP Bren, they were able to use the Nolan, but so far, right now, Dewa are still just targeting down the other assassins, trying to force that Nolan ban on AP Bren.
And now with the Boxia taken out, we can probably expect a Fredrin ban as well here in the first phase. Dewa United prioritized the Matilda first, taking away that support. Rome coming in, possibly. And for AP Bren, that's the question. Do they want to take out Nolan here? Or do they want to take out Fredrin? Dewa United do have a chance to pick up Nolan if they go for the latter.
It's a bit too risky to leave the Nolan open. We know exactly what AP Bren were able to do, but hey, knowing AP Bren, leaving Nolan open is something that they have done before. Before the nerfs even. They've left the Nolan open. It was up against Blacklist International, against Sensui. And they've opted to go for counter picks, like the Phobius even. But this game, they'll do exactly the same. They'll ban out the Edith instead, force out a Nolan pick from Dewa, and maybe try to counter it with a Phobius or some lockdown.
We'll see. Alright, yes, Nolan gets locked in here from Dewa United, the Indo representative. And we'll see the response coming in from AP Bren.
Oh no, it's
gonna
Bruno.
Be Bruno coming in. Who's it gonna be accompanied with? Do you think they will go in for a Phobius? I think it's too early. I would leave that for maybe later on.
I will choose my own path.
Yeah, they will. It's gonna be the Arlet pickup. A hero that has just recently been buffed twice, I would say, from the last patch and this patch. The ultimate, it got a bit faster for that final slash to be thrown out. And also now, just a revert, I would say, an adjustment to all of the base stats that he lost in a lot of the patches before. And for Dewa, it's still going to be the Faramis pickup for them. It's a pick that we have seen all 3 games so far in MPL 2023.
It's risen in popularity for sure. And I wonder why that is. We haven't seen, okay, I guess Novaria we've seen, it was banned out as well in the previous match. But other than that, it's always just been Faramis, Novaria, Faramis, Novaria. What makes Faramis such a hot pick here?
Well, I think it's just the ability to get that Netherrealm down, right? With a lot of different mages getting nerfed, with a lot of the meta now shifting towards back to team fights, Faramis just gets incredible value with that Netherrealm and obviously the AoE damage from the Ghostbursters and even the Shadow Stampede. You kind of have a bit of everything from CC to additional utility HP to burst damage.
And it's a wonder then why No Valentina hasn't been as popular, as favorited. Because I mean, back in the day when the Faramis was so OP, it was such a hot and heavy pick in the meta, you would always see the Faramis and the Valentina being contested interchangeably. But now we don't see the Valentina whatsoever, and instead AP Bren will close out the first phase with a Fredrin pick.
The proof that I'm
The first Fredrin pick of the day. It's strange to say that after basically being in the Fredrin era for the last, what, 4 months?
Yes.
Now Fredrin making his debut in MPL 2023 in its 3rd match. We did see it banned though, however, in game number 1 of the second phase by AP Bren themselves. So you can see that they still have a lot of emphasis. They still have a lot of success playing this hero and maybe not too much going up against it.
It's so crazy though. Fredrin just continuing to be Fredrin all throughout so many patches, so many shifts in meta, yet he's still able to be utilized. Man, it's like the gods look down on him and be like, yeah, you're the one.
I mean, we were talking about Fredrin, but hey, even the Joy, a big nerf, I would say, right? With a second ability now being able to just stopped by a lot of the CC, but still is one of the prio bans still because of that damage adjustment. Meanwhile, for the second phase, it's the Brody taken away by AP Bren. They already have that Bruno. Don't want to give the Brody over to Watt, knowing that it is a playmaking hero that he can make a lot of use with. Meanwhile, for Dewa, they do not want AP Bren to be able to set up and for that Bruno with a Dyroth, with that physical defense shred.
Definitely could be paired in with something crazy. But what will Dewa United ban out after the Dyroth? So they're saying that they want a free lane for the Uranus. Do you think a Khalid ban can come through once again here from Dewa United?
There's definitely a chance, but the Arlet should already be an XP lane pick.
Is that not
right?
a roam?
I mean, the roam is something we haven't seen in a while, but with the current adjustments, you're right. The roamer Arlet may come back. I think the last time we saw it was MSC 2023 when Keyboy picked it up against Burn X Flash. It's the Valentina ban. It comes in last. Very strange to see. Not in the previous patch, but in this, well, not in the last few patches, right? Usually we see it in the first phase, banned out or picked up. Now we're seeing it in the second phase or completely ignored. It's been a lot of changes in the game, and I honestly love to see just new heroes come up. We saw the Lilia earlier to fend off against that Feramis. AP Bren can take the same route, or they can try to outrange Dewa United with a Novaria pick, perhaps.
That's definitely a possibility. It's still up in the air. It does give them a little bit more visibility, as well as a utility coming through. So that is a possibility, but they go for the Farsa instead. So long range, sure. High artillery burst damage, but very, very vulnerable to dive, which is something that Nolan actually can offer.
He can offer that, but remember, AP Bren already have a lot of great cover for the team. If it's just Nolan, this is going to be a very easy road for the Farsa. The Frederick can provide cover, the Arlet can provide cover, and even the Bruno, heck even, right? If he plays behind the Farsa, using the Worldy, and just his damage alone could zone Nolan away from diving deep into the enemy line. So for Dewa, they need to bank on a little bit more dive. Maybe in the gold lane department, they can go for something like a Claude, but it's very risky in the matchup already against the Bruno. Last two picks for Dewa United. It's going to be the Wanwan and the Guinevere. 3 games we've seen, and 3 Guineveres also. Though for Guinevere, not the same level of success.
Like far from. Has yet to win a single game so far.
100%
Guinevere.
loss, 0%
We'll see
win.
if Dewa United will be able to break this lose streak that Guinevere has actually adapted for herself, with the 1-1 being picked up as well. What will AP Bren close this off with? Is it going to be an Arlet in the roam, or is it going to be Arlet in the EXP? What will Ogwin play?
Safe choice should be just the XP Arlet. Pick up a roamer like, heck, even maybe something like a Minotaur would work. But they go for the Phoveus.
There you go.
And it's going to be an Arlet mid. Or no, Arlet roam. Just as you said it, Eterna, it's the Phoveus in the XP lane for Flapteasy, utilizing the flex pick all the way to the end and countering the Nolan in the very end.
We saw this strategy in all the way from the first game, and it didn't work out the way that they planned. I mean, this was the exact same matchup, right? Uranus and Phoveus in that EXP lane. We saw the Phoveus in the early stage being heavily pressured, but of course the pilots are different now. It definitely could be a skill matchup that they can utilize. We'll see how this goes as the predictions. Very interesting.
Oh, this is going to be really hard for Dewa. I feel like AP Bren might have just outdrafted Dewa already. Remember, it's not just the Nolan, it's the Wan as well.
Oh, you're right.
It's very, both these heroes reliant on dashes.
Smash them.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to match number 3, game number 1 in this best of 1 series between the Indonesian rep Dewa United and the Filipino rep AP Bren. With both of these teams being able to secure their wins today, one of their win streaks will break. We'll see who comes out on top in Group A.
Wow. Early on already. Now it's going to be Ogwen who walks up into the enemy jungle, just trying to provide some utility, but yeah, it's also a Guinevere roam that's actually used up by Shaco here. Not the jungle that we usually see, so maybe that win rate can turn. Yeah, another plot twist here in the draft for Dewa United as well. They're basically saying you're not the only ones who can do it, but this Guinevere in the roam. Last time we saw it, I believe it was Godiva actually, who used the Guinevere as a roamer. But back then, you need that passive to still get the spatial migration knockup. This time, just with the spatial migration alone, you will be able to get a knockup. So, a more instant source of initiation for the Guinevere this time around.
But I think, oh, wait a minute. Lanaya getting very aggressive, and that's going to be first blood falling to the hands of Lanaya. Already a 1-0-0 for the Dewa United jungler with that first takeaway in the first minute. But back to that point, with so much purifies from the side of AP Bren, how effective can this Guinevere roam actually be?
I think if it can bait out all the purifies, it's still going to be effective, right? That Requiem lasts for quite a long time, and hey, for Shaco, he has a lot of survivability. He jumps in, he can also just jump back out. What AP Bren needs to be careful of is the early game snowball potential. Spatial migration connecting for Shaco onto Ogwen, just to try to out-damage him, out-trade him, but Ogwen gets a lot of HP back with the Vengeance reset in this trade. He's got to be careful though. Now chased down by 3. A flicker, but all the way just to the pit. He gets a stun down with the Vengeance as well, with the spatial migration. And the help of Kaze gets the kill back. It's 2 kills traded in by AP Bren though. They're able to find a turtle for free.
Okay, so already a very different idea that we're seeing here coming in from Dewa United. They're looking to pressure AP Bren from the early stage of the game, realizing that most of the heroes that they have opted for do require a little bit more time to progress into towards the items, mainly the gold lane and of course Farsa.
Looking at the emblems, nothing too crazy, right? The only thing I want to see or point out is the fact that Shaco has gone for the Brave Smite. Tank emblem into that Brave Smite with the power, with the Wilderness Blessing actually, to rotate across the map a bit faster. How effective it is still something that I am questioning. Still something that I want to see here. Because so far, despite the 2 kills that they have, the fact that AP Bren are still equal in gold shows you that it's going to be quite a problem for Dewa United once it comes to the mid game. That level 4 power spike for the Phobius, it's going to hit.
Truly is. Shaco opening up the map, giving some information to his team. But it looks like, oh, and he's going very, very aggressive.
Even the final slash with the Violet Requiem there saves Shaco for a bit. Caltizi gets a good taunt up onto Lanaya. Appraiser's Wrath even committed down in the enemy jungle. But both teams will decide to just take it slow. Just like you guys can on Omni. Go and watch the documentary, mini documentary on EVOS' brand ambassador Una and Bigetron's player Vin. More of a fight. Shaco taunted up. Oh, final slash dodged away from Shaco. Spatial migration into the front. Trying to find a cheeky little pick off, but will not find it. But it does give Watts a bit more time to get that weakness point.
Ooh, that was a little close for comfort though. I thought, all right, cool. Shaco got out. Wasn't able to be taken down by AP Bren, but then he dashes way back in. Luckily, it didn't amount to much from the side of AP Bren, but it does give them enough space to perhaps set up for this turtle first. Let's see, Lanaya is level 8. From the side of AP Bren, oh, Shaco goes in.
And it's a Requiem to combo it together. The Fracture as well. Ogwen taking low, but he's still able to survive. A final slash as well to bring Dixon and Shaco to the right side of the map. And now even a Demonic Force committed in by Flapteezy to zone the rest of Dewa United away for AP Bren, the rest of them, to pick up a free turtle.
Well played by the Filipino reps AP Bren. They realized that Kaltizi was actually a level below of Lanaya at that point. They forced a fight, was able to get an advantage, burn out the resources coming in from Dewa United, and were able to get a bigger say in terms of that turtle. But here we are. Wugwen. Man, Arlet Rome is kind of gross.
It's back to its oppressive state. The adjustment to the base stats, right? That was really what kind of stopped Arlet from becoming a roamer anymore, because you have to build damage on this hero to actually deal damage. Now for the healing, the sustain, and the damage, with those base stats already being buffed out, he can just go in without a care in the world with tank items. Even with the quantum charge. That's a quantum charge on the Arlet. And now it's going to be a siege down below. Ogwin marching forward again in the bottom lane. Why going to be changed? So you see the final slash brings them back. It is a free hit from Super Marco. A desperate Requiem for the side of Shaco trying to evade. But Ogwin still gets out. It's only 2 members taken out for free. AP Bren dominating the bottom lane team fight.
They're so patient. They're coming back with Dewa United leading in that early game. They've turned it completely around. AP Bren 6 minutes in, already a 2k gold lead. And they've taken all the kills for themselves as well, turning it back, taking all the turrets from Dewa United one by one as they look to invade. Even the buffs coming in from Dewa United. Shaco goes in.
Go for the orange buff. Steal Kaltizi, Appraiser's Wrath. The crossbow tang is ready, but look at the zoning from Super Marco. He's walking up forward and dishing out damage to provide the cover that the team needs. And even up top, this lane that should be an oppressive one against the Phobius. We saw this same matchup earlier in match number 1, Mielo versus Flapteezy. Flapteezy was on the Uranus, and Flapteezy was able to bully the Phobius. Not the same outcome this time.
No, it's a completely different story. When with Flapteezy being able to win that lane, he is going to have a little bit more say in terms of this next neutral objective, where AP Bren have actually already baited it towards their side. Kaltizi and Lanaya, this might just be a free turtle here for AP Bren.
Dewa have no way to get into this turtle pit unless Lanaya just dashes in, but now gets caught in the demonic force, chased down all the way. The more you dash, the more damage Flapteezy does. And Ogwin picks up the kill. At this point, even when the Arlet gets the kill, does it really matter that much? Eternal Ogwin got 3 kills in the first game. Now he's on 3 kills again.
How? He's a roamer.
He's a killer roamer.
He's a killer roamer. That's what we're getting here in this match. But Dewa United, they found a little bit of compensation, right? They were able to get a little bit more pressure in the bottom lane, but look at this.
Final slash, Kaze and Lanaya locked down. It's another round though. Granted him enough HP, and that's the crossbow of Tank from Watt to shift it over. A good shutdown picked up with the Appraiser's Wrath, connects onto 2. Kaltizi dashing out to safety. Dixon still running him down. But Dewa wants to secure this purple buff. Can they? Kaltizi just retreats it, gets a taunt in, and gets out.
He doesn't have it. He doesn't get it.
Nope. It's just a retreat clean from Kyle.
Man, Lanaya. All his resources are being kept away from him by AP Bren. And to make it all worse, Super Marco will be able to secure a tower in that top side, propelling him even further in this game, with him already quite far ahead. Where is he at? Super Marco, 103 KDA so far. Not even a single time taken down.
He's playing it chill because, again, in this matchup, it's already a pretty good matchup for the Bruno against the Wanwan. Especially when you're just trading, when you're just farming. The Wanwan is actually going to be the one losing out on, in a lot of these trades slowly.
Why is that? Is it the poke coming in from Bruno?
It's the damage and obviously also the dash. The dash that gets him to safety whenever the Wanwan tries to get an all-in. The only way 1-1 wins is if he gets the weakness point all around and get a crossbow tang in to win that trade. It's an all-in, not a trade. But against Bruno, it's almost impossible. As long as Super Marco times that dash properly, according to the first skill of 1-1, there's a very, very low chance of 1-1 actually hitting that.
And to make it worse, Super Marco actually has Purify.
Yeah.
So
reset.
Just in case all goes south, he can just pop in that Purify to completely deny all those weakness points. And Watt is caught in a disadvantage, and there you go, the Lord already just blitzed in by AP Bren, by the Bees, and that's going to be a free one over to the Filipino representatives.
They're having a field day in the 9th minute of the game with the Lord spawning up top. It's a big, big question mark as to why Dewa United did not ban the Phobius in the second phase. And why is that, Eternal? Did you maybe they thought the same, right? They thought, Arlet, no way it's going to be flexed into the roam position. And then meanwhile, Ogwin says, hold my bottle.
I mean, that definitely is a possibility. Meanwhile, Anaya, though, he's angry.
Fracture, some damage, but that's some good damage back as well. Anaya might be picked off. It's a 1-for-1. It's not worth it for Dewa. And Ogwin picks up the 4th kill in this game. The killer. He has almost all of the kills that AP Bren has this game. And he's a tank. He's a roamer.
He knows he's a roamer, right?
But he also knows he's Arlet. He's vengeance.
He's vengeance. The towers are going to be falling one by one here as all 3 lanes are going to be pushing. Ogwin being able to control that bottom side. Shackle!
It's a Requiem, but Super Marco just gets out with the Purify, and it's Dewa who actually have to commit a Netherrealm, a big resource. They're trying to siege down the base turret. Dewa United doing a good job at still keeping it intact, but it's lost so much HP, and the next push should certainly be 1 base turret down.
Back foot. They're United. They're definitely on the back foot right now. 6k gold lead and counting. The entire map, ladies and gentlemen, as you see it here, is red. AP Bren, they're controlling every single lane, every single interaction that both of these teams are going to be experiencing. And all they need to do now is just buy time, get as many resources away, aka the buffs, which they already have, and take down the Lord, or even utilize it to bait Dewa United at this point.
And I always say this when I'm talking about AP Bren, whether if it's I'm casting or if I'm streaming, but when AP Bren gets a lead in the early game, no matter how small that lead is, they're probably one of the best teams at utilizing that gold lead to build into a death ball. If you give AP Bren a 3,000 gold lead in the mid game, it's almost over most of the times. It's very rare that they actually throw this lead. And for Dewa, especially considering the composition that they have right now, countered heavily by the Phobius, that chance gets even smaller.
Flashbacks.
To what?
Echo Express.
Echo Express.
Flashbacks.
See, the way AP Bren do it though, they're very calm about it. They don't go for fights. The way Echo does it is, we fight. They fight. They also drive sometimes. They drive the game.
And it looks like, oh, what?
That's what happens when you try to engage on them. The Phobias, the more you dash, the more damage Flap does. Dixon brought back in one last shot. Super Marco picks up a double. You try to fight AP Bren with a gold lead, and it will not go your way.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
He's disappeared.
Luckily, he's on a fair miss. He can get back to the full and respawn in, but with Caltese walking up on this Fredrin like an absolute Chad, it's Lanaya who gets sniped down with a feathered airstrike all the way from the orange buff. Super Marco free hitting now, going on to Kaze, and that's another health bar completely disintegrated. What follows next? It's a desperate spatial migration to the back, and the base will be taken down. 12 minutes, super fast games from AP Bren, then Dewa, and then AP Bren again against Dewa.
And that's a 2 versus 1 in terms of points, ladies and gentlemen, of Group A. The Philo representatives, AP Bren, the tournament favorites, the MPL PH champions, will be leading this group for now, as that was the last game of Group A. We'll see them again tomorrow. We'll see how it goes out. But that was just beautifully played by AP Bren.
It was more than beautiful, Eterna. It was beautiful, it was clean, it was disciplined, it was tactical. Almost as tactical as Arashi. And that's why we gotta give it to the expert of tactical goodness, Arashi. How tactical was that, buddy?
Man, tactical, strategic, you name it. They're just so good at just using all the tools that they have. And then the drafting phase, like you mentioned, they just denied every single playmaking tool. I mean, I thought the 1-1 with the new weakness finder can maybe have a bit more punching power in the laning phase, right? If you proc it, it lowers your opponent's attack speed by 50% as well. But unfortunately in this game, Super Marco, for the most part, was never left alone. Every time he is moving around, every time there's any chance of him being in danger, it just seems like AP Bren were just, escorting him and even putting pressure everywhere else to ensure that his lane was relatively safe. And if you look at the composition, Again, lack of wave clear, lack of movement speed. It's kind of ironic because in the game between Nova Esports and Dewa United, this is what Dewa were able to do against Nova, and now AP Bren is doing it against them. And of course, that flex of the Arlet and the Phobias definitely caught them off guard. With so many mobility, right? With Uranus, with Wanwan, with Nolan, all these dashing heroes just punished by the Phobias. It's difficult enough, but in addition, there was no Purifies taken by Dewa United. Maybe a bit of miscalculation right there, but they also don't have a lot of ways to really engage a fight and go for a pickoff. The only thing they can really use is maybe the Shadow Stampede and maybe the Guinevere to go for some knockups, but it's still not a bit more of a AoE combo if you compare it to Ogwen here on the Arlet. Man, that final slash was insane. And with the base damage alone, yes, he was taking all the kills, but as a result, he's a tank, but he's also doing damage. So with kills, you get even tankier, and you're doing even more base damage, keeping up in the EXP curve. So on normal roamers, maybe something utility heavy is not really as impactful, but on a aggressive roamer like the Arlet, it's a whole different story, man. Ogren just completely took control of the game and denied any kind of chance of retaliation from Dewa by being in the front, by being able to outplay afterwards, and also having a lot more sustain built into his kit. He is just able to be a lot more obnoxious compared to Ray on the side of Dewa United. And this is something that I think Dewa needs to try and fix right here. If they want to try and get some kind of combo, some kind of pickoff going on, they need to be careful to ensure that the counter isn't really that apparent. Let's take a look at the highlights here for this game, with Ogren being the highlight for sure. Initially, it's the aggression, the damage coming in from Dewa, but slowly but surely, man, with time being bought, with farm still secured by AP Bren wherever possible, they keep their eyes on the prize, go for the neutral objectives, and sooner or later, they sail in. And here, when they go for Ogwen, but fail to secure the kill, it's just a disaster, man. He's able to get more damage in, more crowd control for the re-engage, and there's nothing left. And that is the story of the game. The more kills Ogwen gets, the tankier he gets, the more he can stay in the front and is just unable to be punished. And once it gets to that part of the game, even Dixon on the Uranus isn't tanky enough to stay in the front. And then the question becomes, what can they do? The 1-1 can't really go for the crossbow of Tang. They don't have any combos. The only real place for Lanaya to try and go for 1v1s, for split pushes. But look at the control. Even when Lanaya is able to get that solo kill, it gets immediately punished afterwards. And that's before factoring in that Super Marco is just farming up a storm and dealing a lot of damage when he's left alone. So the already limited crowd control available to Dewa United, they have to try and ration it, right? Are they going to try and use it to stop Flapteasy from just jumping around with a demonic force? Are they going to use it to stop the Fair Airstrike? Or are they going to try and use it to catch Super Marco? And again, the difference in battle spells, the presence of the Purifies in the hands of AP Bren definitely swung the pendulum just that much further in favor of AP Bren. Looking at the item builds right here, Case tries his best, goes for the instant lightning truncheon build, not even finishing the enchanted talisman, knowing that he needs some damage, he needs more impact in the game, and he goes for the necklace of Durance. And that's a bit forced here to try and deal with the sustain that Ogwen, Flapteasy, and Kauteasy all have in their kit. They're not going for a support regeneration build, but they just pick all these heroes with their own respective regeneration. So it really forces out all these items from the side of Dewa. And along with that, you can see Dixon also forced to build the Dominance Ice and the Oracle, but it just wasn't tanky enough towards the end of the game right there. And that just seems to be the idea for AP Bren. Because look at Phil. He also went for the Winter Truncheon, even though technically he wasn't in any real danger just yet. He was able to stay in the back line, but on the off chance that someone slips past the whole team and gets to him, everything is just prepared, already set up preemptively before Dewa can even make the move. So I think that is something that Dewa can try and do next time, right? Maybe predict a bit more how their opponents are gonna try to react or plan something, and then plan it out a bit better. Because the usual tip of the spear, the solution for Dewa United, he just wasn't allowed to do anything in this game. 0 and 2. And only a single turret was conceded by Dewa. And you just cannot do that against a team like AP Bren. But enough for me, back to Mirko and Eterna.
And aside from the wonderful tactics, the wonderful execution, I just say it's a big draft diff, Eterna. That flex, ultimate flex in the end that you called, by the way, the Arlet going as a roamer from the XP lane and picking up a Phoveus was really just a seal for AP Bren there. Like that's how they sealed the deal. It was a 1-1 on top of a Nolan. If it was just a Nolan, it would have been bad. Put a Nolan and a 1-1 together against a Phoveus, and it was bad. And a Guinevere, just all the dashes, and it was bad.
Bad.
Like not the Michael Jackson.
Is Uranus considered a dash?
Oh, his displacement is a dash, yes.
So bad. And that's why I think the Phoveus is an expensive pick that you should really just save to the last point, right? Because then your enemy has no idea that you're picking up the Phoveus, and there's no disregard as to what it would be.
Yeah, Dewa didn't even ban it because they really thought that the Arlet would go to the XP, and heck, I thought that too, right? Knowing that the Arlet in the recent patches have always just gone to the XP lane because of the base stats.
Yeah.
Then we remembered again, it's the new patch with the base adjustments, that base damage, that base sustain coming back in has really given Ogwyn so much power. He got most of the kills as a roamer.
He does know he's a roamer again, right? I think
Ogwyn,
we should ask.
Do you know or not? We'll have to ask him.
Let's go ask.
We'll ask
because
him
we
right
are
now.
going to head to a short break before we proceed MPLI 2023. And with that, don't go anywhere because now we're moving on to Group B. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Me and Miracle will see you after.
Eterna and Miracle.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
If you guys thought that Group A was intense, you're gonna experience a banger here coming into Group B, because you are gonna start off with two teams that I'm actually quite curious about as well. Blacklist International from the Philippines, as well as Team Falcons from MENA. And of course, on the caster stand, is this a stand? I can't say it's a desk, right? It's a stand.
It's a caster stage.
Caster stage. It's Eterna and Eterna. Welcome back.
What's up, guys? I'm Eterna, and I'm here to bring you guys match number 4. Now, a lot of you guys, when you just look at it, right, the two names, Blacklist versus Team Falcons, you might say, hey, Mirko, didn't we see Blacklist versus Team Falcon? No, it's different, right? You guys are probably remembering M4 group stage in Group A as well. Funnily enough, Blacklist took on Team Falcon, but that was the Falcon from Myanmar. Now we're talking about Team Falcons. It's plural.
Falcons.
And they come from MENA, not from Myanmar. And this time, there's a bit of difference from the Team Falcons that played in MPL MENA Eterna. There is a player swap that has just happened. Their roamer, unfortunately, was not able to fly to Indonesia, so they have a replacement. A replacement that we actually know. Who is he?
It's Maro!
Maro from Team Occupy Thrones, usually the representative from MENA in both MSC and M4. He is now going to be the roamer for Team Falcons as a replacement just for MPLI 2023.
And I think that's so awesome, right? Because coming into this, we're always so accustomed to Maro's playstyle, how he's such an anchor for the team, and now coming into a different lineup. I'm wondering how he's been able to adjust, because of course chemistry is going to be a question, but what is not a question is the journeys that a lot of these players have made, including Vin from Bigetron Alpha, and of course the EVOS brand ambassador Una. So if you guys want to know a little bit more about their journey, you guys can tune in to the exclusive content coming in from FWD only on Omni. So check it out.
It's exclusive content. That means it's only on Omni. What are you doing if you're not watching on Omni, bro? You can get your Hello Panda, you can get Omni, watch and chill and snack. Just snack.
Snack.
Snack. You know why I say it like that?
Why?
Because it's so delicious. Sometimes when you eat something really delicious, you make some exaggerated noises, right? And that's what I always do when I eat Hello Panda.
Thanks for the information.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks. So don't forget to download it on Google Play as well as the App Store. What?
You don't?
What?
Like, you know, usually when, I don't know about girls, but guys, when we eat, we like to make it really noisy when it's really good. It's like we just eat with our mouths open.
Do you want to, show us?
I mean, I would love to, since, there's already a very, very good snack here. This is my personal favorite, the double chocolate. Arashi is literally eating the cookies and cream one. And that's why you can see that my face is I'm a bit frustrated now, because I would want to be in this position right now, just snacking. I wish I could just eat this right now. But we gotta hold out from right now. Do you like the double chocolate as well?
Let's do it at match 6.
Match 6, okay. That'll work. 2 more matches.
Yeah, and then we'll just run away.
That works.
Right? Exactly.
Works.
So, if you want to hear weird noises coming in from Mirko from the best snack in the world, Meiji, Hello Panda, snack in the world, don't forget to stay tuned till match 6, because that's when he does it, ladies and gentlemen. But it truly is that good.
It is actually that good. Double chocolate, is that your favorite? Double chocolate?
Yeah, I like double chocolate.
I like double chocolate too.
Cool. You know what else I like?
What?
This new Blacklist lineup.
What's
with that?
That's a good topic to talk about, right? No VYs in this roster. Usually, when there's no VYs, you would expect them to just honestly falter, right? I mean, that's what happened right after M3. Right after they won, next season, no VYs, and they didn't make it to even playoffs. They were out of the playoffs, I believe 7th or 8th in the regular season. But now, without VYs, they're able to reinvent themselves and make it all the way to MPLI once again.
And it's a completely new roster again, and I guess you guys need to stay updated with these changes, right?
A lot of people might not know.
How do you do that? Exactly.
One Esports app right now, only exclusive on Samsung. Go ahead and download now on the Samsung Galaxy Store or the Google Play Store. Very easy to do. Why should I do it, Mirko? If you guys want to know exclusive interviews, if you guys want to see hero guides and updates that'll keep you on track on your journey to Mythic, not just Mythic, to Mythic Immortal. Everybody can hit Mythic now, but hitting Glory and Immortal, only those who are chosen, or those who just download One Esports app.
Exactly. So don't forget to check it out, because it's available on the Google Play or the Samsung Galaxy stores. So don't forget to get your hands on that ASAP.
That's a good song.
Back to Blacklist. Okay, you can't say that these kids are rookies, right? Because they do have experience on the international stage.
Yeah.
We've seen Al before, we've seen Dominic before as well. SEA Games, I think MSC, was it MSC? Owl?
It was SEA Games.
SEA Games.
Owl as well.
SEA Games.
MSC, first runner-up, just
Exactly.
against Onyx as well. 4-2, right? If I'm not mistaken.
See, that's the experience that they're going to be carrying over. And I'm wondering if Team Falcons can actually follow through on that experience.
If they want to follow through, they got to follow one. Esports. On Discord, on TikTok, on Instagram, on X. Say it right, Eterna.
Twitter.
X.
Is it Twitter?
Facebook.
It's Twitter, right?
They have rebranded Eterna.
Oh, it's X now?
Elon's going to be mad at you, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Elon.
Be careful, all right? And Twitch.
And Twitch.
And Twitch.
So, whichever social media you're more active on, don't worry. You know, we got you covered.
Are you hearing something?
Yeah, I am.
What are you hearing, Eterna?
What is that?
I don't hear anything. I'm just
I hear
asking
it.
you.
I hear it.
What is it?
Oh, wait. OG said that he's followed all the social media. And if you guys follow all the social media, he'll do push-ups.
OG, Ranger
OG,
Emas
yeah,
from the
Ranger
Indonesian
Emas.
broadcast.
Yeah, I heard it.
Confirm right here. If you guys want to see it, later we'll do it. But if you guys want to get 4,000 diamonds, there's a way to do it.
How?
Name that hero. What hero is that? We've done this so many times. If you miss again, if you don't get it right, Eterna, you just don't deserve 4,000 diamonds.
Is it Diggy? It's gotta be Diggy, right? It looks like Diggy.
I've given up. I've given up on Eterna guessing the heroes.
It looks like Diggy.
You know, maybe you're not that good at naming that hero. Maybe the
All right.
guys in the comment section, guys who are watching right now, are better, and you guys can try to name that hero to win 4,000 diamonds. Say, Miracle, I'm as bad as Eterna, maybe even worse at naming that hero.
I think it's
Eterna,
pretty close.
You've been getting a lot of diamonds from another.
Don't tell them.
Well, we gotta tell them, man.
No.
How else are they gonna register for updates, get the latest news, information, breaking news, all the good stuff, and also get a chance to win 4,000 diamonds?
If you tell them, I will not be able to get any more diamonds and I can't buy skins.
Eterna, sharing is caring. It's not all about you. Stop being... What is the word?
Miracle?
What do you... That was good.
That was good,
That was
right?
good.
Thank you guys.
Unfortunately, it's not as good as the prizes you get just for registering for updates.
Which is?
4,000 diamonds, exclusive interviews, breaking news, and in-game guides.
And
Eterna.
gossip about Arashi.
Wait, you can get that?
Yep.
No wonder you register for updates.
Of course. It's so easy. All you need to do is scan the QR code right down here. Oh, it's gone. Why you gotta do me like that?
They
Now
gotta
I'm
listen.
sad, bro.
Sometimes, when life gives you lemons and takes it away, they have a replacement, like Team Falcons.
Huh?
They have a replacement. They were
True.
given a great roamer, and now they've swapped their roamer with Maro.
So with that, I think we're gonna go straight into the official team lineup for the first team. I'm curious as to who. Let's see it right now. Right now. Official team lineup right now. They need some time to warm up.
Blacklist International with yet another new lineup. Still Coach Bonchan, though, at the helms as well. Usually in MPL Philippines, it's actually Dexstar and MTB. Master the basics.
Ooh, I mean, through the changes of the seasons of Blacklist International, the different flavors of Blacklist International, you know, one thing remains constant.
What?
Bonchan.
Bonchan.
Coach Bonchan, the mastermind behind just all the success coming in from Blacklist International. And it's crazy that they're bringing out this lineup finally, right? Were we able to get to see them at MPL PH?
Well,
or was it the main roster?
It was the main roster for the most part, but we were able to see this roster, well, part of this roster, not entirely the same roster here that we see, but it's also, that can be said about Team Falcons, who are now utilizing Maro.
Ooh, and with with Maro. I was gonna say Rano.
Rano?
Who's Rano?
I don't know who Rano
Who's
is. I know
Rano?
Maro.
I know Maro too. So let's see Maro with his team as well. Let's bring out the official team lineup.
Maro reuniting with Hulk and Leo. From M4, if you remember, it was Hulk and Leo and Maro, the trio. The dynamic trio, you might even say, to control neutral objectives. But last time, it was Leo with Assassins. This time, he's matured as a player, now utilizing a lot of utility. Utilize utility, W.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I do get it.
Yeah. Rise above.
Finally, we get to see them reunited for a moment. They were separated, but they're all back in one team here from Saudi Arabia, our representatives. They were the first runner-up from MPL MENA Fall 2023, and they're coming back here with a vengeance, back onto the international stage to just increase their name, to increase the awareness that, hey, we're a region, we're a contender as well.
Imagine coming back to the international stage and facing one of the big bosses of the international stage instantly. Your first match, Blacklist International. They even have international in their name.
I mean,
that's
it
how
makes
international
sense.
they are.
Yeah, no other team has international in their name. Onyx International. No, it doesn't work.
No,
it doesn't work.
Blacklist International.
That's how iconic they are. And now with Owl, Haji coming back into the same team, how is this team gonna go? I mean, people have been saying that this team, sure, we call it the second lineup, but they're not second to skill, nor are they second to experience. Do you agree with the statement?
For the most part, yeah. Maybe for the rest of the team, Dominic, Owl, Haji, we've definitely seen them in different international tournaments, in different tournaments domestically as well. But for the other two, the newcomers here, that's a big question mark for me, right? I'm honestly going to have to give a big W, though, to Rindo. It's a good name.
Rindo?
Yeah.
Why do you like the name?
If you know, you know, man. If you know, you know. Rindo is a good character. If I don't know if he got that name from the show I'm
Is this a weeboo thing?
Kinda.
Okay. Arashi said yes. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're back to Group B. We're down to Group B. Curious to see how this is going to go. Can you say that Blacklist International is a favorite to win in this group?
In this group, yeah, I think definitely they are one of the favorites to win with Homebois. Most definitely the two teams that a lot of people are actually predicting to go straight into the knockout
What
stage.
about Geek Fam?
Exactly, though. That's it.
It's so difficult.
They're all
But you
favorites.
said Group C was a group of death.
Group C is a group of death.
Why?
Because they have the most... I would say, out of all the groups, the most competitive has to be Group C. They're very equal in skill. Maybe it goes a bit better than a lot of the others there, but hey. Home crowd advantage.
It's like Echo versus
Indonesia.
Indonesia, just literally like that.
It's Echo versus Indonesia.
I
in
would
Group
say
C.
that Group B is a little bit more challenging considering the accolades and the
Wow.
experience behind them. So without further ado, let's enter the first match of Group B. Blacklist International from the Philippines and Team Falcons from Saudi Arabia. We're going to see Blacklist having first pick here with the Faramis taken out. Is our Falcons going to take... Oh, what? A Diggy ban?
They're Falcons. They're the only bird.
No birds allowed.
No owls. Get it? Because they ban out the Diggy and they're up against Owl.
But... Alright, that makes sense. Okay. Joy gonna be taken out by Blacklist as well. Falcon taking out the Wan. Alright, so this lays up actually a few heroes opened up here. Nolan still on the board. Oh, okay. Instantly taken out by Blacklist. They don't want to take a chance here.
The Wan as well, right? I mean, we know Owl loves the Wan. Even up against the Fanny in MSC was given the 1-1 pick. Unfortunately, was shut down by it, but it is one of his comfort picks that we have seen him play a lot of times before. Seems like Haji here, looking a bit different from what I usually know, right? For Haji, the Kada machine. I'm expecting Haji to get one of the Kada heroes once again, Eterna.
Kada?
Kada.
What's Kada?
The Kada, yeah.
The Kada?
You don't know what Kada machine is?
Kadira? Oh, KDA machine Haji.
Yes.
Oh, I was like, what's Kada? But yeah, I understand that.
Kada machine.
Kada machine. Sorry, I was thinking about it for quite a bit.
Yeah. It took you a
I was
while.
like, Kadira? Kada?
He does play
Abracadabra?
Kadira. He has played Kadira. But I think he does better on the Kada heroes. Literally, the heroes that stand in the back.
Eve, Farsa. Oh.
They go for Guinevere first pick with a Kadira ban from Team Falcons.
All right. So right now, we're standing at a 0% win rate on Guinevere, whether it's Guinevere Roam or Guinevere Jungle.
It hasn't been a good...
0 per 3, right? 3 matches so far. Blacklist International, they have been known to create their own algorithm. So let's see if they're going to be able to break the code of the lose streak of Guinevere. Meanwhile, Falcon, they're taking their dear time here with the Kadita being taken out. Very interesting bans coming from Falcon. It's not your regular bans for sure. Kadita and Diggy. And the Valentina first pick for the Saudi Arabian representatives.
First time in MPLI where we see a Valentina as well. Coach Lyric definitely trying to cook some crazy strategies in the back. And even the Edith, a hero that has been banned out a lot by mostly AP Bren. So they know what's up. They know what the Edith can do up against Blacklist International here, who are just going to lock in the Bruno. Still one of the favorites as well, especially for Owl. The Bruno secured like it's nothing in the Novaria as well. Trying to utilize that vision on top of the Guinevere and the Bruno for that extra hitbox.
You know what? I don't want to tunnel vision here. Is there a chance that this Novaria could be Roam? Or Guinevere Roam? Novaria mid? Is there a chance? Because, like, we've been plot twisted the entire day so far.
There's always going to be a chance. I won't say it's impossible, but looking at this lineup, I honestly just feel like it's best if the Novaria goes mid, if they just go for the standard, right?
The regular.
The Minotaur ban, though. Something very interesting. I understand with the Edith and the Lancelot. You're going to try to dive into the back and Blacklist. If they do pick up something like a Minotaur, we'll have a lot of cover and even re-engage potential against this dive. But for Blacklist, the bans should be towards that gold lane. You already picked up a Bruno. They want to try to give Owl as much room and space as possible. They do that, but not through gold lane bans. They do that, but through dive heroes banned out. Yudzong taken away, relieving a lot of pressure for that Bruno in the team fights.
And also the Novaria, right? Novaria is going to be a really strong anchor in the backline for damage and for just utility with the hitbox as well as sight. And so, of course, they do take something like the Yuzong that can definitely be a good counter towards the Novaria in the backline, but also a Khalid can actually be a really good option for Falcons to take. I wonder if they are going to be picking it up for themselves, especially with the Edith pickup. But of course, this Edith can still be flexed, in my opinion. I do like it better now for the EXP lane, but I think that Roam still does have potential.
I think so too. I like it in the XP lane, especially my friend loves it in the XP lane with Inspire on that Edith, Primal Wrath, and then Inspire just to outplay their opponents. But in pro play, I think it's a bit different. I don't think it's that viable with the Inspire. Team Falcons, they're taking away a lot of the healers. When you look at the bans, you would expect these bans are usually towards Blacklist International before. Back in the day. The healer meta, Blacklist International, the Ube strat Blacklist. But even now with this roster, it just seems like that identity has even given this new reinvented Blacklist a kind of same Ube kind of strat. And the Brody will be banned out, giving Owl a bit more space in that gold lane to bully. And now Falcon, they want to go for a fast clearing gold laner.
The Claude.
I actually think something more like a Beatrix. The Claude has a horrible time against the Bruno.
I don't like Claude, but why the Minotaur ban?
I think it's mainly just to stop the dive from happening. If they do want to dive on this Lancelot, this Valentina, and even the Edith, they want to stop any sort of re-engage or cover engage Because Blacklist, if they're able to chain it together with the Violet Requiem, they're going to be locked down for ages.
All right, we'll see. Falcons pick. They're hovering over it right now. Can't really see what that is. It looks like it could be a Beatrix.
I will choose my
Not a Beatrix.
own path.
It's an
Arlet.
Arlet pick first in the XP lane. They want to try to utilize this final pick to get a good gold laner into their hands for
Big
launching.
flex.
Master of
But it's a Tamiz
And the beast
pickup
of
for
vengeance.
Dominic in the XP lane, and a Mathilda being hovered over. You can even see the choice of emblem and battle spell
Always on the
for
way.
Dominic on
Your
that Tamiz.
team
It's a
is
Brave
ready.
Smite Vengeance Tamiz.
I know it's not V, but is this still Matilda Airlines?
It should be, right? The identity sticks with the team, whether it be a different player. Blacklist International trying to utilize a pseudo Ubis
Right?
strat.
I mean, Guinevere jungle. It's giving you flashbacks, does it
It's
not?
a very V-wise combo.
Let's see what the response coming in from Falcons is going to be. Are they going to go for a safer pick in the Beatrix, who has a little bit more say in the lane as well in these team fights, or are they going to go for something a little bit more risky, like the Claude?
Oh man, the Claude against the Tamiz with Vengeance is a very scary thing to pick up, and yeah, they're gonna go for the Beatrix. Beatrix also gonna have a lot of trouble actually dealing damage against Blacklist International, especially if they go for a pure front to back. Dominic, remember the choice of spells. He went for Vengeance. You start shooting the Tamiz, if he gets Blade Armor and Vengeance, say goodbye to your health bar.
If I'm not mistaken, Thamus had a buff, right?
Yep.
What was the buff?
Well, I actually forgot which part of it was buffed.
Okay,
But I do know...
we can ask the analyst later on.
Yeah, we'll have the tactical analyst later. But I do know that so far, I've been 100% wrong.
Okay. That's a bad
It's
situation
a weird flex.
for Falcons right now. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We finally get to see Team of Falcons, the representative from Saudi Arabia, go head-to-head with the second lineup coming in from Blacklist International all the way from the Philippines. With a heavy dive composition from Blacklist, will Team Falcons be able to defend the aggression coming in? But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a technical pause for just a bit. Now we get to talk about
The game.
the game,
The draft.
the lineup.
The lineup. We're going to chill. And we are going to take our time here, just like the players here, to troubleshoot their problems.
Ah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be patient with us as
Okay.
we try to troubleshoot this problem as fast as possible.
A little bird talked to me already.
A little bird,
Yeah.
what did he say?
A little bird said that the buff towards Thamus,
Was it a tactical analyst?
it was.
The TA?
Yeah, it was.
TAA,
How did
tactical
you know?
analyst Arashi.
Yes.
I know because I literally saw him.
It's called acting.
Okay.
Anyway, he said that the buff towards Thamus was on cooldown of his first ability
That's
and
actually
increased
really good.
movement speed.
It's really good. The duration of the cooldown for the first skill, that's one of the ways you're able to maneuver around the map really
Exactly.
fast, clear the
Mobility.
waves as well, and win out in these trades. That first skill gets you a lot more than you would think, actually. Just a little bit of a buff will have a drastic impacts on the hero.
Because back in the day, I feel like Thamus was really strong in lane in that 1v1. But what was kind of lacking was a little bit similar to Terizla. I felt like his mobility was a little bit... It was less than the meta EXP laners at the time. But now with the buff towards his first skill, I think that's kind of been negated. Second skill has been negated. Sorry, the little bird whispered to me again. He said second skill, not first skill.
The TAA,
The TAA.
the tactical analyst Arashi.
LB... I can't abbreviate. Wait. Tactical...
YCA, you can't abbreviate.
Wait, tactical...
TAA, tactical analyst Arashi.
LBTAA, there you go.
What is that?
Little Bird Tactical Analysis Arashi.
Why are there two T's?
I said one T.
Oh, all right.
I said LBT.
Ah.
Oh my god.
You know, you're making me confused. But it's okay.
All right, we'll leave the abbreviations to Mirko. Back to the draft.
LIM, leave it to Mirko.
What do you think?
LITM, actually, sorry.
Was Edith in the roam position, or is she an EXP?
You're gonna have to Let me just ask. You asked your little
My
bird.
little bird.
I'll ask mine as well. It's Maro on the Edith, so it is going to be the Roamer Edith and the Arlet XP. It gets confusing when an Arlet and an Edith gets picked up because you don't know which one's going where, but
Exactly.
we have confirmation from the big bird. Maro is on the Edith.
Ooh. I mean, back in the day, Maro was a legend on the Franco.
He was a legend, but you know who else is a legend?
Who?
Dominic.
Wow.
Gold medalist SEA Games already diving deep into enemy lines. My God, what an impressive force. Buying so much time and space for the team. You can see that Team Falcons had to rotate 3 members up top to keep him at bay. My Lord. I like this name, by the way. Good Night. It'll give me a lot of creativity to cast later on if it is actually a good night for them. That's an Onward and an Earth Shatter. Locking key point down. It might be first blood. A good guiding win, and the flicker gets him out. A very scary situation, but Rindo has already hit level 4. Meanwhile, Leo gets caught in spatial migration. The Violent Requiem. What? And the Retry to secure the orange buff. A 3-level lead in the first minute of the game. I have never seen that happen before.
That's flexing. That's flexing if that's anything you can call it. I mean, Blacklist International completely outplaying Team of Falcons here in the first 2 minutes of the game. And that's a 1K gold that they have in their pockets. Wow, what a start to this.
What the heck? I've never seen a 3-level lead in the start of the game like that. Kimpoi knocked up again, but not much they can do with it. The guiding wind gets him out so easily. And sure, Blacklist International won't be able to have as much mid-control for now, but even with this mid-control, Rindo's the one on the turtle. There's not much Leo can do. He's still level 3. Dominic rotates a bit faster, and now that's going to be a flicker onward. Earthshatter comboed in, but with the Violent Requiem, it's Maro who gets picked off, and it's a free turtle over to Blacklist International.
He was looking for something over there. Leo, though, is he going to get taken down? And that's it! Owl, of all people, gets the kill on it to Leo. And that is going to propel this Bruno a lot further than the Beatrix in that lane.
The footballer gets a kill. It's a big snowball that he can develop here. Lotrick forced to just use that Bennett's Rage to clear the wave to get some of those minions. A 1.7k gold lead in the first 2 minutes of the game, and Team Falcons are already looking for scraps around the map. They need to look for something.
They do, and they haven't been able to find it. I mean, earlier on, Maro was looking for an engage with the Earth Shatter onward combination, but unfortunately, the counter engage coming from Blacklist was very quick as well. Maro here dealing some damage onto Kimpoi, but it's not enough damage to revert him back to the base. I mean, Kimpoi regenerating again, opening up again the vision. And this is Blacklist with so much control over the map.
Even Leo not able to farm. Good night! In the mid lane, 3 minutes in, gonna be taken out. Maro with a defensive Primal Wrath. A DPW.
Good night to good night.
It's not night yet. It's 4:32 p.m.
Is it?
It's good afternoon.
Oh, forced the flicker there in the top side. You can tell that Hulk is having quite a challenging time there against the Thanos in the lane. And that's exactly what we were waiting for, right? The buffs to the Thanos, we wanted to see how it performed. And this is what we're getting here.
It's doing really good in lane. Good damage as well. Final slash. Connecting onto Natalia, I believe.
Was there a Natalia in the game?
That's the term we use usually, a turn when it doesn't hit anything. But nice catch. Now it's Falcon who are basically trying to catch a lot of these hands from Blacklist International who are trying their best to just box Falcon out of these positions. They're not really able to find these positions at all. The Astral Echo reveals 2, and Maro is forced back with an Astral Meteor and a Sphere connecting onto the back. Leo forced to use the puncture defensively, and even a very aggressive Circling Eagle takes them out of the turtle fight entirely. Hulk forced to jump in with a vengeance, and that's a Spear connecting. Hulk walking back, forcing a lot of this team to just help him get out, and Blacklist are controlling this game so well.
Blacklist having all their roots in the neutral objective takes, and it seems like despite realizing that they don't have enough firepower to go head-to-head with Blacklist, Falcons still seem to want to force the issue. Do you think they should be looking for trades somewhere else? Maybe try and bring Lotrick up?
That's the plan, Eterna. Definitely is, but Homebois is not letting that happen. Another circling eagle from Good Night. The turret falls in the bottom lane as he gets out with a guiding wind. No trades for Team Falcons.
That's a 4K gold lead for Blacklist in the 5th minute of the game. What's going on? What do Falcons do at this point?
Well, Good Night's gonna be knocked up and taken out with a Requiem and a snipe from downtown. Haji eating Good Night up just like you guys can eat. Hello, Panda.
201 KDA.
Schnack.
They gotta be enjoying this. 4,000 gold lead already? Literally nobody from the side of Blacklist has been taken out yet. That's how oppressive that they have been, and that's how calculated they have been when they go in for the engages. Just taking away all opportunities for Falcons to come back in the game.
They're just trying to beat the clock at this point, right? 6 minutes in, 4,800 gold lead built up. Good Night has only gone the clock of destiny. And when you do that much damage onto the tank, you know it's a problem. The Meteor on top of a Requiem. Hawk gets a final slash, but it's all just to defend and prolong, delay the inevitable. The turret from being taken out up top.
But you can say that the Requiem has been such a driving force into the pickups coming in from Blacklist International, and not one person from the side of Falcon have actually respected that. No purifies whatsoever. I understand being on a Valentina, you want to have that flicker in your arsenal to go for these engages, especially when you pick up a initiating type of ultimate. But at this point, I think it would have been a little bit safer to go for Purify, seeing as how many times he's already been taken out in the first 6 minutes of the game. Already 0-2-0. Not really a good stat for him.
And every single ambush strat they're looking for has been basically read out by a circling eagle. That's a Menace Rage onto Homebois. The first kill on the board. Rindo gets a Requiem though, and he picks up a killing spree. Now, gonna be run down as that's a circling eagle to the back by Good Night, but he's not able to find enough damage. Rindo just soaks it in, and now it's Dominic, who's looking for a flank, but he decides to stop.
There is a little bit of trading, I would say, for Falcon finally being able to crack that egg here in the 7th minute of the game. Homebois gets taken out, but unfortunately it was a roamer as well. So there's not many shutdowns to be available at this point. But Blacklist, again, still the oppressive force, looking for more trades. They're able to take that tower in the bottom side, and they're pushing once again. I don't know if Hulk can actually protect this, and I don't know if he wants to, right? Homebois on the Matilda, it's going to be so easy for him to dive in and dive out, weave in and weave out of these engages, being the sole protector of his team. And Rindo again?
Spatial migration and a violent Requiem again with Matilda Airlines to top it off. And a Retribution steal. Dominic as well in the back, just flanking, zoning for the turret to be taken down in the mid lane. Forward free, another spatial migration. Not enough damage, but they've done enough emotional damage to push and shove Falcons back to their base.
Turret damage as well. Another turret does fall in the top side here for Blacklist International. Up until this point, the Saudi Arabian representatives, Falcons Esports, has yet to touch a single turret from Blacklist. It's almost a 10k gold lead for Blacklist.
In the 8th minute of the game, they've beaten the clock at this point. And Dominic's not even letting Leo get free farm. No free farm for any one of the members from Team Falcons. He might actually just lose out even more with the bottom lane getting shoved in. I don't think Falcons can even take Dominic down with one member. They cannot, like, match Dominic's presence with one member. They have to send at least 3. But by that time, Blacklist will just get a free neutral objective. Leo walks up and gets taken out like it's nothing. Chain CC'd on a Lancelot with a lot of unstoppable, untargetable abilities. He still gets one shot.
What was the plan, right? You're already 4 levels below. If you wanted to look for a steal, it was still so far off.
It's even a 90-10 steal. Yeah.
Exactly. The possibility of being able to steal with a 4-level deficit against the enemy jungler, that's a 10% chance, basically. So I don't understand what the plan was. Why did he dive in there?
Well, obviously, they're getting desperate at this point, right? They haven't even hit the 10-minute mark, and they've already lost so much spatial migration as the replay comes in. And my oh my, there's a little bit of an engage happening in the mid lane. No kills, however. Let's take a look at the replay again. Yeah, you're right. Leo, it felt like they were just getting desperate. They wanted to get an opening. They wanted to look for a steal, but they just couldn't find it.
It looks like a tilt. It looks like a tilt. It looks like a wrong,
A misstep?
a wrong calculative decision. Like it wasn't calculated properly. And that's the result that you were given. Leo, unfortunately, was taken out, and this Lord is going to be marching down on the top side. This might be the final push.
It actually might be. With the First Lord, it's very rare to see a First Lord final push, but in 10 minutes, it's an 11,000 gold lead. Falcons still able to evade from the inevitable end. Before now, I feel
Almost
like
12K.
exactly with that gold lead, they're kind of just relying on Blacklist to make a mistake here, right? What other proactive movements can they make?
They can name the hero and win 4,000 diamonds.
Just like the people back at home?
Exactly.
What's that hero?
It's Diggy.
Think he was banned? No.
Okay. Who wasn't banned?
Camus?
Farsa.
Yeah, I mean, technically you're right. Farsa wasn't banned.
Could be Farsa.
Leo has completed the Thunder Belt. Dominic is opening up the map like it's his part of the map, right? At this point on the Stammes, is he even killable?
Doesn't look like it so far. Does Falcon have enough just raw damage at this point, being so far behind? I guess we'll get to
Wow.
a little sneak peek into the items. From the Valentina, not near as ready. The Beatrix has the raw damage, but what about the penetration?
For Blacklist, I don't even think they need penetration at this point. The Falcons frontliners they don't even have enough gold to actually pose a threat defensively. Rindo just jumps in like it's nothing, pops in the Requiem, jumps out. Doesn't even matter. He wasted a big resource, but at this point, as long as they keep Falcons at bay, as long as they continue to freeze the waves, it'll always be a small win for Blacklist.
Matilda's just... It's a force. It's a
It's an
force to be
airline.
reckoned with. It's an airline, right? Because even earlier on, the amount of times that Kimboy has been able to save his friend's skin, that was even before he was able to secure the Flask of the Oasis. Now he has it, so it's going to be that much harder for Falcons to look for the opening that they so rightly deserve.
Okay,
Leo?
another chance to try to look for a steal, but the Astral Echo reveals all four of them, and Leo gets zoned away before he can even do anything to the Lord. Still a puncture ready, but I don't think Leo wants to go for it. It's an easy take for Blacklist, and a good trade, actually, from Falcons. This is the only trade he can get. It's not a good trade on paper, but considering the situation Falcons have been placed in by Blacklist, that's the first turret in the game, first objective for Falcons.
Those were the kind of plays that I really was expecting from Falcons when they were already behind like 5k, 6k gold. It took them this long for them to go like, all right, hey, Blacklist, they're playing with fire. Let's not fight fire with fire. Let's look for something else.
Let's look for water.
Let's look for water. Look for something else on the map. Don't try to go head to head with them. And they do finally get a little bit in exchange. I understand, like you mentioned, it's not the best trade that they can get, but it's literally the only choice they got at this moment, right? They can maybe perhaps utilize Leo to go for a split. Even that is quite difficult with how pressuring Dominic is. But what?
Final Requiem with a spatial migration only onto Hulk, now caught in Earth Shatter. The turret's gonna be falling down. The Rindo actually gets down, and the final splash connects onto Owl, but he's still free hitting somehow, some way. Leo forced back all the way inside of the base, and Team Falcons are looking for a defense that might not be possible at this point. Bennett's Rage used up onto Hulk. The Mirror's Passion canceled out by a circling Eagle, and Owl is just free hitting, taking them down one by one. It's a double kill, a desperate Earth Shatter Flicker combo as Owl picks up a triple, and it's a Maniac Savage! Not in time. Blacklist gets the win early.
The first Maniac of MPLI 2023 goes to the Filipino representatives Blacklist International with a violent and dominant first game. The Saudi Arabian representatives Falcons Esports. That must be a tough loss for them.
It's crazy. This isn't Blacklist's main lineup.
It's not.
This is Blacklist's mixed MDL/MPL lineup combined together, and they're already a force of nature against Team Falcons. An absolutely dominant game that our TAA can definitely talk about. Our tactical analyst Arashi. Let's throw it over to TAA Arashi.
Let's go.
What's up, guys? TA back with the tactical analysis right here. Wow, Blacklist International. We thought that they would have the edge for sure against Falcons, but not like this, man. At every single turn, it seems that they just completely outmaneuver, outplan Falcons. It'll begin in the draft where you can see a bit of a disparity. It seems like there's some respect being implemented by Falcons. As for Blacklist, it's all about removing the backline threat, making sure that their backline can be as free as possible. And looking at the results, they limit the assassins down to maybe just a Lancelot, a few other more predictable options, and then they have adequate counters, adequate crowd control to just stop everything in its tracks. The early game was just so brutal, man. It does seem like Leo, maybe there's a bit of a synergy issue. I mean, there was a change in the roster for Falcons, but man, he just seems to be in a different spot compared to everyone else, right? He was trying to make plays happen without a lot of backup, sometimes going in alone, and against Blacklist, all those plays just get punished very severely. And man, in the early game, the mid lane, we already know that for Blacklist, that mid lane is just so good. The roaming trio was just utilized to perfection, especially with the wave clear advantage they have with that Novaria in the mid lane. The MVP though, for that game is going to be Rindo on the Guinevere. 0 deaths and doing a lot of damage. He was almost one-shotting a lot of the members from Falcons despite building a full defensive build. He went for the Impure Rage as well without any mana. It means that whenever it's procced, it actually heals up the HP bar instead. That also contributes to how tanky he was, and against such a mobile, reliable crowd control hero, Leo on the Lancelot was just having so much trouble, especially because his team, they tried to adjust, but it was just a bit too late, and it's just a cascading snowball effect from there. He lost in the early game, lost in the level 4 level contest, and afterwards, it's just Rindo going in again and again. He is tanky, he has outplay potential, and to make things worse, there's always backup coming in from Haji in the mid lane, from the Novaria, and of course, there's always the extra maneuverability and backup coming in from the Mathilda. So it's just such an annoying combo, especially because there's no real way for Falcons to really threaten the kill. This is that play in the early game, an absolute disaster that leads to it snowballs right to the next objective in the turtle. And it seems that Falcons were just trying so hard to match the aggression, to try and be the aggressor against Blacklist, feeling that they maybe have a bit more of a aggressive composition, but it just isn't meant to be, especially with the predictive plays from Blacklist, just going into bushes without even having any vision. It does seem like they do have a good read on how Falcons like to, position, because this bush right here, this is the location of so many deaths for the members of Falcons. And afterwards, Leo tries his best to make the play happen. Bit of a Hail Mary attempt, but there's no way that Blacklist will fall for such a play. Afterwards, it's just a classic Blacklist, right? Play strong in the front line, use crowd control to bait out skills from Falcons, and that way, Owl can just be very aggressive, and even in the worst case scenario, he gets caught out, the Purify is there to save the day. This is the last sequence right here, where Blacklist as well showed patience, knowing when to actually go all in and commit on the end, and when to just slowly but surely grind down the members of Falcon and get that Maniac, almost a Savage, but unfortunately, just wasn't quick enough. Looking at the post-game stats right here, the gold disparity is just something else. We've seen Dominant, but yo, this is, what, 16,000 almost? Good night though. He went for the, we haven't seen the Clock of Destiny being built up after the recent changes, but he still went for it. But he is just unable to get anything done. Losing out in the wave clear from Haji, but even afterwards, just getting punished whenever he tries to go into the bushes again and again. On the other side, the Mathilda really isn't as broken, as crazy as it used to be with the Flash of the Oasis, but nevertheless, when you don't use it with the intent to abuse it, then you can use it for utility, and that is what makes it so difficult, because the members of Blacklist are already very tanky to begin with. So when you're trying to secure the kill onto Dominic, onto Rindo, that guiding wind just throws everything out the window, and not to mention the double intel gameplay from the Astral Echo and the Circling Eagle just makes it so that whenever Falcon are trying and get some setups, they just can't escape the vision from Blacklist, resulting in only a single kill over the course of that game. That is just difficult. But that's enough for me. We're gonna hit back straight to Mirko and Eterna.
And it's official. Guinevere's curse has been broken. And we talked about this, right? Blacklist, they're known to create their own algorithm. They're known to create their own code.
What's the tagline?
Break the code.
Exactly. Break the code.
There
It was
you
at
go.
0%. Now it's still a horrible win percentage on the Guinevere.
But it's
for
no longer
Blacklist,
0%.
100%.
There you go.
They
You were
broke the
pointing
code.
at something earlier on.
I was pointing out the fact that it was very. I don't know if this was a strat from the early game, the roamer boots from the Valentina from Good Night, or was it kind of an adaptive strat towards the end because they were getting so little gold. Maybe he bought the roamer items to try to funnel as much gold to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, he'll just take the gold from the roamer.
Which is why he was so
Roaming.
far behind anyway, right? Only
Super.
one item, if I'm not mistaken. Just the Clock of Destiny. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The first match of Group B. We are going to go forward to our second game. And it's going to be Geek fam from Indonesia going head-to-head with Homebois all the way from Malaysia. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I think it's a great matchup. Both teams love to team fight, love to contest neutral objectives. Chibi versus Nile. That's a matchup I want to see in the jungle.
That's true. And I'm actually quite curious with the roamer matchup as well.
Zorn Baloy.
Exactly. Both veterans in their own right. I want to see how that actually fares, what different playstyles they might actually show up today, because we've seen a lot of flavors, right? We've seen Arlet, we've seen Guinevere, we've seen Kufra. Just what else are we going to be seeing?
What will Baloy play? Will it be Angeloy? Will it be Rafaloy? Or will it be Choloyski?
Oh, so many options. Are you ready for the break, ladies and gentlemen?
They're ready.
We're ready. All right, we're going to give them a few moments. We're going to give you guys a few moments from all the action. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Me and Mirko will be right back.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Bin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Back at it again with me and Mirko here at MPLI 2023 for the 5th match of the day. And we get to see two teams coming through. We haven't seen them before so far. It's going to be Geek Fam going head-to-head against Homebois. Now, predictions, Mirko.
Homebois, 1-0.
That was very quick.
Very quick.
Were you thinking about it the entire break?
No,
was
but I am
so
very
quick.
decisive.
All right.
I'm very decisive. So whenever you ask me a question, instant answer.
Do you like strawberry or chocolate?
Chocolate.
Oh, that is quick.
I'm decisive, man.
Decisive.
You give me a question and I'll answer. Okay, unless you ask me a question that I don't understand. Like, let's say a question in a different language. So I can't understand that.
That's not decisive.
Yes.
Be
but
consistent.
you be consistent.
I'll try.
We'll be consistent here. And honestly, when we're talking about consistency, there's only one. Well, not a few actually, things that are consistently good. The mini documentaries on Omni are consistently very, very amazing. Mainly for me, the standout has got to be the one with Vin. His struggles and his journey as a player, moving to different teams and now acting as the leader and also kind of like a semi-coach of Bigetron Alpha.
That makes sense. And I've always wondered why. Like, why do you respect Vin so much? Sure, he's been in the league for so long,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like, what else? What is there to him? And finally, those questions were answered in the documentary. So don't forget to check that out as well, ladies and gentlemen. It is an exclusive content only available
Exclusive.
on Omni by FWD, and you guys can download it on Google Play as well as the App Store. So very easily to get your hands on it. You can do it during the breaks, right? It's a 10-minute break. There's some time to flicker through 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Every break, there's always something that follows you through. For me, it's the Hello Panda. Every single time we get a break, I will open up one of these packs and I actually just showed it live earlier how many packs we have here. So by the time this event ends,
You're
there's-
gonna be a panda.
I'm gonna be a panda. In real life, or like Hello Panda, as in like good.
Like intelligent, like the coach.
Coach Panda,
There you
RSGPH
go.
Coach,
Mhm.
Coach Panda. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind being as intelligent as Coach Panda or being as delicious as Hello Panda. But I do not want to be a panda in real life.
I mean, they're cute. You don't want to be
They're
cute.
also about to go extinct.
Okay. All right. You know what I really wanted to talk about was like, I love this snack because it doesn't get your hands dirty.
You're
so
right,
as a
actually, yeah.
gamer, you like snacks that don't get your hands oily and
Mm-hmm,
like crumbs and they get sticky on the screen or whatever you're playing on. And with Hello Panda, you don't need to worry about that.
It also comes in with really good packaging as well, right? I mean, a lot of them you just open it, it can spill. This one, you can actually keep it in this. What shape is this?
I think it's a
Hexagon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hexagon. Hexagonal shape, right? And it just doesn't get
Hex?
anywhere.
Is
You
6
can-
hex?
6 is hex, yes.
Okay. Just making sure. Maybe the viewers don't know.
Maybe you don't know.
I was making sure for the viewers.
All right, since you
I always
tested
do it
my
for the viewers.
decisiveness, right? Let me test your decisiveness.
Okay.
Homeboys or Geek?
Geek.
Oh, that was quite Geek.
That was quick, right?
So how accurate have your predictions been today?
I was wrong on one.
You were
on
wrong
Nova.
on one. You want to know? Yeah. And that was your legit prediction?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
interesting.
it wasn't really prediction, but more like rooting for.
Uh-huh.
And
You
then
were rooting for Nova.
Kind of was.
It's kind of like Wolf's prediction. If you guys follow One Esports on social media, you guys probably know that he actually predicted TOB, number 1, number 2, AP Bren, and number 3, Nova, for top 3 of MPLI. That could not work, because one of those teams will be knocked out.
Well, like it's like you put 3 eggs, and at least one of them has got to work, right?
You know what?
Technically-
Let's stick to what works in real life
Okay.
for real.
Okay. What works for real in life?
One Esports app.
Oh.
You open it up, you check out all the latest news, all the latest updates on any esports, whether it be breaking news or exclusive interviews. You guys can check it out with athletes fighting for the MPLI throne on One Esports app. Download now where? Eternal where?
Google Play and the
GP.
Samsung Galaxy Store. So exclusive
SGS.
to Samsung users. But you know what's not exclusive to Samsung users?
What?
Social media.
Social
Right?
media.
One Esports, they got you covered on different variation of social media, whatever you're most active on, right? We have Discord, we got your TikTok, we got Instagram, we got X, okay? I have to remind myself, it's X now, okay? Facebook, we got YouTube,
Wow.
as well as Twitch. So if you're more of a Twitch user, they got you covered. If you're more of a YouTube user, they got you covered. TikTok, covered.
All the social media that you probably use. You know, sometimes I'm like, yo, mom, take a look at my TikTok. She said, what's a TikTok? So she goes on Facebook, and then I can share on Facebook as well. One Esports, baby. I shared that MS Paint meme, MS Paint ticket selling thing to everyone I know.
I think that's what made most of my friends and viewers buy the MPLI tickets.
The MS Paint one.
Yep.
You know what else made me want to join the incredible events of
What?
One Esports? Name that hero.
Get 4,000 diamonds?
4KD.
It's Diggy.
We've been through
Is that
this.
not Diggy?
We've been through this.
Look at the hero right below Miracle there. Tell me it's not Diggy. You guys are
so bad at
hallucinating.
this. She's horrible at this. But
Okay.
you guys can show her that you are better at
Argus?
this than Eterna, right? That is not the art.
Atlas?
How did you get Atlas?
Is it not
Guys,
Atlas?
please just name that hero so I can, can we just move? You know what? If you're as bad as Eterna at naming that hero, you guys can go and just register for updates and get 4K diamonds as well. And instead of making all of us tilted in the live chat and the viewers tilted, you can just register for updates.
Yeev.
4K. I said stop, man. Just register for updates.
You gotta keep trying. Determination
Sometimes-
gains success.
Never give up is a great motto to tell a lot of people, but sometimes you just gotta give up, Eterna. And this is one of those times. Just register for updates.
All right.
You're bad
all
at naming that hero,
Okay,
man.
I'll scan the QR code right below me right now. I can't do it right now. Maybe I'll do it during the break. But you guys can do it right now. So, get your hands on those 4,000 free diamonds. Did we mention that it was free? It's free.
It's free. And
It's
what else do you
free.
get aside from the 4K diamonds?
Everything. Exclusive content. You guys get esports updates, breaking
Okay.
news, interviews, in-game guides, gossip
everything.
about Arashi and his love life. Maybe you guys are wondering, is Arashi single? Information with the updates.
That's an interesting update to get from One Esports. I don't know if that's exactly accurate for the most part, but I know what's going to be accurate.
What?
The video.
The official team lineup?
Exactly.
All right, with that being said, let's pull it up right now. Why doesn't it not work sometimes?
The Usurpers with not Marquis, but Chad Era. Geek fam.
The representatives from Indonesia. First team runner-up at MPL ID Season 12. Out of the blue, without any expectations, without any predictions coming in from viewers, the audience, from all the casters, they were able to do the impossible. They were able to climb all the way up to second place, right below Onyx. And it looks like they're looking for more. They nearly had it last year, remember, ladies and gentlemen, back in the fourth MPLI.
Yeah, made it all the way to the grand finals as well, and fell to the same people that denied them the championship title for MPL. But who they're up against is also a champion from Malaysia. Serumpun with Indonesia. Who is it, Eterna?
It's Homebois! And with that, let's pull out their official team lineup.
The Malaysian champions, Homebois.
They are no strangers to us, with official team lineup being Chibi, Sapat, and all the rest, with Zorn as well. This is going to be a matchup to witness. Particularly for me, the jungle and the roam matchup. We spoke a little about it before the break that we had earlier on. And Beloyski again, Beloyski and Zorn. What is that going to look like?
It's very interesting if you look at the team history or the player history, right? Because for Geek Fam, both of these guys are legends. Both of these are roamer legends for Geek Fam. For Beloyski, he's a legend in the making for Geek Fam, raising Geek Fam from 8th place all the way to making it to the playoffs in Season 11, and now in Season 12, all the way to first team runner-up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zorn as well, also a Geek Fam legend, also a roamer. Very different playstyles from both these roamers, but it's almost like they have the same journey at a different time in a different region of MPL.
That's poetic.
It's pretty poetic. It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
They also have a young jungler that's great at retries, great at mechanics, but likes to overextend sometimes. A very solid mid laner who is underrated. Not a lot of people look at them, the shadow carries. And they both have shadow analysts. But for Homebois, their shadow analyst has come out of the shadows. He's no longer a shadow. He's the light analyst.
Oh. That's interesting. Both of these teams have a lot of similarities towards them. But if we have to talk about maybe playstyle, game style, do you think there are glaring differences between the two?
Yeah, very different. For Zorn, he's a very initiator, pickoff, mechanical roamer. When compared to Beloyski, who's more of a macro-based mid laner. Or, sorry, roamer. Macro-based roamer. Looks for a lot of the plays in the map. Decision-making, crisp, clean. But sometimes, for Beloy, this is a plus and a minus, right? Him being the X factor means that when the team is losing, he can make the game-winning play. But when the team is winning, he can sometimes just step a bit off of the edge and, give the advantage over to the enemy team.
And I do believe that that entire scenario, that entire situation will be dictated right here, right now. The drafting phase for both of these teams. Homeboy is going to have first pick, Geek Fam with the second. And we already see very similar bans coming through. One of the main differences from the previous matches that we saw is finally Guinevere being banned out, despite its bad win rate.
And it's still going to be the Fanny and the Mathilda still. A lot of respect onto Beloyski with that Mathilda man. Meanwhile, for the side of Geek Fam, really just respecting Chibi. I would say for Chibi, the main reason Homebois has been so lethal in the domestic scene in MPL Malaysia has been through not just the setup from Zorn, Sapat, and Warlord for Chibi to get these retributions, but him also getting a lot of the utility junglers who are amazing at picking up retribution. Chibi is probably one of the best junglers at retribution because of how he chains the damage together and calculates that retribution damage.
You know what I'm curious about? After the last patch, do you think that Gushin is a good option in the jungle? Because if we're talking about retribution battles, Gushin can go in and go out really well. A lot of escape, anti-CC when he goes in for the dive, and can actually steal those turtles or turrets. No, turtles and lords away.
A lot of burst damage, I'll have to say, man. For that Gushin, if you want to look for someone that can retry, unfortunately, I would say utility is still a bit better here with the Guinevere, with some lockdown CC. Damage does get you a bit of an advantage when it comes to just calculating that damage, but CC is guaranteed, right? If you are able to CC your opponent, whether it be a Fredrin, an Akai, even a Guinevere that's been rising in popularity, banned out already, it gets you from a 50-50 to 100-0.
All right.
It's more guaranteed.
So we'll see if that finally pops up.
Choose my own
But with that,
path.
Arlet has actually been taken away along with the Joy.
Wow.
What do they go for here?
I mean, Angela is still open. It's a hero that is very, very popular amongst the Geek Fam members because we have seen it flex over from Beloyski with Angeloy or even Boy.
I don't think that Angela can be flexed anymore though, after the adjustments to her skills.
True. But it's Geek Fam. We never know. Maybe they might pull off something like a Saber Roam as well. It's something crazy that you can expect from Geek Fam, but not always. Those cheesy picks, I don't know if they want to show it off here in the group stages. Meanwhile, for Homebois, they pick up the Baxia for first pick. It's a hero that was banned out in the previous match.
Always. It's always been a non-factor because it's always banned out in the first phase. So finally, we get to see Baxia come to light in the 5th game of the day. And that's a lot of rotations. Baxia jungle? How do you go against that?
Well, a lot of shred is one of the options to go up against the Baxia. We've seen combinations like the Irithel Dairoth from Onyx back in MPL Indonesia to try to counter a lot of the tankier frontliners from the opposing team with 2 physical defense shreds. First skill of the Irithel and second skill of the Dairoth. Another option may be the Geek Fam option. The way they were able to beat RQ in the first leg of MPL Indonesia Season 12 was picking up an Alpha, a hero that can actually shred the Baxia and have a good time. They go for the Dairoth. That's option 1 that we mentioned earlier with a Valentina, a hero that's still sitting at 0% today for MPLI 2023.
Very early on as well, right? There's no clear reason as to why they would pick up a Valentina just yet. Is it a deny pick? Maybe realizing that a Faramis might be picked up, and there you go. Faramis does get picked up here by Homebois.
Trick the Reaper.
And that just means that the Angela has been completely ignored so far.
As expected, looking at the patch, looking at the changes to the photo as well, nerfed quite a bit, quite heavy on the nerfs there. The Bruno will be picked up. This is always within the first phase. If it's not banned out, it will be picked up. And for Rizal, I've seen this man play. We have seen this man play in MPL Indonesia as well. He's great at team fights back in the day in Season 11, but in lane, sometimes he does make a few mistakes, which leads to solo kills and them falling behind in the early game. But since then, in Homebois, he's really been facilitated really well by the team to play to his strengths. You like team fighting? It's all good. We'll get you into a winning matchup, get you out of the lane as soon as possible, and get you to snowball through these team fights.
Let's hope that works, right? Because Chidera, in my opinion, is a really good laner.
Yes. Maybe that might be the reason as to why they chose Chidera for this specific matchup. Gold lane pickup first, and it is the combo that we've been mentioning Eterna just earlier on. How do you beat a Baxia? 2 physical defense shred sounds like a good option to go for. Irithel, despite the nerf, and the Dairoth.
So in the grand scheme of things, it will work. But what about laning phase, right? That's what I was really worried about. Sure, the combo works, the Dairoth and the Irithel, but Dairoth in lane?
Depends who he's up against. If he's up against a sustainable hero like, say, Uranus and Esmeralda, he dominates that lane.
Sure.
But if he goes against someone who can actually match that early game presence, it might get scary. Right? Say just Luke's comfort pick is a Khalid. You pick a Khalid here and you should be able to actually match up quite well against that Dairoth. But it may be banned.
Okay, we'll see.
I am the priestess of primal lightning.
They go for the Edith
the
ban
hunter
here
of
for
all
Geek.
the evil gods.
Malachi and
Edith
safe
Rome
ban.
or Edith EXP ban?
Not sure. Either way, I think it's a good ban. We still don't know the Roamer and the XP for Homebois unless they pull a sneaky one and flex the Baxia into the Rome.
Ooh.
Or the XP. We've seen that. We've seen both.
Recently though?
Recently. Quite recently. It's very interesting. It hasn't worked, but it is an option to go for it.
Well,
speaking of group stages, cheese picks.
I mean, you wouldn't put a Baxia in the EXP lane with a Dairoth though.
Yeah, it sounds pretty horrible for the laning phase, but if you're just there to clear out the waves and then rotate, you have a massive advantage compared to a Dairoth that is quite immobile, looks for lane dominance, that's it.
That's true, that's true. That's definitely something that we will and can expect. The other side of Geek Fam, they go for the Cho takeaway, denying yet another source of CC. So I think this is a Rome respect here for Homebois.
Yep. You gotta respect Zorn. That's his comfort pick. That's one of the picks that he always is able to utilize to dominate games. But so is the Angela for Beloyski. Literally, we're looking at both sides of the coin here. For Geek Fam, the Angela. For Homebois, that Cho, both banned away. The Akai as well, and the Edith. What will Nile play in the jungle?
Do you think they don't want to like save that for the last pick maybe? I mean, Nile's been known to play various heroes in the jungle. Would you pick up something like Ruby maybe for Beloyski here?
That's actually not too bad. It's actually pretty solid here considering Homebois, the only range that they have that's quite big is the Bruno, right? For the Faramis as well, especially the fact that they're going to be clumping up, the Ruby can work really, really well. We've seen the Ruby work many times before in MPL Indonesia, mainly against RQ. Getting these big I'm offended, but he will just go to his comfort, pick his comfort. It's still the Rafaela, despite the nerfs onto Photo. He still picked it up early in the second phase, first picking it away from Homebois.
Because you would say point value that Geek Fam would really get an advantage from something like a Matilda that gives them a little bit more movement speed and in and outs, right? Because you mentioned about the mobility coming from Dairoth, and so with the addition of the Rafaela, it can definitely aid them in these team fights to weave in and weave out. Not as reliable as something like the Matilda, but it still works, right? And despite the nerfs coming in from Photo, I think it's still good cover, right? It causes miscalculations on the enemy side, and it can actually trigger maybe even the Faramis ult. Homebois with the last 2 picks here in the second phase. It looks like it's going to be a Minotaur and a Terizla. So even if Geek Fam's plan was to utilize Valentina against the Faramis, now that Homebois has picked up something like the Minotaur and the Terizla, it's not going to be as simple.
Definitely not. This dive. It's for Geek Fam though. They have a lot of mobility with that Rafaela. On top of that, the Irithel, the Valentina as well. They can go back and forth quite well, and they'll pick up a Lancelot as well. A hero on paper that doesn't do too well against that Minotaur. You want to dive in, you get caught in the Minions Fury, and the engage disappears, right? But looking at the way that they are playing, that they have played in MPL Indonesia as well, they're looking to prolong these team fights. They're looking to go back and forth, baiting out some of these resources and then re-engaging once those big resources have been used up.
And I think that's the only way, because that's a lot of crowd control if you want to face it head on. There's got to be a way, and if anyone can pull it off, it's Beloyski.
It's GF.
It's BBB.
BBB. Big boy Beloy or big brain Beloy?
Yeah, both works.
Both works.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to enter the Land of Dawn for the 5th match of the day. The Malaysian representative, Homebois, going head-to-head with the Indonesian representative in Geek Fam. And with that, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn we go.
This might be the first close game we are going to see today. Champions up against first runner-up Indonesia versus Malaysia. Beloyski versus Zorn, a matchup that I've been waiting for personally for a long time to happen, and I'm glad to see it happening here very early on in MPLI 2023. And aside from the roamer battle, I'm looking forward to see the jungle duel as well. Both very young junglers coming into the team, helping the team get glory.
That's a thing, right? A lot of people have said that Niall is a prodigy from Indo. A jungler prodigy on his way.
Prodigy.
An Onyx prodigy, literally. So we want to see how far he's come, especially after MPL ID Season 12, what he's been able to refine in terms of his gameplay and his mentality. And we're going to get a little bit of a sniff into this, especially with him being on the Lancelot. That's not too easy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, both Warlord and Zorn taken pretty low. So despite the nerfs coming in from Valentina with her IMU, the fact that the cooldowns has been raised, increased, she still has that damage, she still has the dash, she still is able to maneuver out and in with the double dash, plus the damage is still definitely there in the early stage of the game.
And even in the gold lane here, a little bit of a miscalculation. Ryzel wins it out against Chidera for the gold buff steal. But in terms of HP, resources, it does seem like, wait, up top there's a gank, there's a Thorn Rose as well. Sapat taken very low as Luke tries to jump in for more. Zorn, unfortunately, not able to connect onto that. The shred happens and Zorn should be taken down as a Thorn Rose and a Retry with a Phantom Execution to get him out. But Warlord is looking to rotate up top. Just gets a good Ghost Burster in, not enough damage. Another shred onto Chibi, and a gold buff will be secured still by Chibi. Luke should be taken out. The Holy Healing gets him a bit more, but it's not enough to get him out. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Penalty zone, not connecting.
Beloyski still able to get out, but it doesn't mean that he will stop harassing. Look at the damage coming in from Beloyski. Sapat is the one forced to run away on a Terizla against a Rafaela.
And by doing that, he's also delaying the wave from crashing to the turret, giving the Dairoth maybe some good time to actually catch up and get level 4. And yes, we do see that. Luke's level 4. Warlord holding on to the turtle, and Geek Fam are looking for the mid lane first. They're going to try to clear it out with the help of a boy and Niall. Meanwhile, Chibi already rotating as well. Purple buff for Chibi, orange buff for Niall. Shield unity going to be used up, and Luke is able to dodge away from now as Zorn gets chunked quite low, but now it's going to be Beloyski who gets knocked up, but the Nether Realm helps him out. Minion Fury knocking him up, and that's Beloyski taken down. Another Nether Realm for the side of Warlord, saving Homebois from this skirmish. And that's a big win for the Malaysian champions.
And they strike back here. 700 gold lead on the way to 1,000, especially being able to secure this turtle is going to give them a little bit more of an advantage. And that's it. Geek Fam falling behind in the neutral objective take in the entirety of that team fight.
They're playing it safe, but they wanted to go in for that turtle, knowing their health bars were so low and knowing that Beloy didn't have mana. Homebois just capitalized and punished them hard.
You can see that actually showing here, right? And it's interesting, the way that a boy has been playing the Valentine as well, considering the choices of emblem he's utilized, but Beloyski actually uses his ultimate here.
Good shield unity. Beloyski taken down for the second time in this game in the bottom lane. You can see the pressure building up, like we mentioned earlier in the draft, facilitating Rizal to get out of lane as fast as possible. He already has a gold advantage and maybe possibly, no, an XP advantage and possibly a gold advantage as well against Chidera.
You even mentioned though that the Irital doesn't do as well against the Bruno, no?
Not as much, not as good as he was able to match up against that Bruno last patch. Now jumps in, looks for the steal. 3v1, Minion Fury though. Dodged away from Sapat roaming as well. Penalty zone locking Nile down. And it's a mega kill for Homebois, specifically for Sapat in this lane against the Dairoth.
Not sure if that was worth it. Sure, they were able to steal the purple buff away, but Chibi's going for the same thing.
They're gonna go for the steal and they will be able to successfully take it down. Even with the Abyssum Strike, it's gonna be Luke who's gonna be engaged on. And Geek Fam are forced out of their own jungle. Chibi's still going for more. And Sapat's just zoning everyone away. It's a good steal and a good invade from Homebois.
And behind the back foot of a really risky play coming in from Nile. The fact that he went in for the steal, sure, he was able to get the purple buff back again, but he was taken down, and that actually gave Homebois a little bit more space to dive in and invade into the jungle of Geek Fam. It looks like Homebois, they're winning it out on rotations by just sheer movement speed, which is why I was questioning why a boy went for the emblems he did instead of going for something like just additional movement speed and the Wilderness Blessing.
Let's see, it's Chibi versus Nile on the Retribution department, but Homebois has a good setup. Penalty zone flicker combo from Sapat. Beloyski able to escape. Nile looking for the steal right now, but it's going to be Chibi who secures it. Minions Fury dodged away from Ryzen with the flicker forward. Onto Beloy with a worldie. Gets the damage on. Gets Beloyski down for the third time in this game, and Homebois picks the pace up.
6-1 in 6 minutes, a 2.3k gold lead for Homebois, and it looks like Sapat wants more. Dealing some damage onto Luke, denying him away from defending that turret. That mid side is going to crash. All the while this was happening, there was some trades coming in from Chidera being able to take that top turret. So it does look like Geek Fam, slowly but surely, they understand that they're falling far behind and they're looking for some things to bring them back in the game.
They can only really get turrets on the other side of the map. The trades happening haven't been too good for Geek Fam though. Have been amazing for Homebois on the other side. Sapat now going to be ganked up. And that's the shred that we expect. A good penalty zone though. Delays the small pickoff for a bit. And Rizal's able to capitalize on that by a turret up top, which he's able to take down with no problem. Nile though is somehow still actually doing quite well in the jungle despite getting picked off once in the enemy jungle. This won't stand for long though, as Chibi is going to steal away that purple buff from him.
It's being oppressive. He's denying Luke resources right now. He's denying Nile resources right now. And the fact is, Nile's a level below of Chibi. He just stepped into level 10. So there is a level disparity in just a few moments, especially for Chibi when he clears out those jungle creeps.
That's interesting. Nile's still actually keeping up somehow, some way, some good pathing from him, I guess. Level 10 to 10, despite Chibi having a purple buff stolen away earlier, taking it away from Geek Fam. And even for the rest of the team, I'm looking at the level, I'm looking at the gold lead even. You'd expect Homebois to have more than a 2.4k gold lead, but I guess Geek Fam have been farming quite well. Nile, puncture in the mid lane as a Holy Baptism connecting on the Zord, trying to use some damage. Abyssum Strike as well. Zord forced back. That's a good Meteor Fury, but it's cancelled that way. A pickoff. And now they're running for the hill. Geek Fam going to be engaged on it. Chidera taken down by the Ghost Bursters. Luke forced to flicker back to his tier 2. A gold lane for a roamer.
Worth it for Homebois. Right? Really good pickoff coming in from Warlord to dive into the backline. A really good response as to the Nether Realm that was utilized by a boy. And Without Chidera, Geek Fam are forced to retreat, forced to take away, forced to give over that next neutral objective. And now Subpat, actually, he might be in trouble.
DPZ not going to be able to get him out. But I might have
Nile,
spoken too
Nile.
soon. Subpat with an outplay. It's Rizel who capitalizes, and Nile gets taken out in the bottom side of the map.
4K gold lead for the Malaysian representatives right now as they're looking to get more. It's putting on some pressure in the mid lane. You can see that Zorn is looking for that proper opening. As look at this, Chibi.
Shield Unity locking Luke down. That's also a Shadow Stampede that brings him back in desperation. He pops that second skill to shred Chibi down, but it's not enough to take him down. Homeboys are pushing the snowball all the way to a death ball.
And Geek Fam, they're struggling so heavily right now. Chidera, trying to catch up, was able to finally secure his Berserker Fury, but not really sure how far behind he is at the moment. I'm sure we'll get to see the items soon, but that will give us a little bit more insight as to whether or not Chidera will be ready for these team fights. Because for the most part, Homeboys, they have been overwhelming Geek Fam with so much burst and damage, both physical and magical so far, as we take a look at the replay as to what exactly happened.
This right here was Zorn getting picked off, but Geek Fam were not able to fully disengage. Meanwhile, we do have a fight going on as well in the game. Luke taken out 0, 4, and 3 in the 9th minute of the game. Eterna, it's all been Homeboys, and they're looking to push the pace even further. Nile sent down below to look for a trade on the map, going for the orange buff in the bottom side jungle.
We opened up this match being like, you know what, this might be the only match that could be equal, could be putting up a fight from both sides, but what we're looking at right now is Homeboys is completely overlooking Geek, completely just overshadowing Geek in terms of gameplay, a lot more smoother in the initiation route, and look at this, very quick to the next neutral objective, that Lord, it's being blitzed.
For sure, Retribution on point as usual, as expected from Chibi. And it's just Beloyski who gets sacrificed here. Homeboys with a big win again. It's a shield unity used up by Chibi to zone Geek Fam away from their own jungle. And that's that. Homeboys playing it safe and disciplined.
Let's take a step back. Wait, Zorn picking up photo as well? Okay, we finally get to see the... Oh my... 6, 7, 8, 9... Is that almost a 3k gold difference between
the gold
Bruno
laners? Yes.
and Iritel?
It's almost, more accurately, it's a 2,000, 2,100 gold lead, but speaks for itself, the damage that Bruno has been able to do this game. And clearly, the Iritel nerfs hitting her hard.
But despite everything, look at Nile's gold lead.
He has a lead, but unfortunately, he's going for the utility build. He actually does not have too much pressure on towards the backline of Homeboys, especially considering Ryza already has it with a nature. He can free hit onto the turret just like that. He might be able to use this Lord to maybe look for an end. Beloyski gets taken low, has to use a holy helix to pass! With a flicker penalty zone engage onto the back. Nile, in desperation, jumps into the puncture, but the base is wide open with the Lord as well. They're gonna go straight at it, and Homeboys takes Geek Fam down in the group stage. 1-0 in the best of one.
Clean performance by the Malaysian representatives, Homeboys, showing Geek Fam what champions are made of. Beautiful performance, so clean. Geek Fam, they had no idea what hit them.
A stomp in a match where we expected a close game. Homeboys comes in with the excellence, the discipline, and the composure to beat one of the tournament favorites as well, Eterna.
I mean, we gotta go to our TAA right now. I want to know what exactly happened. How were Geek Fam steamrolled? Arashi, you there?
Well, I guess none of us expected that result. I voted for Geek Fam myself. I thought they're gonna be a bit more adaptive, a bit more experienced in the situation, but Homeboys, man, they proved everybody wrong. What a strat coming out from them. They saw that Geek Fam, they need skirmishes. They all relied on that physical damage shred, the Irithel, the Dairoth. They do have a box here to try and initially bait that out, but afterwards, They know that in a full-on 5v5, they have the advantage. They have the Nether Realm as well. So they keep trying to go for all these aggressive plays, and they are forcing Geek Fam again and again to engage them in a 5v5, which is not what they want at all. You saw that the only time Geek Fam were able to get anything of value is when they're able to get like a 3v3 or even a 3v1 pickoff. But that is something that Homebois are perfectly happy to just give to over, provided that they can get something better in return. Of course, in the mid game, you can see that adaptations were being made by both teams. You saw that for Geek Fam, at least their jungler, Nile, quite highlighted right here, has been able to keep up in levels somehow, some way, keep farming. But you can see that once they start changing their approach, going for a bit of a split, Homebois themselves can adjust as well, trying to punish those single-man maneuvers. So I think they've shown that they are now multifaceted. They cannot be taken as just a single death ball team, full aggressive team. And the MVP right here is Sapat on that Terizla, going in aggressive again and again, but still somehow, sometimes, finding moments here to just go in aggressively or defensively. Whatever he does, it puts Geek Fam in a very awkward position, and his team is always very closely behind to try and take advantage of that window of opportunity. Nothing special from the item builds. It's still a full tankiness Terizla. Went for the bladed armor as well right here though, knowing that in the late game, they're going to require the marksman to do the bulk of the damage. He wants to make that as difficult of an attempt as possible for Chidera. He went with the Brave Smite to ensure that he can just survive in those moments. But let's take a look at the highlights, man. Early on, you can see that the aggression coming in from Geek Fam, because they need to do so, right? To try and get some snowballing in, to try and take advantage of the pick-off strategy. But once the neutral objectives come around, you can see that in a full 5v5, the Minion Fury, the Nether Realm, there's just so many things, the penalty zone even. There's just so many ways that Homebois can just engage, and even if Geek Fam make the slightest bit of mistakes, these ultimates just do so much in the fight, and the same cannot be said for these more single target ultimates from the side of Geek Fam. Look at this play right here by Zorn. Tried his best, but even though he didn't get a full Minion Fury, the fact that he was able to just threaten Geek Fam in a small window of opportunity like that really shows that Geek Fam has to be very careful and go for something very calculative. And on top of that, Geek Fam is a team that's known to go in and out of fights, and in this game, Warlord was just able to use that Shadow Stampede so efficiently to punish these attempts from Geek Fam. They go in and try and do some damage, but on the way out, when they're trying to escape, they end up being pulled back by the Shadow Stampede, and they lose out, getting their members picked off again and again. And if you look at, the Lord setup from Homebois, usually teams just struggled against the steal potential from Nile, but for Homebois this time, the retributions are solid, and the setups, man, they go for all these neutral objectives, especially when they're able to pull Nile away when he's trying to split push and trying to be useful in other ways. Looking at the item builds though, like we mentioned, there is already no need to build the Clock of Destiny, so Warlord went straight for the Lightning Truncheon without the Clock of Destiny, and with the Enchanted Talisman, he is just able to spam out his damage more and more, and with a Divine Glaive, it's just way too much damage. And because for Geek, they're already so behind, and so their defensive items are all geared towards physical damage. So even if Luke wants to try and make something happen, try and make an opportunity for his team, he doesn't have any magical resistance. So the moment Warlord gets involved in the picture, it's just too much damage for Geek Fam to deal with, and it's still AoE with the new Resonance from the Lightning Truncheon. That's a lot of damage that Geek Fam doesn't really have a chance to try and circumvent. They can't really pick him off because of the Nether Realm, and they can't even get to him without getting punished by the Shadow Stampede. So the ability usage from Warlord was definitely on point, and looking at his KDA, man, he was definitely still a big factor right here. Not the MVP, but an unsung hero to the success of Homebois in these big team fights and in punishing Geek Fam, shutting down their usual mobility-heavy playstyle. Not a single objective being given to Geek Fam, the team that is well known for just going for those risky plays. And enough for me, back to Mirko and Eterna.
Thank you very much, Arashi, for that in-depth analysis. And I got to agree, right? We were talking about Homebois and we're talking about the matchups that we really wanted to highlight, which was the jungle and the roam. But it turns out all the other members actually became the highlights of their own, right? With the Terizla just really wreaking havoc, finding all those opportunities. And the Veramis, I'm impressed.
I'm more than impressed, man. I mean, Homebois are coming in hot, and they're going to be going up against another runner-up in a major region. MPL Philippines' first runner-up in Blacklist International. Both are 1-0 in their groups right now, Group B, and we're definitely going to see how things unfold. You might be right by the end of this, Turner. You might be right. Group B may be the group of death.
The group of death, I told you.
It's so close, and get this. The first runners-up from Indonesia, they might be knocked out. They get another loss, and it might be over for them.
Yep. It's not looking good for them at all. And of course, someone's win streak needs to break. Will
Who's
it
number
be
one?
Blacklist International or will it be the Homebois? We'll see after this short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Mirko and Eterna will be right back.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya.
sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Hello, pandas. Sorry, what? Did I just actually say that? Hello, pandas.
Is that what we're calling
weird.
the viewers now?
I mean,
Hello,
why not?
Pandas.
Hello, pandas, and welcome back to MPLI 2023 for the 6th match of the day. We are sitting at our half point of today.
Sixth
match.
6 more matches to go, and we are going to see a lot of bangers, especially for our 6th match of the day. It's Blacklist International, who are looking really strong with the Kadam machine and their lineup. That fun fact, apparently, my viewers actually just told me earlier, this lineup has always won against the main lineup of Blacklist.
That's very interesting because they were like the subs, they were the super subs, because the information that I was given was that was a full
They're not the main
10-man
lineup.
roster,
Exactly.
right? Wow, and we're finally get to seeing them show. They get to show off their skills, and they're doing spectacularly so well so far. And they're a huge contender to be number 1 in Group B. And we talked about this right before the break. Who will break that win streak first? Will it be Homebois or will it be Blacklist? Because technically, Homebois also displayed a really spectacular performance earlier on against Geek Fam.
They did really well. 11 minutes up against the first runner-up of MPL Indonesia, a team that got 2 games off of Onyx. Definitely an interesting result unfolding here as Homebois were able to shift the tides of the power standings.
I like that you mentioned stories because I'm actually a really big fan of stories, especially behind people that we don't really know so well, but we know of them so much.
Like who?
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It makes sense, right?
Yeah, like who?
Like Vin from Bigetron,
Vin?
or even
Who's
the
that guy?
EVOS. Huh? He's a legend.
Wow.
He was from RQ and then he moved to Bigetron Alpha.
And he knocked RQ out 3-0
Oh.
in Bigetron.
That's feisty.
That is
That's
pretty feisty.
But you guys can get exclusive content on that. Exclusive only on Omni by FWD. Mirko, you know when I'm watching FWD what I like to do?
What do you like to do? That's unfair, bro. You gotta share it with...
You have your own. You don't
I guess
share. You don't share Meiji.
I'll have to
okay?
open one as well.
Yeah, you don't get to share
No,
Meiji.
I actually ate a whole pack earlier during the break. So this is the second pack.
Alright.
Usually I can do it too.
Oh my gosh, so good. Again, it doesn't get your hands dirty. No, can I just eat? You talk.
That's how delicious it is. No, seriously, this is actually so good. This is a real life, what's it called? Testimony? I actually spat some biscuit out earlier. Don't talk while you eat, by the way.
I'm not stopping.
But in this case, because Eterna doesn't want to speak, she's enjoying it too much, I gotta take one for the team. You guys rise above the pang of hunger and unlock the full flavor of MPLI with Hello Panda. Go get yours today, right now, while you're watching MPLI, while you're watching Omnet TV, anything you want to do.
So good.
Hello Panda. All right, you speak now.
I want to marry it.
She wants to marry it. She wants to marry Hello Panda. Okay, you just keep speaking.
Okay.
I want to finish.
Okay. Don't worry. We got you. Because, you know, we got you in a different way too. We got you in terms of trending news, meta plays, upcoming builds, and just all things MLBB. Sorry, I'm still swallowing. With the app, right? So don't forget to get it. It's exclusive only for Samsung. You guys get your hands on this app on Google Play as well as the Samsung Galaxy Store. And it's wonderful. I actually was able to download it during the break earlier on. And you're right, it's so informative. So much knowledge
What
can
did you
be
watch?
taken.
Did you watch the exclusive interviews or the breaking news, or did you just take a look at the guides?
I looked at the guides. I wanted to know a little bit more.
Okay, which
I
hero
was
did you
like,
look at?
why did Faramis pick up the Divine Glaive even though there was no magic defense
Why?
from the opposing side?
Exactly. It's to basically deal true damage, right? Everybody has a base magic defense stat, so when you already have that, you almost deal true damage with some more penetration in. Follow on Esports, though, if you guys want to follow your way to glory. Why? Esports news, memes, funny jokes, quotes from Mirko as well.
And Arashi.
Arashi
And
quotes. Wolf.
And
Uncle Ulf.
Sheffin.
And Sheffin as well. Okay, everybody. Eterna as well, Gani as well. Who are we missing? Rose,
The producers.
the producers, everything
Hello.
on One Esports. Eterna, what
Yes.
are the social media platforms that I can follow One Esports on?
You're so great at asking me that question right now.
Exactly.
Instagram, YouTube,
Discord,
X.
Twitter, X,
what am I missing? Twitch.
Facebook.
That's it.
That's it.
That's
you got it.
Yes. I got it. Like this is Diggy. I got it.
Dude, stop. It's been 6 matches. And
You're
you guessed
lying.
wrong
No,
every single
no,
time.
you're saying that I'm wrong so the viewers don't get it right, right? This is
Sure.
reverse psychology. Don't be fooled by Mirko. He likes to lie. It actually is Diggy. Try it out. Put it in the comments right now, okay?
Name a stronger duo, Eterna and Delulu, right? Because right now you guys can just scrap that and look for the answer yourself. Don't be delusional. If you're wrong, man. Don't be in denial. Get it? Because Niall was playing last game.
And lost.
Did not. I didn't. You didn't need to bring that up,
Oh.
Eterna.
I thought that's what you meant.
No.
Oh, sorry.
You know what? If you're bad at it, just like Eterna, just register for updates because you guys can get 4,000 free diamonds as well. On top of that, what else can you get? You guys can get exclusive interviews, in-game guides to navigate the land of Dawn, and even breaking news. Let's say something happens in the esports world, in MLBB, you'll be the first to know.
Can we bargain? Can we be like 4,001? Can we get 4,001 diamonds? Is that
Maybe
possible?
you bring that up to One Esports, right? To
Okay.
the big bosses, and
Okay.
then maybe they'll give you an extra 1 diamond. I think they'll do it for you.
So basically Wolf, right?
Sure, sure. Boss G.
Boss G.
Uncle Ulf. Eterna's gonna be asking him later on. Maybe he'll be generous.
Okay.
He's very generous sometimes.
Or maybe he can just give me the 1 diamond. That's okay too.
that works. But maybe he'll just give us the team lineups first, right? We need to know who's playing, if it's the same roster for Blacklist and for Homebois.
So let's take a look at that first team, the official team lineup. Let's go.
Blacklist International for their second match of the day up against the Malaysian champions this time around. Let's see if they can do it again.
Let's see. Let's see if they have the consistency to remain the same or even propel forward. Give us a bigger experience, a bigger and better performance like we've never seen before.
Break the code is their motto. And for the opposing team, they'll be looking to break Blacklist code as well.
Let's see. Let's pull out the official team lineup for the Homebois. Paso.
Homebois from Malaysia. They like playing from home and they are boys. The Homebois.
The homies.
The homies?
The Homebois. That's what a homie stands for, right?
I don't think so.
Is it not?
I do know what their fan base is called. I don't know. I know what their fan base is called. I believe it's the Flame Boys.
The fan base?
Yeah, the fan base.
The Flame Boys.
For Blacklist, it's the agents.
The agents.
So the agents will be taking on the Flame Boys.
In the comments.
In the comments. So go ahead and spam hashtag HomeboysWin or hashtag BLCKWin for Blacklist and for Homebois.
Because Miracle's looking and he's going to give a shout out to one person who is showing the most support for their team.
I'm looking at the comments right now. There's a little comment over from Arashi. He said hashtag Geek win. Unfortunately, Arashi, that happened earlier and it was not a win, Arashi. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Remember, this is a round robin, so all these teams will be able to have 3 chances to get a point. But unfortunately, Geek fam, they're gonna have to crawl their way back up, not being able to pick up a point just yet. And so we're looking at these 2 teams. who were able to do that. Blacklist, International. I'm thinking, how will Homebois find the momentum that they were able to get with Geek Fam, right? Because I feel like Sapat had a really big...
Amazing game.
It's a really big impact, a really good game. But what happens if he's not given a playmaking hero like that?
Well, we'll have to see here as they draft for both of these teams as we enter the draft for game number 6. Blacklist International on the blue side with Coach Bonchan. For Homebois, it's still Pops with the Guinevere ban. And now, honestly, I want to take a look at how Homebois and Blacklist took down their opponents, right? For Blacklist, it was a stomp. For Homebois as well. Who would you say is the standout for Homebois? I think it's Sapat, right? For Blacklist, who was the standout from their game?
For Blacklist? I don't know. I feel like all of them really played their role. If I had to pinpoint one in particular, I would actually say they're Roamer.
Good answer, right? Because for Blacklist International, the fact that no one really shined brighter than the others shows you how much of a single unit this team can be when they perform. Every single member on a team performs. Meanwhile, for Homebois, I think you can say the same thing, but for them, there's always that standout player, that X factor that stands out a bit more than the rest, and they need to have that in this match against Blacklist International through either really good picks that sets up for an amazing lane matchup like we saw earlier with the Terizla against the Dairoth, or maybe perhaps some flashy heroes, some comfort picks for Zorn, for Warlord, for Ryzel.
I could arguably say that other than Sapat, I think Chibi also did a really good job on the Boxia, right? I think there were a lot of moments where he was able to control just through rotations alone. Really good at finding opportunities for pickoff, finding the right moment to invade as well. Didn't overcommit. Retribution, very on point. Props to Chibi as well. So if you say that there are particular standouts, I think a lot of people actually contributed to that success as well.
You want a fun fact? Fun fact of the day, the Filipino teams have yet to lose today. If Blacklist can continue that win streak for the Filipino teams. It's AP Bren with 2 victories earlier on, Blacklist with 1. This is the determining game for Blacklist and for Team PH, technically. And they steal away the Boxia from Chibi.
Ooh, now that's a question. With Chibi not given Boxia, not given a hero, with the entirety of Homebois actually not given a hero that can steamroll with movement speed and so forth, can actually win out on rotations. What is their game plan this time around? They pick up the Bruno, they pick up the Angela. It's quite similar, but the effect is different. Blacklist, now with the second pick,
Alchemy.
how will they go for Ruby as well as Novaria?
Some range, some utility, some read over towards the side of Homebois, and honestly with the Brody, some good lockdown. Homebois though, however, they're going to be able to wrap up the first phase with another counter pick against the Boxia, or maybe perhaps they want to go for some dive in the jungle. They already have an Angela that can facilitate a lot of the assassin junglers. It's just that the Boxia does really well against assassins. If he gets ahead, you're not going to get anything in your jungle. It's kind of what we saw from the game earlier. The Boxia against the Lancelot, but they'll go for some mid-control instead. They need to get that mid-control, that mid-wave clear faster than the Novaria to control the neutral objectives.
Because we saw earlier on, right? If you want to counter the Boxia head on, we even saw Geek Fam picking up the Irital as well as the Dairoth. It didn't work out. They were still losing on rotations. They weren't able to punish according to their game plan. So what now Homebois is doing, they're countering the Boxia in a different way. They're trying to win out on the wave clear in the mid side so they can too rotate a lot quicker as compared to the Novaria, who I believe is a weaker wave clearer compared to Lilia right now.
I have to agree there. But with the Phobius ban, it does actually kind of open up a whole lot of opportunities, right? Are Blacklist International planning to go for a dash-heavy hero, perhaps in the XP lane, something like a Benedetta? Shout out to Mr. Papadop. You know who Papadop is, Eterna?
Who?
You don't know Papadop?
No, who is he?
What about the Padop?
Who's Padup?
Padop!
You said Padup.
So, no, it's an inside joke. Back in ISF, that's Edward's full name. His name is Tapadop, but when I was play-by-playing, I said Papadop and became a meme. But yeah, shout out to Agent Zero. The Benedetta is something that we have not seen from MPLI 2023 in MPLI 2023, but it's something that definitely I would love to see on the hands of Blacklist International to kind of reference Agent Zero.
Let's see if it comes out. Halkert already taken out by Blacklist International, so has the Yu-Zong. So they're trying to protect this backline here, especially for Novaria. But Homeboys, they do still have quite a few options. Edith is still up in the air to be picked up. Terizla, Khalid is also available option, and the Uranus. But in this particular scenario, what do you think would fit best with their composition?
For Homeboys, I'm thinking why not go for the Terizla again. Very good with a penalty zone to lock the box shit down. Even to dive into the back, it's a good hero to go up against the Brody as well. You can cancel a lot of the basic attacks if you land that penalty zone and you lock them down for so much AoE damage to come through. But it does leave Dominic then with an opportunity to try to counter it in lane. There you go, Terizla pick for Homeboys, and now Blacklist International can go for, I would say something like a Benedetta would work. Against a Terizla, something like a penalty zone, it's, even though it's a good engage, it's pretty easy to
Dash out of?
To read.
Okay.
So if you use that eye for an eye, you can end up stunning up the Terizla and going into the back for free. With this, as long as you're able to zone the Lilia from free hitting the Blacklist members, you should be able to do well.
It's good clearance as well.
Oh no,
But
they
they
just
go
go
for something
Thamus.
different. They go for the Thamus instead. Trying to battle it out in a battle of bronze there. As well as the Valentina pickup
Wow.
for Blacklist.
They think they already
Novaria
have...
Rome?
Yeah, they think they already have in a frontline, I believe. Here, Eterna. It's a Bakshit jungle, a frontliner, and a Thamus. It should be going for the same battle spell, the Vengeance, as we saw in their first match against Falcons.
So how will Homeboys close this out? They need to choose a jungler now.
I think it's a pretty good game for an assassin. There's so many frontliners for Blacklist International that's super tanky. If you go for front to back, it's quite risky. Why not go for an assassin? Something that Chibi plays before as well. They go for the Martis. So they're banking. They're doubling down on the front to back. Bruno and Lilia, you deal the damage. I'll execute the members.
I was about to say Martis, but with your explanation, I understood as well the danger of utilizing it. And there's technically not too much crowd control either from the side of Blacklist. With the Boxia Brody, Novaria, Valentina, and the Thamus.
Hey, hey, talent prediction organized by One Esports. It's me all alone again.
I think Arashi's still sitting at 100%.
Are you sitting at 100%, Arashi? Did you predict Homeboys earlier for Geek Fam?
Oh,
you picked Geek Fam. All right,
okay.
so not 100%. My 100% loss is gone as well. So no one is at 100%. Maybe the Indonesian casters. We'll have to ask them later.
Maybe, but what I'm sure of is that both of these teams, they want to remain at 100%. They want to get this next match. They want to get another point in their pocket for them to be able to make it to the playoff stage of MPLI. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the Land of Dawn, Blacklist International from the Philippines, going against Homeboys from Malaysia.
Kim Poi on the Novaria Rome. Another maybe good, what's it called? Throwback to Venus on the Novaria Rome, and even Renegade, who likes to use the Novaria Rome in the regular season of MPL Philippines, as Haji in this mid lane is struggling quite a bit in the 2v1. Name me something weirder than hearing this. Zorn playing Angela.
That is weird. It's definitely not his style, but I mean, we saw Keyboy on Heroes that are also kind of weird, and that just shows that the level of flexibility that these teams and these players really need to display according to the meta, how they're able to adapt, because it's one of the rules of life, right? In order to survive, you need to be able to adapt.
I like that, right? Shout out to Bear Grylls for the survival tips. Haji definitely taking those tips a bit too far in the mid lane. Really is holding his own. 1 HP. And he clears out the wave. That was risky, man.
Super close. This is what we were talking about. Wave clear in the mid lane. Earlier on, I thought it would be the Novaria, but against the Valentina, Lilia does still have a little bit more range to play around. In order for the Valentina to be able to win this lane, she needs to be able to deal some damage onto the Lilia, but with how much backup that is being placed for the Lilia, especially by the Angela, it's a lot more difficult than it looks. Meanwhile, on the top side...
Oh, that's some good damage. Rindo might actually be taken down. The Decimate is there and he finds first blood. Dominic now running for the hills. One more good shot should do it, and it's a double for Chibi. Early on, the Malaysian aggression showing in game number 6 of MPL 2023 group stage, day number 1.
The choice of Homebois to pick up the synergy of their composition right now heavily banked on the snowball from Chibi. The fact that he was able to get 2 kills in the top side and go forward with a neutral objective in the bag that is going according to the game plan that Homebois set up. They're controlling the early game and they're looking to find more. Even in the mid lane here, Zorn and Warlord. These 2 heroes able to deal that much pressure over Haji. Haji, of all people, the KDA machine himself.
So you're saying it wrong. The Kada machine.
Kada.
There you go. You got it.
Yes.
We know how lethal a snowballing Martis can be, though. Rindo jumps in with the shield unity, but it's Warlord who has the black shoes. Oh my goodness, it's Chibi again! Haji gets the black shoes, but Chibi goes all the way to the back, goes in for more under the tier 2! Dives in and picks up a double for free again. 4 kills to Chibi early on, and Homebois gets a 2,000 gold lead in the 3rd minute of the game.
If you think the Baxia-Angela combination was disgusting, let's say hello to Homebois' new combination with the Martis and the Angela.
What is it called? Margula?
Margula Destruction.
Angitis? No, Margula sounds better. But it's only the early game, right? Technically, we've come to expect an early game Martis to have this level of aggression. They're going for more. Haji under the turret, retreat down. The decimation wasn't even necessary. Warlord picks the kill up. Haji, the Kada machine, is 0-2-0. There's a dive down below, a good stun as well. This should be a kill unless Ryzel's able to outplay. Torn apart memory. Not enough to take him down. Ryzel survives with the help of the hard guard. And Blacklist are unable to find a pick down below. Ryzel gets back to full HP. And there's no punish from Blacklist.
Absolutely not. What is going on? Chibi, on top of everything that he's been able to gather so far, he is steam-rolling through that gold shield, was able to even get the entire turret off, and now they're looking for more, but Blacklist, they look like they want to say otherwise here.
They want to go for it, and Rindo picks it up right now, but he's going to be tied up as Sapat does damage. Penalty zone, literally to zone the enemy members away, but it does give Rindo a little bit of a small room there to actually maneuver out. Homebois will choose just to invade and take the purple buff away. Blacklist 0-5 currently. What are they waiting for, Eterna?
They're waiting for that power spike to hit, right? Kingpoint needs a little bit more time. So does Dominic, that mid... Oh, wait a minute, top side. Dominic!
Doing a good job, but the burst from the Decimate should be enough. And it is enough to get him an unstoppable. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Ryzel gonna be ganked. Should be a free kill. Oh, one more shot. He gets it. Owl with one last hit. Even Rindo joining in the fight. Bottom side, Warlord forced to pop that sprint as he's all alone to defend this minion wave. Turn apart memory gonna be used up. Warlord with the black shoes gets out to safety as well.
Still able to defend that tower in the bottom lane as well. So it's one thing to dominate the early game, but the question is, what do you do with that lead that you've already built earlier on? What translation are you able to go for? So far, Homebois has only been able to get that turret in the top side, and it looks like slowly Blacklist are finding their rhythm, finding their groove, finding that power spike. I think that pick onto Ryzel on the bottom lane was beautiful. It's a good step in the right direction, especially for Owl, whose damage is severely lacking at this point.
Well, you asked and they answered. What are you supposed to do when you get a lead early? Take turrets, take objectives. They instantly put themselves on the map, but Blacklist are doing a good job at trading it over on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, not able to pick up that turret, but Sapat's already zoning in between the tier 1 and tier 2 in the mid lane, giving the rest of Homebois some good space to deal some damage and even look for an invade. Against the Baksha 2 levels down, it should be a free steal from Chibi. Let's see the retreat battle. Here is Rindo, who picks it up, but it's a bait, turns out, from Homebois, baiting out the retreat so that they can go for a free turtle.
How clean is that, though? How clean is that decision-making
You can
coming
call
in
them
from
janitors.
Homebois? Yeah.
Because they clean.
Exactly. Sure, I'll give that to you. I mean, a 4K gold lead right now in the 7th minute of the game against Blacklist International of all teams. It's looking scary, honestly. Haji gonna be pressured. No way!
That's a combo. It's a Decimate first to close the gap and then a Mortar Coil to execute. How do you make the Kada machine go 0 and 3? It's in his name, Kada. But right now, he has more deaths and kill and assist. Penalty zone. Under the tier 1, not getting targeted. Dominic pops into Vengeance, but it doesn't help him. Warlord just melts him out of the Land of Dawn.
And to make it all worse, he actually now has the Ice Queen wand. So if the damage won't get you, that slow certainly will be enough to slow you down in order for the rest of the team to deal in that damage. And that's exactly what Amartys was built for. Look at his KDA right now, 602 so far. No deaths whatsoever.
This is something very, very off, right? I mean, Homebois are so strong. It's scary to see how much this team has grown from MPL Malaysia, the few months they had in preparation for MPLI, and now going all out in MPLI 2023, beating the likes of Geek earlier, the first runner-up of MPL Indonesia, and now first runner-up of MPL PH. Despite the different roster here, Eterna, they're doing very good. Impressive run.
Marindo still going to be able to hold his own. As we do take a little look into the replay of what happened earlier on. Chibi went in and Haji was just instantly dismantled. That's Haji.
That's the Kada machine. Like we said, we usually see the Kada machine doing exactly what he does with that title, right? He gets a stellar KD, plays it really safe, but is lethal while playing safe. This game, even though he has been playing safe, he's just been dove.
I wonder what the win streak of Valentina is as well.
A boy lost on it. Earlier, we saw Team Falcons Good Night play it as well against Blacklist and lost on it. And right now, Blacklist losing in the game. Not the end yet. 8 minutes in, they still have a chance to come back. They still have an Ovaria, a Brody, and a Valentina. Some pretty good scaling, but Homebois pick up a free Lord in the 9th minute of the game.
Yeah, there's no way that they would have been able to contest that. I mean, like, face value, Chibi's already a level ahead. Even if they want to play the drive-by, I don't think it's going to be as simple. If we take a look at the in-game equipment, there's already glaring a stark difference between the gold laners as well. With the Bruno already with the Berserker Fury, with the crit, as well as even the lifesteal coming through from the Haas Claws and additional physical damage. As compared to the Bruno, the Brody, who's, I don't know, is he good, well prepared enough for a team fight here?
Well, he should be prepared, but I think if we look at Rizal, he's even more prepared. Has the Malefic Roar that he just bought now, and even the frontliners won't be able to really hold off from that damage from Rizal. Remember, the whole plan from Homebois is Rizal and Warlord does the damage, Chibi just executes. The fact that Chibi has been able to deal damage and execute has been phenomenal. A good Astral Sphere to force out a Black Shoot. Supply taken low. Oh, the penalty zone used up, and Blacklist International are able to take him down before that happens. Chibi dives in deep into the base turret. Rindo's holding him down. The Decimate not ready just yet, but he might be able to find the reset right now as Rizal jumps in and picks up the kill. It's a 1-for-1, one base turret taken down. Looking to translate it over into the mid lane, and they find a second base turret. And onto the bottom lane they go, but this time, Blacklist are fast enough to respond it over. They're not going to let Homebois take a third base turret with the first Lord.
It's so difficult, right? Because in the back line, from the side of Homebois, it's unpenetrable, and that damage is felt over time. Warlord, just a big issue in these team fights, and Blacklist have yet to find an opening, a solution to this backline prowess coming in from Homebois. And there you go, 3 turrets taken out just like that. Blacklist's base has been completely exposed.
One base turret with the first Lord is already an incredible W. Usually you just look for tier 2s on the map. The fact that Homebois got all 3 shows you just how strong they are, and hey, how confident they are. Look at that, the recalls from every single member on Homebois. You know, if it was the Indonesian desk, what they will be screaming right now with those recalls as well. That I just got as well, man. So, you know, I like those recalls. That effect.
Huh?
You know what it's called?
You just got it?
I got it like recently because of the
the diamond?
Yes.
Tas.
Tas.
That's confidence. Oh, we can hear it.
We can hear the tas-tas over from the Indonesian broadcast as well. It's what the Indonesian broadcast loves to do. And Blacklist International now, they're just looking for scraps, Eterna, looking for farm. They're getting frozen out though, but the waves keep slow pushing into them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing something different. We're witnessing change. A Malaysian team, Homebois, having a 9K gold lead over Blacklist International from the Philippines. That's not something that we would believe maybe 1-2 years ago. And now this is the development we're seeing from all these various regions. Homebois just really holding their own. Blacklist, do they still have a chance to come back?
At this point, obviously they still do, but it has to rely also on Homebois making a mistake. They need to blunder somehow for Blacklist International to be able to get rid of a 9,000 gold lead. The fact that they weren't able to defend any of their base turrets earlier means that Homebois might actually be able to end the game right here. Blacklist still have the Novaria, a Brody, and a Valentina, so it's okay wave clear. They might be able to defend this one.
We'll see if they do. All three waves are already crashing. Ladies and gentlemen, that Lord is marching down in the mid side. This is the final push, the final stand for Blacklist International.
That's a penalty zone on from Haji. Dives into the back line. Rizel getting the healing from the hard guard. Blocked as well. Rizel still able to kite away right now as that's going to be one member taken down. But it's a decimate once again from Chibi, who looks for more. Rindo next to the chopping block. One more decimate for a triple kill. We saw a Maniac from Homebois just earlier, and they're hunting for another. But Homebois will say, we'll take the base instead, just with a triple this time to end the game 2-0 in the group stages. The Malaysian aggression, the Malaysian hype train continues.
Against all odds, against all expectations, Homebois from Malaysia gonna be able to take away the win streak that Blacklist has been so hard and so good at fighting for. And that breaks the Filipino win streak as well here at MPLI 2023. What a performance by Homebois.
Homebois are not just here to participate. They really are here to conquer and to prove to the world that Malaysia is back in the international stage. And what a sight! In a year where a lot of people just look at Philippines and Indonesia, Homebois are making a name for themselves. Let's throw it over to our TAA, Turna.
Man, Homebois is looking completely at home here. Dismantling Blacklist is all very apparent since the beginning of the drafting phase. They have a game plan, and even though there were setbacks, there were changes, perhaps surprises from Blacklist, they're still able to maintain it. It always seems like it's about that jungle. It's about that early game wave clear, and it's about snowball, man. They don't want to do this scaling playstyle that takes time, that takes calculations. They're trying to go full on aggression, and Chibi is so good at facilitating his team in doing so, especially with the right draft, right? A Martis in the early game along with an Angela. It's a combo we've seen before, but most recently, I think it's fell off in popularity, but Homebois just used it really, really well. Saw that for Blacklist, they even went for a Novaria roam to try and get some more utility, some more scouting in the jungle, trying and avoid the aggression from Homebois before it even begins. But when you're that fast, when you have that much pressure like Homebois are, then it doesn't even matter. They just keep running at you, and they were up against a Baxia, man. They're able to just outmaneuver the Baxia. So the first pick that was contested by Blacklist turns out to be nullified, especially with the true damage decimate being used so efficiently by Chibi as well. He is going to be the MVP on that Martis, 9-0-3. It's all about the early game, but that's all he requires. Only a Hunter Strike for a bit more of that movement speed, trying to literally decimate people, and then going full tankiness, knowing that the whole roster of Blacklist will be stuck trying to deal with him, trying to stop him from getting into the back line. With the Angela, with all the resistances right here, the Cuirass and the Radiant Armor, it was just too much. I think at some point, Blacklist understood that. They tried to kite around, try and thread the needle and do damage to the backliners instead. But 10k gold deficiency, man. I mean, we don't see Blacklist being in that position a lot at all. It's just such a great moment with the Quantum Charge as well, he's able to just go very, very fast, despite all the slows and the utility that is used by Blacklist to try and stop his aggression. It doesn't really help that Blacklist also lacks in range. The only real long-distance spell they have is the Novaria's Astral Sphere. So for the most part, the whole roster of Homebois can consistently outdamage. And Blacklist, they can't really hit back because there's always the threat of Chibi coming in and just getting those resets, deleting the whole roster. And you gotta give respect to the neutral objective game as well. You saw that sometimes in the purple buff contest, Chibi does fall short, but for what? Right? We did mention that there was a bait situation there. Whenever he loses out on the purple buff, it's because he's saving the retribution for something even more. So everything is still very much calculated. And in the early game, it all begins here with this play. Blacklist just weren't ready, weren't expecting it. And it's a very quick, very easy double. And from there, right, with a level advantage, 2 level advantages even, just goes in. The turrets don't really matter when you're this far ahead. And unfortunately for Blacklist, even when there was this huge aggressive tower dive, they don't really have any tools to keep Chibi in the tower range to try and punish that aggression. So eventually, it just snowballs out of control. The only time they're able to find something is when they sacrifice Dominic to try and pull all the attention away from the other side of the map, pull Chibi away from the rest of the team, and then make a play when he's not around. That is the weakness of having all your kills onto one person, but Homebois, they just roll with it. It doesn't even matter for them, because once they noticed that Blacklist was trying to do that, they just made sure that there was no chance at all. Towards the mid game, I think the Necklace of Durance was built for Haji to try and stop the shielding, stop the sustain coming in from Homebois. But Homebois match it with a Necklace of Durance of their own. So overall, in these fights, you can see the difference in damage output available. This is the last play they tried to make, and Rizal was almost taken out, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Maybe a bit more gold or a bit more time would have swung the game in Blacklist's favor. But today, Homebois just proves everyone, maybe not everyone, but proves a lot of people wrong who discount their region in face of the Philippines. Looking at the item builds right here, Dominic, of course, going for tankiness, so did Rindo. The idea is to have more backline damage, try and get some more range, but Kimpoy alone on the Novaria just is not enough. And there's very limited targets available, because for Homebois, the target they want to get that needs to be protected is Rizal. And there's never a time where he needs to stand in the front line. No one is really forcing him to walk up like that. If they need damage output, Warlord can supplement that using this Lilia, the new Lilia with the whole 5-stack passive that just resets the Angry Glooms. So it's a great multifaceted approach from Homebois. And honestly, I was thinking that they're gonna be a bit more one-dimensional, a bit more straightforward. But they are showing right now, if you think they're gonna do Plan A, they will have a Plan B, a Plan C ready. And even when you have on-the-fly adjustments in the game, they have proven that they can adjust and adapt to that as well. So, I think now, going up against Homebois, you need to be very careful of the drafting phase, not only to let go of prior heroes and strong heroes, but also, what can you do later on with the final 2 picks? What can you do in the game when your Plan A doesn't work, when your Plan B doesn't work? Because Homebois, they seem to have it in the bag. Back to Mirko and Eterna to close out the game.
I'm cosplaying Mirko.
That's the hand gesture you need to have, Eterna. You see
Mirko
this?
always does this.
It's the neutral hand placement. What do you do? What do you do if it's not this, Eterna?
This. Or
That's
this.
boring, man. Everybody does this.
Nobody does this.
You know who does this?
Who?
You know. You know.
Do I know?
Everybody knows.
Okay, I
The
think...
chat knows.
Okay, can the chat tell me? Because I don't know. Please tell me. I'm confused. But yeah, again, thank you so much, Arashi, for that analysis. It really did open up some light, shed some light over to what exactly happened. And I think we agree with what he mentioned earlier, the fact that that was a very surprising win from Homebois. And I'm happy that we're heading into this direction. Sorry? Oh, no way.
What do you mean? No way. She says, I didn't say anything. She just said, no way. No way, she says.
No way.
But honestly, all right. So
Okay.
I got to talk to Coach Zaya just a
Uh-huh.
week ago, and he told me that this new meta, this new patch is very jungle centric.
Okay.
And so far, that's what we've been seeing.
That's true.
Have you realized that so far there's not been any gold lane, like there's no impressive gold lane performances so far.
No,
Because we
you're
never
right.
get to the late game. So
very
far,
early.
it's been jungle. Kaltizi and AP Bren in the early game dominating all the way. Chibi as well on Homebois. 2-0, 2-0. You have a strong jungler and you have a big advantage. And so far, that's what we've been seeing in this
So
match.
do you think that we're heading towards the trifecta again? Jungle, mid, roam?
Echo, it's Kaltizi up against Super Ken. So the jungle matchup's definitely going to be very fun for the next match.
I agree, and I'm excited to see what heroes actually pop out because this is Bigetron Alpha we're talking about. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to close out that particular match. There are still 6 more matches ahead of us. I'm going to be out. I'm going to be swapped in by either Sheffin or Goni, I think.
I think it's ASG.
ASG?
ASG.
Okay, so Goni. So I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see
But
you right after.
you guys stay tuned, all right? Because I'm going to be watching too. Don't finish the Hello Panda. Oh yeah, Rashi says goodbye too.
Arashi says goodbye as
Don't
well.
eat the Hello Panda.
I will eat whatever I want.
Don't.
To eat. This is mine.
Yeah, okay, you can have that. But the rest is mine.
These are all mine.
Stop. I'm taking it home. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
No, you're not. You're not taking.
Yeah,
it
I'm
home.
going.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
The Red Terminators take on the M4 World Champions in our next match. Match number 7, back at it again, this time with Mirko, still with you guys, but with a new addition to the lineup. It's Gani, Mr. ASG. Welcome, man.
Thank you for having me, and yes, as it's gonna be me, Gani. Well, accompanying you on our 6 matches left of today, and we saw Group A and Group B. Man, I think 13 minutes was the max time, was the below, and apart from that 13 minutes, it's all 11 minutes.
We've been seeing a very, very short game time, very short durations for all our games, but at this point, after every single patch, we usually see these kind of things happen, right? Season 11 as well. Right after the patch, regular season starts rolling, and you are able to see just super quick games every single time. But then, as the meta continues to progress, as teams get adapted to the meta, we will see longer games. And personally, for me, that's what I'm expecting for the knockout stage as well. Maybe for the group stages, we'll see more of teams having a bit of an edge because of their understanding of the current patch and then having dominant wins. But yeah, that's an incredible stat. 14 minutes is our longest game duration for today. We have not touched the 15-minute mark just yet, and that just shows you how much of a change we've seen. We've seen super long games in the playoffs just earlier. Let's take a look at our group standings here, just as a recap after our first 6 matches that rounds up Group A and Group B. AP Bren still undefeated 2-0 with Homebois as well in Group B.
Huge shout out though to AP Bren as well as Homebois, you're right. Well, let's see here. Dewa United and Blacklist stage somehow shared a point here, just one, winning one and losing once. But for Nova and as well as TOB, Geek, and Team Falcon, they need to bounce back tomorrow.
Remember, again, this is a quick reminder to all you guys watching. The 2 teams that are the top 2 teams in every group will move on to the knockout stage. First place going to the upper brackets, second place going to the lower brackets. The bottom 2 will be knocked out in the group stages. So for Nova, TOB, Geek, and Falcons, they all need to come back swinging tomorrow to secure a slot for the knockout stage. Meanwhile, now, for the next 6 matches, we'll be focused down in Group C. A lot of people consider Group C to be the group of death, and Group D with RQ, RSGPH, See You Soon, and Flash. Some banger games coming our way right now, starting obviously with the match we highlighted earlier, Gani. The M4 World Champions taking on BTR. A new BTR, actually.
It's a classic Indo versus PH. Bigetron, Mirko, you've been hyping this team up since back in Season 7, and now going up against Echo. How do you expect this match will come?
Well, I think they should just focus on their game, their style, right? Don't really focus too much on what Echo brings to the table. Echo coming into it as well. We have seen some internal conflict in Echo, even in MPL PH Season 12 playoffs. They weren't able to get their utmost potential. But if you guys want to reach your utmost potential, maybe some motivation is in need for all you dudes. Go ahead and check out Omni by FWD right now by scanning the QR code right below me here to take a look at the story of the journey of a legend, an Indonesian legend, a Bigetron legend, Captain Vin, and his journey from moving to different teams, his journey as a pro player. But if you want to see something different, we also have EVOS Legends' brand ambassador, Una, with her journey as well. Mini documentaries.
It is very free to download on Google Play or even Apple app. And with that, we also want to give you a huge shout out to Meiji. Rise above the pang of hunger and unlock the full flavor of MPLI with who? Hello Panda. From creamy chocolate to several other kinds of flavor goodness, unleash an AOE of excitement on your taste buds with no mess to keep your victories clean. There you go.
If one's very free, this one's very affordable, right? When you're already watching those mini documentaries on Omni, might as well have a snack to go with it. This right here is definitely the best snack you can go for. Me and Eterna, we were eating while we were doing the broadcast earlier. We can do the same later, Gani, all right? Once you feel hungry, we can go and get some Hello Panda snacks as we cast as well. All you guys can do the same right now as we are going to get into one of the highlighted match for today of Group Stage Day number 1. Every single time these Titans collide, we see a crazy matchup. Last time we saw these two, it was in SPS, but it was with a different roster, Gani. It was Zyda in the jungle, outplayed, in the gold lane. This time, Echo are kind of mixing up their roster once again. They're utilizing some of their veterans, but also some of their new players. Speaking of new, One Esports app right now, you guys can download it on your Samsung device on Google Play Store or the Samsung Galaxy Store for free. You get that for free, but you get so much premium content, just like the breaking news, exclusive interviews, and with the athletes fighting for the MPLI throne, you get a lot of different angles and perspectives from the pros.
A very good insight indeed. A lot of news, information. You want updates, perhaps future tournaments as well. So go download the One Esports app.
It's as simple as that, as Adi likes to put it.
Simple as that. It's that simple.
It's that simple. Following One Esports is maybe a bit simpler, right? For one, you need to download the app. Following, you're already on social media for a long time, every single day. Why not just check it out? Anyone is fine. You're on Discord, whether you're on TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, you can find One Esports. Find the best media source from news, from predictions, talent predictions for One Esports MPLI 2023 that we got to see. By the way, shout out to Wolf, because his prediction, his top 3, it's not even possible.
Is it a troll? Is it perhaps for future MPLI? Perhaps he's predicting for MPLI 2024.
He's looking past 2023. He's going, he's the future. He's looking past everything because his present is his past and the future's his future.
Wait. Whoa. Let's take it take it back, right? Let's
hold
slow
on.
down, right? And of course you guys can join in. Name that hero. Miracle, I believe it is Balman. Is your eyesight as good as Leslie though? Prove it by identifying these heroes and stand a chance to win what? How many diamonds? 4,000. And contest this tournament. Well, this quiz will end on November 19th.
Gani, I was casting with a Turna for the first 6 matches and I thought she was bad. Did you just guess Balman?
This is Balman, bro.
If she's bad, you're abysmal. Maybe you shouldn't name that hero. Maybe you should just register for updates because you can get the same amount of diamonds, 4,000 to be exact, just from registering for updates on the One Esports website. Now, what do I get? You might ask me. If you register for updates, you get all the things you get with the app as well. You get breaking news, you get all exclusive interviews, and on top of that, in-game guides to navigate the land of Dawn. Stand a chance to win 4,000 diamonds just by signing up.
If that was simple, the earlier campaigns were simple, this is very much simple. You just need to register and get 4,000. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that is the campaign. And let's focus more on Bigetron and Echo, right? Mukbang, Moreno, SPS. They defeated Echo, though now a different lineup perhaps from Echo.
A different lineup entirely. They're trying to find the same amount of success. They're trying to replicate what they did in SPS, but obviously for Echo, they're trying to look for that vengeance, right? They're a team that's still very hungry despite all the trophies they have gotten, they have achieved. And with that, let's just take into the VT for the match. Echo versus BTR for our first team.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Orcas. It is Echo. Now you can see here a little lineup change. As we all know, still though, it will be Carl Teasy, and most likely it will feature Ken as well on the Bigetron side.
It's MPLPH's lineup for Echo, the same lineup that played in the playoffs as well. Very interested to see how they're going to be performing here in MPLI 2023. Knowing their performance in MPLI 2022 was very, very different, but maybe now that they did not qualify to M5, they might be showing a little bit more scratch here, maybe trying to take the throne as we throw it over to the Red Terminators to see what their lineup is going to be.
And on the other side, an Indonesian rep, it is Bigetron Alpha, still with their main five, still also with a MPL roster.
They've changed quite a bit. By quite a bit, I mean 2 members that were key factors as to their finish in top 3. Speaking of similarities, top 3 for both these teams, Bigetron Alpha in MPL Indonesia and Echo in MPL Philippines. There's been a change in the coaching staff. No longer do we see Coach Aldo at the helms as the head coach for the Red Terminators, and also a quick shift as well, a quick change in the gold lane. Shive, who was promoted in towards the half point of the regular season. Now we're seeing Saken maybe coming back to that form that we've seen him in SPS and in Season 11.
Let's see how will Saken perform again now on a international stage. Will they be able to prevail against Echo? Now again, let's see here how Moreno, the main man here, will do. I want to see his performance here, Mirko. Seeing his taunts, seeing his recalls, it's all entertaining, but now can he walk the walk in MPLI 2023?
Let's see if he even talks the talk, right? Last time he talked the talk, he was able to... Well, yes, SPS, he was able to walk the walk, but then after that, we did see a big slump for BTR, not able to reach the potential that a lot of people thought they were able to. Let's take a look at the draft instantly here with a change in coaching staff for BTR. Will they be able to fend off against the threat of Echo in this group, the only Filipino team in Group C? But nevertheless, definitely the Titans in Group C.
True. And now Echo will have the blue side here, banning out already with the Fanny and the Faramis. Now, very interesting and very specific as well. And in response, Bigetron, they opt for a Mathilda and Kadita ban here. So, it's trying to limit the mid-roam options here, mostly for the roam position here.
Still a Fanny, a Faramis, slow build up here, but Echo has the first pick. Bigetron Alpha on the red side. We do see a little bit of a pattern, I would say, in MPL Indonesia and in MPL Philippines as well. Red side usually does have a higher win rate. Not too sure about this new patch because we've seen that whoever just understands the meta more has won. Not necessarily blue side or red side centric this time around, but the Valentina, an interesting ban. Even though it's been nerfed, even though it has a 0% win rate so far after the course of 6 matches, it's still banned out, respecting Moreno. Still Nolan though. Pure respect to the meta. We've seen Nolan played twice, I believe, today.
And also, I would like to point out that it is not going to be Aldo. It is going to be Fala here who will draft for Bigetron. I want to see adjustments, right? But Echo, they opt for a Joy first pick. Let's see here. Bigetron, will they counter that pick with a insta-suppress hero?
They can go for the suppress, but knowing the changes in the patch, honestly, they might just go for normal CC. Any CC can stop the Joy now, especially something like a bouncing ball from the Kufra. Bigetron Alpha. Maybe they'll go for the Guinevere. That spatial migration, that passive no longer needed to get a knockup.
Hey, it won a game.
It won a game. One game. And then one game out of how many games? It's not a Guinevere. They go for the Novaria and the Wanwan. Early Wanwan pick, Gani.
This is very interesting, right? I mean, Wanwan, a hero that is very, very hard to catch. But take a look at the response here. Very quick, Taja and Farsa. So what they're saying is we also can add range, also can add crowd control to really suppress that high mobility Wanwan.
That's a great pick, man. Range and burst, the 2 types of factors you need in a team to go and counter the Wanwan. On top of that, the Kaja steal away. It's not just a good pick against the Wanwan, a very mobile hero that can get suppressed, but it's also a good deny pick. Bigetron, what they like to do with the Wanwan is they pick up something like a Kaja to lock people down, to give the Wanwan more of a chance to pick up every single weakness point. By the way, fun fact, Bigetron Alpha have also changed their roamer. As you remember, in the later half of the regular season, it was Super Key who played for BTR. Now, it's just been, they've even removed the Super from the team. It's just Super Ken. The rest of them are just, they're just them.
They know who the main character is in that team, Mirko, and that is Super King.
What about the MJ? Some added letters on Moreno.
Moreno MJ, indeed. So
What
let's-
is that?
Time to take the field.
I really don't know.
Your team
Let's
is
see here,
banned.
Bigetron. It seems like they will ban out the Bruno. A good matchup going up against the 1-1, but Echo in the second phase, they really want to lock Vin out here, banning out Hilda and Franco. So with the Hilda ban, understandable. They have a Joey who is quite vulnerable in that early game.
Doesn't this leave Bigetron Alpha a choice to go for a Kufra? It's a good pick against the dive, against the Kaja as well, and the bouncing ball to kind of negate the Joy already. They need some more initiation to help out Chorizo, who'll be the instant initiation, but they can go for that. Or they can pick up a Fredrin first, flex that Roamer to the last pick, knowing that Echo already picked up Kaja. But aside from the Kufra, a little bird is whispering in my ear. A little animal who walks on all fours. Ow, he says, and I translate that over to a Cho or an Arlet pick.
I like Arlet.
Arlet for
Rome is
Echo and
good.
Cho for BTR.
Okay. Let's see here. Will it happen? And Echo, they opt for a Claude ban here. Interesting, considering that Claude activates in that mid towards that late. Does this composition have enough balance is my
Your
question.
team is
The
picking.
little bird was right.
Yep.
The little wolf was right. Arlet picked up by Echo. Let's see what Bigetron Alpha pick up next. The Cho was the prediction by the little animal.
Cho for Vin. That little animal. Whoa, okay. Cho for Vin. I like it. It's a good pick. Forcing that Farsa and perhaps Claude on a Purify is an approach, right? So let's see here. Will the Cho come through? But it seems like they will opt
1
for an
second.
Angela. A support instead.
Interesting choice to go for. It feels like they already have enough frontliners. Maybe they want to just add in more of that utility, whether it be the stun or the immobilize rather, and even the healing. But all three casters, we seem to have the same opinion as to how this game will go. But you all know that when I predict a team, it's a double-edged sword, man.
So it is a mirror curse.
The
Maybe.
last two matches have been mirror bless, but unintentional mirror blesses. For Homebois, they won 2 in a row, and I predicted Homebois twice.
Wow. So the 10 heroes here for this match has been set. Let's see here how Bigetron and Echo will perform in this match here. Seeing it now, I think it's a very well balanced composition from both teams.
It is. We'll see how both these teams executed as we enter the land of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match number 7 of Group Stage Day 1 MPLI 2023.
Okay, let's see here. Spell check. Yeah, no purifies here. So again, with Angela picked up last, it doesn't really force Sanji or even the Claude to pick up the purify. They can use any type of spell that they're comfortable with. And there you go. The start. Both of the jungler opted for a purple buff start.
They're both chilling with it, right? Early on, especially after this patch, we have seen that the game actually should go longer because of the delayed first turtle take that we usually see nowadays. Roamer doesn't get level 4 first. Finn.
Oh, Vin isolated, almost picked off there, forced to use the flicker. But again, Echo will find the lethal wonder quite comfortably.
I'd say it's a weird play if it was anyone else except for Beloy and Vin. They just like to do that sometimes. Overextending a bit, maybe burning their battle spell, but in the end, that's what usually the BBBs do, you know, the big brain boys.
The big brain boys, again, yeah, they do not... it seems like they're very comfortable in wasting a spell. Now, very calm first minute. No first blood whatsoever. Almost, though, Vin picked off. And now, with that info, Carl TZ might jump on towards Vin, but now we focus more on towards the top side here.
And looking at it here for the Arlet itself, I'd say this hero has just risen so much in popularity, not just in the XP lane, but as a flex pick, right? Good playmaking potential. And when Ogwin picked it up as a roamer, most kills in the game, a lethal roamer. A very rare roamer to see nowadays, but even in the bottom lane, Sakin's doing a good job at zoning Penny.
Take a look at this as well, right? Vin already looking for the angle close in the backside. Now Benny is very, very low. Top side though, Chorizo quite low. Not level 4 yet as Carl TZ picks up first blood in the bottom lane. Will it be the trade? As Saken finds the kill. It's a 1-for-1.
He gets the gold plating down below, but Super Ken loses out on a lot.
Super Ken forced to retreat a bit. Echo, they are now already in the turtle pit. Super Ken though, soaking damage. Oh, good final slash. And take a look at the damage now. Super Ken jumps in. Appraisal's Wrath does not find it. Sanford finds the kill, and Echo, they find the turtle here quite comfortably. Bigetron though, they still move on. They still want more. As now, all good. Flicker penalty zone in the backside of Sanji will be caught and taken down as Bigetron Alpha now with a response.
Bigetron Alpha, they lose out in the XP battle, but once Chorizo comes back, he was not hesitating at all, and even Carl!
Oh, very low. Still survives though. Good thing that Bigetron has no flicker there for Chorizo, but take a look at the turtle. Super Ken, very comfortable. The first neutral objective here is most likely fall to the Indonesian side.
They're going for more, Gani. They're not stopping at that. Chorizo is an absolute menace. We went from Chorizo to sorry, bro.
Okay, I see what you did there. Super Ken again will find the first newt, and Echo, they will play this slowly, right? They need to somehow find compensation. It seems like in the bot side, not helping. Benny, very low. The trades are for Saken. Take a look at the gold gap or the EXP gap. And top side, Chorizo 2v1 will not have enough sustainability and will be taken out.
Not even the hard guard used up. Maybe either a miscommunication or a last second decision to say, you know what, you're already too far away. You're gonna be taken out anyways. By the way, did you just say
neutral?
That's the term for neutral objective now from Gani. The slang newt secures the newt. I like that. Neutral objective is a short form. You know, it's very efficient. And BTR this game have been quite efficient themselves. Saken in this gold lane against the Claude. You'd expect the Claude to actually have a pretty good lane against this Wanwan, but after the adjustments, maybe Benny Cutie is a bit lost in that calculation department. Super Ken.
Oh, in the backside with the help of the hard guard now. We'll try to isolate Call TZ. Oh, take a look at the damage. Good Divine Judgment though under the turret, but Super Ken takes it all. Sanford in the backside looking for an angle, but it seems like now Echo does not find the angle that they really are looking for. Now Bigetron disengages, but they keep on pressure. The bot side, JP quite low. No mana, but take a look at the snipe. Moreno finds the mark. Now good taunt by Super Ken. Take a look at Bigetron. They want more. Moreno flickering out. Vin though, very low and will be taken out by the last bullet of that blazing duet.
Carl TZ. That's the orange buff, and just like that, both teams disengage. But I can't help but feel that again, Bigetron Alpha came out on top in that skirmish with a better position in the goldie department. Heck, even in the gold lane, Saken's able to shove it in, though Echo should be able to get Benny to clear that out, to soak in that gold with the help of JP to rotate down below. But they do give away a lot of pressure on that turtle towards Super Ken, who's already on it, who should be able to take it here unless Sanford and Carl TZ can make a miracle play 2v4.
Let's see though, right? Echo, will they gamble this? Carl TZ moving in on towards Vin, who is quite low, health HP. Now, retry battle, all good penalty zone. Super Ken finds a retry. Carl TZ now in trouble, but he is a joy. So high mobility. In the bot side though, the turret for that gold lane will be taken out by Benny.
A turret for a turtle. This time, I would say Echo actually get the better trade. They were able to slow down what Bigetron Alpha were doing up top, which is the neutral objective, delay it for so long that Benny got so much more space to clear out down below, to get to that comfort spot, and he already has the DHS. Saken still very well in the lead. Sanford jumps in, but it's a missed play, I would say. The final slash did not connect. Still good on the clear.
They will save that top lane turret. Bigetron, though, the economy, man, it's so balanced this game. 6 minutes and no clear winner.
They're chilling. It's a 400 goal lead that could be very easily turned around by Echo just with one big play.
Yep.
And that one big play is the play that I've been waiting for from JP, the main pickoff initiator, I would say, right? I mean, with the conceals, with the aggressive maneuvers around the map, and with the burst of Sanji and Carl TZ, I expected a bit more aggression in the early game. Good final slash.
Good final slash. Now, good suppression as well. The hard guard might come a little bit too late. It seems like Saken now will provide cover. Sanford flickering out in the back. And it seems like now Bigetron, they have regrouped. Take a look at the rotation here by Sorizo, already looking for an angle at the backside as well. The turret will be the main agenda. Good flicker penalty zone. JP flickers out of the way. The damage will be enough here to take JP down. No! He survives with 1.
1 HP. JP gets out just barely, but Benny Cutie on the other side. You leave him just for a bit and he picks up a turret. Damn you, Benny.
Wow. Bigetron Alpha got outplayed their good delay by Echo. Sure, they lost a turret top lane, but that inner turret in the bottom lane can be crucial for the rotations of Bigetron. Now, the last turtle will be up. Will Echo leave this turtle once again?
They should just try to look for a trade down below. They got a tier 2 turret, so they have so much more pressure to play with in the bottom lane. However, BTR is playing it really intelligently. They did not show on the map until Karltizi and Sanji rotates back to the mid lane, and now we're seeing that Bigetron Alpha are starting to develop the lead even further. From 400, we're getting to see almost 1,000.
And it seems like their tempo will go down because the spells here aren't ready for most of the players though. Feather Airstrike will be committed. Good snipe by Moreno, chunking Sanji to almost half HP. Take a look at Torizo catching 2 in the jungles of Echo. Now purple buff, who will get it? Seems like Bigetron. Oh! Good final slash and good suppression as well as Torizo will be taken out. Though, the mid lane, it will be the turret taken out. But take a look at that. Sanford is sandbagging in the front side, will be taken out as well.
Superkin gets a massive Appraiser's Wrath onto 4 members while he was low, while he was soaking the damage from the tier 1, and that was quite literally what turned the fight back to Bigetron. It looked like an Echo win for sure. One of these big hero plays turn it around completely, and now we get to take a look at the in-game equipment. For the jungler department, Karltizi is still holding on to a big gold lead. The damage not enough.
Oh, Saken with the crossbow of Tang now will be soaked by the side of Karltizi, but Benny with the blazing duet. Oh, good catch, Vin! Taken out by the feathered airstrike, though it will be traded for JP. But it seems like it will be a 1-for-1 Vin for JP.
A big snipe from downtown. Moreno, very accurate this game on that Novaria. Kill-wise, it's still the same. Bigetron, though, holding the lead. However, there is a pretty big difference as to how the gold has been acquired. For the side of Bigetron Alpha, the man who has most of this gold is going to be Saken. Meanwhile, for Echo, is their carry in the jungle. We've seen in this patch, it's been mainly focused around the junglers rather than the gold lane. Bigetron, though, for some reason, despite that gold lead, in terms of the trio mid has been held down by Karltizi, they've been the ones coming out on top in these neutral objective fights and the neutral objective takes.
Bigetron, early setup for the Lord. Whoa, good penalty zone here. JP in trouble, but it seems like the cover will be enough. So Rizzo now half HP, but the Lord will be secured comfortably by the Indonesian rep.
Once again, neutral objective battle. This time, though, it makes more sense. Saken, the guy with the gold lead, has been given the call to rotate and to help the team instead of joining Benny in that side lane where Benny's just farming, Saken's team fighting. This time, the trades for Benny won't be as good because it's all down to the base turret. They've taken a tier 1 down below, tier 2 as well. The ones that's next is going to be that base turret. It's very hard to crack for now.
Echo, they need to recalibrate here. 11 minutes, First Lord. They need to be able to defend this somehow with all 3 base turrets still standing. Let's see replay though. Top lane.
It was a crossbow tank that did a lot. Benny Cutie then re-engaged with the blazing duet. It was perfect that Sanji was able to pick up the kill, but then they overstepped a bit and there was no body block. Meanwhile, what's happening live is just a siege that has failed from the side of BTR in terms of the base turret. They are able to take 2 tier 2s though in the mid lane and in the bottom lane.
Just 1 inner turret left standing for the side of Echo. Let's see how will they be able to handle this. Moreno with the Holy Crystal, man, that's a lot of magic power already in the hands of Moreno. 11 minutes in.
6-6 though. Super equal when it comes to the kills in this game. We haven't seen a lot of big fights where teams have been wiped out. We've been seeing more of just little skirmishes that in turn give them so much more space. Karltizi's feeling it. Jumps into all 4 of them, but there's no real lockdown to stop him. For you guys back at home, register for updates right now. Scan the QR code and win 4,000 big diamonds. BDs.
Big diamonds. Massive. Man, Bigetron now 5,000 gold lead. It seems like they want to contest this orange Carl TZ. No retribution though, so it seems like it will fall to the hands of Bigetron.
Just taking it slow with the lead that they have built for themselves, 4.7k. Gonna go for the wave freeze. They do not want to give Echo any free resources, maybe except the mid lane where they need to constantly shove to put more pressure in the enemy jungle, to invade, to open up the map. But still, even now, with a 5,000 gold lead, it does seem like Carl TZ still has a lead when it comes down to the gold and the XP against Super Ken, who is a level below. So even if they go for a neutral objective battle, it will... There's a chance that it'll still be 50-50, especially if JP can get a cheeky little conceal, a good divine judgment to lock Fredrin down. That'll be 100-0 for Carl.
I mean, to add to that, considering that their spells are all active, and also 15 seconds, the next Lord, the Evolved Lord, not the Evolved, the Enhanced Lord rather, will be up. That's, I feel like, where the 5v5 will occur. So let's see here the setup. You can see here already, Daddy JP is already on the bottom side of the map.
Daddy JP. Is that his nickname? I don't know. Super Ken not able to find that purple buff. It's still Carl TZ. Both these jungles don't want to commit onto that retribution as the Lord is up again. Top lane, you can see it already slow pushed in. Good setup by BTRs. They can constantly just shove in this mid lane and the bottom lane as well, but they're developing another slow push down below. Chorizo holding onto a bush. They're both splitting their angles, splitting their sides. Echo taking control of the bottom side. And Carl TZ is already trying to poke out, trying to open up the vision for the rest of the team to look for a collapse. Sanford, his target acquisition needs to be perfect, but the Astral Echo has revealed JP.
Intelligent itemization as well, Mirko. Saken builds Athena, so he respects the Sanji power, but take a look at the engage now. JP boy reload. Saken now will be the main target. Good! Final slash as he will be taken out first. JP will be the trade. Vin flickers out of the way as Super Ken finds the Lord, but take a look at Betty Cutie with the blazing duet. He finds Vin.
And they're gonna go for more, Connie. Sanford already trying to delay the recall. Bigetron Alpha, they lost the fight. It's a 2-for-1. They only got a roamer, but they were able to secure a Lord. That means they can play it slower. Meanwhile, Echo, instead of maybe looking for proactive movements with a kill lead, they're stopped by the Lord. They're denied. This should still be a win for Echo as they will be able to clear out the waves. Once they do that, they'll have much more of a chance to turn this gold lead around.
Yeah, so unfortunate that the positioning of Saken earlier wasn't maximal. So was somehow just exploited by the compositions, by the setup from Echo. And Saken was the first one to fall. And with that, Bigetron still with the push here, with the pressure. Echo, will they sacrifice a base turret in the top lane? No, they sacrifice the turret bottom though.
And if this Lord charges, which it does, it'll give Bigetron Alpha a pretty big advantage. Carl TZ jumps in, only to poke them for a bit, zoning them away from the turret. Chorizo picks up that immortality, and it should possibly be a siege and up top.
All good. Engaged. Turret will be taken out. Bigetron slowly but surely maintaining pressure. And it seems like what they're saying is, we've got enough, right? With the second Lord, we've got the top lane base turret and also the bottom lane. Let's regroup. Let's, again, reset. As let's see here, will there be some action in the jungles of Echo? It seems like now Carl TZ will secure that purple, well, that orange buff comfortably.
BTR stays disciplined in the 16th minute of the game. We finally crossed that mark, Connie. The longest game of group stage day 1. It's been stagnant at 15. We usually see the average game time being 12 minutes today. But finally, we have an equal match in the group of death. Echo versus BTR, both going head-to-head here. Some good damage by Carl. But if you take a look at the in-game equipment here, Sanford has actually opted to go for a bit more of a safer build. Supercans wants to go in.
They want to invade here. Let's see here. Will Bigetron high risk, high reward this? Seems like now the purple will be secured by the side of Echo. So it will be a reset here. Bigetron again. Economy-wise, they're still leading 3,000. And Carl TZ here still just a constant nuisance to the formation of Bigetron.
They're going in, Gani. They're going on to Carl TZ. The taunt doesn't connect, but the snipe.
Oh, Carl TZ, no angles perhaps. Let's see, Carl TZ, will he be able to escape this? And the answer is yes.
A great moment there by Carl TZ, but it does give so much space, so much room for Bigetron Alpha to control again. The fact that Carl TZ is forced to recall all the way means that Echo can no longer open up this portion of the map for some time, but they're looking for a trade all around already. Looking to take a detour into the mid lane and then get the same angle. Top lane still slow pushing with the super minions coming in, but Carl TZ wants to dive in.
Oh, in the backside as well. Vin is supposedly the target, as well as Saken. Now, Lord at 25,000 HP. Saken moving in. Good opening. And take a look at JP in the backside. Oh, good suppression as well as Saken. JP taken out. But no, Saken is still in the battle. Carl TZ in the backside will be the next target as he falls. Now it's a double for Saken, and that's a green light for Bigetron Alpha to take the Lord.
It's 2 for 0. Echo were able to find a final slash, a great combo onto Saken, but it was still not enough to take him down. Saken with a clutch crossbow of Tang turns the fight around, and Echo now are forced on the back foot once again. They're forced to defend, but again, this time it's 2 base turrets. Only 1 base turret left for Echo. Meanwhile, Bigetron Alpha, it's the Enhanced Lord still. I don't know if it was evolved. Didn't quite catch that. It's 18 minutes in. Did they reset it earlier to get evolved?
Maybe. I think it's not evolved yet here, Mirko. But let's see. Right in the mid side, Echo will still be able to defend that last standing turret.
It is evolved.
Oh, it is evolved.
A big W. That's why they had to reset it in the final part of the lore. They didn't fully commit onto it. They waited for the evolved, reset, and then took it again.
Oh, the timing, man. The timing. Now, potentially, Mirko, this might be the final push.
This honestly might be. They have 3 waves pushing at once. A slow push up top as well. Now in the mid lane, they're crashing in, Gani.
Let's see. Bigetron Alpha looking for an opening with Sorizo and Superkin in the front side of the map. Carl TZ, though, looking for an angle for the backside. Sorizo doesn't find any members, but take a look at Sanford. Taking out Lord. Managed, taken care of, and with that, Bigetron with 5 members, will they be able to close the game? Echo looking to defend. 35 seconds for Sanford, but it seems like Supercan now in the front side will lose his immortality. But Benny with the blazing duet does not find anyone as Supercan will be the casualty now. Carl TZ looking for a kill, finds it, and this might be it. The double from Carl.
Carl TZ jumps into the back bin. Take it very low. It's an outplay, but Sorizo does the same.
Oh, looking for a triple. It seems like Carl TZ will not find its mark. But Echo, what a defense by the Orcas.
Absolutely fantastic. In the first game, we get to see 20 minutes. We're seeing an absolute banger. As expected, finally. And Echo are already trying to utilize this to punish even further, to capitalize, going to invade in the enemy purple buff, enemy jungle. That 5,000 built up to an 8,000 gold lead just earlier, or 6,000 rather, now down to 1,000. If they're not able to defend this mid lane turret, it's going to be more for Echo. The gold lead might shift entirely to Echo's favor.
I mean, to be fair, it's 20 minutes, right? So gold isn't really too relevant, but take a look at the itemizations here already. No shoes for Claude as well, of course, as Wanwan, but the respect, right? The respect from Wanwan is still with the Athena, so there's physical negation from that Wind of Nature, and also magic resist for that Athena. So Rizzo,
DPZ.
Oh, penalty zone defensively, and take a look at the damage. They will go all in this. Good appraisals, Rats finding JP, and as well as Carl TZ as JP also falls.
A big blunder in the 21st minute of the game. That's Sanford who falls as well. 3 for 0, Connie.
Oh, this might be it. This might be it. 40 seconds.
Benny.
And take a look at Benny relieving off pressure in that mid lane. As Bigetron, will they end the game or will they go for the Lord?
They're looking to set up from the bottom, or rather top lane rather. But you can see Sanji, the assassination attempt.
Oh, Feather Airstrike. That's the Athena. Saken is still A-okay. And with
look at
that,
the wave. It's
wave,
low.
It is very low. Good Feather Airstrike as well. And Bigetron, they don't have enough firepower. Penalty zone for Benny, but Benny caught, losing his immortality. And now the damage will come through, though there is no way for Bigetron to end the game.
What a play from Sanji! 200 IQ maneuvers with the wave clear up top. It was not an assassination attempt. It was a save from Sanji. What a brilliant feathered airstrike that might have saved the game, delayed the inevitable. But if Bigetron Alpha finds this Evolved Lord, Echo will still be in a whole lot of trouble.
Let's see how will they handle the next couple of minutes. Very crucial indeed, as Bigetron will find the Lord. Now Echo, how will they find this? Right, JP has a fleeting time, so at least that Divine Judgment, if with assist, there's a cooldown reduction.
3,000 goal lead back for BTR. They can take it slow as they've taken the Evolved Lord. Only 2 members spotted out by that Astral Echo. And both these teams are looking at one siege, the other defend. This time it's an Evolved Lord. The second one this game, Gani, 22 minutes in. With the entirety of the jungle taken away as well, but the waves are not manipulated properly. Echo were able to stop that from happening by slowing down the mid-wave push, by having that wave there. Now, it's the Lord against Echo!
Oh, Coltizi taken out, and that is Sorizo with the penalty zone. Now placing the wet defensively as well from Benny, but it seems like the firepower from Bigetron will be more than enough to secure the game. Echo falls to the hands of the red robots.
Expectations already! Be damned! Bigetron Alpha, the underdogs in the matchup, but comes out on top with a brilliant end to the game, despite a few flaws in towards the later stage, despite a few big plays, some hero plays coming from Carl, then Sanji. It was not enough to bring Echo the victory for their first match at MPLI 2023. Still a loss that they can come back from, they can learn from, but for the Red Terminators, a good start to the tournament for them.
A very, very great start for Bigetron, as we will hear from our analyst.
The little wolf. Let's throw it over.
Or is he Big Wolf?
The Big Wolf.
Ow!
Thank you so much, Gani and Miracle. And what a game that we saw coming out from BTR as well as Echo. You thought that it would go favorably for BTR so easily, but then there were heroics that you saw coming out from Echo. But in the end, it was BTR, the Red Robots, that were able to secure the game. And there's one thing that was quite similar to all of the wins that you saw coming out from BTR in this match. It's how they were able to eliminate Kaltizi as well as JP. There were so many lords that went in favor of BTR just because of the fact that they were able to eliminate the jungler. It looks very simple, but there are so many steps that they had to do in order to eventually eliminate Kaltizi out of the equation. And surely we are going to see that. I would like to say, though, that BTR had a superior draft. And it might, me being part of the Philippines, so supporters of the Philippines, maybe they'll be hurt when I say that it was BTR that had a better draft. Well, you saw that in the game. It was far too easy for them to execute this lineup. Surely they let go of the joy, but they had great answers. 1-1 is probably the strongest hero right now when it comes to the gold lane, just because of some of the buffs that happened to, or quote-unquote indirect buffs that you saw for 1-1. And this is mostly because of the weakness finder. Having a lot of, I guess it was a revamp in a way, if you think about it, or some adjustments to weakness finder, which is the main reason why 1-1 will be able to activate that ultimate. In the words of the Filipinos, it's the way for them to be able to fly. But then again, Moreno was a big problem for the side of Echo all throughout this game because of the vision that he applies. And of course, the damage that you saw in the latter portions of the game, this Novaria hurts. And even when you try to contain the members of BTR with your Kaja and all of those assassination plays that Echo really like to do, they weren't able to do so. This is always the problem for Echo. Actually, there were so many games in the MPL Philippines playoffs that they struggled just because of the nature of the Novaria. Novaria is more like of a, I would say a kryptonite to Echo, just because of vision and information. You lock down a target, you see where they are. Even before the Lord Dance has been set up for Echo, there's already a lot of information given to the side of BTR. The more you know, the easier it is to execute. As you saw from the previous game, Cartesi wasn't even activated. He wasn't able to do whatever he does best just because of the fact that there's a lot of vision that you get from the Novaria. MVP, of course, 5-1 and 10 performance with a lot of damage per minute coming out from Mr. Moreno. And you know, there was that meme where Moreno talked about how he wants to mukbang or just to, you know, eat the Philippine teams for breakfast or for lunch or for dinner. And it seems like he did so in this particular game. Let's look at some of the highlights. It looked to be a one-sided affair to a point where Benny Cutie was behind 2,000 gold compared to his matchup, which was the 1-1 in the most important parts of the game, even after Benny Cutie was able to go for the split push. That means that in the early stages and the mid stages of the game, they do have the advantage when it comes to overall damage output. But then again, there was a defense. The wonderful defense that you saw coming out from Benny Cutie as well as Sanji. Very smart on how they were able to do it. However, it wasn't enough because again, Cartesi dies. They want to go for another fight here. And one thing that's very crucial is that the side of Echo wanted to eliminate the 1-1 as fast as possible. They do have the Farsa, they do have the Joy. Two heroes that will be perfect to take down to take out this 1-1. But we said that the attack speed and the Tiger pace is much faster now. In combination with the adjustments onto the weakness finder, the 1-1 is a very strong hero. And now that we see it, this is the item build. And I want you to look into this 1-1 coming up from Saken, eventually going for the immortality. But the most important item that he has is the Athena Shield. This actually allowed him to survive that fight around the 18-minute Lord, where BTR already suffered from a wonderful final slash coming out from Sanford. But and in combination with the Farsa ultimate, you would say that the 1-1 should be eliminated easily. But then again, because of that Athena Shield and of course the ultimate coming out from the Angela, combined that all together, you see Saken able to activate the Crossbow of Tang. And this will happen over and over as BTR punishes the members of Echo. For Echo, it's important for them to go for quick eliminations using the Farsa, using the Joy with the Kaja ultimate, and that wasn't possible because of the many things that BTR was able to do. The Athena Shield, the sustain coming out from the Angela, and the fact that they were able to apply the vision onto both the Kaja as well as Cartesi on the Joy. You will see many times during the Lord dances, it wasn't even a dance for Echo because BTR are already far advanced when it comes to positioning, and they also know where Echo is coming from. Such an when it comes to like ease of execution, I would say BTR had a better draft. Echo, although it is a very classic Echo kind of draft, the Novaria is still a problem. Maybe you can expect Echo to ban that hero in their next matches. Unfortunately, it will not be against BTR, who will be the victors for this match. A very important win for their group stage, and of course, a very impactful loss for Echo because they are, suffering one loss from this group stage is such a big deal. And losing in your first match with this, Echo will be scratching their heads. It will be difficult for them to recover, but BTR are already very happy with the result. So it's all about the draft. Just to sum it up, it was the draft that allowed BTR to have a good early game, and of course the way that they itemized and how they played against Echo in the latter portions of the game. Despite Echo being very smart about their overall macro gameplay, it was still BTR that had a superior draft when it comes to head-on collision. And that was very evident in the late game clashes. BTR having a composition that's easier to execute allowed them to win the clashes very, very easily. But that's it for me and my analysis of game number 1 between Echo and BTR. I'm going to be throwing it back to our wonderful casters. That's going to be Gani and Mirko, who I know is very happy right now.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Wolf.
Wolf talking about?
Why would I be happy? There is zero reason as to why I wore red as well today.
Whoa.
But yeah, aside from that whole little Easter egg that you guys may find by yourself, it's a big discovery once you understand it. But I like what Wolf said there, right? It was a battle of burst versus DPS. Bigetron Alpha, great at kiting, great at prolonging the fights, going back and forth. Meanwhile, for Echo, it was a very Echo draft. It's a draft that goes in. They want to dive, they want to burst. In our next match, however, we're going to get to see another match in Group C, the Group of Death, EVOS Legends, taking on Rebellion Zion, the Battle of the Blues. We usually call it the Blue Derby
The Blue
in
Derby.
MPL Indonesia. And this time around, both these teams, for Rebellion, I would say they're using the same lineup. EVOS, though, it's a big mystery. What will they draft? How will they draft with a new coach at the helms, with some new players perhaps? Or maybe they're going to utilize their old EVOS Legends roster that played in a lot of other tournaments after MPL Indonesia. That's a big question.
A lot of questions indeed. Doma in, Doma out. Rebellion, which roster will they bring as well? Again, the Blue Derby, a classic, also a classic Indo v Indo. But let's see here, how will Rebellion take the stage in MPLI 2023, going up against the White Tigers?
It's a big matchup for them. You know, for Rebellion Zion, actually, if we take a look at the history of MPL Indonesia, back in the day, they were always falling short against the big teams. EVOS, Legends, RRQ, the top three usually, even Onyx. But just recently, we're starting to really see that this new lineup that they are leaving, they're entrusting for the future of Rebellion Zion, have been popping off a bit too much. They've been smashing through the competition, and I cannot see what the new patch holds for them. Will Audi TZ be able to elevate his gameplay and elevate Rebellion to the new heights that we are expecting, or will EVOS Legends shut that down? We'll see after this break. Me and Gani will see you in 10 minutes.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too.
Another anticipated matchup as both Rebellion Zion and EVOS Legends get ready to get into the land of Dawn for another match in the Group of Death. That's right, Group C continues. Rebellion Zion. Are they going to utilize a new roster, a new lineup? Maybe a new style of play? EVOS Legends as well. We've seen a lot of crazy changes from EVOS in MPL Indonesia, and I'm actually still quite excited of what the future has to offer to EVOS Legends. Is it finally going to be Doma playing here again? Is it still Brands? Maybe some new players in the MDL and some crazy coaching changes as well that can help the team be elevated to its once legendary status.
A lot of changes indeed. Let's see here. Will it come to fruition against Rebellion Zion? A team that is still fresh, a team that is still ambitious, it seems like, right? With Chico in the helms, it seems like he has changed Rebellion Zion to a better state now. So now in the MPLI stage, will Rebellion Zion finds its mark and also equalizing with Bigetron, finding a point, or will EVOS Legends actually grab their first dub this tournament?
Speaking of EVOS Legends, though, you probably know who the brand ambassador is. That's Una. And you guys can follow in the journey of Una, the brand ambassador, on the uplifting journey of her in EVOS and in the brand ambassador career path, right? You can also follow in for more motivation or inspiration from one of our legends in Indonesia. In Bigetron and in the past in RRQ Vin, we can get to see the journey and path he took, the entirety of it, all on Omni by FWD. Scan the QR code, just tap on your screen just a bit there to rewind and find that QR code. Or you can just download on Google Play and Apple App Play Store, right? I mean, Gani.
Yes. It's time.
I'm too hungry, so you talk.
All right, bro. Speaking of what is Mirko eating, it's Meiji, right? Hello Panda, rise above the pang of hunger and unlock the full flavor of MPLI with Hello Panda. From creamy chocolate to several other kinds of flavor goodness, unleash an AOE of excitement on your taste buds with no mess to keep your victories clean. Sharp, right? Is it yummy? Mirko's face said it. Says it all. It's yummy. It's good. It's a good snack while you play, while you watch MPLI, and of course while you watch EVOS and Rebellion Zion. Should grab a snack from AJ. Hello Panda. GG. Oh, thank you.
While he's eating that, you guys
I was waiting for it.
Check out the app. One Esports app as you're also probably snacking after you saw me eat the almost half of the box of Hello Panda. Go ahead and download it now, only exclusive for Samsung. Google Play and also the Samsung Galaxy Store. It's available to all you dudes. Why do you need to download it? You get hero guides, updates, MPLI Throne, exclusive interviews with all the players fighting for that championship. And also, breaking news.
What?
If you hear anything that's breaking news, it'll probably be on there first.
Indeed, indeed. So download the app. It's free. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you want perhaps news on future tournaments or the present tournament, follow also One Esports Discord, TikTok, Instagram, Threads, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We have it all. Make sure to follow. You'll find memes, roster updates, basically everything you need to know in the world of MLBB Esports.
To say hello to the world of MLBB, to the world of esports, because you're going to be overwhelmed by a lot of the crazy, amazing content. Hey, they even quote me on there.
Ooh.
Yeah. A lot of the hot takes I have, they quote it, they post it.
There you go. If you don't want to miss out on Mirko's hot takes, follow as well One Esports, who I believe also is free.
And also, there are a lot of later exclusive content. You're going to see Wolf try to riz us all up with what? With Hello Panda. But oh, I thought it was a different hero. Name that hero, still with the same hero, Gani.
Balman.
Shut up.
Is it not Balman?
I don't know how he got Balman. No, Gani, you do not get the 4,000. The hair? What? Are you thinking about a skin? Or are you thinking about default skin?
Default skin, bro.
I don't know what default skin you're thinking of, man, but I don't remember Balman having that kind of hair. But if you guys do, no, your stuff better than Gani. Go ahead and try to guess right now. Name the hero if your eyesight is as good as Leslie's. Prove it by identifying these heroes and stand a chance to win 4K diamonds. The content, it ends though. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. November 19th is going to be the final day where you are going to guess that hero. But if you're not talented at guessing heroes like Gani and Eterna, you can always just go and register for updates to win the same amount of prizes.
4,000 diamonds. So if you know that hero, if you know that was Bauman, and also you register, you can get 8,000.
True. It stacks. You can get 4,000 from registering. You can also get 4,000 from guessing. Why do I need to register, Domirico? Aside from the 4,000 diamonds, well, you know everything you got from the app. You basically get it here as well. The exclusive interviews, in-game guides to navigate the land of Dawn, and also breaking news. Any breaking news in the esports scene, you're going to find it first on One Esports. Maybe some of those articles are written by a special friend.
Ooh, a little wolf?
A little, I don't know, man. Maybe, perhaps, right? But wait, I'm hearing a little bit from the little bird. They want to see the lineup for EVOS Legends. Let's take a look at it.
The blue side of this match. Let's welcome the White Tigers. It's EVOS Legends. And let's see the roster, right? It will be Taz Veldora. Let's see who else. It is going to be, okay. Van Strong is in the fray as well as Krite. But take a look. It's not Browns.
It's Toma.
Toma's
making another... There's another chance for him to make a stellar performance with this roster. It can only be toppled, perhaps, by the Blue Bulls, as we take a look at their lineups as well.
And on the other side, let's welcome the Blue Bulls, Rebellion Zion, still, I believe, with their main five, Vincent, Cars, Heizamore, Suelo, and as well as the Roamer, Audi, TZ.
It's still the same lineup that they've utilized, but there's a bit of a change in the gold lane. Is it still Suelo earlier, Gani?
It was Suelo, but it is going to be Moai, the newcomer of RBL.
Heiz has always been a bit of a... He's a double-edged sword, right? When you're able to direct him in the right way of that aggression, if you're able to control that level of aggression of Heiz, then you get spectacular results. With him on the Beatrix back in the day with the Renner, absolutely accurate. But with some other heroes, when he jumps in a bit too aggressive. He overextends, and in the end, a game that can be stated as a winnable game becomes a completely unwinnable game because of a few throws from him. He's a win big or a lose big type of guy, right? A very risky player, and maybe they just needed someone more stable in the gold lane. Let's see if Mai can bring that to the table for Rebellion Zion up against a star-studded lineup in EVOS Legends. Doma, Taz, Krite, Veldora. It's a roster with a whole lot of potential.
And here's a fun fact, right? EVOS Legends, in their regular season of MPL, and also in Piala President, it seems like Rebellion Zion has been their kryptonite. So let's see in this match in MPLI 2023, can EVOS Legends find their winning trend going up against Rebellion Zion.
Joy banned out almost instantly by Rebellion Zion, knowing that they're up against Taz. They're no longer up against Sutsujin. in the jungle who usually prefers to go utility.
See here, EVOS Legends though, the response is in Angela and Franco ban. So somehow more focused on that roamer position.
upon the
Rebellion
edge
Zion,
of the void.
the response is going to be a Nolan ban, another hero that somehow can fall to the hands of Taz.
They know exactly who they're banning out here. For EVOS Legends, they're just trying to nullify all of AudiTZ's heroes. From the Franco to the Angela, these are the two most lethal heroes on the hands of AudiTZ. Maybe if you add one more into it, it's definitely got to be the Edith. But then, we take away the Wanwan from Moai, actually. One of the heroes that we saw just earlier carry the game in the later stage of the game. Wolf even saying it's the best pick in the gold lane as a marksman. After the few changes that we've seen in the patch, but it's still the Valentina for the side of Rebellion Zion and the Nolan taken away. More respect towards Taz, but still that Valentina respect towards Krite, who is a spectacular Valentina user.
Very stable Valentina user indeed. And let's see here, what are the options for EVOS, right? Novaria is up for grabs. Perhaps if they want to go crazy, they can pick up the Guinevere first pick here for the side of EVOS Legends.
They definitely could, man. I think going for a big pick, like a Novaria for a lot of utility,
Always on the way.
would be pretty good, but they
Okay.
can go for the Mathilda as well. Something that we have seen kind of actually fall, not rise in the meta, right? Sure, it has been nerfed, and that might be the reason as to why we don't see Mathilda as often, as prioed, as the previous patch where it was literally pick or ban. But still, with the Mathilda pickup here, Rebellion Zion needs to have an answer to this guiding win, to the mobility and the sustainability it brings to the table.
It's still an annoying hero here, so Rebellion Zion, they must know that Mathilda can be picked up from the side of EVOS Legends, so they need to have a great response, right? What did they pick up here? Novaria again is still on the board. And perhaps it will not be Novaria. It will be, though, a Faramis and an Arlet. Perhaps potentially Arlet roam, Faramis mid.
That may be the case, right? The Arlet has been flexed before by Ogwyn in the mid lane, in the roam position, and it was the most lethal member on the team. Remember, most of the kills in that game for AP Bren on the Arlet roam was Ogwyn who had the most kills. Absurd. A lethal roamer, something we haven't seen in a long time, but since the base damage stats have been readjusted, the Arlet has come back to the meta almost fully. We've seen him in the XP just earlier by Sanford, and with the Faramis, it gives him a bit more pressure, a bit more support to dive into that back. Meanwhile, for EVOS, we try to fend off against this ambush, against this CC dive with a Novaria to open up the map, and a solid frontliner who can act as a good cover hero as well. Good secure on the neutral objectives, on the newts, my bad, and some good initiation with that spatial migration.
A very scary three heroes here picked up by EVOS. But they have range, they have burst, they have mobility, and also they have crowd control, enough crowd control from that Guinevere. Let's see Rebellion though. What will they go for here? Should they pick up a marksman here before the second phase? I think they can pick up a hero, a marksman that has a high mobility as well. That is the Claude.
Good one. The Claude would be a very, very good pick to go for here. You know, you need to be able to dodge away from a lot of the
Not
CC
bad.
dive as well, coming in from EVOS Legends. Make yourself hard to target, but hey, speaking of mobility, Fanny does bring that to the table. Some good dive as well to combo it together with a Faramis and an Arlet. But the Fanny and the Faramis, this combination, right? How is the Faramis going to catch up to that Fanny? Giving him enough HP to dive in deep. Fanny has mobility, but it's a bit too much mobility for the Faramis to catch up to.
Yeah, I gotta say the Faramis will move with the roam more or with the gold lane more here rather than with the Fanny. So I guess that is what Rebellion Zion has in mind. And with that, they limit the EXP, a potential initiator in that Terizla to, even though Cars is good,
I am the
but again,
power of
remember
light
Cars
incarnate.
placed a mean Paquito.
Makito has fallen though from the meta quite a bit. And that actually might affect Cars, right? We don't really see him on a lot of the playmaking heroes aside from the Paquito, the Edith maybe, and the Lapu Lapu. So the fact that the Terizla has been banned out shows you that maybe, just maybe, despite the nerfs, despite the Paquito and a lot of his comfort heroes being completely taken out of the meta, he might still try to force it out. It's a comfort pick at the end of the day, and a comfort pick usually still is the way to go when you're playing at the highest level.
Indeed, indeed. And please do note that this is officially Moai's first international stage, right, in Rebellion Zion. So I want to see how he will perform. Rebellion Zion will not focus on a role. They will shift their focus on towards the gold laner here, banning out Brody, who is great going up against a Fanny. So they will try to limit the option in that gold lane. And EVOS, though, they can just put their eggs in one basket, ban another potential roamer, though they have an Arlet that can be flexed.
For EVOS, there's already the Brody that gets banned out here, a hero that does really well against that Fanny. But knowing Doma, knowing the fact that there is a Faramis as well, they want to go for something like a Melissa here, the only problem being that Arlet. But the safest choice has definitely got to be the Bruno, right? A Bruno pick would be solid, just to have proper mobility, proper damage in lane as well, able to snowball towards the later stage of the game.
Let's see what will Rebellion cook in the second phase. Both teams has yet to pick up a marksman, and it seems like Rebellion will be the first one to pick up that marksman and will be that Bruno Miracle.
That's the Bruno pick. And for the other side, EVOS Legends with Doma. No Bruno to pick up, no Brody as well, no Wan. Claude is an option to go for, though he will get bullied quite a bit by the Bruno. It's still an option to go for against the Arlet. That final slash, you can dodge away from it with the BMI quite easily. Getting rid of the Nether Realm is already also quite an easy task with that Claude. Do they want more dive? Do they want a late game insurance type of goal laner? Or do they want to try to contest the Bruno in the early game?
That is the question here. Going up against a Fanny, a Moskov also comes to mind, but yes, Claude is the most sensible pick here for the side of EVOS Legends, but no, they went for the Beatrix pick alongside that Grok. Now, EVOS Legends has a more balance, right? They have DPS, they have burst also, they have more crowd control with that Grok pick.
Yeah, a bit too risky, I feel like, for the Claw to go up against the Bruno, right? A big bully in lane, and the fact that they already have a big bully in lane with a lot of kill pressure, and on top of that have a Fanny to try to snowball or to try to capitalize on the kill pressure even more. There's a big pick that can come through here.
Audi TZ.
From Audi TZ. You know, the little wolf beside me is showing me a Hilda pick. Hilda against the Guinevere though, right? I mean, looking at Rebellion Zion, I'm looking more, knowing Audi TZ for more of a pickup. Maybe something like a Kaija, even an Edith to come out for Rebellion. But they go for Joe, pick off. Not the two heroes I mentioned, but still, pick off. An anti-CC for the Violet Requiem, the Spatial Migration, even the Wild Charge.
And also, Beatrix can't pick up the Purifier, right? Going up against the Cho, it is going to be a vulnerable Beatrix here. Yeah. And the predictions, oh my lord, Miracle. Mere bless, mere curse. Are we unanimous or are we not?
We know, man. You just know. That's the best answer to any of the Miracle predictions. You just know. Whatever it is, you know. But based on the drafts here, Gani, did you predict that based on the draft? Because I didn't, right? I just went in for the predictions without the drafts.
No.
What do you think about the drafts, though? Who do you think has the upper edge?
To be quite honest with you, I gotta go with my gut here. And I have to say EVOS Legends has it in the bag.
The enemy reaches the battlefield.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 8. Match number 8, game 1. Best of 1 between EVOS Legends and Rebellion Zion. The Blue Derby, whoa, early on. Some aggression from Audi TZ.
A very good spot there by Rebellion, trying to hinder the aggression that Van Strong can bring to the table. And with that in mind, it seems like Taz and Vincent, they will start on the opposite end, being the orange buff for Taz and the purple for Vincent.
EVOS Legends. You know, for Taz and Doma, I actually really like the way they play the game. Really enjoy watching these two players in the Land of Dawn, and I cannot wait to see what they've cooked up backstage in scrims as well, together in this new combo, new roster.
Yeah, indeed. It's very interesting to see the rotations, the adjustments, right? Again, Doma coming in against a newcomer as well, right? There's a new kid on the block for Rebellion Zion. That is Moai. I want to see how he performs in his first international stage.
It's a very slow game at the start of the game here. First minute, and EVOS Legends, Rebellion Zion just trading a few lethal wanderers, a few little pokings here and there. Van Strong though.
Vincent now with the cutthroat does not find the kill. Van Strong very low though, but that is Rebellion failed, and now Taz with the response, securing first blood for EVOS Legends.
Despite him being on a utility pick, he still has the killer instinct to go in when he smells blood. And
Yummy.
He smelled blood earlier there. He smelled the first blood, Connie. He sniffed it.
Indeed, and it seems like he wants a second there. Good read by Cars to somehow adjust his positions. Now, Turtle, taking a look at the response here from side of Rebellion, will this Fanny be a killer Fanny for the first Turtle? Meaning rotating towards that gold lane, or will he contest?
It's a good pull by Audi TZ. He's able to delay quite a bit from that turtle take from the side of EVOS Legends. And I think he has actually bought enough time for the Fanny to pick up the purple buff and then rotate over to the turtle. Taz has the Violet Requiem, Gani. It's a setup for Cars, from Cars as well. Shadow Stampede.
Oh, good open here. Taz now, half HP. It's not a good sign as Audi is not level 4 yet. No Wave Dragon, but Cars jumps in with the final slash as well. Now good Nether Realm here to provide cover as Vincent finds the first nuke in the game.
Good back and forth to secure Rebellion Zion's first newt in the game. But man, what a play by Audi TZ all the way from the start, just pulling the Lord, or the Turtle rather, in the early game towards his side, resetting it and delaying EVOS Legends from taking it, giving Vincent enough time. Heck, not just Vincent, Swalo and Cars as well to rotate over, to poke down Taz, and to get a free neutral objective pickup. Despite the kill lead that's still being held down by EVOS, that's a 400 gold lead for Rebellion.
Does not matter here, as it is a very low action game. Very low action early game. Sure, they were a couple of fight skirmishes, but it's still that one kill from Taz is still on the board. Now, looking at the rotations, both teams go for the bottom lane. It seems like Audi looking for that Wave Dragon, and there you go, he got it. Taz will be the recipient of that Wave Dragon, though Audi TZ low HP taken down. Good counter by EVOS Legends.
How the heck did Taz survive that?
No idea.
1 HP locked down, Wave the Dragon, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him, even a cutthroat, a worldie. Not enough to take Taz down. He's a big boy, Gani.
He is a big boy, and now Rebellion Zion, they are under pressure in the bottom lane. Doma looking for a funnel in that gold shield, but take a look at Sway Low here, looking for an angle, does not really want to commit though. And Rebellion Zion here, they want compensation for what they lost. Again, the gold now is shifting over to the White Tigers though. Audi TZ has the Wave Dragon. Circling Eagle, good Violet Requiem as good Nether Realm as well as Audi TZ still survives. Vincent though jumps in, finds the mark, but not enough damage. Rebellion Zion again fails to assassinate a member from EVOS Legends.
And just like that, Rebellion Zion find the pick to equalize again. The goalie is just shifting back and forth from EVOS to RBL. Despite EVOS having the kill lead, Rebellion Zion have been farming a bit more efficiently, have been pathing as well with Vincent a bit more efficiently compared to EVOS Legends.
Okay, let's see. EVOS Legends, they do not want to lose another neutral objective here. So let's see, Rebellion Zion. Fanny though is still in the backside now.
Circling Eagle
committed the Circling Eagle. Good catch. Taz now. Cars will not survive this one as Van Strong will secure that kill. Vincent looking for the timing. And he jumps in towards the mid side as well as they will concede the second turtle.
What a play by EVOS Legends, disrupting Cars with a big engage forward, stopping him in his tracks, just like a real car.
Vroom vroom.
Vroom vroom.
And in the top lane, it's nobody is occupying that top lane. And Veldora says it's a free turret. Don't mind if I do.
That's why they call him Veldora the Explorer.
He likes to explore.
He points at turrets. Where's the turret?
There it is.
And then he picks it up.
GG. Now 1,000 gold lead in the hands of EVOS Legends. Conceal play. Oh, he missed it with the flicker. Now good circling eagle. Oh, though Vincent and Audie will find Beatrix in the bottom lane. The crowd control and the burst damage was a little bit too much for Doma to handle.
A good circling eagle, but an even better cutthroat and steel cable. Taz, though.
Oh, Cars isolated in the mid lane, though EVOS Legends will not commit on towards the EXP later.
He needs to stay on top of the competition, and you guys need to stay on top of the trending news and exclusives with the One Esports app. Moai picking up the turret down below. Audie TZ.
All committed. The recipient of the circling eagle, though, Van Strong will not commit on towards Audie TZ just yet. In the mid side, you can see Doma now in trouble. Low HP, 1 HP. He survives that cutthroat pressure from Vincent.
Really not letting Doma have a free game here when it comes to farm, when it comes to just getting his item power spiked. He's quite behind of Moai, who has gone to turret, who is now free of that laning phase. But it seems like for EVOS Legends, they're not sending Doma down to the bottom lane. They're actually trying to get Doma into these team fights as early as possible. Whether that is a mistake or not, we'll have to see, but it's a way of the dragon.
Okay, Taz is building tank, so he's okay.
A big boy.
He is a big boy. The last turtle, though, is in the Land of Dawn. It seems like both teams here will take their time, not be too hasty. Audie, though, keeping in check, providing vision for his team. And it seems like Rebellion, they're on the move. They want to engage. Audie moving on towards Taz. No commitments on towards that Wave Dragon, but take a look at the bot side here. Cars soaking damage as Vincent will calmly secure the retry.
Wow. Just well played the way they were able to pull back and now going in again!
Cutthroat on towards Van Strong, perhaps the wrong target as he was able to soak that damage. No casualties, but Rebellion Zion finds the Newt.
The first big win in this game. Finally, we're on top above the 300 gold lead mark. It went to 400 for a bit, and now we finally have a pretty good gold lead in the hands of Rebellion Zion. Once they take this turret down up top, it should be around 600 to even 700. A good Renner's apathy. And now a 1,000 gold lead. They're looking for a fight.
Oh, Audie TZ. Oh, good knockup. As take a look at the coordination. Moai now falls and Rebellion Zion, they're in shambles though. In the bottom lane, it is actually finding space to grab the inner. But in response, EVOS Legends might actually grab the inner top.
It's Vincent who picks up a tier 2 down below for a kill onto the Bruno. No shutdown. As Rebellion Zion, again, despite them having a 1,000 gold lead, they only have 1 kill.
You're right. So it is all macro here. As Rebellion and EVOS, they are slowing things down. Spell check. EVOS Legends all active for that flicker, but Rebellion Zion, they're not fully ready for a fight. You need to be careful here as EVOS, they are looking and force a fight in that mid.
Ooh. They're baiting. They're both feinting a little bit of the engages that can happen. Santai bro, Santai comes out. The Geek Fam line, the Geek Fam emote. With just a few pokes here and there. EVOS Legends positioning themselves for a big ambush play on Rebellion Zion, and they find it!
Oh, they find Audie. They will commit, but the Nether Realm is there to provide cover. Good final slash, though, as it seems like in the front side, it will be Audie surviving. Now Carr soaking damage, giving damage as well as Vincent finds Doma, and he finds the mark, and it will be a double for this fan. He is looking for triple, perhaps Van Strong. Does he have enough defensive items? The answer is yes, and there you go. It's a double kill for Rebellion Zion.
Veldora gets out just barely. Same goes for Van Strong, but that's it for the Lord. Rebellion Zion should be able to pick it up for free.
Man, Rebellion Zion, they're a giant. 3,000 gold lead. Exactly, 10,000, 10 minutes, 3,000 gold lead. And it seems like the mid lane will also fall for EVOS Legends. Now, Rebellion Zion with this lead, they can play it slow. They can play the patient game. You know, EVOS, their ball is not in their court.
Nope. They don't even have a footballer. Where the Dragon locking Veldora down. Veldora the Explorer just walking away from it. But now, like you said, the ball isn't on their court. It's on the feet of Moai.
True.
He's the one kicking the balls.
True. Still 0 kills, but he is there to provide pressure in the lanes, and it seems like Rebellion Zion, their game plan worked. Right now, they are pressuring the mid. Veldora here shoot away in the top side of the map, but Taz will not be caught there, as the Lord will just be a distraction here. It seems like their agenda of Rebellion Zion is just to take the inner. Wrong way of Dragon. Taz survives.
Kicking him to safety on ETZ, giving Taz a good passage back to the base turret, but they will still be able to secure every single tier 2 outside of the base. And they have secured a 5.5k gold lead, a pretty substantial gold lead right now, pretty big one. EVOS Legends, let's take a look at the items here. In the past 11 minutes, what have they been able to build? Looking at the gold lane, despite Doma here being given the Beatrix, it's still not enough to fend off against the likes of that Bruno, who's still so oppressive. A Haas Claws, Berserker's Fury,
Demon Shoes.
And Malefic Roar. The Demon Shoes as well. Very interesting choice. Meanwhile, for Doma, he has to go towards that steel leg plates, has to go for more defense, knowing there's so much burst damage, not just from the Bruno, but also from the Fanny. And even the Ardent.
Exactly. There's a 1,500 gold gap between the marksmen here. As of course, Rebellion Zion, they can utilize this and perhaps be more aggressive in the map, looking for more pickups. Or with their lineup, they can also play reactively, right? So their lineup, their composition is more dynamic.
And that's a Hunter Strike from Vincent. It's a good power spike for him as we enter the 12th minute of the game. The mid-game power spike for EVOS is about to hit though. They should be able to read out a few of these ambushes with the Astral Echo, and they have a proper re-engage tool. With the Wild Charge, with even the power of nature, to neutralize a lot of the initial CC from Rebellion Zion's comp.
Okay, let's see here. Tempo, very slow. Spells all active. So in a sense, they will, if they have the opening that they want, they will commit an all-out war here. Especially now, the Lord will be up in 8 seconds. So Rebellion and EVOS, this is the calm before the storm.
It certainly is, man. It's been 7 kills this entire game. Doesn't feel like an Indonesian game, but in the bottom lane, there's a 1v1.
Oh, Veldora will not be able to soak in damage. Wild Charge, a desperate one. But Vincent almost whips it. Though he will find the kill now. A man advantage for the Blue Bulls. Let's see. Will they commit towards the Lord here? Will they hit and run this Lord?
The timing could not have been better for the Blue Bulls. They find a kill right as the Lord spawns, and this time, it's an enhanced one!
Oh, Van Strong, good distraction as Taz finds Fanny in the jungles of EVOS Legends, and now Taz committed. Let's see, Wave Dragon as well, the damage will come through, but Taz, the damage almost not enough for Taz. He falls though, it's a 1-for-1, but Moai comes in clutch. He might look for another as Cars here, opening up damage, also providing crowd control as Doma will not be able to escape as Cars secures the solo.
A 1-for-0, a solo kill started by Vincent, and Vincent getting caught, and then the whole team from EVOS Legends just caught in the final slash in the crazy chaotic skirmish of Rebellion Zion. Moai with a fadeaway ball as well.
Oh my goodness. Rebellion Zion still in full control as Moai solos the Lord, and it will be the neutral objective for the side of the Blue Bulls. EVOS Legends, they are in big trouble.
They're in quite a bit of a pickle right now. Name that hero, Gani. What is it?
It's still Bauman, bro. What do you mean? It's still Bauman, and it's still Rebellion leading. EVOS Legends, they need to somehow control the tempo here. The tempo has been driven by the side of Rebellion Zion. And Rebellion Zion don't mind with the control that they have here. EVOS Legends, they can't force fights just yet.
Nope, not at all. Vincent 4-1-0. For Rebellion Zion, they can actually just try to zone away EVOS Legends from their base turrets and take this turret with a Lord, and that's exactly what they're planning to do. Up top, look at the wave manipulation here. Slow pushing up top, trying to build up waves up top together later. And they'll be shoving the mid and the bottom lane together for all 3 lanes to crash at once. Usually up against a Navaria, this is not the best strat, but considering the Navaria and Beatrix have been zoned away completely and they can continue to tank these shots. It's a great, great strategy to break open the base turret.
Yeah, base turret falls here. Base turret number 1 in the top lane. Seems like the mid now.
Spatial migration!
Good special migration on towards Moai, but good dash as well. Cars now will not be able to find anything else, but take a look at the HP of the base turrets. The remaining base turrets, very low, Mirko.
Just a few more shots and it should do it. Heck, even in the bottom lane, they were able to get that last hit on it. One base turret remains for EVOS Legends. It went from bad to worse.
An unhealthy base turret as well. But it seems like Rebellion don't mind sacrificing their tier 1 in the mid to gain more momentum, perhaps. And in the next minute, it's going to be very crucial, especially for EVOS Legends, that the next Lord will be up, and even Rebellion has the privilege to just wait it out till the Evolved Lord.
16 minutes in. Rebellion are playing it disciplinedly. In the last 2 games, we have seen such a big jump in the average game duration from 12 minutes. Now we're hitting a 17 mark again. Just to remind you folks, Echo versus BTR went all the way to 20-ish minutes. I believe 23 minutes by the end of it. And we're on track to try to beat that right now in the Blue Derby.
Okay, again, let's see here. Spell check again. Moai and Suelo isn't really ready for that full fight. No purifies on hand, but it will be up in a few seconds. So Rebellion Zion might commit. Take a look at the positioning of that Fanny, looking for that cheeky angle, and they may get it. Right, Rebellion Zion, if they open things up properly, they might find a pick-off before the Lord. And now the Lord is up. Let's see, Vincent in front. Already half HP there. Chunked towards Van Strong.
He baited out the Circling Eagle. This might be a shot at going for the Lord. Astral Echo reveals them, Gani. But AudiTZ is trying his best to zone Taz. They don't even need it. They find it for free, and Rebellion back up. Oh!
Cards caught here. Has immortality though. Let's see, another realm to provide cover. Oh! Good final slash as Doma barely escapes. Now Rebellion might re-engage Veldora here with the power of nature and Guiding Wind will be able to escape. Rebellion Zion, they blitz the Lord, and now they are still on the offense.
I think that might be a mistap with the flicker from AudiTZ. Looked a bit awkward, but it's still a big win for Rebellion Zion. The fact that EVOS actually were able to force a fight there, I thought that there would be a change in the outcome, but that Nether Realm came in clutcher. And EVOS Legends engaged. Now, it's the clear. Novaria and Beatrix versus the Lord and 5 members of the Blue Bulls.
Let's see. This might be the final push. Rebellion Zion now 8,000 gold.
Hey.
Taz finds Audi, and Audi will lose his immortality. Cars, though, providing cover, body blocking in the front side of the map. But again, no casualties. Cars manages to escape as Suelo and Moai will be able to find a route to escape. EVOS Legends, though, with that, their base will be very exposed. Oh, Moai now caught in the front side. No cover whatsoever. Taz and Krite now looking for that kill. Moai still has some space to escape. Cars here might be the sacrificial lamb as Taz picks up and knocks up 2. Nether Realm to provide cover, but Vincent jumps in with a cutthroat as well. Does not find a mark, but Rebellion Zion don't overcommit this. Let's see. Taz looking for a kill. Rare Dragon on towards Taz. Is Vincent in the backside will find the clear, and that will be enough to send EVOS Legends home.
Circling Eagle, though, following through all the way, baited in, and now it's wide free hitting!
Oh my goodness, the whirly. Unfortunately, the damage was not enough for Rebellion to catch a body, but now 20 minutes is officially in the game. 6,500 gold lead as well as Rebellion Zion still in full control.
Some big skirmishes happening. If you're a Rebellion fan or an EVOS fan, definitely your heart's beating super, super fast. The game could go either way, despite the fact that EVOS Legends do not have a single base turret left to their name. Let's take a look at the in-game equipment here for the side of the Grok. Full damage! Going for the Malefig Roar, last item, already has the BOD, the Sea Halberd as well, and even the Blade of Heptases for that burst. If he's able to find Moai in just one skirmish, it should be Moai taken down instantly. Everybody's at full items at this point of the game. 6,000 gold lead that Rebellion Zion are holding on to is completely irrelevant.
True. And you can see here the marksman as well. Doma catching up slowly but surely, but he is already at full items as well. And now the Lord, right, is up. The calm before the storm again. Perhaps this is their time to find a pickup. Perhaps this is the time for Audi to find a pickup. But now, with the range that Novaria gives to you, it's really hard for Rebellion to really find a peculiar angle and utilize it.
A very slow game, back to the tempo that we started off with. 6-7.
Yep.
That's a total of 13 kills in 21 minutes.
That's maths.
That's maths, quick maths. But for an Indonesian match, it's definitely a very low kill game. This looks like a Filipino match, you know, with the amount of kills and the amount of macro gameplay in this game. They're both just looking for these objectives. Meanwhile, Veldora, the explorer, already exploring into uncharted territories as a Grok. Split pushing up top.
Yeah.
Vincent needs to respond to it, or he might actually just ignore it completely. That's a tier 2 taken for free up top.
They need to find compensation though. They sacrificed the inner, but they have no plan. Take a look at Taz. Take a look at that. He opens things up and good angle, good wall charge from Veldora. And this might be it. Doma finding the kill. Cars in the front side will lose his immortality. Vincent doesn't find Doma instantly. And Cars running for the hills as well. Moai reheating with the wind of nature, but at the end, he will fall in the hands of Van Strong.
It's a 2-for-1 trade. EVOS Legends have won it. They've only lost their XP laner. Vincent is still up though. It's a 50-50. Vincent has more HP. EVOS Legends need to do some housekeeping, however. Bottom lane, top lane, mid lane, all slow pushing towards their side. They gotta be careful. They're up against a Fanny who has the potential to look for a split push, to look for a segue play.
Okay, 40,000 HP on that Lord. Vincent showing himself in the mid. And all good Astral Echo as well here. Vincent might be caught, but no, he still has enough cables to escape. And EVOS, they might blitz this. Cars in the front side, soaking damage, another realm to help him sustain. The damage will be enough to kick Cars down. Oh, not just yet. Doma now in trouble, but Doma with the jukes and with the kill as well.
Doma with a massive play, dodging in between walls to bait out Vincent, and this should be a free Lord, but no, the housekeeping again needs to be handled. Audi and Moai have come back to life. Vincent, Suelo, and Cars have bought enough time for the rest of the team to come back.
My goodness. Rebellion and EVOS Legends now entering almost the longest duration game time in MPLI 2023. Let's see, Circling Eagle finds Moai now, and it seems like the damage will not be enough to take him down just yet. Though Van Strong loses his mortality, and now retry battle. Let's see who gets it. It will be Vincent out of angle there, and he still finds the mark. He will survive even with his immortality. What the heck?
Rebellion Zion have won a 4v5 against EVOS Legends, a utility jungler in Taz who was holding it down, who had the retry to try to contest.
Oh my god.
Unspeakable things have happened. Rebellion Zion, once again, it looked dominant in the mid game towards the late game. EVOS Legends took them to deep waters, but Rebellion Zion find the comfort in those deep trenches.
This might be it. That steal from Vincent might be the game changer, the end game.
Game-winning play.
The game-winning play as well. Let's see, Rebellion, can they close the gap? Volt, flicker wall charge here, finding Moai. Moai loses immortality, but the damage will not be enough to really take him down. As another realm is there. Dome on the other side of the map will be taken out, and that is the Blue Bulls securing their first point.
The new reformed, refined Blue Bulls. Rebellion Zion pulls a, I don't know what to call that game. Not even a comeback. It was a back and forth from the early game, held down by EVOS mid-game, then taken over by the Blue Bulls all the way to the very later stages. Outplays, hero plays, left and right. But what is a hero to a Blue Bull? Rebellion Zion with Moai. What an incredible new player.
I like it.
His debut performance in the international stage has been phenomenal. Binds the immortality late. These are the little things that add up to a win, and for Rebellion, they got so many little victories. So many, Gani.
Indeed, indeed. And let's see what Mr. Wolf has to say for this match.
Unbelievably close for the two teams, and I think it's one of the most entertaining matches that we've seen, because I think the casters were right. It wasn't like a comeback, it wasn't a one-sided affair. It was definitely a tug-of-war between two teams, but RBL coming up in the end to take that victory. And it honestly, the most important part of it was a very long dance between these two teams, where it was Vincent able to pick off somebody in the bottom lane, Vildora making a good play for knocking up 3 or 4 members of the side of RBL for them to convert into 2 more kills. But eventually, because of the lack of damage onto objectives that we now know is difficult to hold on to, Lord dances are even more critical nowadays just because of some of the changes or the battlefield adjustments that we have for Mobile Legends. All of that combined together, now we see some of the weaknesses coming out from the Guinevere as well as the Beatrix. We know for sure that the Beatrix is not the prime option now when it comes to the marksman role, and that's mainly because you cannot take out the Lord very, very quickly. But here we are, talking about the MVP. That's going to be Suelo, using the Faramis, just picking up where he left off essentially when it comes to playing the Faramis in the regular season, and of course in the entirety of MPL Indonesia. It's quite honestly, it's really good when it comes to his timings. And the fact that you have the Purify and the Bruno, this is, in combination with the Purify Faramis, a very unique way to approach the game coming out from Rebellion. Knowing full well that their opponents have a lot of sustain with the Matilda, you have the Guinevere to go in, to get into the backlines. The decision coming out from RBL was, okay, let's establish that even if we have the Fanny, we secure our backlines. It was just this position for Faramis as well as this Purify Bruno that kinda secured that. And we are gonna see through the highlights that Vincent did a lot of work in this game as well to kinda divert the attention overall of EVOS. So EVOS, in fact, had very good early game plays, courtesy of Van Strong. This allowed them to get a sizable amount of lead, but eventually the recovery coming out from RBL was when they have found to stop Doma. There was a time where they were able to get the kill onto the Beatrix, and then in the middle, Doma was able to survive, but eventually, after that, 14 minutes in, you can see that Cars always looks for this Beatrix. And that's difficult to do, especially because there's a Matilda that's trying to help them. But going back, what was the main reason why Rebellion was able to contain themselves? And it was the kiting. This is a very important clash as well. At 22 minutes, you see that there was a wonderful jump coming up from Vildora, but the fact that Moai, with this Purify, was able to survive, that allowed them to still recover when it comes to the team fights. Will be the Wind of Nature. Eventually, the dive will be there, but our EVOS already spent so much of their resources. Duma with a great play, taking out Cars. You can see Vincent going out, but eventually it's still RBL to take that Lord. Even after this wonderful wild charge, the damage wasn't enough, and you can see that Vincent was able to usher in the Lord into the middle for them to have enough damage so that it will be always a threat in pushing that mid lane building. Now, when we talked about the kiting and the idea coming out from RBL, where there is one dive hero, but the rest will be all about protecting Rebellion Zion, because we know that EVOS wants to jump into the backlines. You can even see that they are committing a combo where they use the Matilda with the Circling Eagle and the Guiding Wind to help Taz have an extra dash, and then Taz will just go straight into the backlines to eliminate the members of RBL. But because of the Purify on both the Faramis as well as the Bruno, that wasn't possible at all. I mean, they tried, EVOS tried, and it looked like it will work, but RBL denied that idea. And you can eventually see see that Rebellion, even after third picking this Fanny, did not go for an all-in Fanny strategy. What I'm saying is, usually when you go for the Fanny, you want to go all in into the backline. You have some jumpers like the Paquito, for example, or you have a follow-up with a Farsa. But this time, Rebellion, really, what they wanted to do was just to secure the backlines and allow Moai to deal the damage in the latter portions of the game. And that's exactly what we saw coming out from Rebellion. This game, you need a lot of time to analyze this game, actually, because of how good it was, how good the tug of war was. But I think, at least for me, that is the understanding that I saw. The kiting that you saw from Rebellion was for them to make sure that they punish EVOS when it comes to their the EVOS dives. So that's it for my analysis for this match between EVOS and RBL. I believe that my boys Gani and Mirko will have a lot more to say about that particular game. And I did love watching this kind of game coming out from Rebellion as well as EVOS. So yeah, that's it. Rebellion versus EVOS, with Rebellion winning in a very close match. Back to the casters.
It's almost like Wolf analyzed the same game back to back, but just with different parts, different components, the same outcome, however. It's a very strange back and forth composition, a kiting comp, similar to BTR, and it's on Rebellion Zion's side this time around. With a Fanny, like he said, this is not a hero that you would usually expect to be a kiter, to be someone who goes back and forth. It's a hero you expect to go in, burst, and then run away. Hit and run.
A hit and run hero, and Vincent finds the perfect balance. But that was the second match of Group C. We will have to see Echo and Rebellion, which team will grab their second win of today. Remember, Echo did not win against BTR, rather.
They did not.
They lost against BTR. So with this match coming, will they find their first win, or will it be Rebellion securing their second?
It's the same matchup again. Burst versus Kite. Let's see if Rebellion can do it against Echo, or will Echo be able to find their first win in the group stage? Ladies and gentlemen, in 10 minutes we will find out. Gani and Mirko signing out. I'm Gani, he's Mirko.
Exactly. That's it.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Ladies and gentlemen, Echo are on their last legs. Literally one more match loss and they will be all the way in the bottom of Group C, the Group of Death. This time they're up against Rebellion Zion, another tough, super tough matchup for them. And it's the battle for their tournament lives, Gani.
And with that in mind, also, right, Rebellion Zion just comes from a straight win.
That's
bringing that momentum into this game. It might be a factor, right? It might be the factor that they need going up against an Echo, a Titan who just fell short in their first game.
Remember, they are in the group alone against 3 Indonesian teams. Getting a win here will be massive. Moving on to the next stage will be even bigger, right? That's a big shot to all the Indonesian teams right now, but they have to win right here, right now. That's it. There is no losing for them. That's not an option. They got to go all out. No more strategy saving for them if that was the case for their first match against Bigetron Alpha.
And let's see here, the adjustments, right, from a team that just lost and also the adjustment from a team that just won that game here. So with that in mind, you have to check out Omni. Why?
Why?
Because there's Una.
There's Una, the brand ambassador from EVOS Legends. What about Vin? Do they have Vin? Yes. They have Vin as well. You guys can follow in the journey of both these players and brand ambassador, their journey all throughout the esports scene, how they overcome their hurdles, all exclusively on Omni by FWD. Free to download on the Google Play and Apple App Store right now. You can see the poster right below us right now. Vin with a smile. And I believe Una with the kiss goodbye. Right?
Ooh, yes. So check that out as well. Scan the QR code, and while you're watching Una or even Vin, grab some snacks. Grab some Meiji, Hello Panda, right? A product from Meiji, and with that, rise above the pang of hunger and unlock the full flavor of MPLI with Hello Panda. From creamy chocolate to several other kinds of flavor goodness. Unleash an AOE, area of effect, of excitement on your taste buds with no mess to keep your victories clean.
Exactly, Gani. That's the beauty of Hello Panda, right? When you eat as a gamer, usually you get a lot of stuff in your fingers. It's a mess, and you have to wipe that off. Meanwhile, for Hello Panda, you go and eat, and it keeps it clean. Your hands are still clean. All your gaming peripherals stay clean. Your phone stays clean. And while your phone is clean, you then can utilize it with no delay to open up the One Esports app. Exclusively on Samsung. Download now, Google Play, and also Samsung Galaxy Store. Why? Why do I need it, Mirko? Well, you guys can get breaking news, exclusive interviews with the players, with the teams who are fighting right now for the MPLI trophy. And let's say, all right, the app. That's a bit too long, right? I'm downloading it. What do I do while I'm downloading it to catch up with all the esports goodness in the world?
Follow their social media. Right?
But I only have Discord.
Sure, we have Discord as well.
Oh, never mind then. I only have TikTok.
We have it. Every social media platform out there, One Esports got it for you, right? Threads, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. We have it all. Just follow for more info, news, future tournaments. Tournament now, that is ongoing tournament. We have it all. Just follow our social media to also see Mirko's hot takes.
Exactly.
Or hotcakes.
Hotcakes.
You are selling hotcakes. Hello Panda.
It's not a cake, it's a biscuit. But for you guys, maybe you want to just get some rewards, right? On top of obviously following in with a lot of the events from One Esports. Name That Hero is an event that Gani is horrible at. He's guessed Balman twice, and he's gotten it wrong 3 times.
Say that. I mean, I think, I know for sure that's Balman. If you say otherwise, then...
I don't know what to tell you,
You're
Gani.
the joke.
Yeah. He'll double down on the Balman instead of trying to guess something else, even though he's already been told many times that he is wrong. It's okay, though. That leaves more diamonds for the rest of you guys and less for him, because you guys can go and win that 4,000 diamond by guessing the name of the hero all the way, because the contest ends on the 19th of November. Hey, it's too hard. I'm also guessing Balman, Mirko. I don't know what you're saying. It has to be Balman. If that's the case, if that's exactly what you are saying, give up on naming the hero. Go ahead and register for updates to get the same amount. Win 4,000 diamonds. Scan the QR code down below right here if you want the easy way. If you want the harder way, you can obviously just check out One Esports, the website. Register right now for news, updates, exclusive interviews, and in-game guides.
Exactly. Follow
There's a new hero.
Register.
How do I learn it? In-game guides.
There, in-game guides. Scan the QR code to have a chance of 4,000 diamond. With that being said, we need to focus on the next match, Echo, and as well as Rebellion. I want to see who will play for Echo.
Is it still the same lineup? Let's see in the teaser for the lineup.
Let's welcome once again the Orcas. It is Echo. And you can see here the lineup. I believe it is still with the same lineup.
Still with JP in the lineup. They're still entrusting this game, the final match, perhaps still a possibility here as they stand on their final legs, Connie. One loss here means they'll be knocked out of the tournament in the bottom of the group. They're up against Rebellion Zion, who we will see which lineup they'll deploy as well.
On the other side, let's welcome the Blue Bulls, Rebellion Zion, who will still also have Moai in their lineup. Heisen Moore needs to sit down after seeing Moai's performance in the last match.
After a big win in match number 1 for them, just earlier up against EVOS Legends, they gotta keep this man in the lineup, man. Such an incredible impact to the team with his disciplined gameplay and such
a force to be reckoned with.
That's not the word I'm looking for. Such an unnatural level of composure, right? As a new player, as a rookie in his first ever international competition, you wouldn't expect the level of composure he had in that game. He was holding his Purify for the final moment, buys the Immortality late into the game with the buy and sell to actually turn the tides once again. These clutch level plays that are made by a rookie when you expect it from from the veterans of the game, not from the rookie.
I agree with you. I mean, this kid has potential. Still so raw, but we saw how this kid can be shaped, right? Perfect mold, perhaps. Let's see here. A prodigy indeed. Let's see, though, in his second match on an international stage, will he be able to keep things up? Again, Chico in the helms. Great draft.
This time against the world champions, though. Still defending world champions, this time in MPLI 2023. Looking for a better result compared to their result in MPLI 2022, where they were knocked out by EVOS Legends. Funnily enough, the team that Rebellion just beat in their first match in Group C. Ladies and gentlemen, Rebellion Zion into the blue side, Echo on the red.
Let's see. Rebellion Zion, Arlet banned out, and Echo. Wow, the insta-respect. Yeah, they respect that Fanny from Vincent, and they just banned it out completely, even though they have the red side.
With the Arlet banned as well, though, Rebellion have definitely kept a very, very good eye on Echo in their match against Bigetron Alpha. That was one of the picks that gave Echo a way back into the game so late. The final slash by Sanford, a game changer. Unfortunately, not game changing enough to get them that first victory in the group stage. But with the Fanny ban, we all know what it is for. Vincent had a phenomenal game on this Fanny just earlier. Still gonna be the 1-1 as well, though. Respected over from Benny Cutie.
And also Rebellion here. What will they pry on for that first pick, right? Looking at their options now, perhaps Novaria comes to mind here. Though Suelo doesn't really rock the Novaria. Let's see the adjustments, right, Echo? They banned out another hero that can be filled in that jungler position. Joy banned out. Rebellion with their last ban will opt for a Nolan ban, even though their first pick.
Seems like the Nolan just doesn't fit in their strategy. Doesn't fit in their hero pool, maybe even. Vincent, we know him more for the utility junglers that he brought in MPL Indonesia Season 12, but if you follow him from MDL, he's always been an assassin. He's always wanted to play the damage-dealing heroes, and I think in this meta particularly, that's why you're seeing so much respect placed onto Vincent. With the Fanny ban, with the Joy ban, I'm really excited to see what other heroes, damage-dealing heroes, Vincent can utilize, or maybe he'll go back to the MPL Indonesia Season 12, Vincent. Utility, Fredrin, Baxia, the heroes that we usually see from him.
Let's see what will Rebellion cook here for their first pick. With the Faramis ban, it's just very clear, very straightforward here from Echo. Fairness, Fanny, respect ban, right? Seeing their performance earlier, it seems like it was the main nuisance. Rebellion, they offer Guinevere first pick. Why not?
I literally just had a discussion with Homebois, Indonesian caster, earlier. So why the Guinevere has had such an abysmal win rate so far in MPLI 2023? He says personally, he doesn't like it.
Okay.
It feels like, sure, you have a lot of CC, but in terms of damage, you have to rely on your CCs. And in a lot of these scenarios, in a lot of the situations, especially up against kiting compositions, you're not able to get enough damage to burst these frontliners down. And so far, looking at that Guinevere pick, Echo have adjusted properly to it, right? Instant burst, instant damage is what Rebellion needs to do to go for after the Guinevere pick. And for Echo, they want to kite back. They want to utilize that sustain to play a long game. And that's what Rebellion go for. They're adding, doubling down into that initiation that the Violent Requiem and the spatial migration from the Guinevere can provide. Echo say we can go for a little bit of burst ourselves. The Kadira, a signature pick for Sanji, locked in for Echo.
That and the three heroes that has been picked up by the side of Echo has all crowd control, right? We have the knockup from that Circling Eagle. Kadita, huge crowd control, chain crowd control as well. And of course, we all know the taunt, the knockup as well from Fredrin is in their composition. So if we're looking for a 5v5, Echo is also ready within their arsenal. They have that arsenal in them. Now Rebellion though, a little bit different. They want range and vision. That's why they picked up the Novaria. And Echo saying, you know what? We do not want to deal with Moai's Bruno. And there you go. They banned it out. So 3 heroes that are on the ban list from the side of Echo were played from Rebellion.
They did their research, man. They know what comfort picks Rebellion have been going for to secure W's. Mainly the W against EVOS Legends. The clutch plays they were able to make were from these heroes, and for Rebellion as well. They know that the Claude was a menace in the loss against Bigetron. Despite the loss, that Claude gave Bigetron so many problems, from the split pushing pressure from Benny Cutie on the Claude, getting the tier 2 in the bottom lane, to all the way to team fights. With that Blazing Duet timed very well, he was able to push Bigetron Alpha to the brink of a loss.
Yeah, just able to delay the game. But this can backfire here, Miracle, right? They have yet to pick up a marksman themselves, and with the Bruno Claude banned out, there are less options here for that marksman role. And taking a look at Echo, you know what? They do not want to deal a hero that can suppress that. They need that mobility in their composition, and they ban out the Franco here instead. Rebellion, will they commit on a gold laner ban? Or will now they shift their focus on towards an EXP?
Sounds like an XP ban. And it is the Yuzhong. They gotta respect Sanford. Sanford's been a playmaker for Echo. The fact that now the Arlet and the Yuzhong have been taken out, the Terizla picked up as well, this has really limited Sanford's picks. Hero pool. What else do we expect from the young prodigy from Echo here? From Sanford, I'm thinking his heroes, I'm thinking M4. Lapu, the Benedetta we've seen before. I don't know if he wants to try to utilize it here. Knowing that the prior heroes have been banned out, maybe something crazy like a Khalid to try to hold the Terizla down in lane and to dive all the way back, but it is the Benedetta.
Oh, it's all mobility, Miracle.
I shouldn't have questioned myself with that Benedetta mention. Sanford, one of the best Benedettas in the world. Would love to see how he performs on the new Benedetta. It's been changed a couple of times, but I think the 2 patches before this, it has just been buffed.
A very fast composition here, cooked up by Echo with the Matilda, with the Benedetta, and as well as Kadira, who can and will occupy most bushes in the map. Let's see how Rebellion go for this, right? I mean, they went for Erythel. And what roam will they go for here? I'm thinking another... Does Joe work here? Is my question.
A bit risky knowing that the gold lane hasn't been picked up yet right now. Can be a Purify gold laner. The Grok becomes the option. Something we don't really see a lot from Rebellion Zion's Audi TZ. But we have not seen a lot of Cho as well. He's evolved as a player, added more heroes into his pool. Echo will go for the carry last pick for Benny Cutie in the lane against the Irithel. That's a tough matchup.
That is a tough matchup. So there, he's relying on the rotations coming from Mathilda, Kadita, and help Benny to win his lane, or at least let Benny farm, give and aid Benny to carry the farm, because again, carry 3 items needed in his arsenal to really be activated in the game.
You gotta wait for that power spike, man. Take a look at the prediction though, organized by One Esports. This time, it varies. Remember last game, I predicted EVOS.
You're always the man in the middle, bro.
I'm always the man in the middle. And now, I'm the man who predicted Rebellion Zion in a world of Echo.
Let's see. Will it be Miracle or will it be the world? Echo Rebellion, composition-wise, I think Rebellion.
Perhaps, Connie. Let's dive into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Bulls will look to try to knock out the Orcas in match number 9, group stage day number 1.
Okay, JP here, forcing Vincent to pop that red tree.
Boom, bang!
Shaboink. And again, JP now with his HP quite chunked. Oh, again, he might be forced to recall. Never mind. Sway Low will send JP back home.
If it was Ranger Amas from the Indonesian stream, he would yell, "This is a disaster!" Before the first minute of the game, Rebellion Zion with a kill.
Okay, let's see here. First minute already, first kill on the board. Not favoring the side of Echo. And again, considering Borsmartman rocking the Purify here, I want to see the juggles of crowd control from both teams.
The lane is going to be very important here. Like we mentioned, right? It's how JP facilitates the farming of carry. If he falls early on just like that, it does give a lot more space to the side of Rebellion Zion to clear out these waves, to get more pressure on the map, and in turn, to put the carry down early on. Carl TZ opening up some space.
Well, Valley Requiem as well popped here. Carl TZ though will be able to soak the damage. With the help of JP, he is able to rotate on towards Audi and gives him a smack with the Appraisal's Wrath.
Just a big smack, but Audi TZ will just return back home. Get all his resources reloaded. And in the bottom lane, this is a matchup I'm very interested to see. Cars versus Sanford, 2 prodigies in their own right. Sanford on the Benedetta is a Terizla, but I think should have a bit of an advantage coming into this turtle fight, but we'll see how they perform, how they play it out.
Good delay, Audi though, good petrify as well. Audi will not survive this one as Carl secures the kill. Cars now is the next agenda.
Sanford.
It seems like the damage will be more than enough here. JP looking for the kill, not enough. Sanford stuck. Take a look at the cover. JP now isolated in the front side, but with Sanji, he's able to escape as Carl now focuses down on the first nuke in the game.
Beautifully done by Echo. Sublime neutral objective control through kiting and pulling back with the help of the guiding wind, and also some good aggressive maneuvers by Sanford to zone and poke Rebellion Zion's members away. Also, a big plus is the fact that Audi TZ was not able to hit level 4 in that skirmish. That wild charge could have been a big blow to Echo.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Rebellion, and you're intrigued to see cards in Sanford, and there you go. It's an even lane, it seems like, right? Up to this point, 3 minutes in, Terizla and Benedetta are able to just sustain and also clear. So that's the most important part. And take a look at the economy. Very even here, 3 minutes in.
Can go either way. This gold lead 100 could be just shifted with a few good minion last hits. That's how close the game is so far, and for Rebellion, they're already looking to pressure up top.
In the backside here, Moy knocked up. Vincent though will find the knockup on towards Carl as well, but the damage will be enough to take him down as Suelo secures the kill.
Look at Sanji.
The backside looking for an angle. Good pop there, good vision provided by Audi to Z.
A good response from Brilliant Zion to Echo's very proactive move with that circling Eagle. Sanford's been clearing bot and then instantly rotating into the mid lane. I think we've seen this twice already. A bit of a funnel, I would say, to Sanford. He has a bit more XP compared to Cars, and this will build up. If Sanford is able to snowball across the map to get a lead, that's usually where Echo are able to find a very, very good, comfortable position in the game.
Okay. And with this, right? A very good balance from both teams, meaning good aggression coming from Rebellion and Echo. It seems like Echo wants to re-engage. Vincent now caught in that mid lane, and Vincent falls there. Good formation, good coordination by the Orcas.
When you enable Sanford, you enable the rest of Echo. He makes it so easy for the rest of the team to follow up, to look for kills, to go for neutral objectives. And he did it again, a good Petrify initiation, something you wouldn't expect if you were Rebellion Zion or random Benedetta on a Ducati, just yelling out, what color's your Ducati?
Well, Airthel has a Ducati as well, and now Rebellion, well, Vincent will calmly secure the purple, even though almost it was a full invade by Echo. 5 minutes in, very equal. Benny, though, in a bit of a pickle there. Audi does not want to show that he's in top side just yet.
You're right. There is another Ducati on the other team.
Exactly.
It's a different kind, though. It's like a Monster and a Panigale, right? In the mid lane, Sanji. Oh my goodness, what a pickoff!
Crowd control, Petrify, perfection. Right, Echo with the pickoff kill. This is why Echo has more dynamics to their composition. 5v5 can, but also with the push control that Sanji provides,
Also can.
Rebellion Zion now, they need compensation. They need to somehow defend the top lane here as Benny is looking for a key trade perhaps. No, does not find the right opening to really commit on towards its ult.
A good 2k gold lead built up. Oh, wow!
The mid lane again, Sanford now caught. Good initiation by Vincent there as Sanford wasn't able to get out.
A big stop from Rebellion Zion. With Sanford down, that's a lot less playmaking Echo can do in the next few seconds of the game, but the Circling Eagle still committed down by JP. He jumps in.
Vincent misses the knockup, but it seems like now Carl looking for the re-engage. The damage, though, will not be enough to take him down just yet. And Echo, they will again shift their focus on towards the lanes. And specifically the turtle here that will spawn in 5 seconds.
Take a look at the GOAT. 2 levels ahead of Vincent here on this Fredrin. Should still be having a bit of an advantage coming into the next neutral objective battle, unless Rebellion are able to look for some chain CC to lock Carl TZ down. Circling Eagle
will be committed on towards Cars. Cars providing vision in that HP of that turtle. Seems like the marksman will not join the fight here from both teams. Good knockup. Vincent caught and the Princess Wrath, and JP secures that kill. Cards quite low, petrified, and he will not fall just yet as Echo will secure the turtle and also Vincent.
Another brilliant neutral objective secured by Echo through their kiting and through their poking. Sanji just finds a moment, a window to collapse.
Oh, they want more. Audi, quite low. Carl TZ, though, has not enough resources to take him down. And there you go. They will shift their focus on towards the jungles now, Mirko.
3.5k gold lead, only with 7 kills in the game in total. Carl TZ absolutely obliterating the Guinevere in the jungle, 2 levels ahead. He's building towards an even bigger XP gap between the two as he collects everything in his jungle for a full clear.
Okay, good spot. Oh, good catch as well. He will commit, but not enough damage. Benny, though, will be forced to recall as Rebellion Zion failed to assassinate the marksman.
And they're just chilling right now. JP flying by all around just to get some pressure down, and Sanford just walking up, man, on that Ducati, chilling and grinding. Carl TZ wants to go for the purple buff, Gani.
Finds the taunt. Cars, though, will delay. Good penalty zone as JP and as well as Carl in trouble. Good knockup. Audi bursts it down with the help of Sanford and Sanji. Now in the mid lane, Benny pops the Purify to escape, and there you go. Enough resources to survive.
All that without Sanford's Petri, who has been really good this game.
The Double Petri from Sanji and Sanford has been connecting like crazy. And Echo now 4,000 gold lead. That is somehow a very, very big gap considering we have yet to enter the 10th minute of the game.
It's a slow roll again. Echo knows how to utilize a goal lead. They can transform a snowball into a death ball just as good as the other crazy team so far in this tournament. I would say just as good as Homebois this tournament so far, right? The way that they are able to utilize the early leads to channel it into crazy fights, crazy skirmishes, even objective control.
And also with calculations, right? With their own calculation here. Let's see, Rebellion though. Even though they're behind, it seems like they are taking more bushes here. They are also ready for a fight here. Let's see the opening. Will they find it? JP finding, face checking there. It seems like the damage will not come through just yet. Rebellion not committing. Take a look at Kadita in the backside, looking for an angle. Spotted though.
Uh-oh.
And Rebellion, they shift their focus on towards Sanji, who immediately retreats.
Now it's a Lord Dance. Carl Teasy just holding it in. Trying to bait the Lord all the way to his side, getting a good reset. Oh, that's a barrier that has failed to reset the Lord. Carl Teasy's still on it. It's going to be on cooldown, that barrier. Won't be able to reset it next, and Cars needs to go for some poke. Meanwhile, the Astral Echo reveals all four. Sanford down below.
Oh, good petrify. Moai, fairly low. Audi in the backside as well. JP finds the mark and finds the kill. Audi, a late wall charge as Benny is just free hitting. He will secure that kill as Cars in the no man's land, and he will fall as well as Benny picks up the double.
Echo are playing it Avenger-esque. One man jumps in, the rest assemble, and they all go for a superhero landing straight for 4 members and the Lord. It's a combo together.
Man, the coordination, the formation, the timing, perfection. And Echo, they will secure the Lord and take a look at the recalls. It's nothing personal, Suelo.
Nothing personal. It's all business today for Echo as they try to make their way a comeback to the group's top standing.
Indeed. And
name that hero, Gani. What is it?
It's still Balman. It
No,
hasn't
the
changed.
hero on your screen right now.
Oh, Guinevere.
Beautifully done, my friend.
Vincent, right? So again, 10,000 gold lead, 11 minutes in. Lord is up. And with this deficit, Rebellion, can they really save all 3 base turrets? I don't think so. I think they will sacrifice 2.
Let's see if they go for a big fight here. They should be able to actually defend for a bit longer, Gani. Knowing they have a Navaria, an Irithel as well, that's a big smack, a big boink from Carl Teasy.
Exactly. Now top lane, pushing mid, managed by Rebellion Zion without touching the turret. The top side, quite weak here, and there you go. The first turret falls. Lord will take care of the bottom lane turret. Oh, Sanji jumps in on towards Vincent, who is still sustainable. Good knockup, but no fall of damage there from the side of Rebellion. Circling Eagle. Seems like good circling Eagle and Petrify as well. Vincent will fall alongside Moai and Echo. They look for the close.
What a combo together in unity. The base turrets all falling. Gani, this might be it.
Sue Expose and Echo will find their first win in Group C. The Blue Bulls will fall short.
The Orcas lead into their comfort picks and find a victory in the group of death. Their tournament lives extending for a bit longer for them to come back and again, maybe pull off a top standing in the group of death. What a performance against Rebellion Zion. Their next match will be up against EVOS Legends, and that will be the decider of whether they will move on to the next stage or not tomorrow. Today, though, we have, just right now, Uncle Ulf to take over to talk about what they did good that game, Gani. You want to throw it over to Uncle Ulf?
Uncle Ulf, awoo!
wish I could copy your howl, but not today. Maybe later. But one thing that I do know about Echo, and some of the casters kind of touched upon on this. Like when you look at the draft coming out from Echo, it looks really ridiculous. Honestly, if you look like when the composition, very difficult to execute. It needs a lot of like skills just to be able to land it. But if you think about it, this is Echo on a shopping spree. It's like, hey, what do you want to pick up? What's your signature hero? Let's pick it up. That's going to be carry for Benny Cutie, one of his longest signature hero picks. Maybe stemming from even Season 6 when he was really good at this hero. Then you look at the Sanji special, the Kirita, that even after being nerfed, it still is a specialty for Sanji and the entirety of Echo. Now you look at Carl. If you ask Carl, hey Carl, what's your favorite hero? Surely he will answer Lancelot, but he will also say that my winningest hero is going to be the Fredrin. But the hero that put Sanford on the map before his pro debut and in the entirety of his professional career, it's the Benedetta. And he played so well in this game. In fact, I'm not gonna lie, when I was talking to Mirko, it was done off cam. When I saw the draft, I thought for sure that it will be Echo losing this game because it's so difficult to execute. But if you think about it, like we said, it's a shopping spree for Echo. They got everything that they wanted when it comes to their signature picks. And now that will eventually translate into them just relying on their innate skills. And boy, oh boy, that was a wonderful display of their signature heroes for this game against Rebellion Zion. Eventually, the MVP is Sanford, and he was so impactful from minute 0 up until the end. He was able to win his lane by clearing the lanes much faster than his opposition, and this allowed him to have a lot of influence in the mid lane. We are going to see it in this case, for example, it's a minimap 48 seconds in, he's already in the mid lane. Now, 4 minutes into the game, he will leave the Teresa tending for the bottom lane wave while he is already in the middle, making sure that this Impure Rage and this Petrify will have a lot of impact. Now comes Sanji, knows that the Novaria is always frail when it comes to these situations because of the lack of the Purify, and once again they will continue to do this Avenger-esque kind of a gameplay that we know of. Echo Express is built on this. Superhero landing after superhero landing. It's as if they are doing an exhibition of their skills. Look at that. Somebody goes in, others come in to support them. And it's the chain CC that allowed them to have a wonderful lead in the early stages of the game that then translated into the mid game. Come the mid game, it's all about the spells now, and now it's JP's turn. He finds the Irito utilizing the second toggle onto that circling eagle, and then eventually finds another good play which will eventually end the game for the team. Like we can see another good initiation coming out from JP. This guy knows how to utilize that second toggle of the circling eagle to its full potential. Now we talk about like the Fredrin, for example, coming up from Cartesi, very perfect when it comes to him knowing his limits as the Fredrin and also taking care of the neutral jungle. And now in this particular game, you don't even talk about Benny Cutie because everybody else from Echo is already doing their job, and now it made it so that even the carry going up against Teresa, going up against the Guinevere with the Navaria, as well as the Grok. Literally, Rebellion had a draft to kind of answer this carry, but it didn't look that way. Echo, the shopping spree kind of draft. And if you think about it, they drafted actually very quickly. If you rewatch that draft, they pick heroes after heroes that it's as if they're not even thinking. We have we call this drafting style coming from Echo the Blitz draft in the Philippines, and it's even an even faster Blitz draft there. It's as if Echo, their mood today is just to pick their signature heroes, and they got probably their most comfortable heroes, and you can see Echo became champions because of this playstyle, and they were very comfortable looking into their game against Rebellion Zion. Even after Rebellion Zion gets good heroes. For example, the Dewa as well as the Guinevere. These are the heroes that we know works in the meta game right now, in and out of the professional scene. Echo were still able to answer it. And it's mainly because of how fast they are playing. So if you're looking at the XP lane, for example, you have the Benedetta clearing the waves much faster. That means that a lot of pressure is put onto the mid lane, and that means that the influence of the Benedetta is spread across half of the map. That also means that if they do clear out the mid lane, it will allow Sanji on this Kadira to get into the bush, because he doesn't need to really stay in the mid lane for a long time despite being a Kadira, so that the wave clear even in the mid lane is also faster because of the influence of other heroes of Echo. That means that he doesn't need time to be in the middle, which also then translates to him having a lot of impact in the bush play coming out from Echo. The vision as well as extra annihilation because of Sanji leaving the mid lane much faster than he would when it comes to other types of compositions. And despite this Kadira being nerfed, we know that he can assassinate the members of Rebellion just because of the lead that they have. So because he has a lot more items compared to his opposition, there's not much tankiness that RBL can have to actually take care of this Kadira. So many good things that we saw coming out from Echo, and this is the classic Echo Express, a shopping spree of heroes that we saw, the Blitz draft even. This is as comfortable as Echo could get in an international tournament. And even after losing their first game earlier today, now they have recovered. The best thing about it is that they defeated a team that also went on fire from their previous match. That means that the group of death is actually the group of death, because everybody just wants to take wins off of each other, and they will have another match for sure. For now, RBL will have to go back to the drawing board, and Echo will celebrate this win. They both are 1-1 in the score of their group. That means that they are in a much comfortable spot compared to their opposition heading into the playoffs. I'm very excited to see who eventually will win in this matchup, but we will have to wait, as both Rebellion and Echo will no longer have any matches today. For now, that is Echo versus RBL. That's the third. Technically that's the ninth game. Could you imagine? We've already have 9 matches today. For now, we're gonna be throwing it over back to Gani and Mirko.
It's crazy how much comfort can impact the performance of a team, right? When you're trying to force something, a strategy that just isn't them into their playstyle. We saw a completely different Echo. I would say even from the MPL PH playoffs, all the way there when I was restreaming, I could see that this was not the same Echo Express. Maybe it was because of a shift of players, a change of players, but I think more so it's because they were not given their heroes.
Exactly.
Because when it's Echo, you think of instantly specific heroes on Benny, on Carl TZ, on Sanford, on the whole team, even JP and Sanji.
Well, enough of Group C for today, Miracle. We saw
I wish you could see more, man.
Rebellion fail to claim that second point, so we move on towards Group D, as we will see you soon taking on Team Flash.
We will see you soon. That's a mouthful. Up against Team Flash. See you soon. They battled against Cambodian teams back in MPL Cambodia, obviously, right? But they're going to be having a bit of a rematch as Chama and D7 is joined the Team Flash lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in 10 minutes. See you soon.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Bin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Bin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 9th match of the day of MPLI 2023 Group Stage Day number 1. This time, it's a bit interesting in a way where there is a chance that we get a Kamai rematch, Gani. D7 and Chama are new, what would we call it? Reinforcements from Burnex Flash in Cambodia, now brought to Team Flash, which is the Singaporean branch. And hey, they were able to become champions through a big blunder and a full capitalization for the rest of the team. This time, I actually wonder which player is actually going to get the time to shine in the main lineup. They have so many new players in the lineup with Chama, with D7. Do they play their Cambodian reinforcements, or do they stick to what worked in MPLSG?
And again, they have the mix. Kamai, they have PH players as well, and they also have their own homegrown players as well from SG. So again, it will be the question, who will play, who will fight going up against See You Soon, a team that is very strong, and also they're on a roll, I believe.
Definitely are, man. I mean, for See You Soon, they were such a dominant force in the regular season all throughout, even in the playoffs. They were able to have such convincing victories, mainly through, I mean, their trio mid mostly, but even in the gold lane, they had some stellar performances there, where now, I honestly feel like, Gani, you know what? I just want to watch some Omni by FWD. I want to see the journey of both BTR's Vin as a player. How did he go through the hurdles of being a pro player? And even for the brand ambassador, I'm very curious as to how, brand ambassadors do their business.
Exactly. So if you want to catch them, check out Omni to perhaps inspire to become a brand ambassador, or to inspire to become a pro player. It's exclusive on Omni by FWD. It's free to download as well on Google Play or Apple App Store. So check it out, and again, be ready to be inspired by watching them.
Get motivated, get inspired, not just by Omni by FWD, but also by Hello Panda. Get some solid snacks while you're eating.
Yum.
Well, not your... You can't eat snacks while you're eating as well. Well, you technically can. You can mix and mash different snacks, but obviously with Hello Panda, I like to enjoy it solo. Gani taking everything, the whole stash for himself right now. Gani, you want to put that in, stash it in your suit?
Exactly. This is how you do it.
This is how you do it, folks. If you want to enjoy as much Hello Panda as Gani here, he usually goes and eats it whatever he does, right? He plays Mobile Legends. He can stay clean because it doesn't really leave any crumbs. It doesn't really leave any residuals. And you're still able to have a clean gaming experience with no mess whatsoever. And you can also unlock the Pang of Hunger, or rise above the Pang of Hunger, and unlock the full flavor of MPLI. You're watching MPLI, you're watching these crazy matches, but it just feels incomplete without Hello Panda in your hands, Gani, and in your mouth.
An area of effect, of
AOE.
taste. AOE. And with that, you also...
OEA.
OEA.
One esports app.
Exactly. AOE, OEA. Stay on top of trending news and, of course, exclusives with the One Esports app. Download now, Google Play, or anywhere, and you can just dive deeper into the meta. Plays, builds, contents, Mirko's hot takes. It's hot takes. It's all there in the app.
It's not just anywhere. It's specifically the Samsung Galaxy Store and the Google Play Store that you guys can find it exclusive. Not only is the interviews or the content exclusive, but it's also the app that is exclusive to Samsung. Go ahead and check it out right now, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you have a Samsung phone. Hey, Mirko, I want to follow some of the social media as well, some of the news as well on different platforms, man. I only have YouTube, we've got you. I only have X, we've got you. I only have Instagram, we've got you as well. Anything you can think of, we probably have it, man. Discord, TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook, YouTube, and even Twitch.
We have it all. So if you have all platforms, you should follow on all platforms too. Again, stay relevant with One Esports.
I like that. Stay relevant with One Esports. Get your daily news, get your in-game guides, find memes as well. My favorite meme on One Esports is the one where the graphic designer one. Our graphic designer is on vacation, but we still had to sell tickets. They made an MS Paint thing. That was a bit too professional for a random guy to do it. That guy is definitely artistic.
I like it. I like it. The creativity. And of course, you can be also creative like me and just name that hero. Win 4,000 diamonds.
What hero is it?
Starts with a B, ends with a D.
Balmond. What other hero?
Balmond. It's Balmond.
It's really
Enough
not.
said. It's the axe, the hair. Nothing else I can say.
Where did you find the axe? I can't see the axe.
I have to be a little creative, Mirko. There.
It's a bit too creative, in my opinion, the way that you can forge an axe from that. You're definitely not winning the 4,000 diamonds, but that's okay because you guys back at home, you have a bigger chance to win as he fumbled the bag, just like his football team.
Whoa.
Register for updates as well. Win 4,000 diamonds right now by going up to sign up to watch exclusive interviews, breaking news, and in-game guides to navigate the land of Dawn.
Exactly. Check it out. Just register and you have a chance to win 4,000s. And it's sacks, so you can 8,000. And with also that in mind, we can focus on towards the opening match of Group D.
Let's see. See you soon. Not soon, but right now. Their team lineup.
Let's welcome See You Soon as we take a look at their roster here again. They're on a roll in their respective regions. Can they bring the same intensity, the same performance here in the MPLI stage?
We'll have to see, right? MPLI 2023 is definitely going to be a new experience for them. Their first ever international tournament with this roster. We've seen See You Soon before in MPLI, but we haven't seen this version of it. We've also haven't seen the version of Team Flash that we're about to see. Let's take a look at the team lineup.
Let's welcome here the representative from Singapore. It's Team Flash.
It's D7. Let's see if it's going to be Chama as well in the jungle. The reinforcements from Cambodia.
Drum roll.
It's still Adamir here that I am seeing. Is it going to be Chama? And it is Chama and D7. Ooh. The reinforcements from Cambodia here in Indonesia playing for Team Flash. No Hades this time around. Let's see if they can get the dub without him.
Let's see. Again, with their information, right? I think they can use it to their advantage here. 40 seconds on the clock for the draft. And my expectations here, we can get a 25-minute game, Mirko.
25 minutes seems a bit too short for two Titans like this.
40.
Make it 70, Gani.
Why the heck not? And again,
rise above.
Rise above. And See You Soon. And Team Flash, what will they cook in their draft? I sniff a Guinevere pick again.
Guinevere has been having a horrible time at MPLI 2023 so far.
Doesn't
Not
stop
really
them to
enjoyable.
pick it.
Guinevere has just been bashed in the head almost every single game it's picked up. I think the only win that Guinevere got was the one where Blacklist International actually used it against Team Falcons. That was the only win for Guinevere.
Whoa.
So it's crazy to think, right? A hero that's so prio, so quote-unquote meta, having an abysmal win rate, abysmal success rate at MPLI 2023. Let's get into the draft to see whether or not we're going to see the Guinevere pick here, as See You Soon will be in the first pick. And Team Flash on the second pick.
Okay, let's see here. What will be the
Tuku,
pariah bans from
Apologies, my
See You
craft
Soon?
team
And it
Diggy
seems
is
like the
winning.
answer is very honest, very straightforward. Diggy ban in the first phase. What they're saying is they will bring some heavy crowd control perhaps in their
Time to drop
composition.
the beat of the
And
Flash.
Team Flash, they opt for a joy ban here, which just is the staple ban, considering that they will not have the first pick.
Diggy, first ban. A very interesting start already to See You Soon's draft, something we don't see that often in the first phase, in the very first slot. But it already signifies that they want to go for some heavy CC, some heavy initiations up against Team Flash. For D7 as well, knowing him, especially watching him at MSC 2023, I look at him as more of a initiation aggressive type of roamer compared to the one that stays in the back with the Diggy, with the healers. But it might have changed with the new season.
And earlier I called out a Gwyn to be picked up again, but See You Soon denied it. See You Soon actually banned the Guinevere out in this game or in this match. And there you go, we will not see Guinevere for this game. Team Flash,
Gaze
they will
upon the
respond with a ban
edge of the
towards
void.
Nolan here. So 2 bans are already targeted towards the jungler. Very, very, again, popular ban if you're on the red side still. And with that in mind, See You Soon. What will they prio here? Should they prio the Novaria? Or will they prio a hero like the Wanwan?
Both could definitely be a viable option to go for here in the bans. I mean, for the Wanwan itself, we have heard the Shadow say that the Wanwan has been an amazing pick in the gold lane. One of the best, if not the best, in the gold lane.
Let's see. See You Soon. They will ban out the Wanwan.
They listen to the Shadow, Gani.
Okay.
Just like every team.
Shh, lurking.
Lurking in the shadows.
Ooh. Okay, that was a bad howl. But okay, Flash man, jungle again. Or will they shift their focus here on towards a more or other roles, right? Valentina can also be a solid choice here
I
to
will
be banned
choose
out,
my
but no,
own
it's gonna be the
path.
Arlet though. Banned out.
Some XP presence taken away from the side of See You Soon, who can definitely be able to utilize Felix's aggressive nature in that XP lane on that Arlet to look for those team fighting plays. A fun fact here is See You Soon, MP. His name is usually MP the King. But this time he's just MP. The King title is gone for now. But you know what's gone? What's not gone? Even after the patch? Mathilda. Mathilda should be the first pick here according to the man himself.
Call it out. Howl it.
Walking on all fours.
Walking on all fours, man. And perhaps it's the Matilda, Echo.
Oh, no.
Yes, they did. No.
That's an Angela first pick.
Angela first pick here. What's out of See You Soon?
You can almost see the shocked face.
I think we all are shocked, and this is where we know that See You Soon is in the wrong.
I love how you put it so blunt, Gani. If you don't follow the wolf himself, it means it's not Wolf that got it wrong, it's the rest of the world
Exactly.
that gets it wrong. The Angela first pick shows you that See You Soon is wrong according to Gani. Let's see if it is wrong or right, as the outcome of the game will
Let's
definitely
see.
be the real answer to that. Team Flash now with the 2 responses. Over to an Angela, they go for the Novaria and the Terizla. Some burst, some range, and some very good read with the Astral Echo.
2 solid picks, right? Coming right off the
2
bat
liquid
here.
picks.
2 liquid picks. Okay. Yes. With Terizla, you have initiation, proper initiation here with that penalty zone and also sustainability. And to balance it out, they have a hero in the back lines to provide vision, provide burst as well. And there you go. See You Soon on this draft. They want to kite with the Martis. Bruno, this Angela can hard guard on towards Martis or even the Bruno towards that mid-late game.
They're so honest, they don't lie. That's how honest the draft is. For See You Soon, I really love the terms Gani keeps making up here. Honest draft, the newt for neutral objectives. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from GONIE. The Team Flash will go for pretty honest draft themselves as well, right? With the Astral Echo giving a lot of the hitboxes, or enlarging the hitboxes, something like a Brody. Especially when See You Soon clumps up, gives him so much more prio to land those stacks with the first skill, and then torn apart memory, obviously. And even just the laning presence here against the Bruno. It's not a bad matchup for that Brody.
Very independent marksman as well, which means the Novario or the Roam potentially can rotate elsewhere to the jungles or to the EXP. And let's see how See You Soon handle that composition, right? Second phase. They will ban out the Baxia here.
Wow.
Wow. I have no words.
You have no words.
Baxia ban comes through. And what will Team Flash go about this here, right? Last ban, will they commit to another EXP? And it will actually be the Uranus ban, so they will commit to that EXP lane ban here. But the question now, See You Soon, will they also limit the options for the jungle?
I'd say it's a very, very good ban there, the Uranus ban, right? Firstly, the Yuzong ban, a hero that can dive all the way to the back. Brody and Novaria both very susceptible to that kind of dive. And on the other side, the Uranus ban as well. Looking at their composition, at their style of play, they'll be looking to burst down their opponents with poke and range, and obviously the torn apart memory, the burst. They don't have a lot of DPS in their composition that Uranus could provide a heck of a lot sustain to prolong these team fights, to make it very uncomfortable for Team Flash. And now we take a look at the final ban from Team See You Soon. It was the Baxia earlier. They can go for another jungle ban here to give the Martis a very smooth road up ahead. And there it is. That's the Fredrin taken away from Chama. One of the comfort picks of Chama, but knowing Chama, I usually think about his play, his picks. He loves going for picks like the Lancelot.
Yeah.
In MSC 2023, that was one of the main reasons as to why Chama was able to perform it the way he did. Give him a playmaking, a mechanical hero, or give him an Akai. Basically the same description as the Lancelot, 100% of the way.
Very fast hero. And yeah, I mean, with the Akai picked up, it seems like they do not want to give the neutral objectives freely towards the hands of the Martis.
You want to know what's going on, Gani?
What?
A little wolf just whispered in my ear.
Okay.
The last two picks are going to be Edith and Valentina, he says.
Oh, I like it. Valentina can take the heavy spin away, or even the penalty zone, right? Depending on the situation. But no, it's not going to be the Edith here. It is, though, going to be the X-Borg. More AoE, and also have the slowing effect. But wow, mid Angela mid.
That's definitely well, again, a very unorthodox style to this draft from Team See You Soon. But hey, that's one of the reasons they were able to become champions in MPL Cambodia through their unconventional drafts with the Cho. That's a very, very interesting pick, right? It's great against the Brody, horrible against the Akai. So much disengage here for the side of Team Flash. You're gonna have to try to isolate these members really, really well. And through the X-Borg's poke and kiting, I believe that's what they're trying to utilize to stop the Akai from disengaging from the Cho initiation or pickoffs.
Question is, sure they have the Bruno, but do they have enough range going up against Team Flash's composition here? Who has the Bruno, Rudy, and Novaria. And to top it all off, they picked up the Faramis, who will add more oomph during team fights with the Netherrealm. It's gonna be crazy.
The NR used to be the CA. Let's take a look at the talent prediction here. Me and Gani on the same page. We went for Team Flash. We're used to seeing the Chama diff back in MSC 2023. For Wolf, he loves those Filipino imports.
Let's see who will prevail in this match again. This is going to be the opening match of Group D. So Let's see who will have the first momentum within that group.
Boxy, MP, Ra, Felix, and Kusei.
Chama, Innocent, Jay, Adamir, and D7 will rock for Team Flash.
Ladies and gentlemen, the battle, the rematch of Chama versus MP the King. This time not in MPL Cambodia, but in MPLI 2023. Welcome to the land of Dawn.
Wow, immediately, what is interesting to me is the 4 flickers from both teams, right? It seems like they do not care for other spells. They want to either close the gap or they want to escape.
It's all in or nothing, they say, right? They double down on no Purify. If you want to try to kick us, we'll try to flicker before you flicker kick us. Chama and MP. We've seen throughout the regular season of MPL Cambodia that these two junglers have been going at it. But MP got the better of Chama for the most part in MPL Cambodia. Ra on this Angela mid though. Honestly, especially after the nerfs towards Angela, not too big of a fan of the Angela mid anymore. Yeah. Really like it more as a roamer, as just pure utility. Going for the mid laner, especially here, means that Soon will have quite a big drop in terms of their scaling towards the later stage of the game. Team Flash can itemize very easily against Soon when it gets to that point.
They need to somehow assist Ra in clearing the waves, right? Either the Cho or the Export needs to rotate actively towards the mid side to help. And take a look at this. Already active, very active at the early stage. See you soon trying to somehow disturb Chama's rotation pattern. But seems like they will have enough cover for Chama to get out of that healthy.
You don't gank the Dragon Warrior. The Dragon Warrior ganks you.
I like it. And again, the first minute here, 10 seconds towards the first turtle of the game. It seems like it's just all even, right? Rotation-wise, setup-wise, no clear winner yet. But see you soon will have a better clear with the help of MP here.
Interesting choices of the emblems here. If you guys can see, Adamir, a very, very active XP laner, and it shows through the power, the Wilderness Blessing. Team Flash has 3 Wilderness Blessing. They want to look for more setups around the map, and Chama is already first onto this turtle. Remember, Mortal Coil is an anti-CC. Chama, if he uses that heavy spin, can be cancelled out.
Oxy, chunking in the backside.
Oh, use it.
Mortal Coil, Fuse J, very low, but it will buy enough time for Akai to take the first nuke. Jay in the backside, looking for a cover, but Chama isolated in the front, and he will fall as Felix barely survives that one.
You don't want to be giving away kills into a Martis early game. I would say, even though Team Flash were able to get that turtle, it's still worth it for Soon because they were able to get a kill on MP. Martis going to be such a big snowballing force as we enter the mid stage of the game, and if he gets another kill here, we've seen what Martis can do today, Gani.
Yep.
Absolute domination.
Okay, let's see. Will it happen again in this game? And after the first kill and the first turtle, seems like all is okay. Tempo very slow. And perhaps both teams now will rotate towards that goal here. But no, MP wants to somehow steal away the jungle camps from Team Flash.
Good invades, man. Really a good way to stay on top of the game, on top of the enemy XP laner as well. Even here against D7, who has already used the Astral Recon. Now MP's going to be brought back to the team by the penalty zone as well. Active XP laner Adamir. The Wilderness Blessing pays off with a big kill onto MP.
A very good recovery there from Team Flash, right? And see you soon. No compensation whatsoever. They managed to take down MP, the jungler who has been on a roll rotation-wise. And with that kill, with that pickoff, it actually sits him down a bit.
Now it's back to the slow roll. Because for See You Soon, they're the ones looking for a snowball. Team Flash can play the long game. They can, well, not necessarily the long game, but they want to play for the mid game. That's when the power spike for most of their heroes actually hit. And if Boxy opens up like this...
Oh, face checking here. Gets the Jet Kundo, but good stun. Oh, flicker Way of Dragon connecting onto his Innocent. The damage will not be enough as the heavy spin will try to somehow find space. Felix, though, good angle with the last Insanity finding and killing Innocent.
That's a 1-for-1, but it's a gold lane traded in for a roamer. Not too sure if it's worth it at all for Team Flash. MP still free farming in his own jungle, but Adamir
Oh, looking for being a nuisance, constant nuisance here in the jungles of See You Soon. As Chima now focuses down on the turtle. Let's see here with the help of Hardguard here. MP looking for the steal. D7 though will find the turtle, as it seems like Akai was pinned down in the turtle pit and gets taken out.
He had a retry advantage, but it did not matter. See You Soon just barged in. They knew they wanted to just go for the team fight. The neutral objective was never in their sights. It was all just the kills for MP. And heck, he got the second one here. Adamir.
He's all alone. No mortal coil, and the penalty zone was on point. D7 will secure that kill.
Adamir.
As MP now a little bit to overextend there and was clearly punished by Team Flash.
A big smack of the hammer onto Felix's head just earlier here. Team Flash equalizing quite well. Innocent.
Heavy spin on towards just Boxy though. Trying to find space here for Innocent. With the help of Jay here, I think they have enough damage resources to take him down. Wasted a hard guard in that play, and Innocent will grab the 200.
A solid kill. This time for the Brody. Kind of the same vibe you get from the Brody and the Martis. Both these heroes looking to snowball. For the Martis, though, falls off a bit, well, way harder in towards the late game. Innocent still holds a lot of value into that late game. A siege down below, Gani.
Oh my goodness. What? Oh, the Nether Realm comes in clutch, though the damage will be enough to take him down. But what the heck was that? The piercing shot from D7 finds two members of See You Soon.
That was such a beautiful combination. I hope we get a replay of that. That was a torn apart memory and an astral spear shot down by D7. It was split in two, literally. It wasn't a double kill. Innocent killed the guy in front for the astral spear to hit the back.
One.
We need a replay of that.
Wow.
We definitely need to see what happened in slow motion.
I thought it was a piercing shot. But man, what? Wow, we do need a replay on that. Now let's see here.
Wow.
Felix already has an immortality in his arsenal, and it seems like Chama now with the advantage. Oh, MP out of nowhere grabs it. A hit and run on the turtle.
Beautifully done on this Martis. That's what you expect, but again, Innocent.
Ooh, torn apart memory will have enough range, though Kusei will find the kill. Hardguard will not be able to help him as three members is on that football player's Ra. Will be the bonus, but no, not enough range. And there you go, Jay finally secures the kill.
Felix is trying his best to look for more, Gani, but the Dragon Warrior says no.
No. Let's take a look at the economy here. It's quite even, actually.
Very even, considering that there's been a lot of fights. Remember, MP still able to be... Well, he has been able to secure these neutral objectives, to secure some kills, to stop it. Let's take a look at the replay here. What exactly happened, right? So it's a chase down to a Decimate, then the torn apart memory. Yeah, it took down MP for the Astral Spear to go all the way to the back. It was perfect. They were lining up just to sacrifice one member, right? If it's a torn apart memory and an Astral Spear shot, it should have been just MP who tanks it, but the fact that the timing was so perfect from D7, it went straight to the guy in the back.
It lined up perfectly indeed. Well, let's see here. What is going on? Oh, good montage by Boxy. Not enough damage to take him down just yet. Jay survives, and he still has another realm as well.
And now it's a 1,000 gold lead, held down by Team Flash 9-5 in terms of kills. Despite See You Soon having, on paper, what seems to be a better early game composition when it comes to pickoffs. D7 now.
Oh, in trouble. Good cover though. Now the hard guard will help. MP survives in another realm as well. Felix from another angle looking to poke. Take a look at the last Insanity and the last Insanity and penalty zone in the backside. Anabir caught, and he will be the sole casualty from that fight.
It looked super violent when Adamir flickered with that penalty zone, but it's even more violent for Boxy.
Way of Dragon connecting. Innocent, now you see him, now you don't. See You Soon equalizes in almost the total kills, but they claim 2 members of Team Flash.
And just like that, the gold lead that Team Flash has been building for the past 8 minutes, it has been completely diminished, and now it should be a free one.
Oh, Kusei, again now, repositioning himself with the Lord secured from See You Soon. It's a signal that Flash needs to really take care of the lanes here, especially top side. Well, they have turrets, more turrets if you compare it to See You Soon, but this might be the start of See You Soon really gaining tempo, really gaining momentum, and Team Flash needs to be careful of this.
Back to a slow roll. See You Soon have the lead, and usually this is their style of play. They go for a super chaotic game. They look for fights across the map, but once they get that lead, they slow it down. They slow it way down. To play it for discipline, to play for neutral objectives and even objectives here, which they are going to be able to get in the mid lane for free. No contest whatsoever. Team Flash knows it's a bit too risky to try to defend that, and they'll instead move back, fall back to their tier 2 turrets.
They will sacrifice all of their tier 1s. See You Soon. They will grab more turrets though, right? Top lane surely falls as Team Flash now they look to defend their mid, and even that they can't defend. So now I think it's just their base turret standing now with the concealed play. See You Soon looking for an opportunity, but does not get the opening angle that they want.
3,000 gold lead built up by See You Soon as another tier 2 down below for free. Taken down just by the minions. Team Flash were so overwhelmed with sieges going on in the mid and the top lane that they completely forgot about the tier 2 down below. And even Chama here is struggling in his own jungle. MP on the Martis, outclassing him in farm 2 levels. Now down to just 1, but he's farming up a storm.
Looking very, very bad here for Team Flash. And See You Soon already a 3,000 gold lead established. They were behind, what, 4 minutes ago? And now, man, it's very different. Team Flash, what do they need to do here? I think Innocent, he has hit his power spike. So what can they do here, Berko, specifically to equalize?
He hit it a while back, I feel. But again, for this composition, for Team Flash, what they need to do, Gani, it's burst, man. It's the same kind of pattern that Wolf has been analyzing for the past, 3 matches. It's the battle between burst and DPS. See You Soon have been winning that DPS battle, have been winning the sustain battle, going back and forth, kiting, and forcing all of the big resources out from Team Flash before they go for an all-in team fight. Meanwhile, for Team Flash, unfortunately, it's quite one-dimensional, right? The way they win this game is through a big splash of damage, finding 2 or more members. 2, optimal. 3, ideal. But if they get 1 with all their resources, that's a win for See You Soon.
Yeah, it won't be enough, right? So, let's see here. The second Lord is up. And Team Flash, they're struggling to even just enter the river. Team Flash, how can they do this? Chama, full HP.
2 levels on MP.
Oh my god. How will they play this out though? Oh, it's a reset though. So Team Flash has time. Penalty zone by Enamir popped. MP looking for an angle, finds 2, but does not commit. Felix, low or half HP, has the immortality, but it seems like it's gonna be a reset from See You Soon.
Beautifully done by See You Soon. They're not in any rush. Team Flash are the ones who are desperate in this game, who need to look for a proper fight, a proper way back into the game. See You Soon can take their time. They have slow pushes built up in the bottom and in the top lane. They can continue to reset this Lord over and over again to build up that frustration from Team Flash. And there you go. Once it happens,
cancelled out with the heavy spin though. That Way of Dragon is on cooldown. Let's see, Team Flash looking for an angle. Adamir finds a penalty zone onto its boxy only, and Felix, no armor whatsoever. Netherrealm popped as well. Jay in the front side, soaking damage, taken down. It seems like now Felix in the backside will find the last insanity as Chama falls as well. The Lord will be secured as Kusi claims the triple. As there you go, Team Flash. Now you see them, now you don't.
So incredibly beautiful by See You Soon. The execution was absolutely perfect. They baited out the heavy spin. They baited out everything, every single resource that could pose a problem, a threat to them, and now all they need to do is end the game.
Oh, the base to expose. D7 to top it all off, taken down as well. And there you go. See you soon finds their first points in Group D.
Amazing mechanics, intelligent decision making, and on point macro. That's what you get when you see you soon in this game. They make it chaotic all to the point, up to the point where they don't need to anymore. Once they get that gold lead, you can see a complete shift, a 180 completely. Early on, it was random fights across the map. Once that 1,000 gold lead hits, they snap. They become a very, I would say, a Filipino team. A good mix of Kamai and Filipino, right? You see that Kamai aggression and you see the Filipino discipline at the right time, at the right place. Let's throw it over to the man at the right time, at the right place as well. Wolf in Indonesia for MPLI 2023.
Thank you so much, Mirko and Gani. And when we look at that game, Mirko painted it out as a combination of the Cambodian aggression with the Filipino style of slow gameplay, and I can say that that is actually true when it comes to when you consider the players that are here for the side of See You Soon from the Philippines. That's Kusei as well as MP the King. MP the King was known, and I think he got famous because of his tank junglers. In fact, when you look back at Season 9 of MPL Philippines, now for Kusei, he is that kind of farmer as well. Well, he started out in the pro scene as a very aggressive gold laner, but throughout his career, we saw that he developed that quote-unquote pandamental state of mind from RSG Philippines, where he was actually tenured, and you saw how they managed to utilize that combination of playstyle to what See You Soon can actually bring to the table. So that's the combination of the aggression and of course the system that you could see for See You Soon among their two core players, their jungler as well as their gold laner. Now, how did that happen? In fact, you can see that Team Flash wanted to go for the playstyle that actually made them successful in Singapore. The championship run that they did, the miracle run that they were able to do because of their aggressive and very, I would say, high risk, high reward kind of playstyle. In fact, in the first 6 minutes of the game, it was effective. But because of this guy, Kusei Bruno, his positioning and the way that he handled the Lord dance for the side of Team See You Soon, that allowed them to eventually take this game. Again, first 6 minutes of the game, you can see that it was absolutely Team Flash's game already. Their aggressive playstyle allowed them to control and get many kills into the side lanes. But what's interesting is that this guy, Kusei, as well as his teammates, managed to secure the waves into the side lanes. And also, what they were doing is to make sure that if they indeed face the aggression coming out from Team Flash, they make some damage. They do some damage. So either they get -1 when it comes to heroes, or poke the enemy to a low health to a point where they cannot push afterwards. So the thing is, even after the aggression that we saw coming from Team Flash, there was no conversion. And we saw from Team See You Soon, what they did was to make sure that the first 8 minutes of the game, they just have to have enough farm. So when they do group up during the Lord timing, which is Lord number 1, they know that their composition is very good at a 5v5. So they fast cleared the side lanes, made sure that the mid lane was in their control, take care of their jungle, and then come the 8-minute mark, even when they were trailing, when it comes to the gold, they know that their 5-man is much stronger if you compare it to Team Flash. And lo and behold, we are going to see it through the highlights. Again, first 6 minutes of the game, all Team Flash because of their flashy playstyle. And the thing is, if you look at the side of Team See You Soon, all they're waiting for is 2 items onto their export to be able to tank up. You can see that you also need only 2 items for Kusei, and absolutely for this Angela that is coming from the position 4 from the 4 position, it means that you do have a lot of shielding to apply to your teammates. Again, first 7 minutes of the game, definitely not See You Soon. Come the 8-minute mark though, This is now their timing. If they group up as 5, they supplement so much damage, and there is enough front line coming out from the Xborg. Even after the jump from Adamir, nobody died from the side of See You Soon. This allowed them to get now into position to the Lord area. They are going to be clearing the mid lane once again. They control it, they clear it as 4 members. Boxy looking for a good angle, finds Innocent, a very wonderful play. Now, the Lord Dance, we can see that they first went onto the Faramis and went to the backlines. Even when the Akai was already in front of the Lord, 2 of the members that would have dealt the damage, which was the Navaria as well as the Brody, could not get into position because they were zoned out by this Xborg. And the Xborg, he only needed the Kiras as well as the Radiant Armor. Already enough. You only need the tough boots so that you will not be stunned out so much. But the fact that you already have the Radiant Armor as well as the Antikiras, 2 of the defensive items that aren't only defensive for your own sake, but also helps your teammates tank up, because what they generally do is kind of nerf the opponents. That's the passive, the Kiras as well as the Radiant Armor. Once you receive this damage into the backlines, it means that the damage dealers, which was the Novaria as well as this Brody, and if you think about it, even the Faramis also will struggle from those 2 items. It was more than enough. Like I said, the 2-item power spike coming out from the members of See You Soon at the 8-minute mark allowed them to group up and destroy Team Flash. It's a battle of the composition versus composition on how one composition can counter the opposing composition. We're not saying that Team Flash doesn't have a way to win against the lineup of See You Soon. It's just that when it comes to 5v5 engage, Team Flash needs to really layer their stuns and their ultimates and make sure that the Brody will have enough damage. That is extremely difficult because they were being zoned out by this Xborg. And Team Flash, it was very flashy, but we do know that if you try to fight and you don't convert into important objectives, it will mean nothing. Aggression should have conversion, as a wise man would say. I don't know who said that. Maybe it was Gani, maybe it was Mirko, maybe it was somebody else, or maybe it was me all along. But aggression needs conversion. And unfortunately, Team Flash wasn't able to do so. Well, then again, this is still Team Flash that you're looking at that had to resolve to loaned players. And Chima as well as D7, I'm already being, with all honesty, I'm already amazed on what they were able to do in the early stages of the game. And Innocent being plugged into the Team Flash as also a lone player, it kind of looked like in the first 6 minutes of the game, Team Flash's chemistry is already there. However, come the mid game, when they needed a big shot caller, somebody has to step up for Team Flash and make sure that they understand the composition of the enemy versus their composition and how they should apply those learnings so that when the team fight does happen in the mid game, they will have a much better start. Again, Team Flash already has got a significant amount of lead over Team See You Soon that they could have utilized. Maybe if they picked apart the team of See You Soon, instead of trying to fight 5v5 against them, they would have had a better shot at this. Also, the management of their battle spells wasn't that perfect because they were using the flicker very clumsily against Team See You Soon. Those small details that add up. Now, that meant that Team Flash didn't have enough when it comes to those team fights. Well, now for See You Soon, very commendable recovery coming out from the team, and knowing that even when they use the Xborg as well as the Cho, 2 of the heroes that you don't normally see in a composition, but the way that Boxy as well as Felix played it, it kind of made you feel that, okay, Team See You Soon, they probably know how to utilize these heroes. It might be their comfortable or their signature heroes because of how perfectly they played it. You cannot say that Xborg at all was contested in this game. 2-0-8, in fact, for the Xborg. And Boxy, all he needed to do was to land that crucial way of the dragon usages, which, in fact, if you think about it, they only needed 1. And Team See You Soon already were able to group up and just run over Team Flash in important parts of the game and then eventually take over. And Team See You Soon, I guess the majority of the reason why they won today is because of their chemistry, and that's definitely 100% seen on how they played this match against Team Flash. Now, obviously, there's a lot of the road is still very long for both of these teams. In fact, for Team See You Soon, even after winning this, they don't necessarily secure the playoff spot, and that's also true with Team Flash. If they do recover, maybe there's a lot of there's still a lot of ways for them to win this. But I guess that is the entirety of my analysis for this game between See You Soon and Team Flash. For now, I think I'm gonna be giving it back to our beautiful casters. It's Miracle and Gani once again. Blue and red looks good on you boys.
And Beige looks better on you, Wolf.
I did not expect the compliment, Wolf, so thank you.
Thank you as well, Wolf. And you're welcome for that compliment back to Mr. Wolf. Right? I mean,
Yeah,
I said
true.
Beige looked better. We
True.
gotta, come on, W Wolf, but also
True.
W Miracle, W Gani, right? We gotta take that
Three
W.
dubs.
And
Dubs.
See You Soon just got a good W there, man. I was really impressed with their performance. A lot of people were already counting them out when they were placed in the same group as a certain favorite in the tournament, M5 later on. Makes it a little bit more hype now, the fact that See You Soon has performed so well and has a very unique style. I'll say that much, right? The combination of both Kamai and Filipino players is a pretty good mix. Very solid mix.
Very solid mix. And let's add another match, right? Another mix. Group D action here. The two R's will go at it. A classic Indo VPH. We'll have to witness together. RRQ taking on RSG PH.
The Raiders against the Kings of Kings with two very different lineups to what we are usually
What
we are usually accustomed to, right? I mean, looking at Demon Kite coming back in and a few new recruits from the MDL team of RRQ. Let's see what'll happen after the 10-minute break, and we'll see you then. RRQ versus RSGPH.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Our second final match of the day. It's still going to be Group D, ladies and gentlemen. RSGPH takes on RRQ, the Raiders, up against the Kings of Kings, but with two very different lineups. For RSGPH, just a little bit of a difference, Gani, just with their jungler replacing Irad. It's Demon Kite coming back into RSGPH. Meanwhile, for RRQ, a big shift, a big change in their lineup. We have Jans, we also have Toy, and a new roamer from MPL as well, joining in Clay, Banana, and Dyron.
A lot of changes indeed, so it's very exciting and interesting to see which player will come into the fray going up against RSGPH. Remember, folks, this is a team-wise, it's a flashback. It's a MSC Grand Finals last year. RSGPH going up against RRQ, and RSGPH won that bout. Let's see here, MPLI 2023 group stage, who will win in this match?
It basically depends on which MSC matchup you pick, right? The upper bracket finals where RRQ won, or the grand finals where RSGPH won. You guys can choose whatever you want when you're on Omni, though. So the choices become much easier, right? You don't have to pick either one. You can watch both the Una mini documentary or even check out the BTR Vin, his journey from RRQ and when he was at BTR as well, Gani, in the mini documentary in Omni by FWD.
Question is, Mirko.
Question is,
are you in that documentary?
No.
No, I don't care. I will still download Omni and check it out. Scan the QR code beside Vin to have more details. And of course, with that also, watching Vin, watching Mirko, we need a snack.
The best there is right now has got
Meiji.
to be Meiji's Hello Panda. Go ahead and buy yourself the Hello Panda right now to snack while you're watching MPLI, while you're watching Omni by FWD, and any one of those mini documentaries, or whatever you're doing. Maybe you're browsing through social media, just scrolling through One Esports' crazy, amazing posts. You can also snack on Hello Panda. Why it's so great is because you don't leave any crumbs, you don't leave any residuals on your fingers like other snacks. It's a very gamer-friendly snack.
And it's yummy. It's very good.
That is the least of your problems. Like, if you think of Hello Panda, if you're eating it, it being yummy or not, like, the yumminess just comes with it. It's natural, bro.
It is also natural to download the One Esports app
now.
Stay on top of trending news and exclusive with this app. And of course, if you want more in-depth of perhaps news, informations, and of course guides on regarding heroes updates, it's on there. It's there. So again, stay relevant with the app and also on our social media.
Follow the social media of One Esports as well, right? You already got the app on Google Play or on Samsung Galaxy Store. You can also just follow us on social media. Whether it's Discord, TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, we've got you all covered with incredible posts every single day. There's memes, there's news, there are roster updates, basically everything you need to know in the world of MLBB Esports.
Very simple and very fruitful discovery if you perhaps follow One Esports, right? You will be inspired within esports, and also I think a lot of creative posts is on that social media
Creativity
Creativity
is the least. It's something that you will always find in One Esports. Even when they're selling tickets, the graphic designer isn't there, right? It is on vacation. They can still make a way to make it interesting. Just like how this is interesting. Name that hero. 4,000 diamonds, all for you guys. Because Gani and Eterna, they suck at this game, man. Go and vote. Go and try to guess. If your eyes are as good as Leslie's, snipe it down. What hero is that? Name that hero, and you guys can get a chance to win 4,000 diamonds. And it ends in the 19th of November. So the last day of MPLI will be the last day that you guys can win 4K diamonds.
And so easy. Very straightforward as well. 4,000 diamonds. They're waiting for you. So again, grab that chance. And if you want to stack it up, there's also a way for you to get another 4,000 diamonds. And after guessing Bauman, you just register. where, Miracle, is the question?
No, you're not. You gotta get it right. But if you miss that hard when it's a clearly not Bauman and you guess Bauman, maybe you're just not good at that. It's fine though. It's fine. Maybe you're good at registering for updates, following the news, and then utilizing that later on, right? Breaking news, all the latest guides, in-game guides to navigate the land of Dawn, and even exclusive interviews with all the teams, players who are now fighting for that MPLI throne. You guys can get a whole lot of that by registering for updates using the scan right here, the QR code right here. Scan it, and you get a chance to win 4,000 diamonds as well.
Getting the bag, man. Again, 8,000 diamonds. They're waiting for you if you just register and guess the hero. Very
easy as that.
Very simple again. And with that, so let's talk about our 11th match of day one. RSG, PH, RRQ, the two R's here. Who do you got?
You'll see in the prediction later, Donnie. We have a time and we have a place for that right now. Looking at these two teams, though, we did mention that there has been a change in the lineups. Now, I'm very curious to see who exactly will play for RSGPH and for RRQ. Let's start with the home team. Ladies and gentlemen, RRQ. Which lineup will they deploy in the second final match of the day?
Please welcome, it is Rex, Regum, Kaon, and take a look at their roster. Very fresh, very young. Not for this guy though, this is the main mid laner, Clay, alongside with two fresh faces, I believe. Three faces.
With the help of Banana and Clay, it's a good mix of rookies and veterans. We'll see if this new lineup can be the formula RRQ need to win another MPLI. Let's take a look at their opponents though, RSGPH with a new lineup as well.
And this is RSG Philippines with Demon Kite in the fray. And let's see here, it seems like with the also a fresh face in the side of RSG, do you think RSG can win this battle?
They only have, well, I don't even think we can say it's like a fresh face, right? This is literally the MSC lineup. The MSC lineup that was able to clean sweep RRQ in their prime last year. It was still the lineup with R7, Vin, Albert, all the legends of RRQ, and technically the legends of RSGPH. Demon Kite was a part of the RSG Malaysia roster for the most part, for the entirety of Season 12 this season, and now back again to his ex-team. This is the RSG Philippines that we've all been waiting for. Let's see if it can have the same amount of impact, or maybe, perhaps, even more of an impact than Irad with this lineup, going back to the classics.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that this is going to be a best of one. So practically no mistakes to really secure a point in the group. Now, it was See You Soon grabbing the victory going up against a Team Flash earlier. So who will accompany See You Soon in that matter? Will it be RRQ or will it be RSG, folks? Let's see. As again, let's talk about the gold laners here, right? Amon going up against Toy here for America. I mean, has Toy got it in him?
That's a good question, Gani, right? Looking at MDL, the way he performed there, they were able to get all the way to the grand finals of MDL, but it seems like it was just unfortunate the way that mentally, maybe they were not ready, hero pool wise as well in the global ban system, but here, with a system of the normal drafting phase, I feel like they should be ready enough, especially considering Coach Zaya will have full creative control this time around in the drafts to try to utilize their strengths to try to beat RSG Philippines. The only big problem here being the experience difference for the 3 rookie players of RRQ. Will they be able to withstand the strengths of the rest of RSGPH?
That is the question. Which team will be able to rise above in this match? RRQ or RSGPH? Very, very interesting lineup indeed. Because we got the mid laners as well. Clay, a very young player, but a veteran in his team already, leading this young team. It's going to be a question for Clay and his capabilities, I guess, as a leader, no?
Gaze.
Let's see if he can actually find the same amount of success as the early leg of MPL Indonesia Season 12 when he was the main shot caller. RQ on to the first pick with this new lineup. Matsurugi, Ians, and Toy up against the MSC winning lineup of RSG Philippines.
Let's see. RQ opening up their bans with a Baksha and Kadira ban. Meanwhile, RSG, a staple ban on towards that Nolan and Guinevere. Potentially a Joy ban might come through last for RSGPH, but with that info, RRQ, will they play around that fact? Will they ban a Novaria perhaps, or a hero that is potentially can mix? Maybe a Novaria ban comes through here for side of RRQ.
Perhaps. Could definitely be an angle they might actually try to attempt to attack here, but honestly, looking at the amount of utility junglers, the fact that the Guinevere has been banned out with the Nolan as well, it does feel like RSGPH are setting up for something like a Fredrin, and it's going to be sniffed out instantly by RRQ. Knowing that in RSG Malaysia, Demon Kite usually tends to go for still utility junglers over the assassins, though we have seen some fannies as well come through from Demon Kite. RQ will choose to take away the utility jungler that can be super oppressive on the hands of Demon Kite, that Fredrin, and try to give some good space in terms of pressure as well for the new jungler in town, Ians.
And I'm also intrigued to see what Light brings to the table here. Post-patch, what type of roam will he play in this match, right? Fanny bans out, so Joy is still on the board here. RRQ, will they go for the Joy or will they go for the Novaria? And it seems like RSGPH, they understand that those two heroes will be the trade, and that is also why they banned the Fanny out. RRQ here, which hero will they go for? Joy or Novaria?
I think it's it might not be either one of those heroes. The Joy and the Novaria could be left open. They could go for something like a Mathilda. But no, the Joy a bit too expensive to let go. They still want that damage output that Joy can output literally in the game, right? I mean, despite the nerfs onto the Joy, the changes to that second skill, that dash, the fact that now it can be stopped very easily by any sort of CC, should already be a big punish towards the Joy. But the fact that the pro players are the ones still utilizing it shows you that it still comes down to the user. How you utilize this Joy, how you combo it together against a lot of lockdown. As long as you time it perfectly, you're still able to dish out as much of damage as possible without getting caught.
And looking at the situation now, Arlet Valentina picked up, and the response will be Mathilda and Fermis. So No flex whatsoever here. The mid trio has been picked up from the side of RRQ. Joy, Fermis, and Matilda. A lot of mobility and a lot of big off potential as well. Though that Nether Realm can be a game changer. RGPH responds with a hero that is also big off heavy. Martis.
It's the identity of Demon Kite. Picking up a hero, a utility hero, a hero that can snowball in the early game with the composition they have right now. It's very good for neutral objective control. Very flexible as well with Valentina. Can steal away the Nether Realm, the electrifying beats, and even the circling eagle. All very good setup for the rest of RSGPH, whether it be a setup towards neutral objectives, pickoffs as well, or just pure team fights with that Nether Realm. Sublime flexibility from the side of RSG Philippines as they go for their first ban in the second phase, and it has to be the Uranus. They're lacking a whole lot of DPS, and maybe they're opting to go for something like a Brody later on, with just pure burst damage. They need to take away heroes that can sustain, that can kite like the Uranus out as fast as they can.
I get the Brody pick, but I think Claude is also a huge possibility here to be picked up by RSG. They're lacking that DPS, and perhaps that Claude can be the answer. RRQ though, they will limit the options for that roam position light. What will he pick up here? I am low-key sensing a Kufra pick here, but I'm sensing that pick will come through in that last pick. So let's see RSGPH. Will they ban another EXP? Okay. They respond with a 1-1 ban. I guess they want the Claude here.
They can go for the Claude. There's a lot of different heroes as well that would actually fit RSGPH. Again, the 1-1 ban. 1-1's really good against the Brody. It's already signified with the Uranus ban that they might want to go for more burst. They can even go for the Bruno. The 1-1 ban might just be another deny away from the RRQ gold laner Toy, who we've seen in the MDL as well get countered through his, I wouldn't say shallow hero pool, but with the hero pool that he has, it's definitely something that can be exploited here by RSG Philippines, knowing that Iman is such a dynamic gold laner, play a whole lot of different heroes. Hey, they might even be, this is a bit risky, honestly. The Ixia I don't think is going to be shown here. I was thinking about it, but then I look at the Joy again, look at the Fermis again. The Brody, the Bene, the Bruno, all up for grabs. They go for the Bruno.
Okay, more range, also more balance, right, within their composition. They have someone that is strong in that early. They also have someone that can be a force to be reckoned with in that mid and late. RRQ with this, what do they respond with here? The Terizla, okay, crowd control, and as well as an initiator and the Brody responds. And now RSG, I don't mind them picking up the Kufra.
Signature pick for Light as well. It's a good choice up against this Joy. The bouncing ball now can be used to cancel the Joy's dash. It's also very, very good against the clumped up composition that they, RQ, might be looking to go for right now with that Fermis pick. Once he pops that Nether Realm, it should be a pretty easy initiation for Light on the Kufra. But aside from the Kufra, what else could come out here? Against the Brody as well, they can definitely go for...
Adventure starts.
Whoa, what? That's definitely not a Light pick. I have not seen Light on this kind of hero ever. I haven't seen it ever. I wanted to say I've seen it once. Very rarely do I see it. No, I haven't seen it ever from Light. It's not very Light to pick a hero like this.
Which is very interesting, right? Already adjustments from Light. Picking up the floor in last, and let's see what impact will he bring to this match. Again, folks, it's Ian's, Banana, Matsurugi, Clay, and Toy.
I still can't believe it. It's Light on a healer. A Florin out of all the healers here. A Florin. Some changes in his gameplay, trying to evolve the RSGPH playstyle. Let's see if it can work out against the new, young RRQ lineup. 3 members from the MDL making their international debut. Into the land of Dawn we go for RQ versus RSGPH.
Again, it's going to be the floor for flickers from both teams. And let's see here who will be able to utilize that flicker to its utmost potential. Demonkite and Ians will start on the opposite buffs. Purple for Ians, orange for Demonkite. And let's see the rotations. Nothing too aggressive, it seems like. And yeah, it's all chill here for the first minute of the game, though Nats chunked to a half HP.
A lot of different maneuvers going on here. Demonkite, you can see the way that he's actually utilized the timing. Light's holding on to that purple buff. Meanwhile, Demonkite just walks up to the Lethal Wanderer, gets the Retribution, and secures a pretty good lead at the start of the game against this Joy in terms of the farming pattern.
Okay. Nothing too fancy from both teams. They are just taking it rather slowly here, just feeling each other first. Ians, though, grabs level 4, and he might make a move on towards the bot side, but no, Light and Demonkite catches him mid-rotation. Demonkite not level 4 just yet. Almost there, caught in a sticky situation. RRQ, though, will not find the first blood.
Already forced to use the flicker early on a hero that might not be his comfort here. RSG Philippines falling in the early game, I would say, right? That gives a massive advantage to RRQ. Ian's also stealing away the gold buff, delaying that level 4 power spike from Demonkite, and now poking him down with the help of Matsurugi on this Mathilda. They definitely should have a little bit more pressure to play with in the first turtle.
Okay. Both teams now all on the bottom lane now. Nats opening things up. Gets stunned a little bit though. And Ian's looking for an angle. Flicker from Nats will save his life. As Aqua looking for 4 still. And RRQ, they take no time. They might want to blitz this turtle.
They can do it, but they can also just delay it. They can also just stop RSG from taking it. Remember, the main goal for RRQ here, with their composition up against RSG PH with the Martis, is outscale. Wait for the Martis to fall off. They can take their time here. Meanwhile, the Martis has to get in.
Oh, Matsurugi opens things up. Oh, a steal here from Demonkite. Nats low in the front side. Not enough damage to take him down just yet, though. And it seems like Matsurugi looking for the opening. Nats taken down, and that is first blood for RRQ. A kill for a turtle.
A neutral objective for a kill. Like you mentioned, Gani, I would say for RRQ, as long as they get these equal trades, it'll still be worth it for them. Remembering again that this Martis does get outscaled quite. He falls off real hard in towards the mid to late game. So as long as Ian's able to keep that level at bay, keep that gold lead still at his hands, RRQ should be able to survive and play it slow.
3 minutes in. And RRQ, they have taken a little bit of control. Though in the gold lane, it seems like it is all equal here for Iman. No, Iman is level ahead of Toy. Toy is level 5. Meanwhile, Iman is level 6.
We do have a pause as well here, ladies and gentlemen. Please do be patient with us. We're trying to troubleshoot the issue as fast as possible. Giving the players fair play, that's our #1 priority. So helping fix a few of these issues, maybe. I believe this is a little bit of an issue on Light's phone, on Light's gaming device here. Looking at the game though, again, the Martis puts so much pressure on the Martis early on to make these snowball, to make these proactive maneuvers, to get that snowball rolling.
It seems like they have not found it yet, right? They're not in that control rhythm. And it seems like it is still RRQ leading the early 3 minutes. Now, we'll have to say, again, Light on the floor end here. Very interesting hero. I really did not expect the Florin pickup. Florin last pick for Light. Let's see here again. Of course, the heal will definitely come and give influence. The global heal presence that he has on his ult can definitely be a game changer here for our GBH.
I think on top of that, right? It's not just the crazy picks here that we're seeing. That Light pick in the end. But it's only just the standard picks, I would say, right? I mean, I'm really confused. Especially for Light, playing this Florian, it just seems very out of character. It just doesn't seem like Light. Maybe it's his twin brother playing on stage and we just don't know it, right?
Maybe it's Might.
Light's twin brother's name is gonna be Might?
Better than Night? Or is Night better?
Light and dark, no?
Oh!
I don't know about it, right? But even Wolf, he was actually predicting something like a Yu Zhang to come through as the final pick, and then the Arlet to be flexed into Light. Maybe even a Kufa pick that we were talking about earlier. Banana seems focused, though. He's a man with determination.
One of the vets in this lineup, one of the seniors, if not, and he needs to show that he is there for his team. As an EXP, there's a lot of job description that you need to do in the Line of Dawn. You need to clear, you need to sandbag, you need to open things up as well, and also making sure that far lane is in check. So let's see here what type of performance Banana will bring in this young team. But it seems like the players, they're on their phones already, so we might see the Land of Dawn very, very soon.
Seems like the problem has been resolved here. But with that, maybe another pause has been ensued. And the problem may not have been resolved just yet. We'll have to wait for the game to get all the way into the Land of Dawn before we actually can say the problem has been resolved here. It does look like they are already in the game, though, so we'll see. I guess they're just testing it out before we get in, just to see if there's going to be another pause with the troubleshooting there disappearing. That's a sign, ladies and gentlemen, the green light for us to get back in the game. As a recap, RQ still holding the gold lead. Demon Kite putting some pressure down up top in the gold lane. Toy, gotta respect this.
Take a look at Bruno. He does not care him on and just wants more gold. As Clay cut off mid-rotation by Aqua. Good farm there. Set it up by RSGPH.
Iman got a few good hits onto that turret plate, man. It's going to be very, very good for him. The long run scaling up to that late game as well. Sure, the Martis will fall off, but as long as the Bruno gets to a comfort point, gets to a power spike, it should still be all good by RGPH. But in the early game, they certainly still want to look for this pressure around a neutral objective. They were able to secure the first one here, and the Joy is not on the turtle. You can see that Banana's doing a good job at trying to reset it, but Demon Kite has held his ground, taking control of the turtle, and they're going at it, Connie.
Banana will not force this one just yet. He has the penalty zone. Demon Kite, though, will find the turtle. Eon's just a little bit too late there to find the steal.
A good secure from RGPH grants them the win here, and also the goal lead going back towards RSG Philippines. RQ still playing the game super slow. They're holding on to that mid-game power spike. I mean, that's the only thing they're looking for at this point, right? The Brody, the Faramis, the Joy even, and the Terizla. Once they hit that in the 8th minute, 9th minute, 10th minute is the optimal, the ideal time to look for a real team fight across the map against RSG Philippines. But looking at this, they're going at it early.
Okay. Clay isolated in the front side, flickers out of the way. The damage will not be enough to take him down just yet. Eons, though, soaking damage. Matsurugi needs to be careful now as RSG just maintaining a lot of pressure in the Land of Dawn.
The Joy as well, chunked down super low. Iman actually told down to rotate into the mid lane, looking for a siege!
Oh! Penalty zone onto its boy. The damage now is going to not come through just yet for RRQ. Good pull, though, forcing Nas to use the flicker as no casualties after that huge engage by Banana.
2 for 2, the flicker to Nats and Light for Banana and Clay. Nats there, cancel out by the Ghost Bursters. Another cancel perhaps. Nope. He's still able to recall all the way. But in the meantime, while the Bruno has been sent down below, this gives the Brody so much space to pick up a free turret up top.
Yeah, no one's occupying that lane here. And it will be capitalized by RRQ, picking up the first rupture. But take a look at that damage by Iman. Demon Kite will happily grab the orange buff from the jungles of RRQ and Aqua. A bit of trouble, but thankfully the ult from Florian will save the day. Clay now in trouble, half HP. Demon Kite looking for an angle, does not find it. And it will be just a turret bot side for RSG.
It's a turtle dance now. The RSG Philippines with a bit of an advantage here. Flicker not ready for both these XPs, but Nats with the final slash should be able to lock him down.
Banana quite low. Good! Final slash as well. On towards two there. Banana trying to, recall seems like, in Clay caught Netherrealm pops as Eons finds the skill and the steal as well. The turtle will be secured by RRQ.
A drive-by from Eons. The first two turtles go into Demon Kite. Made you think that Demon Kite just had the better retry. But it just goes to show you it's still 50-50 in the neutral objective department. 2-1. Still a win for RSG Philippines, but for the gold department, it seems like RQ has stabilized once again, getting a 300 gold lead that's still very easily turned around by RSG, but for now, it should be safe.
Okay. The map control here is now leaning towards the side of RQ as they look for an invade. RSG, though, will be more than comfortable to just shoo Matilda away. And 8 minutes in already. That's now good pull from Clay, but no follow-up, no commitment just yet from both teams.
Not at all. Both teams want to still play it just for neutral objectives. A few circling eagles, a few resources here and there just to poke. For RSG Philippines, they're trying to deny any sort of fight. And you're trying to look for sieges across the map, but they're going to be collapsed on.
Good son. Clay and Banana in the backside will find Demon Kite, but no follow-up. Matsurugi, though. Overextension will be punished by RSG, and there you go. Matsurugi has no even time. It's not enough time to pop and rock the flicker. Purple buff secured by Eons and RSGPH. They have answered back.
And while all that was happening, Iman actually was almost bursted down by Toy. Great awareness by Light to pop that bloom just in time to grant Iman the extra shielding from the photo and obviously just the healing in general. Iman was literally saved by that. It could have been a very, very bad trade for RSG Philippines. But hey, Light, with a hero that's out of his character, that's uncharacteristic, he's doing well.
Yeah, and
he's doing great.
He is doing great. Great. A knock-up as well. On towards RSG. No follow damage yet, though. And RSG, they have more control now in the map. Map is what? I think 70-30 for RSG. Realizing that the inner turret top lane for RRQ has been taken down. More room to play around with. Even though RRQ, they ignore it, they don't care, they want to contest this Lord, seems like.
Slow push up top, this is going to be very tough for RRQ. Even if they contest, even if they pull the Lord, the clocks working against them, the waves are working against them. RSG has set up much better. Even in the bottom lane, it's a slow push building up. If they don't deal with this, RRQ are going to be in a lot of trouble, in a world of trouble. Look at RSG playing with the Lord, but then going towards the objectives, chaining it together, and getting forced errors out of RRQ.
Seems like they're toying with RRQ now. And RSG, great setup here for that Lord take and also defense. Banana, though, jumps in on towards Light and Iman. Banana will not be enough as Banana will be the first one to fall as Nats now soaking damage. Another round popped as well. Eons looking for a route to escape as RRQ, they have no angle to play around with. As Nats, though, pulled, still survives, and the damage won't be enough to take any members of RSG down.
It's almost like there's a complete disconnect there. Banana, penalty zone flicker while the team was not anywhere near the vicinity to really follow up on that. Sure, you can still see that Clay and Toy were able to reach in time, but for Toy, he only was able to throw out a first kill. There's not really much you can do there. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's the polar opposite. RSG Philippines are playing like they have one mind, and that mind is to go and make as much forced errors as they can. Banana getting poked down in the mid lane as they look to just siege down the mid lane base to Radani.
Looking for another structure, perhaps. But Matsurugi flickers in the nick of time. 1 HP there. Lord slowly marches top lane. RSGPH, 4,000 gold lead. And now RRQ though, take a look at Ian's there, taking managing Lord by himself. And RSG does not care here. This is the first Lord, ladies and gentlemen. The mid lane now will be occupied by 4 members. Banana misses the penalty zone. RSG here still in full control. Good final slash. The damage will be more than enough as Nats finds the solo. Ians.
One more.
No more resources for Nats. Ians might get away with it. He gets away.
Look at the stagger though. Jans has to rotate all across. That buys so much time for the rest of the team to go and just shove this mid lane. Not enough. He recalled. Nats did not pursue.
And it seems like now RRQ looking to defend their base turrets. Matsurugi caught and he will fall. Let's see RSG. Will they want more? Will they get greedy? RRQ defends their base turrets. Though top lane quite exposed. But no, it still will stand. It will stand still here for RRQ RSG, maintaining heavy pressure.
Such a chaotic formation in the way that RQ defended, but hey, it worked out for them for a while. Still though, the mid lane, I think you can no longer stop the brute force push, the brute force siege of the Raiders. They're gonna go for the bottom lane as well.
Oh, flicker banana again, no follow-up damage, no coordination here from the side of RRQ. Let's take a look at the stun. It was huge. RRQ nether realm popped, and again, they can find more as Matsurugi. He was just there for the fight and he got taken out. Now they can still maintain pressure. They have flickers, so they can play more on their resources.
No penalty zone, Donnie. This might just be RSG taking away another base turret, maybe even the game.
It's exposed again. Banana very low. He has his backside though. Will try to lock and find Aqua. Does not get it as RSG. They're waiting for a wave, perhaps in that mid, but they will decide to back off and regroup as the Lord now is up.
RSG Philippines with a dominant game. #1 in this match, the only game that we are going to get to see in a best of 1. But if they're able to end this convincingly, RRQ will have a tough time in the rest of their group stage matches, man. One more loss after this, if they do take a loss here, will mean that they are out. Banana
now again, penalty zone finding 4, but no clear follow-up, no burst here from RRQ. The Lord, 25,000 HP here, trying to buy time perhaps. Reset it, Ians looking for an angle. Nether realm as well popped. But RRQ, they have somehow forced RSG to back to Nats with the final slash, and the Lord will be secured by RSG. Ian's toy, they all fall, and Clay will be the next victim here as triple kill for the side of RSG as Banana will find an Amon the Maniac. This might be the first Savage. Matsurugi escapes with the circling eagle.
One big slash from these Nats, and it might be it.
This is it. Phase 2 exposed and RSGPH claims the dub against the Kings of Kings.
What a statement from the Raiders with Demon Kite coming back in. A lot of people were asking around, will it be RSGPH weakened? Will it be RSGPH losing, flopping? Turns out they know exactly how to play with this lineup as well. Utility jungler is Light, who adapts with a healer. A weird style of play, but if it works, it works. And for RSG, it did not just work. It went perfectly for them.
Man, what a match from RSG. The display, the adjustments, Lights on a Florin just comes into clutch. I want to hear more from Mr. Analyst Wolf. Please take the stage.
And in a snap, it was RSG to take down the Kingdom. You saw how systematic this was. The fundamentals still very visible for side of RSG Philippines, despite them not having their coach, Panda himself, not here. I mean, we got a lot of hello Panda, but unfortunately, Panda is not yet in the building. But they still showed us how the MSC lineup was so in sync with each other that they are focused on a goal. This is probably one of the most systematic that we can see RSG PH play. Back when Irad was playing during the MPL playoffs earlier, just a few weeks ago, you know that it's very chaotic. It's all about the skills because Nats was very skillful with the hero. It now attracted Light to be depending on skill-based or skill shot-based kind of heroes. That's very true with all of the players out there. But now there's a flip of the switch. Now they're back at the fundamentals. And one thing that I want you to look at that game, and I've said this before, it was the RSG box back in Season 9 that was mastered by this squad itself. It was so well done coming out from RSG Philippines. Let's look at the main man, though, of this series. 5-0-4, 100% teamfight participation. In fact, 4 members of RSG Philippines have 100% kill participation at the 6-minute mark of the game, even at the 12-minute mark of the game. So, the moment that they grouped up, they already know that they can kill people. There was a time when they were pushing that they only had 4 kills, and 4 of their members are part of that, except for one player. That is actually Nats, and his job was to actually divert the attention. It was a systematic approach coming out from RSG. So what is the RSG box, or I would say the Filipino box, because Blacklist International also did that with a different squad in the MPL PH playoffs. Put simply, it is where you have a lot of influence between all of your players at any given situation. So it's sort of a positioning or a formation kind of tool, right? So you can see Eman in the middle of the box, you see Nats on the opposite side of it. Florine was there to aid him, and of course the support coming out from Aqua. If you combine this all together, it means that no matter who the Joy or any dive composition goes into, there's always support for it. I mean, of course, obviously the Florine ultimate is quite global, so the positioning itself himself will not matter so much for Eman. But the thing is, if there is someone that goes in there, the Florine can still stun and can still apply significant utility during that moment. And that's very true for the other members in this composition that we saw from RSG Philippines. You are going to see it through the highlights. The box that RSG have mastered, right? So it's always about like area of influence. And the nature of the draft coming out from RQ is they want to eliminate people as soon as possible. You have the dive coming out from Banana with the Flicker. You also have the Joy as well as the Matilda. Then if you combine it with the torn apart memory, the idea is very simple. Eliminate the person as soon as possible and then the transition from there. That wasn't even possible for the side of RRQ because RSG's box was so intact. You're gonna see it. Somebody goes in with the ultimate, the Clay goes in, for example, duly punished. Matsurugi tries to poke, eventually being punished. Anybody that tries to go into the box that RSG built, they just get eliminated. And it's partly because of the sustain that you can see coming out from RSG. Nobody gets taken out. Nobody is even poked. And if there's someone from the side of RRQ that gets into that box that RSG built, is immediately taken out. Once the dash is already complete, like you saw from the Circling Eagle and the Guiding Wind, and you're still inside the box of RC, you're automatically dead. That's also what happened in here. When they tried to go for the dive once again, Ian's was the first one to be taken out, and then eventually Clay when they tried to go in to that box of influence that RSG has got. And eventually, it was a Mania coming out from that Bruno. He tried to go for the Savage and he didn't even die because there's just an immense amount of economy coming from RSG Philippines that they can throw into RRQ, and at the same time there's really nothing that that RSG needs to be careful of because they have the Valentina that can copy the Nether Realm. That's added sustain if you think about it to the Florence. So there's so much that RSG Philippines can do to take care of that box. This is RSG Philippines like top form during their MSC run, and because of the changes in the meta game that you saw from season 10, 11, and then 12, RSGPH had to adapt. Even Demon Kite is no longer part of the RSG Philippines main 5 in the previous seasons, but now that they're back and they're in a different country once again, representing the Philippines and for MPLI with Demon Kite back, it kind of feels like, okay, RSG Philippines, they definitely have missed it. And if you look at the post-game celebration from RSG Philippines, they look very I'd say, I guess the ambience is light, pun intended. And RSG Philippines are just very happy about their performance. And that's also what you can see from their non-verbal cues in their in-game movements as well, because they're very confident. Nobody is overextending. There always is a plan on their positioning, and Demon Kite even commits the retribution onto Matsurugi to chase him down, and nobody gets punished. RSGPH are calculated in this game against RRQ. It's partly because of the draft, but also it's mainly because of RSGPH's mastering this box style of gameplay. And one part of it, though, is there has to be someone to actually force RQ to be in a bad spot in a macro level. Obviously, if you just continuously group up together as 5, you will lose on the macro. That's why the Arlot right now is a very strong hero. At the same time, it's Nats is special. You can remember that even in the previous seasons of MPL Philippines, that Nats utilizes this hero to kind of control the map as well. It's not just about engaging and diving into the opponents. It's also more about controlling the side lanes. Going back to RRQ, they chose to go for the Terizda, to go with the Joy. Typically, when you have a farming type of jungler, you would look for a sustain or a lane management kind of XP laner. So that's why Terizda kind of does that, but not in a good manner, like compared to an Arlot, because Terizda is quite slow compared to other XP laners. That's why RQ, when they chose to go for the Terizda, they kind of put themselves in a spot where they needed to fight RSG Philippines in a scenario where RSG Philippines have a better 5v5. So it's like RQ, despite them having a dive comp, they forced themselves to 5v5 against RSG in a front-to-back battle. Unfortunately, that will never be enough because there's a Florin that's there, they have a Bruno, and they also have a frontliner. It's a complete composition coming out from RSG that was, and there's an icing on the cake, the presence of that Valentina to be able to copy the ultimate of the Faramis, which, by the way, RSGPH picked first, and then RRQ already still picked up this Faramis, which kind of allowed RSG to have to bolster this front-to-back composition that they have. Now, RRQ, we know that they are very comfortable in this kind of composition too. When they are playing this dive type of composition, if they are very aggressive and they have the torn apart Mary to finish it all out, this could have been really good for RQ. But RSG Philippines, unfortunately, did not let them do that. RSG, with this box type of strategy, are so masterful that RQ was forced in a spot where they needed to always teamfight against RSG that didn't go in their favor for obvious reasons. The Joy is a very strong pick in this meta game, and that was RQ's first pick, and you cannot blame them for doing that. And interestingly, RSGPH didn't even prioritize the Kaja as well as the Franco, even when they're signature picks of Light, because they know that one way to deal with the Joy, the assassination of the Joy, is to overload when it comes to sustain. So when the Joy comes in, you don't need to stun that hero. You only need to heal your teammates and punish that hero. And that is RSG Philippines. With the Bruno and the Valentina, they have immense amount of single target damage, and that is the reason why they won. Now we are going back to Gani and Mirko.
Welcome back. It's Gani and Mirko on the caster stand, back again for the second final match of the day, man. RSG Philippines, they're able to go back to their MSC 2022 form, and they did exactly what they did to the same team, this time with just a different lineup. For RSG, same lineup as MSC 2022. It's strange how this team has gone through a lot of different variants of the same roster. We've seen Irad in, we've seen Exort in, we've seen even Kusei in this lineup for a bit. But it all comes back down to the same roster that won them MSC 2022. It's very poetic if you think about it.
It is very poetic. And this is going to be the final match of today. See you soon. Will go up against RSG. Both teams having a point.
1-0.
1-0 now. We will see one team topping the group for today. Will it be See You Soon or will it be RSGPH?
Now it's the test, right? 1-0-1-0. It was Team Flash and it was RRQ. Now the two best in the group so far will be going face to face. Who's going to be number one in group number D to end off day number one of group stages here? We'll see a recap later as well to see exactly where all the teams stand in each of the groups. It's been me, Gani, and Mirko. We'll be coming back for the final match of the day. See you guys soon for See You Soon versus RSGPH. Let's go.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Bigetron kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match of day number 1 of the group stages for MPLI 2023. We're gonna get to see who's gonna stand atop Group D. Is it gonna be RSG Philippines with a win over RQ and See You Soon? Or will See You Soon take down RSGPH right after that win against Team Flash? Both having very, very dominant victories in their first match of the groups. Who do you think takes it, Gani?
You know what? We need to see the draft, but if I have to...
Intuition, bro.
My money's on seeing their performance, RSGPH.
I gotta say, I love that. I mean, I agree, RSGPH seemed like the better team on paper, but that's where See You Soon comes in, right? That chaotic playstyle all towards one point where they're actually able to stabilize and then stay disciplined, use that lead to channel in, to control and chain in more objectives, gold leads, and snowball all the way to the victory. That's something that I think See You Soon has in their arsenal to try to make RSGPH sweat a little. So I'm excited. Gani as well, 100% excited. We are going to bring you guys the final match of the day. But before that, Gani, we gotta take a chill pill, right? Let's stay patient, guys. We want to get into the match ASAP as well before everybody watching back at home.
Let's see. And again, ladies and gentlemen, of course, you guys need to check out Omni by FWD. You want to learn what it takes to play MLBB at the pro level and inspire communities through gaming content? Get inspired by Process, the mini documentary series available on Omni by FWD, where the struggles and uplifting journeys of pro players like Vin, and as well as Bigetron, and of course the brand ambassador of EVOS Legends, or EVOS Una, right? You can be inspired by watching their mini documentary series. Watch them exclusively where Omni FWD. Free to download on Google Play and Apple App Stores.
Completely free. And while you're already enjoying some free exclusive content, you guys can go and buy yourself some Hello Panda to keep you accompanied all the way through lonely nights to even nights with your friends and family. You can all snack on Hello Panda. It's no mess at all when you enjoy Hello Panda. Keeps your victories clean, keeps your entertainment days, anything you do, absolutely clean.
Can do it while you're working, while you're playing, while you're eating as well, right?
Eating snacks.
Exactly. Double down on Hello Panda. Thank you, Meiji, by the way, and it's really all worth it. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Hello Panda. And with that, right, we got the series, we got the snacks. What else can we get?
Well, we can get the app, right? Especially when you're on that Samsung phone. Why not check out the exclusive One Esports app on the Google Play Store or the Samsung Galaxy Store. Either one is fine as long as you download it now and check out all the latest breaking news, exclusive interviews with the athletes fighting for the MPLI throne, and even check out those hero guides to elevate your gameplay in the Land of Dawn.
And again, in case, you know what, while you're waiting that application to install and download, check out One Esports, our social media. We have Discord, Twitter, Instagram, X, Facebook,
everything you
YouTube,
can think of, everything
Twitch,
you're using, everything.
We got it all. So check it out. Follow us to stay relevant, and as well to follow Miracle, because your hot takes will be there.
Follow Gani as well, right?
Or
every single one. Oh, all the hot takes, all the good stuff right there, from the memes, all the way to news, all the way to scheduling as well for MPLI. I've had a lot of comments in my channel. They're like, Mirko, where do I check the schedule? Go and check the One Esports social media. And on top of that, you can go also join in a lot of the challenges that One Esports has. To name one of a lot, it's name that hero that Gani is horrible at.
Very simple. Use your creativity, and you can agree with me.
Just use your eyes. Don't use your creativity for this one. It's not a battle of creativity, it's a battle of accuracy. So if you've got eyes like Leslie, you should be able to see what hero this is and win 4,000 diamonds. And this will be going on all the way to the end of MPLI, which is the 19th of November. So if you don't want to do it today, you can always just do it tomorrow. Just don't procrastinate till after November 19th, because that's when the event ends.
And again, in case you miss that hero, in case you get it wrong,
Oh, no.
there's also a chance for you to register for one esports upstate to
Scan
get
the
breaking
QR
news,
code.
scan the QR code to get a chance to win also another 4,000 diamonds.
4,000, that stacks up. You name the hero, you get 4,000, register, get another 4,000. That adds up to, a turnout usually says 9,000. I'll say 7,000. What's the right one, Gani?
11. There you go. 11,000 diamonds are waiting for you if you get both of the campaigns right.
Yeah, 100%. For sure, that was accurate by Gani. What is also accurate is what we're going to see from the lineups for the home team. Let's give it up for See You Soon.
And this is See You Soon. Let's see, after their, again, amazing performance earlier, will they be able to carry that momentum going up against RSGPH? Looking at their faces now, focused but relaxed.
Determined, focused, and still hungry for that top spot in the group stage. Remember, again, if you guys already forgot, first place goes to the upper brackets, second place goes to the lower brackets, and the two teams in the bottom gets knocked out. And without further ado, the final match, the opposing team to See You Soon. Let's take a look at RSGPH's lineup.
On the other side, let's welcome together. It is RSG Philippines still with their strong, very strong lineup. Same lineup here as a previous match. Man, they look hungry. They look relaxed as well. And they look to find that #1 spot in Group D.
A very important win lies ahead of both See You Soon and RSGPH. Getting the upper bracket slot will get you basically another chance in the knockout stages. If you lose, if you make a mistake, you still have that lower bracket to go to. But if you just qualify through second place, it's going to be a bitter pill to swallow. Even worse if you get taken out completely in the group stages. Remember, 2 teams from every group will be eliminated.
Yeah, which team here will rise above? We will witness it together. Will it be See You Soon or will it be RSG? Again, seeing based on their previous performance, RSGPH is looking like a very, very sharp team, Mirko.
Both. I would say even See You Soon. Both are very, very sharp. They just have different styles as to how they approach the game. For RSGPH, it's a bit more disciplined, right? Not as chaotic, though sometimes they can be more chaotic if the enemy team pushes them to those places. And See You Soon is definitely a team that has the potential to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the drafting phase that will set in stone the play style and the gameplay they will need to try to execute against one another. See You Soon! On first pick, RSGPH. Second pick, the Kadena and the Fanny. 2 pick-off heroes already taken out early on. One respecting Demon Kite, one respecting Ra.
Yeah, and Arlet follows up next here. A hero that can be flexed to the Roam and EXP. RSGPH, very, very I want to say template ban as a second pick here. Nolan ban comes through again. Will they leave the Joy out though is the question. They did that going up against RRQ. Jans was unable to find the Joy to its utmost potential, but we'll see you soon. If left open, will they pick it up or not?
I think the Joy is a bit too expensive to let go. We've seen so many teams pick it up in the first pick, but honestly, looking at both See You Soon and RSGPH, it may be the battle of who to give the Joy to. RSGPH may try to bait it out from See You Soon. Go and pick it up. We know how to counter it. We just faced the Jans on the Joy earlier. We got a dub. Maybe a Guinevere ban might come out as well. That's a ban that we have seen from RSGPH against RRQ. And then the Fredrin ban soon followed from the side of RRQ. This time, it's a Nolan, it's a Kadita. It might be another Guinevere. It might just be a Joy as well, knowing that the Fanny, the Arlet, and the Mathilda has been banned out. A lot of different approaches to go for here. It'll all lie on Coach Theo. Who do they want to go for?
I mean, Fredrin is also on the board. So RSGPH taking their time here with their last man, and it will be the Joy here. So a different approach already going up against See You Soon. Now with this, See You Soon, will they pick up a hero such as Valentina or Fredrin or Wanwan?
The Wanwan has actually been banned out for the most part today. We haven't really seen a lot of Wanwan. We've seen one from Saken with a victory. We've seen a loss as well on the Wanwan. See You Soon. Did he want to just pick up something like a Bruno away from RSGPH? Or, hey, they picked up the Angela first pick just last time against Team Flash. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. See You Soon. Go for the Angela again.
And this gives the option for a Valentina pickup and a Fredrin perhaps from the side of RSGPH. But no, it will be the Guinevere and Valentina coming through. Coach Theo knows what to do.
Coach Theo. I like that. There's a coach in his name, and his title is already coach, so it's Coach Theo, just like Coach Yeb in MPL Indonesia. See You Soon. The last time they went for an Angela here, they also went for the Martis pickup for their team, and even, I believe it was a Bruno for Kusei, right? The Bruno could definitely be a choice to go for here with a Purify as well, going up against the Guinevere. That's exactly... It's a very good option to go for. You can bring the Purify in case you get engaged on, and that's exactly what they go for, man. The Bruno and the Martis called just like that.
Of a perfect balance here from See You Soon. 3 heroes that was picked up, that is now picked up right early. Martis, mid-late, we got Bruno, and we have sustainability with that Angela. RSGPH, how do they respond to this? They have burst, they have crowd control with that Guinevere as well. Will they go for a early Brody pick here in the first phase?
I don't think they want to go for something like a Brody up against a Martis and an Angela. We know that the Brody has been very underwhelming against sustain, against DPS compositions. That burst, not enough. They might try to go for, a tank first, and then later on...
Win Rome!
Are you sure about that?
Whoa.
It may just be, the safest choice is to go for Gwyn Rome. And then maybe pick up a gold laner. Like an Iritha, perhaps. They'll ban out the Exporg, I believe. Yeah, the Exporg. Knowing they have 2 very tanky frontliners that can be poked down, that can actually get bullied hard by the Exporg. That's a good call. Was about to say, man, with such solid frontliners already, the fact that See You Soon don't have anyone who can dive, the Ixia could have been an answer. An answer that Iman always loves to go for.
Very good spot there. They were able to locate that Ixia pick. And also remember, right, the Baksha somehow negates the healing, the shielding that Angela provides here naturally. So free dominance ice practically for RSGPH. And RSGPH responds with a hero that is very good countering that Baksha. A hero that is Tyroth banned out. And See You Soon, will they commit to another marksman ban here? Is Claude pickable here for RSGPH?
It's tough, man. Honestly, for me, without the Angela, if it's an Angela by RSGPH up against a Bruno, up against any bully, the Claude could work. I love that. But the thing is, it's a Bruno. On top of that, it's a Bruno and an Angela. You already struggle in lane against the Bruno, add an Angela to it, and it becomes an impossible lane to win. You try to scale up. Gwyn Rome is definitely what RGPH are already trying to eye to do right now. The Baksha in the jungle. Wan banned out, Iksha banned out. They're really trying to force RGPH on a Brody. I think aside from that now, the safest pick would just be a Beatrix or an Irithyll. Oh.
Wow.
I mean, a little wolf has whispered to me maybe a Clint could come through. Ow, indeed. But Clint doesn't make that sound. Clint makes the sound of, "Sup, partner?
Howdy.
Chivalry's dead."
Good one. RSGVH here. First pick for the second phase. Will they commit on towards a marksman or will they open an EXP? I mean, this Baksha, is this a flex Baksha?
It's a flex Gwyn and it's a flex Baksha for now.
Rome Baksha, EXP Baksha. Oh, there you go. Benedetta EXP. Surely, right? I think this should be EXP for Nats.
Benedetta Baksha jungle.
Whatever, Baksha jungle. The response is going to be Yuzong. Okay. A hero that isn't really going to perform well or maximally on towards a Baksha.
It's all about that dive, I feel like, right now. It's all about the CC as well, not necessarily about the sustain force. See you soon. As long as they're able to find the correct target in the back, which they are... I think they might have actually just predicted something crazy. Like maybe a Leslie or a carry in the back, something that is very vulnerable but does so much DPS in the back against these frontliners. See you soon to round up their drafts with an Angela. They usually go for an Angela mid and pick up a roamer. And that's exactly what they do here as well. Franco to end the drafts with a Bruno, with a good execute on the Martis as well. It kind of makes sense. The synergy is definitely there.
And they're trying to somehow have a sure lockdown in their composition, knowing that Benedetta, Baksha, high mobility heroes that needs to be suppressed. And there you go, the Franco can be the answer. RGPH, one less hero to complete their draft. What do they need? They have DPS. I think they need more crowd control here. They have Petrify though.
There's no real safe choice at this point, man. The safest choice on paper would be the Beatrix. Oh, not a big fan of that Brody. Especially considering there's so much CC. You can't bring Purify on the Brody. I mean, technically you can, but it's just not effective, right? And Man is known to go for a lot of these crazy items. I'm not too sure if he wants to experiment on a crazy battle spell on a Brody. I was expecting, if it's not Beatrix, Irithyll, because you bring the Purify, it still works, but Irithyll has been abysmal so far in MPLI 2023.
Very, very tough draft. Let's see though, RSGPH, can they pull this off again? Let's see here. See you soon with MP, Kusei, Ra, Boxy, and Felix. How will they handle the pressure?
That Brody, they're gonna really have to bank on the fact that they have a lot of CC. They can chain that CC together for the torn apart memory to come in clutch before the healing and the sustain of See You Soon kicks in. That's a very small window that RGPH are playing with, and it can only be perfect. The climax of the day, ladies and gentlemen, to top Group D will be RSGPH with a small window to play for, to execute the game plan. Light on a Guinevere Rome up against See You Soon.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, who will grab the dub again on this last match of day one, group stage. Spell check. Yeah, two petrifies for both EXP. Oh, take a look at this potential solo kill. First blood for Felix. The passive will come through.
What a big win for the XP up top. That's taken out early on. We know that he's a very emotional player, a very momentum-based player as well. The fact that he falls very early, and the fact that it's level 1, Felix will have a big advantage coming into lane again.
And shout out, both EXP popped their Petrify, so that's a wasted Petrify. Oh, good hook, good combination there by Boxy and Ra. This might be the equalizer, but no. Light is there, Demon Kite, with the cover as well, as Boxy will not be able to escape, as that will be a kill for RSG.
MP's not stopping though, wants to go for more. Demon Kite pushes him away, and both are equal on the board. I think for the final match of the day, we're not expecting a stomp. We want to see it go as long as it possibly can. Equal turtles, equal lords, till the final point.
I love it, man. Equal economy, equal kill if possible. And hopefully we do get a very entertaining game here. See you soon, RSGPH. Gold lane?
Whoa.
Fine here.
Whoa.
What happened?
I don't know. Is that right? Seasoned Hunter on Kusei on the Bruno. A very interesting choice to go for there. Don't know if it was a mistake, but it's a Seasoned Hunter.
Oh,
I wonder what it's for. Bottom lane, Aman already losing out in this trade. Kusei might go for the solo. What got he?
That's it. Right, and take a look at the turtle. Felix pops up the black dragon form. Good! Petrified Demon Kite, though, will find the retry, as it seems like the damage will come through. Felix taken out. Another member will fall as well as Ra in the bag now. Help that little girl. No, says RSG, grabbing the 3 kills.
The Decimate stolen away with the IMU from Aqua. Once again, showing the creativity he has. Picks up the purple buff as well. Don't know if that's intentional, but it'll work out anyways for RSGPH. Nats, remember that momentum playstyle. It's shifted back onto Nats' favor now with a winning team fight. And he got a massive stack of gold from that turret gold.
And RSGPH, remember it was Nats solo kill, but no, good suppression now from Boxy. The damage will be there. Aqua taken out. Light need to be careful, has no resources here. Oh, good kill, good killing pressure by MP, finding another. That's 2 men taken out. The ball side, Eman with the outplay, torn apart memory to save the day.
Straight fire back and forth, bottom lane, up top, jungle, every lane. There's always a skirmish happening, and it's an equalizer in terms of the solo kill. Kusei thought he had more damage. The torn apart memory ends up bursting him down a bit too fast, then he can get that final basic attack off, and RSGPH are on a roll. Nats even now in another 1v1 against Felix.
Let's see, Petrifier is there for Nats. Felix also still holding on to use that Petrify, but no. This time, Nats no better.
It's an iron hook that does not connect. Aqua actually goes in for the bloody hunt steal, probably setting up for the neutral objective here. That's going to be spawning in 10 seconds. Looking at the ultimates, Ra has already burnt out that hard guard. Should still be up by the time the turtle spawns, but if it doesn't, RSGPH will have a big advantage coming into it.
Okay, the second turtle now is up, and Baksha is already in
Felix
and poking the turtle up. Now, Felix popping the black dragon form here, almost diving under the turret. But with that, Demon Kite will reset the turtle.
An interesting usage of the black dragon form there. Used up just to actually poke.
Oh, in the backside, Aqua petrified, but the damage will not be enough as he is actually now trying to find the kill on towards Felix. With the help of Ra, he sustains.
And RSGPH with another win now, trying to translate it over to a neutral objective take. Meanwhile, up top, it's a 1v1.
Oh, Kusei, Nats,
wow.
It will be Kusei with the balls, finding the solo.
The turret and Kusei taking Nats down. He tried to go for a very risky play. It did not end up paying off, but hey, it was minimal risk because RSG were able to find a trade down below. However, MP always looking for trades around the map, never giving anything for free to RSGPH.
Eman claiming the first structure in the game as RSG. Very healthy lead here, 1,500 gold, almost. Human Kite with the shield unity looking for a member, does not get it though, so it will all be calm now. 7-5, 5 minutes in, good hook, and the hunt as well. Nats now soaking damage, but with the eye for an eye, he escapes. The Whirly wasn't enough to take him down just yet.
That was close. Boxy!
Oh, another hook and the Petrify Aqua! This time will not escape. What an engage.
I was about to say Boxy was accurate. This has been accurate all throughout, but it ended up just being a play. Right as I mentioned his name. What an absolutely lethal Franco. And he almost finds it again. If Iman didn't go for the corrosive strike there, he would have gone hooked in.
Very precise, this Franco, 6 minutes in. And that really just sets the tempo for CU Soon and RSG. Their tempo that they were trying to build, trying to maintain at least, crumbles in the hands of the Boxy himself.
You gotta put some respect on his name, man. Boxy, stat-wise, 0-3-2, but if we take a look at the hook rate,
Impact.
the hook rate's probably, what, 60-70% at this point? Super accurate Boxy Franco. Just as they say that, though, caster curse.
Well, it was a blind hook on towards a bush, Miracle. So, well, it's okay. Now, 7 minutes in RSGPH. Let's see here. It seems like they will fill that pit, the turtle pit top lane, as Nats, man, on this Benedetta. Causing a huge nuisance as the turtle now will be secured. Good knockup by Light, finding two. With the help of Hardguard though, Kusei will escape as the hunt locks one member down. Felix though on the front side will not be able to survive, but Boxy will fall first. Demon Kai looking for a kill on towards Felix. Felix will have no resources to escape and he will be taken down as well.
And just like that, the goal lead gets multiplied by 2 for RSGPH, who are now just rolling on the board, using the snowball to get even more. Now trying to invade into the enemy jungle while the rest of the team goes in for objectives around the map. MP's got to choose. Does he want to defend the mid lane turret or his purple buff? And he decides to go for mid lane.
Eman though, very free top lane. No one's occupying that lane. Boxy here can't really. Oh, good catch. Good knockup as well. And damage will definitely come through. Eman finding the kill. Felix a little bit late to the party, but they will defend their inner turret.
3.8k gold lead and they're still going. MP forced to use a retry down below. And Nats is just distracting, acting as a nuisance here. An absolutely annoying distraction for See You Soon.
Again, Nats Benedetta. It's so agile, so effective, and still has that killer instinct in him. And take a look. Bottom, it might fall.
Maybe with the minions here, definitely a lot of pressure. See You Soon looking for an answer. A way back in the game. That's a conceal.
Oh, good hook as well. Finds only Light though. Cancelled as well. As take a look at the backside here. Good Petrify. Light taken out. Now MP jumps into the fray, looking for a kill on towards Eman. Eman, will he have enough space? The answer is yes. Eman finds the kill as well.
Beautiful spacing from Eman to find a torn apart memory that executes a member, and Demon Guy goes in.
Nuts in the mid lane, looking for the Petrify. Under the turret, a little bit too ambitious there as he will be taken out.
The miss with the Electo final blow, that's why he had to save onto that Petrify, and he still just banked and doubled down on that initiation as Eman now has got to be careful. Boxy's been on point.
Not this time. And now, See You Soon, they have, again, controlled the fight rather well. Though, economy-wise, it is still RSGPH leading. Let's see though, Boxy with the hooks. RSG really needs to be careful on their positioning.
It's so interesting to see this game right now because RSGPH, it looks like they have the gold lead. On paper, 3,000 gold lead, but See You Soon has been the one proactively looking for plays around the map, looking for these concealed plays, and actually winning out on a lot of these pick-off team fights around the map. 10 minutes in, and this should be where RSGPH find the most, most effective playstyle. That's a mid-game power spike, Boxy!
Oh, flicker, hunt, hook. Sign, seal, deliver. Light taken out. Now they want more. Eman isolated in the mid. Still able to escape though. Holding on that flicker. Finally using it. Oh, they will shift their focus on towards Aqua. He will fall as Nats looking for an angle, looking for an MP who is quite low. Nats, again, good Petrify, but the damage will not come through as he was taken down. RSG, good hook, and Eman this time will not be able to survive as that is bang, bang, bang. 4 members taken out.
Give the MVP title to Boxy for this game. Hook after hook, the game-saving play, the game-changing play, the hero play has mostly been Boxy. What a turnaround! A 3.8k gold lead turned around with a solid hook over the course of a team fight. How many has he landed?
Viewers, count how many hooks Boxy have hit. And now the Lord will be a giveaway Lord.
They're looking to go for the turrets first here in the bottom lane. It shouldn't be a complete giveaway. They should be able to find tier 2s on the side, but Nats doing a good job at clearing it out, Donnie, with that Electo final blow. Yes, this mid lane will not be able to be threatened at all, but they get a tier 2. They need to take it step by step. Remember, RSGPH had a 4,000 gold lead before this. It's See You Soon who had to climb back, and with a few turrets, they did. 1.7k now for See You Soon.
Oh, goodness. Now, you can see here the tempo has completely gone down. Item-wise, whoa, okay. A leather jerkin there for Bruno, perhaps to have more sustainability for that physical, but ooh, halberd for Brody.
Already building towards a win of nature as well, Kusei. For Ra, that fleeting time, that photo also with the NOD, full utility. Remember, as the game gets towards that later stage, the Angela will not be able to produce as much magic damage, and RGPH will be able to just itemize very easily against the physical damage of See You Soon. They can stack up on physical defense. It can be a steel leg plate. If it wasn't for that little creep, Boxy would have landed another magical hook onto Demon Kite.
When considering that the spells are active for both teams here, all 10 members have their spells. So yeah, they are looking for an engage, looking for an opening. Oh, Nats missed that eye for an eye, forced to use that Electo final blow just to escape from Boxy.
That's how intimidating he is, right? He just walks up on you. You're forced to use the eye for an eye. You don't know when that iron hook is going to come out, and you can't risk reacting to it. You need to try to predict it. You need to try to get out!
Oh, Boxy, the hook and the hunt again, though it was just Demon Kite. He is so tanky that he is still A-okay. Now take a look at Nats here in the mid, looking for the clear. Will they re-engage Light? Finding one member, and that is Kusei. He gets taken out now. They are looking for the dive, looking for the mid first. RSG, they have the numbers. See You Soon will not want business.
That's how it is. High risk, high reward. You get a hook, but if you get a hook into a frontliner, sure, it's still a W for you, but not for the team, man. If you use your resources on that frontliner, the rest of RSGPH can collapse, and that's exactly what we saw just earlier. A blind hook. If they had someone like a carry, perhaps it would have been a different story. But with a Bruno, you can't shred the Baxia that fast.
Okay, RSG, they're looking for a blitz on the Lord. Can they do this? See You Soon, they sniff it out. MP looking for engage Light, finding the Yuzong, and the suppression comes through as well. Felix will be out of the board with a man advantage. It seems like RSG will comfortably secure the Lord, as See You Soon will not find any compensation.
In the 14th minute of the game, this is an enhanced Lord for RSG Philippines that they will try to utilize to break through the base turrets. Not just the tier 2. At this point, they gotta look for a bigger win than that, because the later the game goes, sure, See You Soon does get outscaled, but Boxy's playmaking will only be elevated towards the late game. Once you get picked off, that one member picked off in towards the later stage, it's a lot of big death timers.
Officially, the inner turrets for See You Soon has collapsed. Right, RSG now looking for the base turrets in the mid. Very weak, very vulnerable, gets it, as well as the top lane there, who will be taken care of by Nats, seems like. Now, See You Soon, their main focus is to take down the Lord bottom lane.
It's going to be tough, though. They don't really have a lot of wave clear, and that's why they're really struggling with this charge. It should be another base turret for free.
One base turret in the top left standing. Lord now will be neglected by RSG as they look for the turret. Top lane is Felix will not be able to defend that base turret. Nats though, ooh, sneaky play, looking for an angle perhaps, but no. RSG, they understand that they have already the lead, so let's not get too hasty.
It's all the base turrets that they can ever wish for. It's 3 on the board, taken away by RSGPH, who is now back to the goal lead that they had before Boxy landed those hooks. You know how crazy that is? 4K down to 1.7K for See You Soon, and then they have rebuilt.
Exactly.
Boxy, though, still remains the key factor for See You Soon. If he gets a good hook, they can win the game. If he gets a bad hook, they lose the game. If he doesn't get a hook, it's also a loss.
I think the only member that can somehow take the hook is Demon Kite here. Right? Perhaps
Yeah.
Light, sure. But without lights, there's no clear tool of engage from RSGPH. So, yeah, the only member that can really somehow take the hooks is only Demon Kite.
The best possible target should be either Eman or Aqua, right?
Yeah,
but even if they get Nats, that should be a W for them. They should be able to utilize that to burst him down as fast as possible. But yeah, if they hook Demon Kite, they're going to be in a whole world of trouble. As Demon Kite can just pop in that Tortoise's Poissons, get that damage reduction, and prolong
He definitely-
that death. For the rest of RSG to just collapse on, and Light already has that blade armor, so even Kusei is going to struggle melting him down.
Yeah, let's see here. How will See You Soon approach this next coming Lord in 15 seconds? As RSG, of course, they will take their time here in taking and committing towards the Lord. And you can see, they really want the purple buff first. Then they shift their focus. Oh, even.
Demon Kite still gets it.
Without Retry?
Without Retry, it was the burn effect.
Whoa, okay. RSG setting up. See You Soon. Will they give this Lord away? I think it's just do or die here, no?
Look at Nats. The forced error can be created by
Oh my
RSGPH.
God.
See You Soon will have to answer to one. There's a split push segue threat. Up top, there's also RSGPH on the Lord that they can completely just reset again for the evolved version, and that's what they do. 18 minutes in, this is going to be an evolved Lord that RSGPH are threatening to take, but it didn't reset completely, no. They didn't let it evolve just yet, and they might actually just be using this to, again, reset along. Lord Dance, try to bait See You Soon outside of their base.
Okay. See here, RSG, they can play this around. They can play this with time. See You Soon, though. What can they bring? What can they do? They need a miracle hook from Boxy. Can they do it?
They can only send the Angela to defend up top, but if Nats finds an angle to go in, getting the Petrify, it should be the Angela bursted down completely. Meanwhile for RSG, oh, it's a hook!
Oh, in the jungles, Nats loses his immortality. Good stun as well to buy time. Felix with the black dragon form. Is this a limit too greedy now? Petrify wasn't connected just yet. Oh, it has been committed. What? Felix now in a no man's land. Petrify everything. He will lose his immortality. And that was a huge gamble that it took. Now Demon Kite soaking damage. Light in the backside. Finding 3, knocking 3 up, and Felix falls as well. See You Soon. This might be the end.
For the longest time, the Raiders have relied on one game plan. Follow the light, and it happened again!
RSGPH, the base wide open. They want to man first. They want to take every member first. Then they take the base. RSGPH stands strong in Group D.
Never pay attention to the KDA Nats. 1-5 in this game, but had the impact, that final impact to nail the game down, to seal the game for RSGPH, for them to be #1 in the standings for Group D. That bait, he brought Felix all the way, baited out the Petrify, all the resources in. And that's what created the opening for RSGPH to capitalize, to punish, and to take #1 in the standings. What a performance by RSGPH, the Raiders!
Man, what a match indeed. Let's take it to Wolf here, what he has to say for this match.
The best way to end the night for any kind of tournament, especially the group stage, is to see a wonderful display of great performances, hero performances, in fact, from all the players. And even after RSGPH won this game, you know for sure that See You Soon made it so difficult for them. And in this particular game, it was a battle between Light as well as Boxy. And then there was also a mini battle that we saw from both Nats as well as Felix. And we're gonna be diving deeper into what really happened into that particular match. First of all, this was a gamble, still going for the Franco, and I thought that it wasn't really the best Franco kind of game, especially when he is going up against it's the backshot, for example, that if you hook, it doesn't really matter so much. You have a Valentina that can actually copy the Bloody Hunt, and also with double dashes, with the Terrify, there's a way for you to control that Franco with before or after the Bloody Hunt. And most importantly, the Guinevere was already revealed by the side of RSG, and we know for sure that there's a ton of knock-up sources or airborne sources from the Guinevere, which is always the problem for the Franco. The way that you counter the Franco in this metagame that we have is to supplement that guaranteed airborne. And if he is not able to take out light, then it's gonna be a lot of problem for the side of See You Soon. But lo and behold, Boxy finding great hooks onto important heroes. And even when Light is a roamer for this game, his value is so high when it comes to the overall composition of RSG that even when you take him out, it counts as a jungler or even like a mid laner, you know, when it comes to the value. So there's a lot of like standout performances. And even when Aqua is the MVP, there's so many MVP-esque performances here, right? So going back to Boxy with a wonderful snags that he was able to get. But then again, there was that crucial mid lane play where they were able to eventually get into a Demon Kite. He was able to hook the backshot. And that's why I feel like the Franco might not be the best choice here for the side of See You Soon, because it was a wonderful play, but they didn't kill the backshot. In the end, it was Kusei's positioning that got compromised. Because the idea is, if there's someone hooked, everybody from your team wants to collapse onto that particular hero that was hooked, and then you kind of expose yourself. And that's exactly the beginning of the end for the side of See You Soon, when Kusei was found by the members of RSG after that hook onto Demon Kite. That was when the momentum now gets into the favor of RSG. Then there was a lot of showdown between Felix as well as Nats. Nats